Mingli has transmigrated into the life of a celebrity who has been committed to a mental institution by her family, facing an onslaught of ridicule from the internet and a parasitic family, while being accused of having mental issues. Mingli, it matters not. Those who cannot be devoured by the sharks will ultimately drive her to greater madness. Confronted by a sharp-tongued entertainment reporter, she retorts, "The tadpole bears the tattoo of a frog. Are you flaunting your mother's influence here?" In response to paternalistic lecturing, she states, "Life is a tapestry of flavors. You have your own, while I remain indifferent." When faced with public skepticism, she quips, "What's the matter? Did you forget to check your pockets?" During a program interview, she declares, "Born as a human, I sincerely apologize. As a celebrity, I shall sweep through with freedom." She also engages in a spirited exchange with a young master who despises her. Audience: Mad Prince, Mad Princess, Magical Cloak. Mingli: "My life is rather monotonous. I am either dozing off or indulging in petty antics." When encountering a frail cat with undiagnosed ailments, the anxious owner is at her wit's end. And Mingli reads the cat's mind. Nothing serious, just a bit too wild. It's feeble. The owner insists the cat is well behaved, and she promptly summons all its former lovers. Everyone is dumbfounded. Whoa, cat bro, you sure know how to play. Once the show airs, netizens, cursing Mingli, questioning Mingli, believing in Mingli, following Mingli, fans. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward. Whatever madness she exhibits, I shall mirror. Mingli, you all truly are. Sighs with a bitter smile. After the variety show concludes, it is suddenly revealed that another guest is a false heiress, while Mingli is the genuine one. Netizens. The young master of the Jing Circle, who loathes Mingli, mistakenly reveals himself, only to be found out as her #1 fan, praising her in myriad ways. Netizens. This world is utterly insane. Mingli, you have two faces, huh? Chapter 1. The tadpole bears the tattoo of a frog. Are you flaunting your mother's influence here? Hello everyone, I am Soo-jun. The doctor in a white coat paused for a second, marking Soo-jun under the column for cognitive disarray, discharge not permitted, before signaling the nurse to escort him away. Next, the woman settled at the long table. Name, gender, age. Mingli, female, 23, the doctor noted while inquiring. Very well, I will say a line, and you shall respond with the next. The light boat has passed through myriad mountains. Looking down, I see I'm not on board. The man recorded flexible thinking. A man's knee has calves and feet, enhanced with height-increasing insoles. Normal life knowledge. Do you prefer school or work? Must I choose one from two piles of dung to consume? Normal social cognition. Which do you believe is more important, money or ideals? Are you working here out of passion? The doctor hesitated, noting logical thinking is normal and somewhat aggressive. An hour later, the man smiled at her with ease. Your recovery is quite satisfactory. Mingli remained noncommittal, as she was never ill to begin with. Then, may I be discharged? While others transmigrate to find themselves in dramatic scenarios full of heart and chase, she finds herself marooned in a mental institution for several days. Gone are the butlers proclaiming, the young master hasn't smiled in ages, and the man stating, give up, I will never fall for you, as well as the delicate flower lamenting, it's all my fault. Even the wealthy lady offering $5 million to leave my son is nowhere to be found. Nothing at all. Every day in the mental institution feels like a 9-to-5 job. In a sense, could it be that those who toil at their jobs are merely a bunch of mentally unstable individuals after years of education followed by decades of work? Isn't it only natural to lose one's sanity? As the saying goes, when one day's a monk, one rings the bell for that day. When one's working, one goes mad that day. For Mingli, an orphan who has always taken life as it comes, what's the harm in transmigrating? After all, a worthless being can lie wherever, and a salted fish can bask wherever it pleases. What if she makes a comeback? After all, she truly cannot endure the foolish workplace of her past life, where the boss blares on about hard work and perseverance, and if one reads too quickly, it sounds like he's beatboxing. I refuse to suffer the pains of study, nor the trials of work, and certainly not the tribulations of life. Why must I endure hardship? I simply wish to enjoy a life of ease and leisure. Are you blessed? If not, it matters not. I am. Ultimately, Mingli waited 3 days without encountering the typical narrative device of a system or golden finger. She inherited the original owner's memories. Aside from their differing personalities, they are identical even down to the small moles on their souls, and the backgrounds of their respective worlds are indistinguishable, akin to parallel universes. She has transmigrated, yet it feels as though she is not. No, this does not refer to clothing. The distinction lies in her being a slacker who has just fired her boss after 2 years of work. Meanwhile, the original owner was a celebrity ridiculed online, considered mentally unstable for various reasons, and ultimately sent to a mental institution by her parents. In truth, the notion that the original owner had mental issues was a facade. Her depression, anxiety, and sensitivity were real, leading her to seek refuge in the institution. Truly, a twin sister from another world, where others seek rest and rejuvenation through travel, she feigned madness and entered a mental hospital. Unsurprisingly, following the common trope, her upcoming task should be to rehabilitate the original owner's reputation and achieve a successful comeback. Then, she would indulge in the company of 18 male models, reveling in a life of luxury, never to rise early again. Logically speaking, that should be possible. The doctor's words pulled her thoughts away from the male models. She leaned forward on the table, looking down at him. "What's the matter? Do you not wish to reason?" The doctor. "Why does it feel like you are the one unwilling to reason?" Note that the unremarkable man before her, in terms of looks, physique, and demeanor, is Ming Chong, Mingli's brother. He has come to handle her discharge paperwork. As they stepped out of the hospital, a throng of reporters surrounded them, brandishing cameras and live streaming equipment. Mingli. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, incredulous. "Seriously, are you announcing my discharge to the world? Discharge from an illness or childbirth is one thing, but I am emerging from a mental institution. Is this truly an event worthy of public announcement? With fireworks and fanfare? You might as well carry a loudspeaker and proclaim, 'After 6 months of study in a mental institution, Mingli has finally graduated. Let us congratulate her.'" The public had already been informed of Mingli's discharge today, and the pre-warmed live stream was flooded with millions of viewers eager for entertainment. It is akin to following a drama, a bad show. Only dogs watch. I do not watch. A show so bad it's explosively entertaining. I must see how it unfolds. Similarly, a celebrity's ordinary discharge. Who cares? It's just a discharge. It's not a funeral. What's so interesting? A celebrity's discharge from a mental institution. What? The only mental illness in the entertainment industry? Here I come. Mingli has actually been discharged? Wait, I've been preparing for exams for half a year and haven't surfed the internet. Who is this again? Are they famous? I don't recall this figure in the entertainment industry. Mingli, an 18-line nobody, notorious for her antics. Notable works include campus bullying, riding coattails, daily mishaps in gaining attention, failed attempts to seduce the director, I can read animals' minds, I'm not crazy one. Year after debut, the return to the mental institution. To put it succinctly, she was initially quite obscure, frolicking within her small circle, largely unnoticed by the public. It wasn't until Nanju shared her Weibo post that netizens began to take notice, and her popularity gradually surged. However, after gaining some traction, she veered off the path, engaging in questionable antics such as scandalous associations and provocative stunts, even claiming she could read the minds of animals for self-promotion. When the audience urged her to go live and demonstrate her supposed telepathic abilities with animals, she hesitated. Not long after, her family sent her to a psychiatric hospital. Upon seeing that name, I found myself momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall who she was. Is she truly recovered? Surely, she wouldn't consider a comeback, would she? Of course, she intends to make a return. Otherwise, why would she not simply exit quietly? The deliberate announcement suggests otherwise. The entertainment industry is rife with easy money. Those who have earned from it often describe it as effortless. Who would willingly retire? Even if it means enduring scorn, they will cling to the limelight. After all, any form of notoriety is still notoriety. Such shameless individuals are quite typical. Giggles. Entertainment reporter. What reflections do you have regarding your previous failed attempts at scandalous associations? Have you engaged in any self-reflection? Had you not acted as you did, perhaps you wouldn't find yourself in your current predicament. Mingli, who claims I engaged in scandalous associations. Do I not have a bed at home? Why would I seek to invade someone else's privacy? Questions like these are akin to an old wild dog belching. Overindulgence leads to discomfort. Planning to cleanse her image so soon after her release? Having spent over half a year in a psychiatric hospital, she has certainly gained boldness. In the past, she would never have spoken so freely. She used to be timid, her voice barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito. Entertainment reporter. How do you explain your gesture of raising your middle finger towards the paparazzi while in the hospital? Mingli. That has since changed. I no longer engage in such gestures. Entertainment reporter. Does this signify your recognition of past mistakes? No, it signifies my evolution. My presence here is itself a middle finger. This is my attitude towards life. Is there anything wrong with expressing disdain towards those who invade privacy and stalk? Her restraint in not unleashing a barrage of expletives upon those fools demonstrates her adherence to the law. Entertainment reporter. Are you truly well? Is your early release not motivated by a desire to return to earning money? Your mental state appears somewhat concerning, distinctly different from others. Perhaps a live reevaluation would be prudent? Mingli paused momentarily, surveying the throng before her, and smiled radiantly, like a tadpole tattooed with a frog. Are you here to showcase your mother? Chapter 2. No more cursing. Afraid of your delight. The once boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. In this modern era, celebrity artists are far less audacious and forthright than in times past. Individuals as daring and confrontational as Mingli are now a rarity. When did she become so outspoken? Isn't she afraid of offending this group of entertainment reporters and becoming their target? Could it be that after her discharge, she has simply given up and is preparing to embrace a madcap persona? Is she just going to let it all fall apart? Sweating bullets. I have a feeling we might see her trending on social media soon. She is already trending. Her popularity skyrocketed faster than a rocket. Though she faced criticism, there were indeed sensational revelations to be made. This made the entertainment reporters, who considered themselves the progenitors of trends, even more exhilarated. Mingli, is it true that you will be participating in the latest season of Life or Survival? And Nanju will also be joining. Are you certain you want to encounter him on the show? What are your thoughts on Nanju? A murmur of intrigue swept through the crowd, their expressions alight with curiosity. Mingli, whose mouth often ran ahead of her thoughts, belatedly unearthed information about Nanju from some obscure recess of her mind. He was a prominent figure in the Beijing social scene. Flamboyant, rebellious, not only wealthy but also extraordinarily handsome, thus amassing a considerable fanbase even without a foothold in the entertainment industry. Shortly after Mingli's debut, he had openly expressed his disdain for her online, even sharing her Weibo posts to mock her. Due to his notoriety, he had earned the title of Mingli's most ardent detractor. With a slight arch of her brow, Mingli recalled that her past self had no connection to Nanju and was perplexed as to why he would harbor such animosity towards her. Love and hate are often devoid of reason, much like her own propensity for madness. After all, the world itself is inherently irrational. Mingli. She raised her hand, her finger poised delicately before her crimson lips. Sure. Instinctively, the crowd quieted, their fervent gazes fixed upon her.
Mingli smilat.
Her previously sparkling eyes now softened with warmth. Look, you've all gotten excited again. I won't curse anymore. I'm afraid of your delight. The crowd murmured. Someone whispered, why does it feel like she has changed so much? As Mingli prepared to depart, her steps faltered, and she turned to gaze at the speaker. You're right. After all, having just emerged from a mental health facility, I am indeed more spirited. The crowd responded. Are you talking about yourself? You seem quite breathless. Haha, I can't hold it together anymore. Is this what they call a mental state?
No.
Does she really have a mental illness? In a sense, she truly does. Silence. Mingli had left the mental health facility. The middle finger symbolizes my attitude towards life. What is Nanju? A series of trending topics surged to the forefront of social media, each one irresistibly captivating to contemporary onlookers, with diverse opinions swirling beneath each entry. The first entry, Strawberry Daifuku. She actually got discharged? I thought she would be in there for 3 to 5 years. Despairing Duck replied to Strawberry Daifuku. She was admitted, not imprisoned. Take sister da. If you're ill, you ought to recuperate properly. Why come out to embarrass yourself and act mad? You truly love the entertainment industry, don't you? I roll. Despairing illiterate replied to take. Love the entertainment industry? Love the money? Farida, how can such a mediocre star make a comeback? There are still people eager to boost her fame by inviting her to participate in shows. Entertainment is truly over. Xingwu, laughing to death. Hasn't your industry always been this way? Controlled by capital, feeding the masses nonsense, and look, here comes the nonsense. Qing Hujiwang, but Mingli doesn't seem to have any capital backing, right? A personal studio, a rather ordinary family. Aside from her decent looks, she has no advantages whatsoever. Jiao replied to Qing Hujiwang. She lacks a background but possesses traffic and hype. Otherwise, with her status, would she even qualify for that sibling variety show? Does she really deserve it? Under the second entry. Unexpectedly, I can create such a lengthy nickname. I want to be a middle finger. Just standing there represents my attitude towards life, my indomitable spirit, my unwavering resolve. Rice bowl with a side of excrement. So cool. I declare myself a middle finger from now on. Thank you, middle finger teacher. Name change violation. Regardless of anything else. I support her for giving the paparazzi the middle finger. After all, it is well known that paparazzi are dogs, not people, and don't deserve a human response. Using the toilet without paper replied to name change violation. Dog. What a massive black pot. Oh, great lord, a dog-ass reputation is still a reputation. Crying. Under the third entry, sending you 30 million. What is going on? Mingli has never directly responded to Nanju's taunts before. Why is she being so bold now? Is she really changing her style? Planning to reinvent herself? Joyous boundlessness. Of course, to stage a comeback. One must associate with individuals of notoriety and popularity. Otherwise, how could she ride the wave of excitement? She has always been quite adept at garnering attention. Thumbs up. Jeong. The show has officially announced 3 pairs of siblings, one of which is Nanju. Does Mingli really dare to go? I have a feeling they might end up arguing on the show. Wang Zhong replied to Jeong. The production team will indeed invite people. Even if it's just Nanju, I might not watch, but if Mingli is there, I'll definitely tune in, haha. Yet, regardless of the uproar online, it had no effect on Mingli, for she was still observing her suddenly appearing brother. Through the memories of her original self, she gleaned a rough outline of Ming Chong, an unemployed drifter, living off his family, a staunch patriarch, still young but eager to play the role of a father, intent on soaring to new heights. In terms of waste classification, he ought to be tossed into the hazardous waste bin. Mingli scrutinized Ming Chong, feeling that his looks were not merely a fraction inferior to her own. Though it is impolite to attack someone as appearance, the fact that he needed to spend 30 yuan on a taxi fare due to his pronounced eye spacing was genuinely hard for her to bear. She remarked, "What a stunning beauty, like a moon that eclipses flowers." He retorted, "What a common river creature that has come ashore." How could 2 children of the same parents emerge with such dissimilar looks? A genetic lottery? A mutation? Perhaps one was adopted? Mingli was perplexed. When the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the community, she voiced her query. "Did you leak the news of my discharge? And what is this about the show?" Ming Chong replied nonchalantly, "Such a splendid topic as your discharge deserves to be hyped. This variety show was a massive hit last year. Many people sought to participate, but couldn't make it. I specifically approached Director Luo. Only then did he agree." Mingli was left speechless, her eyes rolling in exasperation. He was openly exploiting family ties, while subtly elevating his own status. It was evident that Director Luo's agreement stemmed from the potential excitement surrounding Mingli's discharge debut and the inexplicable rivalry with Nanju, which would undoubtedly generate buzz for the production team. Ming Chong, merely an assistant to the original self, a leech living off his sister, truly believed himself to be something special? "Hello, your large delivery has arrived. Please choose trash bin incineration. Since you've been discharged, focus on the show and earn some money. Don't worry, I will also appear on the show with you. With me around, no one can steal our limelight." As he spoke, he disdainfully glanced over Mingli. "You should lose some weight. You're a star now, and you need to manage your figure. Just look at how much weight you've gained over the past 6 months. Girls who gain weight become undesirable." Mingli, with her body sleek, toned, and devoid of excess fat, replied, "What? Are you envious of my curves?" Her gaze lingered on the man's groin for a fleeting moment, a smile gracing her lips that bore an inexplicable significance. "Fortunately, you are not clad in open-crotch pants. Otherwise, I would find myself envious of your slenderness." The man tightly crossed his legs. I do not mind having gained weight. After all, I can still embark on a weight loss journey. However, you being shorter. It's alright, being petite can be quite endearing." Just as Ming Chong was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Mingli swiftly shut the car door and gestured towards a parrot perched on a tree by the roadside. "You agree, don't you?" The parrot's sharp voice echoed repeatedly. "Petite is quite adorable. Petite is quite adorable. Petite is quite adorable." The man's face flushed crimson as he kicked the car in frustration, only to recoil in pain from the metal, curling up in agony. "What a foolish bipedal creature, ha!" The shrill voice resonated in Mingli's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned as she surveyed her surroundings, eventually settling her gaze on the caged parrot. Was it the one speaking? Chapter 3. Do you suffer from hemorrhoids? Mingli stared at the parrot. "Hello? Parrot, hello. What nonsense. You wretched biped. Hanging me here to bask in the sun until I'm pitch black."
Mingli,
She hesitated, What is 11 equal to? Parrot. 2. Why do you always pose such trivial questions to me? I'm clever. How could I not know? Then, what is 56 times 34? Parrot. What kind of absurd question is this? Who would know? Would you? I do. It equals 1904. Mingli raised an eyebrow at it. Parrot. Wait, does this bipedal creature know what I am thinking? The parrotess' inquiry went unanswered. As Mingli walked, she rummaged through her memories, discovering that the original owner had fallen into a coma for 6 months due to a childhood car accident. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find herself able to understand the thoughts of animals. She excitedly shared this with her parents, but they dismissed her claims, believing it to be a delusion stemming from her accident. Gradually, the original owner ceased to mention this, feeling distrusted and lectured by her parents. Fast forward 10 years. 6 months ago, the ability to comprehend animal thoughts suddenly gained traction online, becoming a heated topic of discussion. Netizens accused her of seeking publicity, claiming she had lost all dignity. Such tactics are not uncommon. Perhaps someone in the industry disapproved of her, or a rival artist was deliberately undermining her. However, the original owner was in a state of depression at the time, completely disinterested in uncovering the identity of the culprits. Moreover, apart from her parents and Ming Chong, she had never disclosed this ability to anyone else, nor had she ever used it for publicity. Therefore, it must have originated from one of these 3 individuals. Of course, it was also possible that her parents were sharing it as a humorous anecdote with others, leading to a game of telephone where the story spread. Yet nobody took it seriously. Nonetheless, Mingli was acutely aware that this was indeed a significant matter. As she strolled into the community, she suddenly caught sight of a mouse darting out from a sewer, only to be promptly stepped on by a passerby. The pedestrian let out a startled scream. Mingli fixed her gaze on the mouse, hearing another piercing scream in her mind. Ah, crazy woman, why are you screaming? I didn't even cry out when I got stepped on. I had planned to enjoy the sunny day rummaging through the trash bins. Now look at this misfortune. The passerby kicked the mouse away. Life is good, and I hope I don't return in my next life. Slow down, Grandma. Wait for your grandson. Here comes the little flying mouse. Thud. The mouse hit the ground, its spirit ascending. Mingli, Amitba, may the mouse rest in peace. Initially, Mingli had no intention of participating in that variety show, as she had neither been a celebrity nor appeared on a reality show before. Thus, she approached the production team. I'm sorry, but I wish to withdraw from this show. Could you replace me? Production team, your post-tax remuneration is 5 million, with an additional 1 million bonus for each treasure discovered. Are you certain you wish to withdraw? Mingli, let us reconsider. Life or Survival was a wildly successful lifestyle variety show that had garnered immense popularity the previous year, leading many artists to vie for a spot in its second season. However, the guest requirements for the second season had changed to siblings, causing quite a few to hesitate. Nevertheless, the production team swiftly finalized the first 3 pairs, Nanju and Nanyen, inheritors of the Nan City Group, renowned scions in the capital S elite circles. This program was personally funded by Nanju, aimed at experiencing rural life. Shen Qinggu and Gu Luo, notable second-generation stars, both parents being award-winning actors. Shen Qinggu debuted as a child star, becoming the youngest best actor in entertainment history, enjoying immense popularity. Qi Shang and Qi Ling, well-known second-generation artists, their parents being a painter and a singer. Qi Shang is a popular singer, while Qi Ling has formed her own rock band, achieving modest fame online. When the production team announced Mingli and Ming Chong, everyone knew they were deliberately chosen as controversial contestants for the sake of publicity. They were not individuals to offend those in power, yet they were easily manageable. Mingli and Ming Chong, a washed-up mental health patient, and her utterly inconspicuous ordinary brother. The first episode was set to be filmed on a long, narrow peninsula, bordered by untamed mountainous forests on the land side, while the coastal area had developed a population exceeding 100,000. Thus, traveling directly by boat from the mainland was the most convenient option. Due to traffic congestion, Mingli and her brother were the last pair to board the boat. Upon entering the cabin, the previously lively barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy. Wow. Mingli actually came? Has her mental illness improved? Will she relapse? Not to undermine Mingli, but compared to the other 3 male guests, Ming Chong is really quite ordinary, 1,000 times less impressive than Mingli. How could there be such a disparity? One is a performer, the other is ugly. Can they just leave? I feel like my eyes are being assaulted, sweating. I can't help but anticipate the clash between Mingli and Nanju. Nanju despises Mingli. How will they fare when they meet? I can't wait to see Mingli reduced to tears by Nanju. Ha! Mingli surveyed the 3 men and 3 women in the cabin, quickly tagging them as though branding livestock. Nanju, a rebellious red sea urchin. Nanyan, a delicate pink rose. Qi Shang, a high-cold, ascetic brother. Gu Luo, a pure little white flower. Qi Ling, a punk-style girl. Shen Qinggu, gentle and refined as jade bamboo. Mingli pondered the name Nanju, her gaze fixating on the striking red-haired man. He possessed broad shoulders and long legs, with an eye-catching mane of crimson hair, striking features, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that exuded a wolfish, untamed wildness. He gazed at her in silence, as if etching words onto her very being with a stare. Ming Li's mind raced with the phrase, quantity over quality. Humph. The man snorted coldly, quickly averting his gaze from Ming Li's. Ming Li. Ming Chong stepped forward to greet everyone with a smile. Hello, I am Ming Chong. And this is my sister Ming Li. We hope to receive your kindness in the upcoming time. No one acknowledged him. How awkward. His face flushed with embarrassment. Hello, I am Gu Luo. The innocent little white flower smiled and nodded at him, prompting Ming Chong to immediately cast a grateful look her way. Shin Qinggu also offered a warm nod to the newcomers. Gu Luo is truly beautiful, comes from a distinguished family, and possesses a gentle temperament. Nan Yuan clearly resembles a pampered young lady, someone to toy with. Indeed, after all, she is Brother Shen's sister. Given Brother Shen's kindness and refinement, Gu Luo must be equally admirable. Why does it seem like Ming Li and Ming Chong aren't particularly close? Aren't they siblings? Who would want to be close to a lunatic? It's only normal for Ming Chong and Ming Li to have a strained relationship. Though Ming Chong appears ordinary, he seems quite stable. Ming Li walked directly to the empty seat next to Nanju and sat down. The moment she took her seat, the man visibly stiffened, his expression one of disdain. Don't sit next to me. Why not?
I dislike you.
What does my sitting here have to do with your dislike? If you don't want anyone else to sit here, then split your posterior in 2, 1/2 for each seat. Haha, splitting your posterior is quite the suggestion. Nanju cast a sidelong glance at her. What, trying to deliberately attract my attention? Mingli did not respond but instead turned to scrutinize him. Suddenly chuckling. I sense you are a bit restless. The man's body tightened abruptly. Do you have hemorrhoids? Chapter 4. I'm sitting in an empty seat. Not on Nanju's lap. The red-haired sea urchin instantly flared up. You're the one with hemorrhoids. Your whole family has hemorrhoids. Mingli pointed at him, looking at the other onlookers with an expression that said, see, he's panicking just as I said. I thought it would be a bloody showdown, but it turns out to be a clash of amateurs. What is going on? When Nanju insults netizens online, his attacks are so fierce. Yet here with Ming Li, he has turned meek. The connection is lagging, his state isn't good, he hasn't developed properly, and his lineup is lacking doghead. What a coincidence. I say the same when I lose in King of Glory. Ha 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 bro. You don't really have hemorrhoids, do you? Nan Yuan, who rarely sees her brother at a disadvantage, covered her mouth and laughed. Nanju shot her a sidelong glance. And Nan Yuan promptly fell silent. He narrowed his eyes. I see through you. This is merely a ploy to catch my attention, a game of desire and restraint. Save your efforts. I will never like you. Ming Li leaned closer, meeting his gaze. From where does your confidence arise? Send me the link, let us compete. I've been feeling rather insecure lately. Nan, speak your mind, but don't lean in. Ming, I'm just afraid you're getting old and deaf. Unable to hear clearly. Nan, I thought it was you. Young yet blind and ignorant, unable to see clearly. Ming, indeed, I can't quite see things clearly. Just as I find it challenging to discern you. Nan, you must have cataracts. Better use some shop bias. Ming, I'm broke. Will you cover it? Nan, turn left when you exit. Set up a bowl and beg. Ming, street vending is prohibited. Violators face heavy penalties. You just mentioned it. Is your memory that poor? I suggest you suffer some losses to remember better. Nan, your thoughts are murky, your understanding superficial, your persona hard to evaluate, and your state is maddening. Ming, a person like you shouldn't be seated here, but rather hung on a wall. That would keep you humble and quiet. Nan, the blade is dull, but the horse is still lean. I can't be bothered to spar with you. Ming, strike at your weak points before attacking next time. I'll give you a head-on battle. Nan, I await your challenge. Ming, see you next time. Others, is this a direct confrontation? This is hitting the mark. This is the scene I was anticipating. Wait, I'm starting to ship you too. Don't ship everything. Be cautious. Or you might end up with diarrhea. Shipping these two could lead to diarrhea? Fantastic. I've been constipated for a month. I'm all in. Thanks for the invite. Just shipped. Now on the toilet, doghead. A timely rain, Song Jiang. A timely relief for Mingli. The director, arriving late, said, "Welcome everyone to Season 2 of Life or Survival. I trust that after this brief interaction, you all have gained some understanding of the other guests." Nan Yuan, not really. I've been watching these two bicker the whole time. Director, can you guess why he came out at this moment? It's because he fears these two might escalate their argument into a physical altercation, turning this variety show into a legal one. Although this show is on the rise, this is not the way to elevate it. Ming Chong smiled apologetically at Nan Yuan, proactive and sincere. I apologize. Xiaoli just got out of the hospital. She still has mental health issues and unstable emotions, causing trouble for everyone. Mingli, look at how you phrase that. A pure, harmless, polite, and gentle person like me would only bring rice to others. How could I cause trouble? Ming Chong, don't speak for me. Did you pay a representation fee to do so? Mingli usually judges people by intuition. She sensed that Ming Chong was not a good person. To avoid future troubles he might cause her, it would be better to publicly sever ties with him in front of everyone, thus clarifying her stance. While other siblings are affectionate, these two start off bickering. How thrilling! It's likely a scripted stunt for attention. Ming Chong seems quite normal. Arguing on the show while being harmonious off-screen garners both viewership and profit, leaving only the emotionally invested netizens hurt. Ming Chong, having lost face in public, darken his expression. What are you saying? Brother is doing this for your sake. Don't be so aggressive. Gu Luo chimed in. Yes. Brother Sean is also doing this for your good. Speaking like that is too hurtful. Beside them, Xin Qinggu lifted her eyelids to glance at her. Mingli looked at Gu Luo and laughed. You resemble that annoying relative who, when parents suggest their daughter marry someone, just nods along without understanding anything. Gu Luo's face paled, her eyes reddening. I only wanted to prevent you from arguing. I'm sorry, it was my overstepping. I'm at a loss. Gu Luo meant well, yet she doesn't appreciate it and even turns the tables on her? Mingli might truly not have recovered. It's advisable for her to get a reevaluation and not let a lunatic out. You appear to have no issues, yet your arguments are riddled with flaws. First, there was an empty seat next to the sea urchin Nanju. I sat there without issue, yet he refused me and I, having the right to sit, engaged in a friendly debate with him. This matter did not involve anyone else from start to finish. I was seated in an empty chair, not on Nanju's lap. How did I cause trouble? Thus, his feigned apology for me is quite absurd. I did nothing wrong. Why should I be unjustly accused? Hearing a certain remark, Nanju's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Second, he is at fault. Any slightly intelligent person would have refrained from speaking. Yet you inexplicably jumped in to defend the one in error, while also unfairly accusing me. Not only are you unwise, but you also meddle unnecessarily. Moreover, you admitted your interference, indicating a solid self-awareness. Given this, perhaps you should speak less. Mingli's words left Gu Luo's complexion flushed and pale. Wait, after Mingli's analysis, it seems she might actually have a point? Because the vast majority focus solely on fragmentary information, akin to taking things out of context. In the earlier segment, Mingli seemed at fault while Gu Luo appeared normal, but when viewed in its entirety, it becomes clear that Gu Luo is the one with issues. She lowered her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It was my fault for not understanding. At that moment, Gu Luo resembled a delicate little white flower, fluttering helplessly in the wind. Why isn't Xin Qinggu saying anything? His sister is being bullied like this? Gu Luo chose to remain silent. After all, isn't it acceptable for Brother Shin to assist without bias? One cannot twist the truth merely for the sake of a sister, can they? It's nothing, Mingli said, offering a comforting pat on Gu Luo's shoulder. Gu Luo looked up, her tear-filled eyes locking onto her, and with a smile breaking through her sorrow, she replied, Thank you. Mingli added, You are not without merit. You can serve as a cautionary tale. Gu Luo retorted, Thanks, Mom. Chapter 5. Your shortcomings are traceable. Huh. Nanju chuckled softly. Isn't Mingli being too much? Gu Luo hasn't he done anything wrong, and her apology was sincere. Yet, here she is, speaking ill of others. Though I'm not fond of Mingli, she hasn't he uttered anything particularly harsh, has she? Gu Luo's agreement without understanding the situation was indeed a mistake. If that's not a cautionary tale, what is? It's quite beneficial for everyone to learn from it, and remember. Did you expect Shin Qinggu to protect Gu Luo? Surprisingly, he remains quite composed. This is hilarious. When Shingu doesn't protect Gu Luo, you all call him indifferent and heartless. When he does, you'd likely accuse him of being unable to discern right from wrong. So, what can he say? Some people should really temper their disdain. The director cleared his throat twice. All right, now let us announce the rules of the program. The permanent population of Yuyu Peninsula is merely over 100,000, with a developed area of 17, while the rest is primarily undeveloped mountainous forests. Although this is a lifestyle variety show, to enhance the difficulty and enjoyment, all guests are prohibited from bringing anything other than clothing and basic daily necessities. Thus, before we disembark, we will conduct personal and luggage inspections. At that time, there are 2 methods for obtaining food supplies. Firstly, assist the residents in completing their requests to earn points, which can be directly exchanged for ingredients, tools, and accommodation. Secondly, the production team has prepared farm-raised meat rabbits and chickens in the mountains. Everyone can go catch them to solve their dining needs. Both methods may be chosen freely. Furthermore, the production team has hidden a treasure on the island. The person who discovers it will receive a $1 million reward. Each evening there will be a vote, and the individual with the highest score will receive a clue. From Monday to Thursday, there will be a total of 4 clues that, when pieced together, will reveal the treasure's location. So, this season adds a voting segment for clues to find treasure. That means, besides completing tasks, one must also maintain relationships to ensure others vote for them. It's a mix of competition and camaraderie, isn't it? No wonder this show is exclusively sponsored by the Nan family. They truly have deep pockets. I just checked the value of the Nan Group. The Nan family holds 51 of the shares, and their wealth amounts to around $200 billion, which is over 1.4 trillion yuan. A trillion? Over a trillion? I wouldn't dare burn that much even at a grave. Pig hero, astonished JPG. Let us compete with you affluent folks. It's outrageous. The Nan family began their business endeavors quite early. Tracing back 3 generations, they ventured into commerce, riding the wave of societal progress, possessing both acumen and opportunity. It's no wonder they're wealthy. The elder generation controls the domestic market, the eldest son oversees international markets, the second son, Nan Zhu, manages an internet subsidiary, and the third, Nan Yen, expands their network. This generation of the Nan family has no wastrels. Their fortune is unlikely to dwindle in the coming decades. After the director finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Does anyone have questions or doubts? Feel free to ask. Mingli shouted. Where is the treasure? The director replied, that is not quite the way to phrase it. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Mingli, you said we could ask anything. All right, next. Please introduce yourselves, sharing your interests or specialties, the director instructed, sounding like an emotionless cue machine. Ming Chong took the lead. I enjoy sports, reading, visiting exhibitions, and cooking. Gu Luo smiled gently. What a coincidence. I also enjoy reading, exercising, cooking, and visiting exhibitions, along with painting and learning musical instruments. Ming Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement like a chicken catching a glimpse of a branch. Shin Qinggu's voice was melodious. Acting and traveling. Shungu's voice is so captivating. Every time I watch his performances, it's a feast for both the eyes and ears. Nan Yan raised her chin slightly. I enjoy playing, loving to play, and playing every day. Finally, someone with a hobby akin to the wealthy. I enjoy playing too. Wealthy people love to play. I love to play, therefore I am wealthy. Confident. Qi Ling chimed in. I love singing and cherishing silence. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Mingli. Qi Shang added. Same here. Qi Shang is remarkably terse, hardly uttering a few words throughout, appearing disinterested in everything, as if inhabiting a different world from the others. Shang's words seem to be reserved for singing. Haha, his voice is truly beautiful, highly recommending. I heard the siblings participated in this show under parental pressure. Nanju casually leaned back. Self-introductions are rather one-dimensional. I suggest you get to know me personally. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Although it's a bit much, hearing such a statement from the audacious Nanju is undeniably compelling. You, my friend, have some substance. Mingli rolled her eyes, feeling slightly overshadowed. One might mistake this for a dating show rather than a lifestyle variety program. Mingli, what about you? The director and the others turned their attention to her. Mingli, with a blend of embarrassment and playful resignation, replied, I'm sorry. I'm neither exceptional nor lacking. I possess no notable talents. While others are well-rounded individuals, I feel like a complete failure in every aspect. The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. She continued with a hint of reflection. In comparison to others, I cannot compete. Even against a monkey, I fall short. I was too ambitious back then. Evolving into a monkey would suffice. After all, anything beyond that means conforming to societal expectations, school, work, marriage, children. Had everything been just right, I would be perched on a tree, munching bananas, swinging carefree, and randomly slapping someone when in a bad mood, rather than sitting here recording a show with all of you. As a human, I apologize. As a monkey, I revel in freedom. The crowd reacted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't be so ridiculous. If you want to be a monkey, and I want to be a monkey, what does that make us? I'm not human. I'm merely an upright walking monkey, uneducated and unemployed, swinging on swings and eating bananas while slapping faces. Heart. Welcome to the monkey army. Ming Chang's paternal instincts suddenly surged, akin to an indelible fragrance wafting from a restroom. Literally, how can you harbor such pessimistic thoughts? You must realize that every one of us living in this world is a result of meticulous selection, having competed against billions of sperm to be born into this world. 3 seconds later, Gu Luo nodded. Indeed, there's no need for self-deprecation. We should embrace confidence. If a person lacks self-assurance, success in any endeavor becomes unattainable. This time, she took 3 seconds to ponder whether Ming Chang's statement held merit, confirming it before responding. Not only could she overshadow Mingli, but she could also establish herself as a confident, independent woman. Gu Luo anticipated the praises that would flood in from the audience. The mere thought brought a subtle smile to her lips. Anyone could steal the spotlight, but Mingli was not among them. Mingli stroked her chin, contemplating for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Really? Are you certain that the other sperm knew long ago that this world is not a pleasant place, and thus chose not to come, leaving you, the least intelligent among them, as this unfortunate one, cast aside by the others? As the saying goes, if you do not enter hell, who will? Hence, your shortcomings are traceable, for you are indeed the most inferior sperm. Ming Chang. Gu Luo. The crowd. Do you wish to hear what you are saying? Master, I have attained enlightenment. I always wondered why I was such a failure. It turns out I am merely that most inferior sperm. In light of this, I suddenly feel a sense of justification for my shortcomings. If I were the exceptional sperm, yet still such a failure, I would be engulfed in internal conflict. However, if I am the worthless sperm, then my failures seem entirely reasonable, casually dismissive. I never expected to find a sliver of psychological solace here with Mingli. What a cunning perspective you possess. You are quite the comforter. Mingli's unexpected retort left Ming Chang and Gu Luo momentarily speechless. Clap, 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 Nan Yuan exclaimed. I find your arguments quite compelling. It is not my lack of talent that is to blame, but rather that of the initial sperm, which ultimately reflects on my father. Nan Zhu raised an eyebrow in disdain. Come now, your lack of talent is due to your own foolishness. Do not cast blame on others. Nan Yuan quickly retorted. You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Nan Zhu. The crowd. Isn't it apparent that your entire family and his are quite similar? Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen someone insult themselves while hurling insults at others. Entire family? Thank you for including us. What family? I adore the Odin from every family. No worries, carry on with your antics. Nan Yuan's realization struck, and her fair cheeks flushed rapidly, stomping her foot in urgency. I take that back. The previous statement, retracted. Director, retract it. The director, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. This is live, not WeChat. Ha ha ha. Who knew you had a sense of humor, director? Nanju, your foolishness has a traceable origin. Nan Yuan. Mingli turned to him. That phrase is mine. I will be charging you for it. Rich guy, transfer me 500,000. Nanju, your foolishness too has a traceable origin. Mingli, you are the foolish one, unable to discern who to insult. Come collect your prize. Nanju, may your life be both joyful and tumultuous. Abbreviated, get lost. Mingli, you may steal my quotes. But what about my madness? Nanju. Witnessing someone stumble, Nan Yuan clapped enthusiastically, the applause resonating so loudly that even the mythical beast would take notice. Didn't he the new year just pass? Nanju. I suggest Mingli send her mouth to me. I'll cover the shipping costs. Mingli? I may be foolish, but I am not a fool. Mingli, wishing those ahead a life both joyous and tumultuous. Heart. Chapter 6. A grasp at your wide hips. Ahem. To alleviate everyone's burden, the production team has thoughtfully introduced a segment for exchanging performance points. Guests wishing to earn points may perform. The director interjected, extinguishing any unspoken tension. Shun Chingu inquired, is the performance limited to one per person? Are there different points awarded for each performance? What are the restrictions on performances?
Indeed.
Each person may perform only once, with each performance earning 10 points, and there are no restrictions. Singing, dancing, playing instruments, or even somersaults are all permissible. The crowd pondered. They were still unaware of the purchasing power of points. Just how much could 10 points redeem? If it only amounted to an egg, then it hardly seemed worth the effort. How valuable are these points? Shen Qinggu voiced the collective curiosity. 1 point equals 1 yuan. Qilinger, so if we perform, we earn 10 yuan? Precisely. The wealthy heirs and popular celebrities exchanged glances. Nanju, you might as well save that money for retirement. The director. Haha, that's hardly enough. Director. Thank you for still considering me. You have a good heart. Then let me sign up. Shen Qinggu smiled. I shall perform a dance for everyone. Excellent, you go ahead. The director was nearly in tears of gratitude, as if reunited with his long-lost parents.
Shen Qinggu.
Tall and possessing skin as pristine as jade, with bright eyes and an elegant brow, stood like a fine bamboo shoot. Dressed in a gray-black gradient cotton robe, his sleeves casually rolled up, revealing his graceful arms and slightly protruding wrists. Everyone expected him to choose a gentle melody. Yet the accompaniment that erupted was a bold and invigorating Mongolian dance tune. The man moved rhythmically with the music, his hands swaying and body undulating. Strength and grace collided freely, unrestrained in their expression. Wow, that shoulder shimmy is mesmerizing. The energy is both gentle and powerful, a delight for the eyes. His arms flow like ribbons, so impressive. The rhythm and strength are magnificent. How wonderful is it? So wonderful that it would be just right for you to be my boyfriend, Heart.
Mingli Batsha, Sumawat Transa.
Her first impression of Shin Chingu had been one of gentleness, yet he surprised her with a performance so contrasting to his demeanor. Quite remarkable. Unlike her, who could only perform traditional dances, or rather, jump rope. As the dance concluded, the crowd erupted into genuine applause. Guluo smiled. Brother, that was fantastic. The man nodded slightly. Why does it feel like Shin Chingu and Guluo aren't particularly close? Isn't it normal? Among these 4 pairs of siblings, which pair is particularly close? Laughs. Close siblings aren't entertaining. It's far more entertaining when they can bicker. Not really. Shun Chingu, 10 points. Is there anyone else who wishes to perform? The director was elated, as today's trending topic was assured.
I.
Qilinger stood up, ready to sing. Although she had not debuted, she maintained an account on a music platform with over 30 original songs published, garnering close to 1 million fans due to her quality and celebrity effect. Her singing style contrasted sharply with her personality. Personality enjoys tranquility, singing New Gold Rock. The girl grasped an electric guitar, her long, pure black hair dancing in the air with the rhythm, highlighting her fair and translucent skin, her voice shifting from cool to gentle and melancholic. This song has a slow rock vibe. That melody in the middle nearly drowns you in emotion. Even those who don't typically listen to rock find it appealing. Linga has formed a band with friends. Do check them out. The band version is even better than the solo. Mingli found Qilinger equally impressive. The last time she held a guitar was during high school's spring cleaning, wielding a bamboo broom. Next, Ming Chong and Gu Luo each performed, earning their 10 points. Does anyone else wish to redeem points?
I.
Mingli raised her hand like Ultraman, obediently eager. Then come on up. The director made way for Mingli, who, after conferring with the sound technician, returned to the group. The next moment, a voice as robust as steel pipes resonated. Fake smoke, fake alcohol, fake friends, false feelings, false warmth, lured me into your home, only to have me tossed out in the dead of night. It immediately shifted to a sharper tone. It's not that I wish to send you away. If I do, my husband will take action. You are small, while he is large. Striking you is akin to striking a dog. Since I dare to visit your home, I am unperturbed by your husband. Before he even has the chance to act, I would deliver a few slaps. It seems you are somewhat foolish. Knocking on the door of a sturdy man invites trouble. My husband is quite formidable, ready to give you a firm squeeze. She spins and leaps, her eyes shut tight, as she playfully pinches. The crowd falls silent after the performance. Such a progressive state of mind. I am still somewhat unaccustomed to it. I can no longer sing such songs. Even the thought of them makes me blush and want to hide. This song carries a distinct regional and cultural essence. We refer to it as Western Yunnan style. This year, the campus singing competition will feature this. It's time to give the school leaders a little cultural shock. After a full minute of silence, Nan Yan is the first to break the stillness with applause. Mingli inquires, "How is it pleasant to hear?" Nan Yan supports, "Indeed, it was delightful." Mingli gives a thumbs up. "You truly have an eye for talent." Nanju counters, "Not pleasant at all." Mingli's hand mimics a crab claw. "Be careful, or I'll pinch you." Nanju falls silent, her posture tense, fearing for her backside should she dare to speak again. Ha ha ha. I've found a way to silence Nanju. Threatening to pinch him? No wonder she seems to have emerged from a mental institution. Her state of mind is quite splendid and graceful, with a hint of disregard for the well-being of others. Isn't that rather impolite? It's fine. She didn't actually pinch anyone, just jesting, and if she did pinch, scolding would come later. I would love to see her do it, not really. The usually reticent Chi Linger suddenly mutters crazy. All eyes instantly shift to her and Mingli. It's evident that Chi Linger disapproves of Mingli. During her self-introduction, when she mentioned her fondness for quietude, she specifically glanced at Mingli. Mingli is merely an attention-seeking individual. It's perfectly normal not to like her. It's those who do who are peculiar. Mingli turns to Chi Linger, leisurely advancing toward her, leaning in with an increasing sense of intimidation. "You say I'm insane?" The girl retorts, "And what of it?"
Ha. Mingli scoffs.
At only 17, Chi Linger feels a bit uneasy under Mingli's impassive gaze. Wow. Chi Linger is quite bold, but I sense Mingli is genuinely capable of striking. Surely, she wouldn't slap her, right? No. Chi Linger is protected under juvenile laws. Just as others prepare to intervene, Mingli suddenly smiles at her, giving a thumbs up. Haha, you have quite the discerning eye. The crowd is left bewildered. In Chapter 7, Private Marseille, dear esteemed guests, it wasn't intentional. Ha 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 ha. You're truly insane. Indeed, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Mingli, you've become so unfamiliar. It feels like Mingli has transformed after her time in the hospital. I recall seeing her on a variety show, appearing quite shy. So when news broke of her scandalous affairs, I was incredulous. Perhaps she found clarity during her 6 months in the mental institution? A moment of enlightenment. The majority of celebrities are packaged by their agencies to fit trendy personas. They present one image on stage and another off stage. Perhaps she believes her previous quiet persona was unremarkable, and now she has embraced a more outrageous identity. Scandals like sleeping with directors or engaging in dubious scripts are commonplace in the industry. Many artists compromise their integrity for opportunities, often sitting on the laps of powerful figures at gatherings. It's merely entertainment. Don't take it too seriously. Everyone initially assumed Mingli would retaliate if provoked. Yet this was her response?
Killinga appear somewhat baffled.
Please, this makes her previously tense demeanor look foolish. Ahem. The director, once more, employs the tactic of coughing to dispel the tension in the air. He feels less like a director and more like a cough syrup trying to extinguish the flames of discord. Cough, cough, I'll spray. More smoke, cough. I'll spray again. Still more smoke, cough. I'll continue to spray. And Mingli, she asks like a lighter, igniting wherever she goes. Others stride freely, while she walks amidst flames, smoke billowing around her. For a fleeting moment, he contemplates the feasibility of equipping Mingli with a portable fire extinguisher, silence. But isn't that precisely what makes the show captivating? He quickly shifts his perspective, resembling a father watching his child grow, prepared to let her chase her dreams and forge her path. In mere moments, several thoughts flit through the director's mind, and he convinces himself. Meanwhile, Mingli remains unaware that a man has pondered her future so deeply. If she knew, her suggestions would include mundane tasks like hauling manure from the village entrance, harvesting rice, and finally completing a cross-stitch of home and prosperity before seeking out a student to assist with holiday assignments. The boat sailed for nearly 2 hours before reaching the Fish Half Moon Peninsula. The program's campsite is nestled between a seaside town and a forest, revealing a luxurious 3-story villa. Wow, this accommodation is splendid. This isn't typical of the production team's style. Please focus. The director redirects everyone's attention, explaining that this villa is for the crew, while contestants will stay next door. Currently, There are 3 types of accommodations available: a single tent for 5 points, a cave for 10 points, or a cabin for 15 points. The tent is self-explanatory. It's small enough that one must crouch inside, with no sense of privacy or space. The group's gaze settles on 4 recently dug row houses. Cramped and dimly lit. The crowd collectively reacts. Chi Shang purses her lips. Director, you're filming a sibling reality show, not Robinson Crusoe. This is precisely what stimulates development and consumption. If you disapprove of the tent and cave, you can earn points to stay in the cabin, which is spacious and clean. A reminder, all contestants must reside in the accommodations provided by the production team. They cannot stay in the locals' homes, accept food from them, or beg. He glances at Mingli as he says the last line. Mingli responds, "Why are you looking at me? Do I seem like that kind of person? How resilient could I possibly be? One glance from you could leave me battered." Several individuals initially explore the cave, which is less than 10 square meters. Aside from a mattress, a table, and a wardrobe, it offers little else, with shared restroom facilities. It exudes a primitive vibe, reminiscent of the Stone Age, where one hunts while the other sharpens weapons at home. So small? Nanyan exclaims, "It's even smaller than my home's bathroom." Mingli retorts, "Where's the smallness? It's sufficient for a Jingshin chicken takeaway." The crowd reacts, "Little chicken, don't look, it's a bad review." Jingshin chicken. Who are you calling little chicken? I'm talking to you. Haha, Mishuai City could fit in there too. 4 caves. 1 for Mishuai City, 1 for Jingshin chicken, 1 for Sister She's fried skewers, and what about the last one? Of course. It's Luckin. Snow is real. My CP is inseparable. Thank you, heart. Rue, by the time you read this letter, I will have moved into the cave. After observing the cave, we proceeded to the adjacent wooden cabin. Although it, too, was a single room, it boasted an independent kitchen and bathroom, exuding cleanliness, tidiness, and brightness. Truly a haven compared to the tent and cave, which felt almost primitive in comparison. The primary distinction lay in its semblance of being habitable for humans rather than resembling a dwelling for cavemen. The morning had been somewhat delayed due to our travels, and by the time everyone had completed their house tour, it was already lunchtime. As we had yet to commence our tasks, the production team kindly provided us with complimentary lunch. The staff brought several trays to a long table in the open area, and the director unveiled the covers with a dramatic flourish. Tada! Before us lay 4 plates of white steamed buns and 8 cups of water. The director even picked up one of the buns, tapping it on the plate to produce a resounding thud. Buns, everyone, for today's lunch. Nanju, how is steel forged? Shinchingu, it's evident that it has endured much. Nanyan, we are humans, not iron-eating beasts. Mingli, have you seen this bun? It's so hard. Ha ha ha, don't be too outrageous. I envy your talent. The group turned to her. Huh? Is that permissible to say? Mingli shyly lowered her head. Confidential matters, everyone, I didn't mean it, finger-pointing JPG. Qi Shang expressionlessly covered Qi Ling's ears. Don't listen, it's filthy. Qi Ling, you're the one with issues. You only cover her ears after speaking. What is the difference from covering your ears while stealing a bell? Besides, who doesn't he know about such things? She's 17. Not 7. In this era, at her age, one would have seen countless films, if not read extensively, right? Not sure who to point this at, but feel free to take it personally. I, a mere bookworm, can smell it from afar, shy. The comments are bizarre, veering into a realm I don't comprehend, side-eye. I'm in the living room screaming ah. My parents are looking at me with such strange expressions. I'd rather be dead. Just say it's an animated show. It's so exhilarating that it pumped me up. What is the problem? I mean, SNT this how one learns things online? Gu Luo blinked. Lunch? The director chuckled heartily. Indeed. Nanyan raised an eyebrow. Thoughtful? The director beamed. Absolutely. Nanju scoffed. Deliberate? The director laughed. Of course. I can't stand it anymore. The director is so infuriating. Who is going to give him a few punches? Uppercut, lower cut, left hook, right hook. Nanju looked at the others. How about we dispose of him on a deserted island? Nanyan ground her teeth. I'll hand over the shovel. Shun Chingu spoke softly. I'll dig the pit. Qi Shang remained impassive. I'll cover it with dirt. Qi Ling smirked. I'll handle the aftermath. No need for such trouble. A loud shout echoed from behind them, and a figure dashed out, prompting everyone to quickly step aside. Some have ulterior motives, while others are destined to meet their fate, and some due to their ulterior motives, are fated to confront me. Your father is here, JPG. Mingli swiftly threw a punch directly at the director's chest with the force of a battering ram. Good news. Mingli managed to halt her strike just in time. Even better news. The director, startled, recoiled 3 steps. He swiftly darted behind a staff member, clutching his chest and whispering urgently in their ear, "Remember to get me workman's compensation, accident insurance, medical insurance, and maternity insurance." Staff member, you're nearly 50. The last one isn't necessary, right? Chapter 8. Your strength has arrived. Director, wants to play but is cowardly. Look at your worthless demeanor. Thanks, Mingli. That was refreshing. Let us not scold her today. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. All right. Enough madness. It fits my current mental state as aesthetic heart. The director's initial plan, to have everyone eat the waterlogged steel buns. The revised plan. First, he needs to have someone purchase insurance. The production team is truly ruthless, but the group finds themselves utterly powerless. They negotiated with him, pleading for something edible. Yet he resolutely refused, his stubbornness evoking a sense of tragic heroism. Mingli grasped the steel bun and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's harder than my will." The group, are you really planning to eat this? Can you even swallow it? If we don't eat this, what will we eat? We can't possibly starve while completing our tasks, can we? The bun might be hard due to being left out too long, but soaking it in water renders it edible. Our ancestors endured far worse. If they could eat it, so can we. Moreover, the buns are still a privilege. Countless impoverished individuals cannot even afford them. Gu Luo smiled as she picked up a bun, preparing to break off a piece to soak in the water.
Crack.
She couldn't break it. Again. Still unyielding. A sheepish smile graced her face. Ming Chong leaned in. Luo Luo is right. This is not the time for you to be fussy. We should eat whatever is available. After saying this, he turned to Gu Luo. Let me assist you. Gu Luo, taken aback, replied, "Thank you, but it's not necessary." The two stood close together, and the man gazed at Gu Luo with a profound look. You're a girl. Such labor should be handled by us men. Since you couldn't break it, you should ask for help. Gu Luo smiled gently. Okay, thank you. Ming Chong smiled back, whispering, a girl shouldn't be too strong. If possible, let me be your strength from now on. His voice bubbled like soda, filled with effervescence. Gu Luo, thanks to your mother. Could this guy be trying to flirt with her? As the two shared a bite of the bun, Nanju tossed her steel bun aside, seemingly intentionally. This thing is fit for dogs. Even they would disdain it. The two, those who don't want to eat it shouldn't tea, just don't regret it when you're hungry later. Gu Luo struggled to swallow the unpleasant, soggy food. She certainly didn't want to eat it, even wishing she could throw it as far as possible. Yet, consuming it would satiate her hunger, allowing her to surpass the other guests physically. Moreover, it would present her image as someone who is resilient, unpretentious, and does not waste food, thus garnering a better reputation among the audience. With this in mind, no matter how unpalatable, Gu Luo persevered. Ultimately, only Gu Luo and Ming Chong consumed the steel buns. When they finished, Mingli kindly offered her portion. One isn't enough, is it? I have more. Don't waste it. Gu Luo shook her head. No thanks. I have a small appetite, and am already full. This wretched bun was sufficient. Eating a second would surely make her vomit. Mingli offered it to Ming Chong, who, for the sake of appearances, had no choice but to eat again. Just before the others could insist on giving him their buns, he quickly exclaimed, I'm full. I'm full. Really not eating? What if you get hungry? Missing one meal won't matter. It's not like I'll starve. In the afternoon, we can earn points from tasks to buy food to eat. Though the soaked bun may not be palatable, at least it fills the stomach. These few are far too picky, but Ming Chong and Gu Luo are doing well. After lunch, it was time to embark on our tasks. The phones that had just been distributed would be the devices we used for the upcoming week. Each phone contained an application that displayed in real time which household had tasks available, what the tasks entailed, and what rewards and points would be earned. Everyone could accept tasks through the phones, and upon completion, the corresponding points would reflect in their accounts. The production team has even specially developed a small software, which left me in tears. The director spoke as everyone opened the application to take a look. It now displayed quite a number of tasks, including but not limited to cleaning the house, organizing supermarket shelves, tutoring elementary school children with their homework, assisting with farm work, helping to write summer assignments for middle school students, doing laundry, video chatting with a romantic partner, handsome ones preferred, And dealing with a breakup with a girlfriend. What should one do? A cow is having difficulty giving birth. And the veterinarian has left the island. Does anyone have expertise in this matter? The tasks seemed relatively normal, albeit with meager rewards of a few points each. However, they could accumulate to a small fortune by afternoon, likely earning a couple of tens. A collective sigh of relief was heard. Since we had already stooped to such a lowly program, we might as well abandon thoughts of leisure and indulgence, focusing instead on mere survival. After walking for half an hour without reaching the town, Guluo bid farewell at a fork in the road, intending to explore the seaside and not join the others any longer. Seizing the opportunity while the group was still en route and hadn't taken on any tasks, she swiftly selected the easiest ones available. The remaining 6 continued onward for another 10 minutes before finally arriving in town. Gurgle, gurgle. Qiling's icy demeanor flushed slightly. Gurgle, gurgle. Now it was Nan Yuan's stomach that rumbled with hunger. Before long, aside from Ming Chong, everyone else's stomachs were grumbling to some extent. They had hardly eaten breakfast that morning due to seasickness, and with the leaden steel buns at noon, they had consumed little more than water throughout the scorching day. A person with a normal metabolism would undoubtedly feel hungry. Ming Chong felt somewhat proud. Having eaten 2 buns, he was the most foresight among them. I always said it wasn't the time to be picky, although the taste was unpalatable. Filling one's stomach was the priority. Otherwise, one might end up starving and lacking the energy to complete tasks. Before he could finish his thought, Mingli suddenly produced a red bill from his pocket. Everyone's eyes widened. Where did you get the money? Wasn't everything confiscated by the production team? Mingli looked bewildered at the group. Don't you have any money tucked away? The others responded in disbelief. I really like a saying from an online user. Someone chimed in. Although it sounds absurd, if it were Mingli, it feels like something she could pull off. Chapter 9. Give fate a chance. Just kidding. I hid it in my hair. Surely the production team won check, right? Unfortunately, with my sparse hair, hiding too much would make it obvious. Otherwise, I could stash away 1,000 or so and just relax. The group responded with mixed reactions. Nan Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. If we have money, we can buy food. Just lend it to me, and when I have money, I'll pay you back double. Ming Chong frowned. Isn't this against the program rules? The show stated that no other food or money is allowed on the island. Mingli, if you brought it and didn't hand it over, aren't you blatantly violating the rules? Before Mingli could respond, Nanju scoffed. Why do you have so much to say? If she brought it, it shows she has the ability to do so. If you could, why didn't you? You sound like a sour grape unable to reach the fruit. Why doesn't Ming Chong stand up for Mingli? Why is Nanju defending Mingli? Mingli is the only one with money. Defending her means you can borrow from her. Ming Chong isn't wrong, though. The rule is clear. No money or food is allowed. Mingli secretly brought it, which violates the regulations and is unfair to the others. In such a variety show, if everything follows the rules, what is the point? It's more entertaining when they don't adhere to the production team's regulations. The fact that the team hasn't intervened implies tacit approval. At that moment, uninterested in listening to Ming Chong's pointless chatter, Mingli had already seated herself at a nearby noodle stall. Boss, I'll have 2 portions of beef noodles. She turned her head. Anyone want to eat noodles? I can lend you some. The interest is 1 point a day. Isn't that generous? Nan Yuan was the first to rush over, while Shin Qinggu hesitated for a moment before laughing and joining. Qiling and Qishong exchanged a glance, and with another growl from their stomachs, they finally approached. Hey, sea urchin young master, aren't you going to eat? Mingli had just heard Nanju's stomach growl several times. Who are you calling sea urchin young master? You, Nanju, the spiky sea urchin young master. Ha ha ha. That's a good one. Nan Yuan clapped with delight, but was careful not to laugh too loudly. You're the sea urchin young master. Alright, are you eating or not? Not eating.
Fine.
Nanju strode away. Mingli murmured, a bit of backbone. He's a real man. Let us upgrade him to sea urchin man. Ming Chong, however, was quite proactive. He walked over, smiling as he greeted, this isn't a very expensive thing. It's only a few bucks. How can you borrow it? We're all friends. Let us treat this meal as my treat. Feel free to eat without worrying about repayment. All eyes turned towards him. Ming Chong stood taller, his posture more assertive. Nan Yuan questioned, is this your money?
No.
Shun Qinggu added, if it's not your money, why are you deciding for her? We're siblings. What's hers is mine. Ming Chong asserted confidently, turning to the boss, I'll have 3 portions of beef noodles as well. Such a statement can only come from either a bond so strong that possessions are shared or from someone who has lost their mind. Let me hallucinate a little about those who presume to take what belongs to others. Mingli called the boss back and laughed at Ming Chong. Statistics show that among every pair of siblings, one is a fool. I'm not the fool. Ming Chong frowned. Then I must be the fool?
Mingli smilat.
That would be you. Ming Chong was left speechless. Having been dominated by someone he had bullied since childhood, he felt humiliated in public. He wanted to lash out in anger, but caught sight of the many faces around him and the cameras, suddenly changing his tone and expression. Brother just wants to remind you that you'll have to vote for clues every night. I'm thinking if I treat everyone to dinner, they might owe you a favor and vote for you tonight. Alas, it's my fault. I shouldn't have meddled in your affairs. In an instant, he transformed into a figure of feigned innocence, wronged by being misunderstood for his good intentions. Mingli remained unfazed, slurping up the beef noodles served to her. As long as you know to keep your mouth shut, remember not to overstep next time. Making mistakes isn't shameful, acknowledging them is what matters. Ming Chong stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave, his hands clenched tightly by his sides, veins popping. Seeing everyone engrossed in their noodles while he stood apart felt like being an outsider. But that was fine. Even if he felt like an outsider, Ming Chong would still force his way in. Brother is a bit hungry. If you want to treat me, can I borrow some? Sorry, I'm out of money. 5 bowls of noodles, each costing 15. That leaves you with 25. True, but I just added 2 eggs and some beef balls. The remaining money I plan to use to buy a scratch-off ticket later. Buying lottery tickets? Ming Chong's voice suddenly rose in pitch. We haven't even eaten. And you plan to use the remaining money for lottery tickets? He felt like a teacher who had caught a student passing notes. Suddenly exhilarated to have caught someone in the act. Yes, I'm preparing to give fate a chance and see if it wishes to make me wealthy. I'm giving it a chance. Whether it can seize it is up to it. I see. I'm heading out to give fate a chance. Such important money. And you want to use it for a lottery ticket? Are you out of your mind? The odds of winning the lottery are very low right now. Money is crucial for us. It could save us. Are you really planning to throw that money away on a lottery ticket? That's quite a statement. This is my money, not yours. How I choose to spend it is of no concern to you. Mingli felt perplexed, questioning the intense possessiveness displayed. Do you believe everything that belongs to others is yours? My point is that we must rely on our own efforts. Harboring a sense of entitlement is unwise. Mingli replied, I do not trust in my own efforts. I only believe in the favor of the wealth god. Ming Chong lamented, unfortunately. The supervising teacher opened the note, only to find it scribbled, with what shall we have for lunch today? While Ming Chong's reasoning isn't entirely incorrect. Mingli's words resonate deeper with me. For everyone is like Mingli. In the midst of his reverie, a spray of liquid shot past him. Mingli at the table exclaimed, Truly, the urinating beef balls are impressive. They shoot further than I do. The crowd responded, What do you mean? Could you elaborate? Often feeling out of place due to a lack of eccentricity compared to online peers. How many normal people exist on the internet today? Are they not all merely varying degrees of madness? Someone calls me mad? I am not, haha. Neither am I, haha. If none of you are, then I am not either, haha. Chapter 10. Freedom serves as the greatest facade for the love-struck cat. Awkwardly waiting for a few to finish their noodles, Ming Chong suddenly proposed, How about we form a team? You all can team up. I am accustomed to being alone. Mingli waved farewell and departed from the main group. Shall we venture into the mountains to catch chickens and fish?
No.
How about completing tasks in town? Not that either. While others hurriedly accepted tasks either alone or in groups to earn points, Mingli began to meander through the town. Life felt rather dull, prompting Mingli to observe humanity. Passing by a blind massage parlor, she noticed the blind individuals engrossed in their phones. Mingli mused, blind when busy. Not blind when idle. No issue there. I too find no issue. Wandering aimlessly, she spotted a small orange cat nestled against a large yellow dog, both lazily squinting in the sun. Mingli approached and listened intently. Ah, the sun today feels delightful. Though the yellow dog is foolish, it is undeniably soft. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The ground is too filthy. I shall begrudgingly nestle against it for a moment. You speak true, dear cat. You insufferable orange cat. You are heavier than a semi-truck. If only I could overpower you. You would soon regret it. Has anything entertaining happened in town recently? Without my presence, I presume this town has become rather dull? Well, dear cat, It is said that the neighboring white cat and black cat were already betrothed, yet the day before yesterday, the black cat encountered a new arrival, a calico, and eloped with her right at the wedding. The white cat thereafter declared a cement sealing of its heart and vowed never to love again. Poor white cat. Fool. To let his partner run away without pursuit, lacking any spine. With his temperament, he may soon find himself enamored by another beautiful cat.
Who could argue with that?
The white cat deserves such fate. While courting black cat, he was also flirting with the neighbor, Xiaotsue, who is clearly mine. Mingli interjected, you both are quite hypocritical. Do animals also engage in face-saving? She had previously experimented with her inexplicable ability to understand animal speech and discern their thoughts. Realizing these insights did not simply enter her mind but required concentrated attention and purpose to perceive. What is Mingli doing? Daydreaming? Is she watching cats and dogs? Those two seem rather adorable. Is she attempting to establish an animal-loving persona? As she strolled onto another street, she observed a little girl calling out to several small dogs, Huan 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 Huan. However, the renowned Tianjin dog doesn't take care, remained unresponsive. With no dogs answering, she called again. Huan Huan has gone home. Who is she calling? I don't know. Who is Huan Huan? Is there a Huan Huan among our bully squad? I don't know, but it's definitely not me. I've told you, when outside, call me Sang Biao. Mingli glanced at Sang Biao, a fluffy local dog. Plump and adorably clumsy. Huan Huan has gone home. I've prepared a big bone for you. A big bone?
Wait.
Sang Biao, call me Sang Biao. That name. Huan Huan is rather silly, isn't it? Indeed, and there's a dog named Big Yellow, so tacky. Some male dogs are even called Little Flower, haha. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the four dogs. The bully squad quietly moved forward a few meters, encountering a group of adults engaged in conversation.
Hey.
Little Flower?
Bun.
Stop running around. Big Yellow, where are you off to? Huan Huan, why are you ignoring me? The bully squad collectively muttered. Who is Huan Huan? I'm called Sang Biao. Who is Big Yellow? I'm called Scar. Who is Bun? I'm called Black Tiger. Who is Little Flower? I'm called Thanos. After conversing, the adults affectionately patted their dogs' heads. Huan Huan, Big Yellow, Bun, Little Flower, let us go home. The bully squad remained motionless, seemingly deaf to the call. The crowd wondered, why won't they respond? Mingli approached with a smile, whispering, you must call them Sang Biao, Scar, Black Tiger, and Thanos. Those are their street names. The crowd looked puzzled. Following her suggestion, they called out, and the bully squad instantly held their heads high. Their expressions transformed from 3 parts guilt, 3 parts awkwardness, and 4 parts frustration to 3 parts confidence, 3 parts bravery, and 4 parts radiance. I never thought I could see a palette of emotions on a dog's face. It's a bit warm. I, Sang Biao, shall head home first. When outside, please call me Lord Sang Biao. And remember, Black Tiger, the dark fierce tiger. Compared to Little Flower, Bun, and Huan Huan, my Big Yellow is actually quite a nice name. Only a dog that has been neutered deserves to be called Scar. So Thanos was Little Flower? Hilarious. Thank goodness I'm called Bun. Little dogs do not inquire about origins. I am Thanos, remember that. I am not Little Flower, I am not Little Flower. I am not Little Flower. Mingli remarked, all right. Even dogs care about their image. Goodbye, Huan Huan, Big Yellow, Bun, Little Flower, waves hand. The bully squad has lost their original names. Wait, how did Mingli know to call them that, and why did they respond? Continuing her stroll, she encountered 2 cats basking in the sun. I haven't had any fish snacks lately. I'm nearly starving. I've heard that if you approach a bipedal creature, expose your belly for a gentle stroke, and then feign a pitiful cry, they will take you home. Not only will they provide shelter, but they will also pamper us with delightful treats. That sounds fantastic. But the price is losing our precious eggs. In that case, I'll pass. I believe freedom is far more important. After all, the eggs are more important. Indeed. The wandering cat poet once proclaimed, a full belly is precious. Warm clothing is of greater value, if for the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Without my eggs, how shall I cherish the neighboring little white? Mingli commented, freedom is the greatest cover for the love-struck cats. Suddenly, a cat darted out, running and urgently calling, come quickly, there's a cat that has fallen into a well. We must save the cat. As she called out, the surrounding cats and dogs followed her down a narrow path, accompanied by Mingli, who darted out in a flash. From the perspective of onlookers, it appeared as though Mingli was leisurely wandering before suddenly dashing off in a particular direction. The previously tranquil live stream erupted into a flurry of excitement. What is she doing? Probably running. Her words resonate like the cleansing teachings of Zhuangzi. Is she genuinely mad or merely feigning madness? Nanju has ascended the mountain to catch chickens, while others are busy completing various tasks in town to earn points. Yet she ambles about like a retired gentleman? Wait, Sister Da, are we not having dinner tonight? Perhaps the other guests still owe her money, which gives her a sense of invulnerability. Why worry for her? If she wishes to suffer, let her bear the consequences alone, as long as she doesn't drag others into it. After navigating several twists and turns with a feline entourage for a few hundred meters, they stumbled upon an overgrown, desolate well, where 2 or 3 anxious cats circled the area, peering into the depths. A faint mewing echoed from within the well. Mingli approached and discovered that the well was about 7 to 8 meters deep, with a kitten, just a few months old, lying at the bottom, its cries weak. Oh no, has a kitten fallen into the well? It seems so. I heard the sound. Quick, save it. Chapter 11. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Mingli dashed to a nearby garbage heap, rummaging through it until she unearthed a broken jump rope. Readying it and fashioning a slipknot large enough for the kitten's head, she then lowered it carefully into the well. The mother cat urged her kitten to climb into the loop, and the kitten obediently complied. Good news. The kitten was caught in the loop. Bad news. It was around its neck. Does Mingli understand? If it's just around the neck, it could easily slip out. What if it wriggles and escapes halfway up? Wouldn't that cause further harm? Then why don't you jump through the screen and fetch the kitten yourself? Why all the fuss? As the saying goes, it is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. To prevent the kitten's head from slipping out, Mingli swiftly began to pull up the rope.
Meow.
Mommy, is the king of hell here to claim my feline life? Meow. No. It's a bodhisattva come to save you. Hold on, and don't move.
Meow.
Mommy, I'm sorry for stealing the last fish jerky. I promise I won't do it again in my next life.
Meow.
I forgive you.
Meow.
Also, the fur you lost on your tail was because I nibbled it while you were sleeping.
Meow.
I noticed that long ago.
Meow.
And that mess on your head was my doing too.
Meow.
I could smell it.
Meow.
I'm so sorry, Mommy. I was just being too mischievous. If I can make it back up, I promise to listen to you. If I say this, Mommy won't scold me too much when I get back, right?
Meow.
It's alright. Mommy forgives you, just don't move around. When we get home, the first thing I'll do is give you a good scolding. I've told you countless times not to play around here, yet you never listen. No beating means no lessons learned. Hearing the heartfelt exchange between mother and daughter, Mingli hesitated, unsure whether to continue pulling. If she didn't pull, the kitten would face certain doom. If she did, would the kitten suffer even more? The decision flashed through her mind, and she swiftly hoisted the kitten up. Once the kitten was free, Mingli promptly untied the rope from its neck, and the anxious mother cat rushed over, nudging and licking it. Meow, Mommy, I'm fine. I just landed in a pile of grass. Please stop licking me. I landed in a pile of excrement from the grass. Are you really okay? Why does it smell different? Meow, I'm perfectly fine. To prove her well-being, the kitten began to frolic about energetically.
Meow. Me fine. Mommy was so worried about you.
All right, just wait until we get home for your punishment. The mother cat expressed her gratitude to Mingli, while the surrounding cats and dogs gazed at her with admiration, akin to worshipping a deity. Goodness, this bipedal creature is so kind. She is truly beautiful, just as lovely as that little Chui next door. Touch me, touch me. Surrounded by a throng of cats and dogs vying for her attention, Mingli found it difficult to move. I'm utterly smitten by these round little paws. You must pet them. Hurry up and pet them. Have you ever been through rehab? You're a seasoned pro at low-stakes challenges, aren't you? Mingli began to stroke a plump orange cat. The others nearby instantly fluffed up in indignation. If she is petting that chubby cat, she must pet me too. Why is she petting that big fat cat, and not my beautiful self? Pet me, touch my belly, scratch my tail, hee hee hee. I can't even imagine how lively and cheerful I'd be if surrounded by such a fluffy crowd. Can you handle it? If not, I'll take over. Shoving aside, hands frantically petting, drooling, hee hee. Mingli scratched the belly of the most vocal little white cat, then gently rubbed it, exclaiming, your belly feels like a lump of excrement soaked in urine, 3 parts elastic, 3 parts taut, 4 parts fluid. The white cat, I suddenly feel quite dirty. Viewers, I suddenly feel this white cat is quite filthy. I've always recognized her descriptive prowess. Wait, How did Mingli know that this cat had fallen into the well? It was hundreds of meters away. It's not like she heard it. Could it be a scripted scenario orchestrated by the production team, intentionally dropping the cat and prompting Mingli to rescue it to redeem her? Though the production team might be morally questionable, they wouldn't stoop that low, would they? Who knows? Some production teams will go to great lengths for views. There are plenty of such examples. The scene shifted to the other guests' live streams. Nanju was chasing chickens all over the desolate mountain. The chickens fled, he pursued. The chickens took flight, he relentlessly chased. Nanyan was assisting children with their holiday homework. Sister's legs are 100 what? 100 meters? Is your sister a coiffeur? Qiling Air was helping someone clean their yard. While others saw flowers and mist, she was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Qi Shang was washing clothes, hand-scrubbing a winter comforter in the sweltering heat, panting heavily. Yet the comments showed no sympathy, only a chorus of "Brother, don't scrub the comforter, scrub me. Your panting is so alluring, it makes my heart race shy." Ming Chong had taken on the task of being a pretend boyfriend for an online romance, but was politely rejected due to his looks. Now, he trudged to the next task with a face like a blackened pot. Gu Luo was assisting an elderly woman in harvesting vegetables in the scorching sun. He was genuinely drenched in sweat. Shin Qinggu was telling stories to the elderly in a retirement home, seemingly lighthearted, yet. He recited. Mark lived his life on the edge. Elder, hey, what s donkey meat pancake? Elder B, what s egg-filled pancake? Elder C, what? Are we having pancakes for lunch? Elder D, I don't want pancakes, I want noodles. Shun Qinggu. The screen switched back to Ming Li's live stream. Beneath the shade of trees, a gentle breeze blew. Benches lay reclined, and cats and dogs gathered in leisurely camaraderie. The contrasting scenes painted a vivid picture. It seems others are here to complete tasks, while Mingli is on a seaside vacation. Haha, she may be relaxing now. But tomorrow she'll have her share of troubles. A new cat has arrived, and Mingli's curiosity urges her to reach out and touch it, only to be met with a feline's disdainful turn of its head. What right does this bipedal creature have to touch me? Unfazed, Mingli produces a piece of sausage from seemingly nowhere, taking a few bites herself before dangling the remaining morsel enticingly before the cat. Would you like some? In an instant, the cat's demeanor shifts, lowering itself in status and transforming into her eager grandchild, beginning to flaunt its feline charms in an attempt to curry favor. Welcome, dear grandchild. Welcome to my abode. Welcome, dear grandchild, awaiting the winds and rains for your arrival. Soon, other cats and dogs, drawn by the delectable aroma, gather around. I want some. I want to be petted. I just bathed yesterday, I'm clean, pet me. Hee sausage, hee. So fragrant, as enchanting as the lovely little Chui next door. Though there is but a small segment of sausage, the fluffy creatures abound, and for that single piece, the two closest cats engage in fierce competition. In a mere 3 seconds, the tabby launches 4 attacks against the calico. The first seizes its throat, the second bites its hip joint, the third slaps its face, and the fourth nips at the thread on its tail. Stop fighting, please don't fight anymore. Mingli intervenes, halting the tenacious tabby and offering the remaining sausage to the beleaguered calico, then retrieves 2 more sausages from her pocket, dividing them evenly among the fluffy participants while also providing them with a sip of water. As Mingqiang passes by, he is met with the sight of Mingli feeding sausages and mineral water. Starving and parched, he calls out in surprise, "What on earth are you doing?" Looking up, she replies, "Feeding, can't you see? You dare to give such precious food and water to these wretched cats and dogs. I only fed them after I was full and satisfied. What's wrong with that? You may be satisfied, but others are not." Mingqiang swallows hard, his throat growing drier. "What does it matter to me? I'm thirsty. Give me some water. If you want a drink, buy your own. No one is stopping you. I am your brother." "You're more like my grandchild," she retorts, exasperated by his audacity. Over the years, his skin has thickened considerably. Had Qin Shi Huang had him, there would have been no need to build city walls. His skin could withstand any missile. The new bipedal creatures are quite unattractive. "What are they doing?" he asks so loud. "Are they arguing?" He won tea, let the fragrant bipedal creature feed us. What right does he have? I'd love to give him a cat punch. Mingqiang's loud outburst is akin to a bomb being dropped in a public restroom, igniting collective outrage among the cats and dogs. Their foul language astounds Mingli, revealing that their docility is merely a facade. It is no wonder such creatures often utter the saying, "Feigning innocence for 5 minutes leads to wealth and glory for 15 years. After all, they are a group of social misfits, adorned with tattoos. How many can claim a clean background? Despite his frequent barking, Mingqiang harbors a fear of true barking. He quickly retreats a few steps, donning a sympathetic facade. Shaoli, my words earlier were perhaps a bit harsh, but I genuinely care for you. You should at least complete tasks to earn points. Spending recklessly is foolish. What will you do when you run out of money? Wait to die? Mingqiang chastises. Such a defeatist attitude is wrong. You must strive, or else you will inevitably suffer later on. You are not making an effort now. Yes, you are absolutely right. Mingli responds. But life is a tapestry of flavors. You have your taste, and I have no particular regard for it. Mingqiang? How can chapter 12 be more straightforward than her sexual orientation? Alright, next time I am lectured, I'll respond like this. Help, the paternal vibe is overwhelming. Mingqiang isn't entirely incorrect, is he? Just offering some advice. Where's the paternal vibe? He is, after all, an older brother, and it's normal for him to offer suggestions to his sister. Moreover, everyone else is working hard while Mingli is the only one slacking off. Why shouldn't he speak up? Yes, you are right. But life is a tapestry of flavors. You have your taste, and I have no particular regard for it, smiling. Utilizing what you've learned, I see. Mingqiang's lecture is abruptly interrupted, forcing him to leave. He arrived with great fervor, but departs in a huff. Alas, as he descends the stairs, he missteps, tumbling to the ground. Mingli gazes at the floor, rubbing her foot against it, as if to comfort it. This mishap has befallen him. May it not happen to me. Just as she prepares to rise, Mingqiang, overcome with frustration, collapses once more. Mingli muses, explaining to the audience. Why is he lying on the ground? Because of his deep love for this land. She also demonstrates what it truly means to eat dirt. Really? I don't believe it. As Mingqiang attempts to rise again, having barely lifted 10 centimeters off the ground, he hears this remark and flops down once more. Alright, I believe it. The pent-up frustration within him escapes explosively, resembling fireworks bursting forth from a barrel, resounding in the air. Pfft. As Mingli steps away, she kindly defends him. The loudness of his flatulence is not his fault. It's because he wore bell-bottoms today. Bell-bottoms. I never knew I had this effect. Wait, does that mean the teacher can skip using the B and just wear bell-bottoms instead? Could you truly be a genius? Discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing this, Mingqiang's newly gathered strength dissipates, and he collapses again, motionless. Unsure if he has fallen asleep or passed on, Mingli turns to his cameraman. Brother, give him a hand. If you don't help him, he'll be cleaning the floor himself. One might think he is competing with the cleaners for their job. However, it's a good deed. She turns to leave. Offering assistance is out of the question. Merely speaking up is her greatest kindness. After all, compared to Mingqiang's years of paternalistic lectures and manipulative tactics towards the original owner, her actions are akin to a mere puff of air against a tornado, utterly insignificant. As Mingli walks back to the campsite, she is unconcerned about the lack of food or shelter for the night, given that the others still owe her 60 points. And she herself possesses 10 points and 10 yuan. The simple resident tasks yield only a few points each, and they could easily earn 40 or 50 points in an afternoon. Thus, her dinner and lodging for the night are assured. But what about the days that follow? There's no need to ponder that far ahead. Let us focus on surviving the next couple of days first. There's no need to prepare for rain before it falls. What if she dies tomorrow? She is not afraid of living without money. She fears dying with unspent money. Wouldn't that just benefit others? As she walks, a troop of fluffy companions follows her. She turns around. Stop following me. There's no more sausage. Meow. We follow you because we like you, not for the sausage. I don't believe it. I can smell it. Meow, indeed, the moment I saw you this afternoon, I was smitten. I don't believe it. Show me the red sausage you're hiding in your arms. Meow, where are you going? Are you new here? Why haven't I seen you before? Meow, you must be here for work. All bipedal creatures must work, or they'll go hungry. Meow, luckily. I'm just a little kitty, so I don't have to work, hee hee. Woof, luckily I'm just a big silly dog, so I don't have to work. Hee hee. Woof, have you heard? The big white dog down the street has been digging holes outside every day, claiming it's going to die. As if it were preparing its own grave. I've heard it all before. It's not dying at all. Its owner took it to the vet, and the doctor said its belly was distended with poop, causing it pain. Speaking of which, I've noticed that my own bowel movements have been rather sluggish lately, as if I'm unable to relieve myself. It must be that big orange cat that has been stealing my share. It has been pooping an absurd amount lately, almost double what a cat should. That despicable orange feline. Not only does it steal my food, it even takes my precious excrement. The cacophony of feline and canine chatter, interspersed with fleeting thoughts, all penetrated Mingli's mind. She contemplated the possibility of becoming an animal psychologist or perhaps even working at a wildlife rescue center. This way, even if she didn't mingle with her peers, she wouldn't fear unemployment or hunger. Suddenly, she felt a sense of limitless potential before her. What is this? The innate brilliance of Mingli must serve a purpose, even if it is not immediately apparent. Yet, this was merely her contingency plan. Her greatest wish remained to win the lottery or stumble upon a fortune. What is the greatest humiliation for a person? It is to be compelled to do what they detest. For instance, Mingli enjoys lounging like a salted fish, shunning effort. Thus, the simplest way to deal with her is to offer her money, commanding her to labor diligently to spend it, forcing her to endure the hardships of working for her sustenance. After Mingli fed her last sausage to the fluffy brigade, she raised her hands in surrender. This time, it's truly gone. The others nuzzled against her, meowing and barking their farewells. I will miss you. And your sausages too. Will we meet again, Swallow? Will we meet again, sausages? Oh, you're so adorable. You are truly my dream creature. Mingli looked at the cats and whispered a secret. Actually, the bigger the fish, the more bones it has. The more bones there are, the less flesh remains. The less flesh, the smaller the fish, hence the bigger the fish. The smaller the fish. The cats tilted their heads in unison, their eyes wide with confusion. Meow? The bigger the fish, the smaller the fish? Ha ha, what a revelation. Can the cats understand? Mingli has quite the affinity for animals. So what? You feed them and they follow you regardless. In a single statement, she successfully befuddled the feline squad, prompting them to sit in place, pondering with their round heads. Meanwhile, the canine team chattered excitedly on the side, plotting strategies. Mingli deftly escaped the clutches of both the cats and dogs. Nanju observed Mingli ahead, quickening his pace until he was 10 meters away, then reverting to a pace slightly faster than a casual walk. Just 3 more meters. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and fixed his gaze ahead. Hearing the sound, Mingli turned to see Nanju standing rigidly on the opposite side of the road. Why is this guy standing straighter than my sexual orientation? Scanning the chicken in his hand, she imagined the scene, a robust man chasing a wild chicken like the wind. Although she spotted Nanju, she chose not to engage him, continuing on her way. Ignored, Nanju coughed again, casually turning his head. Hey, are you heading back to the camp? His demeanor was calm and collected. In Mingli's eyes, he appeared rather pretentious. The young man noticed Mingli's empty hands. How many points did you earn this afternoon? Not a single one. None? Then what were you doing? Just strolling with cats and teasing dogs. The man scoffed. So, you're just lying flat? You have a good sense of people. You can beg me. I'll cover your accommodation today. If you make me happy, I might even share half a chicken with you. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze playful as he seemed to envision her indignant expression. However, I beg you. Nanju. Chapter 13. Amir 7. Brother Nanju. I don't need half a chicken. If you could spare me a drumstick, I would be quite satisfied. How about it, brother? Please? Mingli leaned closer, her voice soft and melodic, filled with hope and desire. Nanju took a significant step back, his previous arrogance vanished, leaving only a dazed expression and stammered words. How can you be so frivolous? How can you casually call someone brother? Didn't you ask me to beg you? Brother, Nanju's face flushed crimson, his cool demeanor completely evaporated. Is this how you ask for favors? Besides, I was just joking. Who told you to say that? Mingli caught sight of his slightly reddened ears and raised an eyebrow. She had thought him a proud and prickly sea urchin, but it turned out he was a naive little chili pepper. Huh, a pure-hearted young master with a fiery spirit? Mingli immediately adopted a pitiful expression, her dog-like eyes shimmering as they gazed at him. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted that kind of request. Although I'm not entirely willing, if it means obtaining some food, I can make sacrifices. Nanju turned his head away, lips pressed together. Not at all. I'm not as dirty as you. Speak to me properly. If I'm in a good mood, I might share a little. And if you're in a bad mood? His voice dwindled, murmuring, then you should say a few more nice things. Oh, you're so kind, so generous. Thank you, sea urchin young master. You're the sea urchin. If you call me that again, no matter how you ask, I won't share anything with you. How infuriating. This annoying woman can always make him angry. Annoying, annoying, annoying.
Hee hee.
The previously flushed Nanju, upon hearing her giggle, immediately realized, "Are you playing me? No. How could I dare? You better not." He glared at her fiercely and shouted, "Mingli, I despise you." Of course, in his eyes, this fierce attitude was merely a show. To Mingli, who understood Nanju's true nature, it resembled a feisty little dog barking at you, though in reality, it hadn't even grown its teeth yet. A bite wouldn't leave a mark, merely a tickle. Moreover, who openly declares their dislike for someone to their face? Are we in elementary school? Wait, why do I feel like the atmosphere is a bit off? My interactions with people I dislike don't have this vibe. For some reason, Nanju suddenly gives me the impression of a bullied little wife. Perhaps he is putting on a show. He is considering the bigger picture, and doesn't he want to stir trouble?
Huh?
When he confronts netizens, he doesn't seem to care about the bigger picture. That is just him being cool. It's common knowledge that Nanju doesn't like Mingli. No one would develop feelings from just a few exchanges, right? If he had a good impression, how could he say he despises her to her face? Mingli is springy, flexible in nature. Some people value face above all, but she does not. If a stack of money were thrown at her, she wouldn't be angry. Instead, she would become increasingly excited, desiring even more of such humiliation. How wonderful it would be. If it were a money tree, any form of humiliation would be acceptable. I would fulfill all the money tree's requests. Only hoping it wouldn't abandon me. Please, dear money tree, let us remain together forever, greedily. The truth has come to light. She is, in fact, a submissive soul who yearns for others to shower her with money. When the opportunity arises to profit merely by uttering a few words, why not seize it? It is neither illegal nor unethical. The prospect of securing dinner and lodging for the night with just a few spoken phrases is undeniably advantageous. Undoubtedly, the appearance of Nanju has been nothing short of a salvation for her. Mingli stepped into a supermarket selling lottery tickets, using her last 10 yuan to purchase a scratch card. Before making the purchase, she clasped her hands together in fervent prayer. 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Nanju attempted to rouse her from her reverie. A 10 yuan scratch card does not yield such grand prizes. 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Are you not the least bit hesitant? If you call her greedy, she does heed advice. If you say she is not greedy, she speaks of hundreds of millions. Those who dream of winning hundreds of millions in the lottery lack ambition without a doubt. Mingli took a deep breath, swiftly scratched off the card, and then compared the numbers above with a sweeping gaze, exclaiming in shock. What?
Did I win?
I won.
5 million?
No.
Just 50 yuan.
Nanju rolled her eyes. You sounded like you won 5 million. For someone who has rarely won anything, 50 is already a considerable amount. One must learn to be content, for contentment breeds happiness. She quickly purchased a small assortment of condiments, along with several stainless steel plates, chopsticks, and a lighter. Why not keep 10 yuan aside to try another scratch card, just in case fortune smiles upon you again? Although I often invoke the god of wealth, I am not its true descendant. It may favor me only once. While the lottery is enticing, one must not be overly greedy. With such restraint, you cannot possibly be a failure. For I, a true failure, would undoubtedly buy another card, convinced that this 50 is merely a freebie. If I don't win, I incur no loss, crying. Sister, let us dismantle the surveillance. I have a friend who feels somewhat offended. All right. Even watching a live stream can lead to criticism. I feel like a stray dog on the street that has just been kicked, gritting my teeth. Wait, has she truly quit drugs? You wouldn't guess it, but she actually exhibits quite a bit of self-control. It depends on the context, however. If 7 male models with 8-pack abs and exceptional skills in bed stood before me, I would exhibit no restraint whatsoever. Aha. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Mingli instinctively covered her mouth and looked toward the camera, pondering if this could be shared without crossing inappropriate boundaries. Are 8-pack abs inappropriate? Being good in bed, is that inappropriate? Male models, is that inappropriate? I advise some individuals to refrain from making baseless accusations. You perverts are the true source of impropriety in this live stream. A man squinted, mockingly remarking, whether it is inappropriate or not is debatable, but you certainly come across as rather risque. Mingli blushed and lowered her gaze. I am not merely suggestive in appearance. Just 7, that's nothing. Are you quite delectable? You seem quite appetizing indeed. Chapter 14. Is Mingli actually Nanju's biological sister? As the sun set, all guests returned to the campsite. The director announced, "Everyone, please choose your accommodations for tonight based on your scores." Simultaneously, the results of their endeavors were unveiled. Shun Chingu, 55 points, Gu Luo, 35 points, Nanju, 35 points. With one meat chicken, Nan Yuan, 35 points, Qi Shang, 35 points, Qi Linger, 35 points, Ming Chang, 20 points, Mingli, 10 points. Shun Ge is indeed the best. Although Shun Chingu has the highest score, in reality, Nanju reaps the greatest rewards. That chicken weighs several pounds, surely exceeding 20 points. Mingli only has 10 points? Does that mean she earned nothing this afternoon? That's quite dismal. You didn't follow her live stream, so you wouldn't know. She didn't earn a single point. She didn't even attempt any tasks. While others toiled, she leisurely strolled around, playing with cats and dogs. This is quite intriguing. Let us see how she handles tonight. Gu Luo had preemptively claimed the easier tasks, so this ranking was not unexpected. Yet, Mingli only garnered 10 points. She completed no tasks this afternoon? The woman felt a surge of joy but masked her concern. "Little Li, don't be too disheartened. I could lend you some points, and you can repay me once you've earned enough." She refrained from outright giving, fearing that the comments might accuse her of charity. By lending, she could extend a helping hand while crafting a favorable image without tarnishing her reputation. Perhaps she would even witness Mingli's grateful expression. It was a masterstroke. Gu Luo relished her triumph internally, yet maintained an air of indifference. However, before Mingli could respond, Nanju interjected, "I want 2 small cabins." Nan Yuan felt as though she had just heard celestial music. "Woo-woo, brother, I knew you still cared for me. I promise never to argue with you again. 1 for me and 1 for Mingli." Nan Yuan leapt up in disbelief. "What?" Equally astonished was Gu Luo. The man emphasized, 1 for Nanju, 1 for Mingli, and none for Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan's gaze darted between the two, unable to suppress a retreat. Her mouth opening and closing in confusion. "What does this mean? You're giving her a cabin, what about me?" Nanju coldly retorted, "You're grown enough to take care of your own affairs." Nan Yuan pointed at Mingli. "What about her? This is adult business. You need not concern yourself." "All right, she's leaving. In this vast world, there seems to be no place for her. She is on the verge of a dark transformation. She aspires to become a modern-day sword saint. She will annihilate this world with a single strike." Observing Nan Yuan morph into a feisty little dog, Mingli couldn't help but laugh. "Come, sleep with me. No points required." Nan Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was as if she had been starved and was now presented with a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge. She joyfully bounded towards Mingli. "Lili, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable connection." Mingli affectionately touched her own head, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite round. You not only provide me with a place to stay, but you also validate me. You are even better than my brother. It is merely a matter of borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. You may consider me your brother. I have heard of luring people to Myanmar, but I have yet to hear of enticing them to Thailand." Woo-woo. The once feisty little dog, now calmed, shed tears of joy. "Lili, you are truly wonderful." Although the two were on different wavelengths, it did not diminish Nan Yuan's belief that Mingli was, aside from her mother, the kindest woman in her life. The other guests, who were merely spectators, were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Why was Nanju not assisting Nan Yuan but rather aiding Mingli? Did Nanju not harbor dislike for Mingli? Could it be that Mingli is actually Nanju's biological sister? Qi Shang and Qi Linger exchanged glances, sensing they had stumbled upon a grand family secret. However, the aloof duo typically engaged only in complex internal dialogues and remained silent. The parties involved remained oblivious. Yet in the eyes of the siblings, a bond thicker than blood had begun to form with the three. Had they known, they would likely have exclaimed in unison, "Wait, are you both unwell?" Before Nanju could speak, Gu Luo was the most elated, yet when Nan Yuan confronted Nanju, she was surprised but not angry. In fact, she felt a twinge of delight. Her fantasy, Nan Yuan would harbor resentment and begin to dislike Mingli, aligning herself with her. However, the reality was that Nan Yuan was moved to tears, clinging to Mingli in adoration. Gu Luo seethed with frustration, wishing to lash out. Ming Chang attributed this behavior to Nanju's interest in Mingli. This is quite advantageous. Even if she doesn't marry into the prestigious Nan family, a romantic liaison with them could yield significant benefits for Mingli. Furthermore, He could leverage the connections within the Nan family to broaden his social network and gain entry into higher echelons of society, paving the way for a prosperous future. Ming Chong chuckled inwardly. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, in the style of the dark sorceress Xiaoya. Shen Qinggu and Gu Luo also opted for the little wooden cabin, with the latter suggesting, Linger, why don't we share a room? Just 75 points each? Linger pondered for a few seconds before nodding. All right, thank you. Gu Luo smiled gently, no need. Gu Luo exhibits a commendable kindness. She previously lent to Mingli and now assists Linger, framing it as a loan rather than an act of condescension, thus preserving dignity and demonstrating a refined sensibility. With the precedent of the first two pairs sharing rooms, Ming Chong intended to approach Qi Shang, but to his surprise, the latter expressionlessly called out to the director, I choose the tent. Ming Chong. What does that mean? Is he rejecting me? He then turned to Shen Qinggu, forcing a smile. Brother Shen, may I share a room with you? Shen Qinggu maintained his usual gentle demeanor. That's not possible. Ming Chong. To ensure both dinner and breakfast. He ultimately had no choice but to select a single tent. Fine, so everyone is turning their noses up at him, is it? Just wait until Mingli ingratiates herself with the Nan family, then they will regret it. Chapter 15. Having interacted with beasts for too long, one longs to engage with something more delightful. After everyone had organized their belongings, mealtime arrived. Participants could purchase simple cooked food with points or buy ingredients and seasonings to prepare their own meals. The little cabin was equipped with an induction cooker, frying pan, and rice cooker, available for free use by lodgers, while non-lodgers could negotiate or rent from the production team. As the prices were projected on the Camp S screen, it revealed steamed buns and vegetable buns, 3 points, meat buns and eggs, 5 points, mineral water, 5 for 1 liter, whole wheat bread, 15 for a pack, 7 slices. Cabbage, radish, potatoes, sweet potatoes, 25 gene, pork, chicken, duck, 50 gene, crucian carp, silver carp, grass carp, bassa fish, 70 gene, beef, crabs, shrimp, 100 gene. A complete set of seasonings in small portions, 100. A complete set of bowls, plates, and chopsticks, 100. Everyone was taken aback. They anticipated the production team's prices would be slightly elevated, but this was exorbitant. They thought the prices should at most be equivalent to a flight, yet in reality, they skyrocketed as if aboard a rocket launching into outer space. Such outrageous prices. Are they out of their minds? Scammers, this is what they are. Accommodation, 10 points. In summer, at least 4 bottles of water. 20, breakfast and dinner, even if basic, would amount to 30 points, totaling 60 points. Surely one must consume some meat for lunch? Chopsticks can be twigs, bowls can be leaves, but one still needs some seasonings, right? Averaging a basic lunch with meat would cost at least 50 points. Thus, to meet even the most fundamental needs for food and shelter in a day, excluding entertainment, requires at least 110 points. Meanwhile, Shen Qinggu, who completed the most tasks this afternoon, earned only 45 points. Even if we consider him a total of 100 points in a day, it still falls short. Thus, relying solely on tasks is futile. The point redemption power is too weak. Guests must secure sufficient points for basic accommodation and water, while also hunting in the mountains to sustain themselves. Hence, the production team's objective is to compel everyone to undertake tasks while also foraging, just like Nanju this afternoon. I initially thought Nanju avoided work, but it seems he anticipated this all along. Such high costs? One must earn 100 points a day just to barely afford sustenance? Well, that's not entirely accurate. The director smiled and waved his hand, suggesting that participants could choose not to eat or drink, or perhaps only dine once a day. The crowd retorted, get lost. All right. Everyone can redeem food via their phones now. This time, Gu Luo did not lend to Mingli again. After all, she was merely putting on a facade in front of others. Mingli only had 10 points, meaning she could only choose either dinner for today or breakfast for tomorrow. Hey, would you prefer fried chicken or roasted chicken? Nanju suddenly poked his head out from the little wooden cabin kitchen, looking impatiently at Mingli. Fried chicken. Thank you. Gu Luo. Wait, Nanju, what's wrong with you? Why do you care about Mingli's meals and accommodations? Don't you dislike her? You criticize, insult, and mock her. Why are you treating her now? When did Mingli start cozying up to Nanju? Stay calm. Stay calm. Mingli is merely a parasitic fool reliant on men. Perhaps the comments on the barrage have already condemned her as despicable. In contrast, she exudes an aura of independence, kindness, and gentleness. Mingli could never rival her. Gu Luo's lips curled into a wry smile as she regained her composure.
Meow.
The sudden meow of a cat pierced through the gathering.
Huh?
Why are two cats approaching? Are they here to beg for food? No, wait. Why is the larger cat carrying a fish? As she drew closer, Mingli recognized the two cats from the afternoon, Mama Cat and her mischievous offspring. The two cats approached her. She squatted down. What brings you here? Is this fish for me?
Meow.
Mama and I waited on the boat for quite a while. This is the biggest fish ever. There's nothing larger. Oh my, it's the grateful cat. If I'm not mistaken, this sea fish should be quite valuable. It could fetch several hundred in the inland market. Mingli hesitated to take the fish directly, inquiring instead, You gave me the fish, but do you still have enough to eat? She was concerned that these two cats might go hungry after offering her food. While one can understand a cat's gratitude, did Mingli genuinely believe these two could comprehend her words? Who remembers the rumors about Mingli claiming she could communicate with animals? She likely intended to exploit this for publicity. It's laughable. Can't the entertainment industry find something more credible? Who would believe such a thing? Do you believe Mingli can communicate with animals, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? It was merely a casual inquiry. Sometimes I talk to my own cat too. Some people overthink things.
Meow, it's fine.
We can still ask for more on the boat. Mama has a thick skin, and I'm adorable. The uncles and aunts are very kind to us. Mama Cat, I really want to give it a paw. After accepting the sea fish, Mingli joyfully petted the two fluffy creatures, parting ways with a sense of reluctance. The crowd. Why did that cat give you a fish? Can you be certain it was meant for you? Please don't take it by mistake. Gu Luo suppressed her astonishment and voiced her concern. Why does it seem like Gu Luo's remarks are sometimes a bit peculiar? I saved its child. It probably wants to repay me with a fish. After clarifying the group's confusion, Mingli beamed at Gu Luo. It even approached me and meowed. It's obviously meant for me, not you. They're not blind. Understanding the subtext of the statement, Gu Luo gritted her teeth, feeling infuriated yet forcing a smile. I didn't mean it that way, my apologies. It's my fault. If I were wrong, please blindfold me with money instead of apologizing with your ears. Ha ha ha, learn something new. ISN teemingly being a bit too much? ISN this just Gu Luo as own doing? Shin Qinggu suddenly turned to Mingli. Do you like cats? It is rather acceptable. I seldom engage with others. Yet I frequently interact with animals. Nan Yuan inquired. Why do you dislike contact with people? Is it so difficult to comprehend that after spending ample time with beasts, one yearns to embrace something more adorable? The choice between foolishness and fluffiness is hardly a dilemma, is it? However, it is understandable that someone of your esteemed lineage, accustomed to being adored by the masses, cannot fathom this perspective, as the number of fools permitted to be in your vicinity is exceedingly limited. Nan Yuan shook her head. Though I am not surrounded by fools, I perceive quite a multitude online. Mingli concurred. Indeed, whenever I find myself engulfed in self-loathing, I turn to the internet, only to discover that the group of brainless individuals online is even more irksome. Others chimed in. Though it's true, it is indeed the case. Shin Qinggu transferred 15 points to Mingli via his mobile device, chuckling lightly. Thank you for your assistance today. What a large golden retriever. I wish to pet it, was the thought that flashed through Mingli's mind. No need. We are friends, aiding one another, she replied. Then allow me to repay you. I had intended to wait until I accumulated more points, but I have no desire to pay interest. Nan Yuan also transferred 15 points. Qi Shang and Qi Ling Air followed suit, sending their points as well. The leaderboard updated in real time. Mingli, 70 points, 1 sea fish, 0, 5 chicken. 1 small wooden house. Shin Qinggu, 16 points, 2 steamed buns, 1 vegetable bun, 1 small wooden house. Gu Luo, 135 points, 2 vegetable buns, 2 eggs, 0. 5 small wooden house. Nan Yuan, 11 points, 3 steamed buns. Qi Ling Air, 95 points, 1 steamed bun, 0. 5 small wooden house. Qi Shang, 9 points, 2 steamed buns, 1 tent. Ming Chong, 9 points, 2 steamed buns, 1 tent. Nanju, 5 points, 0. 5 chicken, 1 small wooden house. Mingli directly surged to the top. How impressive. It's amusing. She only succeeded because she brought 100 yuan in, otherwise with her, she wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. Such behavior is quite common in other variety shows. Even the last episode of Brother and Sister featured similar antics. And the production team tacitly approved it. Everyone praised the guest for their cleverness. So why is Mingli being accused of cheating? Some people should refrain from being so hypocritical. Why are some people defending Mingli, that eccentric?
Sweating. What?
Mingli cheated. The production team didn't intervene? My heavens, how utterly unfair. This is outrageous. Today she brings 100 yuan into a variety show, and tomorrow she could blow up the earth. We must report this. We need a lawyer. The law must bring her to justice. Guluo. What is going on here? She suddenly grasped Shin Chingu's arm. What do you mean? Why did you transfer her points? The gentle man leisurely lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Guluo, startled, instinctively released her grip and averted her gaze. I apologize, brother. I was merely curious. It's fine, Shin Chingu replied, his brows relaxing. She lent us money for noodles at noon. Lent money? Where did she acquire such funds? Well, the man narrowed his elongated eyes, a smile playing on his lips. It seems to have appeared from thin air. Guluo. Wait, is Mingli unwell? To hide money, she even resorts to such means? How unsanitary. Damn it. Had I known she would resort to that as well. Chapter 16. To be frank, I find myself somewhat enamored by the two of you. During dinner, the camp showcased 3 distinct styles, those indulging in buns and steamed buns, the staff savoring box meals, and the duo of Nanju and Mingli, who relished grilled chicken and roasted fish, with Nan Yuan shamelessly mooching off the meal. Ming Chong originally intended to join in the feast, but this notion was swiftly quashed by a single glance from Nanju. Mingli's grilled fish was golden on both sides, glistening with oil and the enticing aroma of cumin and chili. You all continue to eat, one by one, with nary a sound. It's simply delightful. Although she could not conjure extravagant dishes, she excelled at home-cooked meals and barbecues. After all, for a poor orphan, cooking is a fundamental skill. Nan Yuan declared. Then I shall not hold back. She tore off a piece of fish and instantly exclaimed, Ah, it's so hot. If it's too hot, spit it out. Are you foolish? Nanju shot her a glance. Well, that's not right, Mingli interjected as she picked up a piece of fried chicken. Initially, she held no expectations for Nanju's culinary skills, yet she was pleasantly surprised by how delectable it was. The golden fried chicken, crispy on the outside and tender within, nestled within the bun, was akin to a Chinese hamburger. Your culinary skills are unexpectedly impressive. I never would have guessed. You'd be surprised at how much you don't know, he replied. My brother has been learning to cook since he was 12. He participated in a summer camp and returned home insisting on learning to cook, despite having previously never set foot in the kitchen. In the end, my parents hired several masters to teach him how to prepare Chinese and Western dishes, as well as desserts. He learned, yet never cooked, finding it too troublesome. It's quite strange. He suddenly wanted to learn to cook, but doesn't he actually do it? Nan Yuan quietly complained. You may not need to cook, but one ought to at least possess the skill, shouldn't one? Mingli glanced at Nanju, only to find him gazing intently at her. His expression a blend of caution and anticipation. Their eyes met in the air. Crackling sounds erupted from the fire, as if the flames had been ignited anew. The man quickly lowered his gaze, flustered. What? If it were anyone else, they might have fallen silent, but Mingli was far from ordinary. She was direct. Why are you staring at me? Nanju, as if jolted by electricity, flared up. Who's staring at you? Then why did you look down when we locked eyes? You're so ugly that I cannot bear to look at you. Ah, I see. Deep down, you must actually like me, but since you are afflicted with cancer, you don't want to worry me, so you deliberately claim to dislike me, correct? Wasn't it you who looked at me first? Mingli, cease your madness.
See?
You like me yet insult me. It's merely a ploy to push me away. I grasp your intentions. Admit it, you are fond of me. Confess, you have cancer. Are we in a love-hate relationship? To be honest, I find myself somewhat enamored by the two of you. Both are quite eccentric. You two should just lock it down. Mingli turned to the oblivious Nan Yuan, who was engrossed in her meal. When did your brother develop feelings for me? And when did he fall ill? Nan Yuan abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with shock. Brother? When did you get cancer? Why didn't you tell me? I understand now. Your frequent jabs at me these days are because you're ill, and you don't want me to be upset, so you're purposely making me dislike you? Brother.
Sobi.
Nanju. Nan Yuan yearned to embrace him but realized her fingers were greasy, so she resorted to licking them while sobbing. In the distance, the group of guests with buns and steamed buns observed. They are even more heartbroken now. Just how delicious must it be to have brought Nan Yuan to tears? The situation had grown quite chaotic. Mingli, foolish man challenging me? Nanju, I hate Mingli. I hate Mingli. I hate Mingli. Nan Yuan. What cancer? Early stage or late stage? Director. Are they about to come to blows? Guests. Just how fragrant is it? Audience. I'm shipping this. It was a scene of delightful chaos, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang striking Lu Zhishan, Lin Daiyu confronting Voldemort, and Lu Laolao falling in love with the white bone demon. The director, witnessing the commotion, had no choice but to intervene. Let us read some negative reviews while we enjoy dinner. Nan Zhu laughed. Director. Are you trying to make us so furious that we want to even eat, thus saving you food? The director is quite considerate, perhaps fearing that we might overindulge, hence preparing to induce our vomiting. Mingli wears a smile. The two exchange glances, the atmosphere tense. Nan Zhu retorts sharply. Do not echo my words back at me. I like it. I dislike it. What do I care about your preferences? I truly wish to tear your mouth apart. Do not love me without a future, unless you've peddled through 3 rounds with me. A common woman. Ordinary women possess the right to confidence. A conventional woman. Ordinary women can also bear the expectations of others. Do you have a comprehension issue? This expresses the author's nostalgia.
Fool.
Who are you calling a fool? You're the fool. Oh, so it's the fool speaking about me. Haha, you two should create a reality show centered around your arguments, a conversational bickering. I would definitely watch. Currently, Nan's performance is lacking, overshadowed by the rising star Ming. The situation is quite dire. However, Nan is also an experienced contestant. It remains to be seen if he can regain his form in the subsequent rounds. For further details, stay tuned for the next episode. Has Mingli transformed so much after entering a mental institution? She was nothing like this before. Didn't she mention that being in a mental institution for an extended period makes one more spirited? Quietly exiting the AA battlefield, Nan Yan nudged the director. Director. Hurry and extinguish the flames. The director pursed his lips. I fear that if I attempt to extinguish the fire, I might only end up igniting myself. Nan Yan, munching on a steamed bun burger, remarked, but you are the director. If you do not stir things up, who will? The director. Could you swallow what's in your mouth before speaking? The director did not intervene, but someone else did. Enough of the quarrel. We are all friends here. Let us resolve our matters amicably. Gu Luo managed to muster a smile, only to see both turn their heads to glare at her in unison. You can leave. Ming Chong frowned and stepped forward, yet before he could speak, both retorted. You two leave. Thick burial. In the end, all eyes fell upon the director, a middle-aged man of 50. The gaze was unmistakable. You have one foot in the grave. What does it matter if the other follows? An experiential preview of descending into the grave. What is the issue? The program is yours. The guests are yours. The rules are yours. If you do not descend into hell, who will? However, just as the director was about to intervene, Ming and Nan ceased their quarrel, turning their backs to each other, ignoring one another. Director. Heaven helps me. He chuckled lightly, clearing his throat. All right, the little interlude is past. Let us proceed to the next segment where our guests will read their negative comments. He distributed the cards he had been gripping for quite some time. Mingli took one. Oh, this card has been crumpled into creases. The director. ISNT it because you two just began to bicker that I felt so tense? How can you even say that? Chapter 17. Your mother and your ancestors, I shall refrain from mentioning. The 8 guests sat in a line, beginning with Gu Luo. Am I the only one who finds Gu Luo to be a white lotus? She appears gentle but, in reality, is scheming behind the scenes. Gu Luo read intermittently, tightly gripping the card, lowering her head, and after several seconds of silence, she lifted her gaze to the camera, offering a relieved smile. Everyone is entitled to their opinions. This is quite normal. I cannot expect everyone to like me, but as long as there are those who appreciate and support me, I am content. Fragmented applause erupted, with the loudest coming from Ming Chong. What a beautiful sentiment. We cannot please everyone. You only need to care about those you cherish, like me.
With that.
He flashed a confident smile at the woman. Gu Luo, everyone else? What does Ming Chong mean by that? Is he interested in Gu Luo? He will be cooking tonight then. Help, the fatherly vibe is overwhelming. Why does he so enjoy playing the role of a father figure? Ming Chong's complexion paled slightly, and after a long silence, he said, I do not enjoy being a father to others. I merely wish to assist Xiao Li as a mentor. Given her youth and naivety, do not doubt it. Should you face difficulties in the future, having a mentor to offer guidance is invaluable. So, you would do well to heed their advice. A powerful demonstration of what it means to be preachy. Father complex in advanced stages. Next. Qi Ling heir appeared cold and uncommunicative, devoid of any sense of entertainment. What purpose does her presence serve? Utterly baffling. A rare flicker of a smile graced the girl's indifferent face. What a pity. You dislike me yet must watch me. You are truly unfortunate. I feel pity for you. Haha, who would have thought Qi Ling heiress words could be so sharp? Is Qi Shang unwell? Why come onto a show with such a sour expression? Does he truly believe his looks inspire admiration, expecting others to fawn over his appearance? The handsome man maintained an expressionless facade. I apologize. I am naturally expressionless. If you cannot stand my face, perhaps you should blind yourself. Isn't Qi Shang merely a pretty face for this show? I am only here to admire his looks, after all. To be fair, aside from Ming Chang, the rest of the 7 are all stunning beauties and handsome men of the entertainment industry, undeniably pleasing to the eye, especially Nanju, who is as striking as a flame, igniting my heart. Nanju's attractiveness is universally acknowledged, objectively and visibly appealing, yet simultaneously evokes a sense of being a playboy, a charm that ordinary individuals cannot grasp. Nanju's exes could probably fill several tables for mahjong. Shen Guqing excels in acting, yet lacks any semblance of entertainment value. Perhaps it is best for him to return to the film set and refrain from chasing quick money, sweating. After Shin Qinggu finished reading, his smile remained unwavering, his expression never shifting. Yes, you are correct, but what does Shin Guqing have to do with me? Shin Qinggu? Shin Qinggu. What does it concern me? Shin Guqing. What does it concern me? I could only say that the cultural heritage of Huagua is profound and extensive. How could Nan Yen, with such limited intelligence, be the heir of a wealthy family? Shouldn't children raised in elite environments be of high intelligence and emotional quotient? Surely she wasn't adopted? Furthermore, her constant reference to herself as this young lady is truly reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. Nan Yen shook her head. Who can blame this young lady for having a fortunate birth? This young lady enjoys a life devoid of worries, with parents who dote on her and a cheerful disposition, unlike you, a sour chicken hiding in the gutter. Do you detest this young lady as self-referential speech? How should I put it? Well, this young lady indeed is, precisely this young lady. Yes, this young lady loves to refer to herself as such. But I believe it is perfectly normal, right? If you dislike it, simply block your ears and you won't have to hear this young lady speak of herself. It feels deliberate. Nan Yen is acceptable, after all. She does have the demeanor of a princess, so this level of behavior is tolerable. Is it acceptable to say that Nanju is rude? He appears to look down on everyone, strutting about as if he were something exceptional. What's the big deal about having a little money? Can someone please make him leave? I truly cannot stand it. The man smirked, retorting, Leave, fool, you've exploded. Rambling incessantly, a maggot in the shadows, nearly unbearable. Do you truly see yourself as a person? You only dare to launch verbal assaults online, yet in person. You wouldn't even dare to let out a sound. Give you 2 ounces of courage and you wouldn't dare to stand up. Vulgar, I forgotten between enjoy, Nan's performance this season has been consistently strong. He even managed to escalate from a single word to a combination of 10 words. I am truly crying. It was Mingli's turn. She opened her card, discovering several negative comments. She looked at the director. You have the most negative feedback. Thus, I selected multiple comments for you. The director curated them, didn't he? A madman prancing around online like a clown, and yet there are still those who support him. The entertainment industry is doomed, the youth are doomed, and the nation is doomed. Mingli's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Have I truly reached a level where I can influence the fate of the nation? How about this? You and the others spread the word, cease your prayers to deities, and instead establish a temple for me, where all may come to pay their respects. Worshipping me could lead to national prosperity. Why does Mingli resort to confrontation so readily? Why does she disseminate negativity and pessimism? As a public figure, shouldn't she strive for more uplifting demeanor? She snorted. What do you mean I confront others at the slightest provocation? I, a person of few words, only engage with those who deserve it, not with the irrelevant. I am quite courteous. Should you show me even a modicum of respect, I would refrain from mentioning your lineage. However, I cannot uplift others because I lack the means to do so. Some people online seem to take delight in critiquing everything, yet they are devoid of culture and intellect, struggling to articulate anything meaningful, ultimately producing nothing but a foul stench. Though repugnant, unless you personally hurl it at me, it bears no real threat. I suggest you enroll in a school for argumentative excellence to refine your skills. Do not embarrass my detractors with such low-level attacks. To my astonishment, this is Mingli. How is it that upon her return she lands a spot on such a popular variety show? What connections has she leveraged this time? If she enjoys selling herself so much, perhaps she ought to consider a career as an escort. She might just become the leading lady. Such venomous criticism, without any evidence. How can it be baseless? Wasn't there a video of her knocking on the director's door in the dead of night? She entered that room, and there were still people inside. Having viewed that video, it seemed merely to be a flood of slander at the time. People were swept up by online trolls, allowing their emotions to cloud their judgment and blindly believe whatever was presented. Upon reflection, that video provides no substantial proof. She was barely on the radar. How could she be trending with such fervor? One must wonder who she has offended. After reading this harsh critique, both the director and the other guests displayed expressions of shock. The director exclaimed, "Who on earth selected such a malicious review? How cruel." A guest echoed, "I can't believe the director chose such a vicious comment." In Chapter 18, "May you encounter fortuitous opportunities," Nanju furrowed her brows, casting a sideways glance at the silent Mingli, her lips moving slightly. Unexpectedly, Mingli burst into laughter. "If they cannot find anything to criticize me for, they resort to fabricating slander. Such critiques are the lowest form of attack, as they are utterly false and only serve to amuse. There are those online who relish in scathing critiques, yet, alas, they lack both culture and intellect, and after much contemplation, can only produce a smelly mess. Although wretched, unless you personally throw it at me, it holds no real threat. I recommend you hone your argumentative skills. Do not disgrace my detractors with such feeble attacks." To the crowd, she asserted, "I have no interest in the opinions or evaluations of others. Leaving my digital realm, extricate yourselves from my real-life existence. What are you staring at? I'm addressing you. May fortune favor your exit. Your fortune, is it the kind that runs along the road? I could not care less about others' thoughts. I am the protagonist of my own life. Embrace the madness, ha 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 ha. I wish to be well, but society compels me. The world forces my hand. Ha ha ha, watch as I unleash my fury upon this wretched world. You may unleash your wrath upon the world. I will gladly take your place in any prison." The final segment involved a vote, where the individual with the most votes would receive 14 treasure clues. And gathering all clues would lead to a reward of 1 million, an exciting new twist for the second season. Regarding finances, the audience's curiosity was piqued. It is simply a matter of upholding traditional virtues of respect for the elderly and love for the young. Wouldn't you agree? Mingli naturally cast her vote for herself. While men may yield their positions, money is a different matter entirely, as it is her lifeblood. Men have their own stakes, and women must have theirs too. However, after the voting concluded, Mingli gazed at her phone, which displayed 2 votes, and fell into contemplation. Why was there an extra stake involved? Mingli's mini-math class commenced. First, it is well known that 211 what? You don't know? No matter, carry on. This indicates another person also voted for her. However, it could not have been Ming Chong or Gu Luo, nor the Qi siblings or Shin Chingu. Was it the Nan siblings? Nan Shu? Forget it, that big fool. Then it must be Nan Yao? Mingli turned. Did you vote for me? Nan Yao blinked in surprise. I voted for myself. While 1 million isn't much to me. If I can't have it, neither shall anyone else. Mingli gave her a thumbs up, an excellent mindset. If it wasn't Nan Yao, then it surely wasn't Nanju, right? Hey, did you vote for me? The man didn't even turn his head. Has someone evolved to daydreaming with their eyes wide open? Though unnamed, the subject was unmistakable, and all were aware. Mingli stroked her chin. If not these two, then who else could it be? Surely it wasn't Shin Chingu? They had no real connection, and he was hardly a goody two-shoes. Ming Chong? Even less likely. He was fortunate she hadn't voted for him. Gu Luo? A perplexing white lotus who always seemed intent on overshadowing her. There was no way she would vote for her.
Qilinger?
Not likely. That sister appeared to dislike her. Qi Shang? They had exchanged barely a few words, making it even less plausible. So who could it possibly be? Director, may I view the vote counts for others?
No.
Then can I know who voted for me?
No.
Well, can you sleep tonight?
No.
Then don't sleep. The lively commotion echoed through the room, as everyone heard the director proclaim that he would forgo sleep tonight. A director who sleeps is akin to a dog. The crowd unanimously agreed, echoing the sentiment. The director, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, mused, sooner or later, I'll have my way with Mingli. He truly contemplated sharpening his metaphorical knife. bearing a sinister smile as he plodded under the cover of her slumber. Envisioning the swift flash of a blade and the ensuing chaos accompanied by the sound of traditional music, ultimately leading to her eternal rest and an absurd reincarnation as a pig. It must be said, the director is indeed a master of his craft. Within a mere span of moments, he orchestrated Mingli's demise, her subsequent affairs, and her next life. Mingli, comprehending the director's gaze, chuckled, "Oh, please, cease your fanciful dreaming. Though this place may be remote, it is not beyond the reach of the law. You may play the role of the madman, but justice will eventually catch up to you. The net of heaven is vast and impenetrable. Intentionally causing harm to others warrants the utmost punishment." The director responded, "Pray, what nonsense do you speak? It is merely a matter of sharpening my tools with a gentle smile, while you are unawares. All in the name of your health and well-being." In all honesty, he was like a tortoise, capable of retreating into his shell for safety. Chapter 19. Why must someone always play the fool? Why can't it be me? Mingli pondered for a full 3 seconds before failing to deduce who had cast their vote against her. Ultimately, she attributed it to her own overwhelming charm, which was simply irresistible. Let us keep this under wraps. Don't let her catch wind of it. To maintain secrecy. The clues would not be revealed until the evening of the 4th day after the voting concluded. After tidying up, everyone retreated to their respective quarters. Mingli used a towel to obscure the camera in her room.
Kong.
My goodness, why can't I see anything?
Zio.
I'm right here. Are you blind? You're a big fool. The others were only meant to listen. Looking further was unnecessary. Upon stepping out briefly, Mingli returned with a new phone. "Did you trade your phone with the production team?" asked Nan Yen, who had just emerged from the shower. "Yes. It cost me 10 points and allows for 2 hours of play." Nan Yan's eyes glimmered with envy. "I wish I could play too. But I only have 11 points left. I need breakfast tomorrow. Go ask the director for a phone, and I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Is that appropriate?" Nan Yen pouted. "I had your dinner tonight. If I have your breakfast tomorrow, won't tea I just be a burden?" Though she wished to indulge in life's pleasures, her family background placed high expectations upon her. It wasn't just her. Her elder brothers were similarly scrutinized from birth. The slightest misstep would be magnified, leading to ridicule and disappointment. Do the people you care about criticize you for enjoying life without achievements? After a moment of reflection, Nan Yen shook her head. "No, they don't." "Then what are you worried about? The people you care about support you, and you possess the means to enjoy life. What is there to fear? Who says one must accomplish great deeds to have worth? Are ordinary people not entitled to live? Different individuals have disparate ways of life. As long as you find joy in it, spending your days cultivating a field is perfectly acceptable. Someone must sell starch sausages, someone must operate small trains, and someone must play the fool. So why can't it be me? Why can't it be you? Moreover, those of us who abide by the law cannot possibly be deemed fools. Ordinary citizens contribute to the nation through taxes and consumption, serving a vital role. While elite talents are invaluable, it is the countless ordinary people who form the foundation of the country. Even constructing a home requires a solid foundation. I understand now. I am not a fool. I am the backbone of the nation. Mingli, you speak wisely. I shall reward you with a fortune." For the first time, Nan Yen, educated among the elite, encountered such a perspective and felt a twinge of curiosity. Do you not feel pressured? Indeed, no matter the path one chooses. Pressure is an inescapable aspect of life. What do you do with that pressure? I transform it into motivation, propelling me forward. Mingli's gaze grew distant. Pressure does not serve as my driving force. It manifests as my madness. When the pressure mounts, I go mad until it dissipates. If it doesn't, I will continue until someone breaks first. With pressure, only one of us can survive. Nan Yen remarked, "Is this how those from mental institutions think?" I approach each day with the mindset that it's all right. If I die, then so be it. For someone like Mingli, who was abandoned as a child and raised in an orphanage without knowledge of her parents or any relatives, each day lived was a day earned. After all, regardless of the path chosen, life is akin to wearing clothes. Over time, they will fray. What fray? Death is merely a fray. She felt little attachment to life. Well, perhaps there were some. She had yet to experience romance with the gentle muscular man, the bespectacled husband type, the aloof ascetic, the pure-hearted big puppy, the tsundere little wolf dog, or the charming rogue. The reason she had not was that she fancied each one and desired each of them. With over 20,000 days of life, what is the harm in dating a handsome man for a few days? The pure love warrior and her family. This is something she genuinely desires, and it is not contradictory. How peculiar. Yet it feels just right. I declare that from now on, Mingli shall be my spokesperson. My word shall be spoken through you. All right then. I must take my leave. Mingli beamed as she walked into the restroom, satisfied with her fully charged phone. Nan Yen suddenly exclaimed, "You weren't holding in your needs just to wait for your phone to charge, were you? You're so clever. Why would you bring your phone to the restroom? You don't? Do you not know that a fully charged phone while using the restroom, ensuring smooth bowel movements, is one of life's greatest joys?" Nan Yen was taken aback. "So, are your movements smooth?" Mingli pursed her lips. "Not particularly lately, but today I shall show my posterior who is truly in charge of this body." Half an hour later, Mingli emerged from the restroom, leaning against the wall, gritting her teeth. For now, it remains the master. After washing up, the two lay quietly in bed, engrossed in their phones. Mingli opened WeChat and noticed a message from someone named Heiress, sent just moments ago. She recalled that this person was a dedicated fan of the original owner, supporting her unwaveringly, even amidst rumors that plagued her early career, one of the few friends she had. However, after the original owner fell into depression and was hospitalized, she deleted WeChat and cut off contact for over half a year. It was only after her discharge that she reinstalled the app. Heiress, how was today's recording? Did you encounter any difficulties? Brilliantly intelligent lady. It was fine. Everyone is quite nice, except for Nanju, who is a bit of a fool. Heiress, is he alright? Heiress, what I mean is, from the live stream, he doesn't seem as unpleasant as people say. Brilliantly intelligent lady. Perhaps he disliked me due to hearsay. But after meeting me in person, he was charmed by my charismatic personality, laughs. Heiress, brilliantly intelligent lady. Darling, you resemble a frog in the throes of ovulation. After a significant pause, the reply came, "Why call me darling?" The remarkably intelligent lady appears affable. Heiress, do you address others in the same manner? The remarkably intelligent lady. Currently, I only refer to you this way. As she had yet to interact with anyone else, with time and increased acquaintance, her treasures would naturally multiply. The other party did not respond immediately. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the adjacent room. Mingli, who is next door? Nan Yen, my brother. What is he doing? It seems he is pounding on the bed? How cruel to the bed. I don't know. Human hearts are inscrutable. Fortunately, the sounds of pounding from next door lasted only a few fleeting seconds. 2 minutes later, Mingli received a message from Heiress. Heiress, among the guests, who do you enjoy spending time with the most? The remarkably intelligent lady. It has to be Nan Yen, since she is currently on my bed. Heiress, the remarkably intelligent lady. What's the matter? Heiress, nothing, get some rest early. We have a program to record tomorrow, good luck. The remarkably intelligent lady. Good night. Heiress, good night. A few minutes later, Nan Yen suddenly received a WeChat message from her brother. Zhu, sleep alone tomorrow. 21-year-old innocent young mom. What's wrong? It's nothing. My brother is just being a bit eccentric. I cherish you. When the time came, the two surrendered their phones to the production team and turned off the lights to sleep. 10 minutes later, Nan Yen opened her eyes. I can't sleep. I'm also wide awake. Are you counting sheep? No. I'm recalling countless embarrassing moments from my past and strategizing how to argue better next time, while also contemplating what identity and storyline I should assign myself for tonight. Chapter 20, Cascading Like a Torrent. The next morning, Mingli was roused from slumber by the alarm clock at 6:30. She glanced beside her. No one was there. Wait, do the wealthy rise this early? She was so fatigued she could have died. She had acquired the dreadful habit of staying up late, but lacked the fortunate life of sleeping in. The universe remains uncertain. We are all dark horses. When the alarm rings, we are all mere beasts of burden. Time to rise. After completing her morning routine and stepping out of the wooden cabin, she discovered Nanju, Nan Yen, and Xin Qinggu jogging around the camp. And it appeared they had been running for quite some time. Mingli? Up early and jogging? How could this be fair to someone like me, who could suffer a cardiac arrest after running just 800 meters? Is it true that the domineering leads in novels rise at 5 or 6 to exercise and work? I truly cannot bear it. Compared to them, my life feels exceedingly dull, despondent, and monotonous. I must change. I must strive, Mingli declared, awakening to her resolve. It's truly remarkable that she can come to such a realization. Thus, the role of leadership within a collective is indeed significant. Individuals are influenced by their environment. In a positive environment, one slowly improves. In a negative one gradually relaxes or even deteriorates. There's a certain heartwarming sensation akin to witnessing one's child suddenly grow up and become sensible. Tears up. After her outburst, Mingli promptly moved a recliner to a vacant spot, then diligently reclined, covering her face with her hat, and began to attempt to drift back into slumber. Her sleeping position shifted from the usual right side to the entirely new left side. Motionless. It was uncertain whether she had fallen asleep, or if she was on the brink of slumber. Audience. Understood. Mingli's efforts to remain awake were evident. Yet she still endeavored to re-enter sleep. Her transformation from right side to left side was noteworthy. If that is the case, in the past 10 minutes, I've changed 5 or 6 times. No wonder the fortune teller said I'm a woman of fluctuating character. Is this change a tad too facile? In reality, it is not easy. For someone accustomed to a particular sleeping posture, suddenly shifting to a new one is an exceptionally challenging endeavor. Only those who understand will comprehend. They were merely jogging in the morning, yet she relinquished a long-held sleeping position to challenge herself with a new one. The difficulties and efforts required are beyond what the average person can imagine. Upon returning from their run, Nanju and the others, freshly washed and emerging, encountered Mingli sprawled on the ground as if lifeless. The group. Ming Chong frowned. In broad daylight, what is a young girl doing lying here? Others. Nanju. In broad daylight, how dare you, a man, show your face among people? Shouldn't you hurry back to your pigsty? Nearby. Qi Shang furrowed his brow at this remark. Ming Chong lives in a tent, so does he. If Nanju chastises Ming Chong for living in a pigsty, what about him? Qi Ling replied coolly. The pigsty he referred to is not about the tent, but about the actual pigsty. Qi Shang's expression softened, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. As long as he wasn't insulted, he was fine. How hilarious. Qi Shang is actually a silly, cold character, isn't. After being reprimanded, Ming Chong instinctively wanted to retort, for no one had ever dared to speak to him this way before. Yet, as he opened his mouth, his mind caught up with the reality of Nanju's status, and he altered his tone. I was merely concerned about Shali. She's so carefree lying here asleep. What if his words drew the attention of the filming crew and other staff members at the camp? What's in Ming Chong's mind? Suggesting as if there were malefactors in the production team? Actually, remaining silent would have sufficed. Perhaps not fully awake, Mingli stirred at the sound of voices. As her eyes fluttered open, she found everyone surrounding her, evoking the sensation of having just regained consciousness after a severe illness. She blurted out, I'm not dead. The group. We know you're not dead. No one said you were. Mingli exchanged a piece of whole grain bread and 3 bottles of water. The bread contained 9 slices, of which she shared 2.5 with Nan Yen, kept 2.5 for herself, and offered the remaining 4 pieces along with the water to Nanju. What's this for? It's for you. What for? To eat. Unless you want me to wipe your face with it or use it as a shoe insole. Why give it to me? Although I find you quite foolish. You treated me to dinner yesterday and provided accommodation. It's only natural I treat you to breakfast. Nanju had a total of 35 points, spending 30 on 2 wooden cabins, leaving him with a mere 5 points.
Huh.
Ming Chong approached Mingli, eyeing the bread and water with a predatory gaze. Shali, with the weather being warm, if you can't finish this bread, it will spoil. Since your brother hasn't had breakfast yet, why not let him help you out? As he spoke, he reached for her hand. However, another hand moved even quicker. Nanju, like a tiger encountering a hyena, shot a disdainful glance at Ming Chong. At that moment, Mingli was entirely oblivious to the skirmish between the two, her attention captivated by the 2 birds perched closely together on the overhead power line, chirping away. Left. Darling, I'm feeling something. How about you? Right? I'm feeling something too. Left. You go first. I love it so much. Right? No way. You go first. I love it so much. Left. Then let us pull together passionately and elegantly. In that instant, Mingli thought. Pull what? Realizing the implication, she quickly dodged and called out to those nearby to move aside. Hurry, get out of the way. They're about to pull. Ming Chong stood there, momentarily stunned. In the next moment, 2 blobs of bird droppings landed squarely upon his face and hands. Instinctively reacting to the foreign substance, he waved his hands, inadvertently smearing it onto the passing Gu Luo's dress. The sound was quick and sharp. Ming Chong. What on earth is this? Guluo. What in the world is this? Is it bird droppings? Suddenly relieved that my phone can't smell anything. Mingli, I told you to dodge quicker. The two hastily rushed to the restroom to cleanse themselves. Wait, how did Mingli know those birds were about to relieve themselves? Perhaps she saw them? Are you suggesting she spotted those two birds preparing to unleash their bowels from several meters away?
Huh.
Like this? Oh. The divine mischief made me chuckle inexplicably. Chapter 21. The Matter of the Squirrel. How could it be called theft? Having learned from yesterday's lesson, and after a light meal to appease their hunger, the group resolved to venture into the mountains this morning to catch poultry or gather wild fruits and mushrooms. A single chicken or duck would suffice for a day's sustenance. After contemplating for a moment, Mingli decided to join them. After all, such opportunities to rescue a cat from a well were rare, and they might return the favor. Satisfying basic needs before indulging in idleness is simply being a salted fish, while lying around doing nothing is akin to being a dead fish. After trekking for over 10 minutes into the mountain, they had yet to even catch a glimpse of a chicken, let alone its feathers. Nanju, how long did you walk yesterday? And in what area did you find the chickens? Shun Qing inquired. About half an hour. Then let us continue deeper. It seemed the production team was intent on making it difficult for them to catch the poultry. After a few more minutes, the group halted before a towering tree. Guluo suggested, shall we take a break? The temperature was over 30 degrees, and after half an hour of hiking, everyone had broken a sweat. So they nodded in agreement. Above them, the 20-meter-tall tree boasted a vast canopy adorned with clusters of red fruits, while numerous birds rested upon its branches, chirping occasionally. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting beams filled with floating dust. Shin Qing remarked, the fragrant trees shed their blossoms in solitude, and the spring mountains echo with the calls of birds. Mingli responded, only when the time comes do we regret not having enough knowledge. There are so many fruits and birds. The group, one moment, poetic and picturesque, the next, pulled back to reality. To be honest, Mingli is acting as me. At least Mingli has the phrase about regretting insufficient knowledge, whereas all I can say is, wow, that's really beautiful, smiles. Nan Yen, such a profound sentiment, akin to the dust in the air dancing freely. Nanju, it's the phenomenon of light scattering through the colloid, illuminating the passerine birds and mulberry plants. The group, this one is quite the heavyweight. After their respite, Mingli bid farewell to the others and set off alone. Are you really going to walk alone? What if something happens? Nan Yen expressed concern. Indeed, venturing deeper into these mountains leads to undeveloped areas. There could be wild animals lurking. This place is known to have spotted deer, wild boars, black bears, and so forth. There have been reports of wild boars and spotted deer descending into town, they noted. Exactly, it's better to accompany us, so there's someone to look after you. If you encounter a wild boar or a black bear, you won't be able to outrun them. Mingli waved her hand dismissively. No worries, I only need to outrun the photographers. The group. Photographer. So this is how we're playing it. Yama, have you fallen to second place overnight? Do you have any clues? Just kidding, rest assured. I'll be just on the periphery. Nothing will happen. If anything does occur, I will donate all my remaining points and seasonings to Nan Yen, and all the money in my account to impoverished children in mountainous regions. And if my body is found intact, please donate that as well. The group. Is your will already prepared? Nan Yen was touched, clasping her hands together in fervent prayer. Before turning to Mingli, I just prayed to the heavens. Thank you. He will bless you to have a complete corpse when you die. With a heart as kind as yours, you may receive retribution. After walking for several minutes, Mingli heard rustling sounds overhead. She looked up to see a squirrel, its bushy tail held high, circling a tree with a hollow. Where are my nuts? I distinctly remember they were here. How could they be gone? Mingli approached, speaking softly. Hello? Bipedal creature? The squirrel immediately scampered up the tree, watching her warily. Are you looking for nuts? Is your stored food missing? The squirrel tilted its head, seemingly curious about why it could understand this bipedal creature's words. Huh? Did Mingli ask something wrong? Isn't it summer now? Squirrels store food for the winter and the fall, right? And many nuts aren't even ripe yet. I thought she was somewhat interesting, but then she asked such a foolish question, and I suddenly lost interest. This is how the entertainment industry operates. Perhaps sensing Mingli's lack of malice, the squirrel chattered animatedly. Yes. My nuts are gone. I distinctly remember hiding them here. Isn't it summer? Are you starting to store food now? I store them earlier than the others, so I can leisurely watch them gather later. She chuckled. But many nuts aren't ripe yet. How can you store them? No, it's not the fruits from the tree. It's the nuts given to me by the bipedal creature. I wouldn't dare say I stole them from the bipedal creatures. How could the matter of the squirrel be called theft?
Mingli.
A little squirrel thief. What is Mingli doing? Talking to a squirrel?
Ha. Cease.
Isn't that a bit overacted? What if she actually can converse with animals? Let us not entertain what ifs. It's impossible. Not even 1,000,000 to 1 chance. Then let me help you look. Are you certain they are nearby? The squirrel nodded vigorously. Yes, when I came to check a few days ago, they were still here. But today they are gone. They must have been stolen by someone. That dastardly thief. If I catch them, they'll be in for it. Humph. The little squirrel clenched its paws and waved them in the air. Mingli observed the little paws and the manner in which they waved, akin to a playful scratch. It seemed this little one might not exact a serious consequence on the thief, but could certainly bring about a laugh. Together, she and the squirrel searched every nook and cranny capable of concealing treasures, but to no avail. Mingli had no choice but to shift her focus to other creatures within the forest. What a lovely sun. I'm so hungry. How can I make Xiaomei infatuated with me? What a large pile of droppings. How delightful. I'll wrap it up. Why does Daqiang suddenly have so many nuts? How strange. As a thought crossed her mind, Mingli's gaze fell upon a woodpecker that had just flown in not far ahead. Hello? The woodpecker jumped in surprise. Oh my, a bipedal creature that speaks bird language. Have you seen many nuts? Mingli gestured as she spoke. The woodpecker shook its head. Haven't seen any. What nuts? I don't know. Could it be that Daqiang's nuts were stolen from this bipedal creature? No way, I need to inform Daqiang quickly. Mingli looked dejected.
All right.
Why is Mingli talking to a woodpecker again? And the woodpecker shook its head? Is it responding to her? Am I going crazy, or is she? It is evident that this is merely a facade, all part of the persona she has created to communicate with animals. Previously, she exploited this for publicity. And now she continues to do so? Is she not disheartened? There is no need for it. Even a portrayal of a mentally unstable individual would be more fitting than her current act, for we are not fools, speechless. Once the woodpecker had taken its leave, Mingli swiftly patted the dejected squirrel and hurried in its direction. Squirrel. Hey? What's wrong? That bird knows where the nuts are. It is summer now, and it is nearly impossible to find dried fruits in the woods, especially since it just mentioned the last 2 days. It promptly followed suit. However, 2 feet and 4 paws could hardly compete with a pair of wings, and within 7 or 8 minutes, the woodpecker had completely vanished from sight. Squirrel. It's gone. Chapter 22. Is this not the audacious squirrel? In the eyes of the viewers in the live stream, Mingli converses with the squirrel, who claims its nuts have disappeared. She attempts to help the squirrel find its nuts, but to no avail. Then she encounters the woodpecker, exchanges a few words, and chases after it, only for the woodpecker to vanish. Every segment of this saga appears absurdly far-fetched, as if she were orchestrating a self-scripted performance. Yet, it is precisely this nonsensical absurdity that has captivated a plethora of viewers from other streams. Has this lady worked in a circus before? Such theatrics. So, what is the current situation? Has she lost the woodpecker? What's next? Don't panic. Mingli is still contemplating how to concoct something more eye-catching. Give her a moment. She will surely come up with something soon. Ha ha, these netizens are quite articulate. Mingli halted for approximately half a minute before hastily running towards the right. This way. The squirrel followed closely. A few minutes later, Mingli stopped beside a large tree. Looking up, a woodpecker perched on the trunk, chirping incessantly, while a large tail protruded from a nearby tree hollow, swaying as if preoccupied with something.
Thud.
An almond fell to the ground, soon followed by a cascade of sunflower seeds. Squirrel. Mingli exclaimed. These sunflower seeds strung together would be enough for her to jump rope. The squirrel immediately grasped the situation, darting up the tree to find the woodpecker, pinching its ample rear. The other squirrel, startled, had not yet managed to stuff all the nuts into the tree hollow, which were now laid bare. They were still in a plastic bag. The 2 squirrels began to shove each other, while the woodpecker anxiously circled around, flapping its wings in a futile attempt to mediate, only to be pushed aside. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left in utter astonishment. Wait, this is not how things were supposed to unfold? Huh? She isn't acting? These 2 squirrels are genuinely fighting? Those nuts are real. And that woodpecker is real. Hold on, if she isn't the clown, then who is? I am, with a fox-like grin. What are those three discussing? Let me in on it too. Mingli, hurry and translate. Regardless of whether you are genuine or fabricated, I believe you can communicate with animals. Mingli could not see the barrage of comments, but, inspired by goodwill, endeavored to translate for everyone. Xiangzi, did you steal my nuts? Speak up, don't hide in the hollow, and stay silent. What nuts? These are clearly the ones I collected. They are gifts from nature. How can they be yours? You're full of it. This is undoubtedly mine. I urinated on the bag. It has my scent. You actually urinated on the bag? Yuck, yuck, yuck. And you dare claim it's not stolen? What are you yucking about? At this moment, the woodpecker interjected, Stop arguing, stop arguing. Yet internally thought, don't just argue, let us see a fight. The two squirrels retorted in unison, Get lost. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been discovered. You're hilarious. Even if it were yours. I didn't steal it. It was simply there, I saw it. Why shouldn't I take it? If you didn't want it taken, you should have hidden it well. What an absurd claim. I was minding my own business in the tree hollow. How did you end up rummaging through someone else's home? Is that your home? It's clearly an unclaimed tree hollow. Besides, do you think I don't know you went down to steal from the bipedal creatures? You stole it, so why can't I? Moreover, can my actions truly be labeled as stealing? The squirrel, De Chong, felt a pang of guilt. Even if I took it from the humans, it's still mine. What I steal is mine. So, what if I took it from you? It's still mine. What I steal is mine. You have no shame. You have even less. The two squirrels engaged in a tussle, contending for the bag of nuts. Mingli stepped in to mediate. Stop fighting, stop fighting. If I can't have it, neither should you. Then you shouldn't expect to have it. In the next moment, Mingli felt something soar towards her, and upon recognizing it, she swiftly dodged. The cameraman instinctively reached out to catch the bag of nuts. Cameraman, wait. Didn't Mingli just translate that the squirrel urinated on the bag? It seems so. Then what about this bag? The cameraman, having caught a whiff of something, unconsciously lifted the bag to his nose for a sniff, and his expression transformed into a symphony of colors. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray. The cameraman's speed was so swift that Mingli barely managed to utter the word different before the next moment arrived when a bag of precious nuts, sufficient to incite a battle between the two squirrels, was launched into the air in a perfect parabola. Mingli, what a textbook parabola. Even Archimedes would give it a thumbs up. Curiously, she asked, What does it smell like? Cameraman, the odor of fermented urine. She understood. After all, in this scorching heat, if it's sealed without ventilation, even humans can stink, let alone with urine on top. Cameraman, there's actually urine on it? Do you think I was just making it up? He actually believed that, or else he wouldn't have attempted to catch it earlier. Mingli shrugged her shoulders in resignation. See? If you don't heed Mingli's words, you end up smelling urine right before your eyes. Wait, it's not fabricated? I was just enjoying it as a joke. I thought Mingli was making it up, but is it real? It feels staged, after all. We can't see the cameraman, so they probably colluded for the sake of entertainment. She looked up. Hey, don't you want the nuts? Squirrel brother, amidst the scuffle, turned to glance at Mingli. I'll give them to you as a token of appreciation. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was pinned under Squirrel De Chong's rear end, who then looked at Mingli. These nuts are mine. If anyone is to give them, it should be me. Here, take the nuts and go. I can't have them, and it shouldn't belong to them either. Mingli, I appreciate the gesture, but you should keep the nuts. A few minutes later, Squirrel De Chong succumbed to Squirrel Brother and retreated. Squirrel Brother pinched De Chong's ample rear several times, and after a moment of humiliation, he leaped to Mingli's side. Why don't you want the nuts? No need, since you cherish them so much. I wouldn't want to take away what you love. You're worried about my scent, right? There was no need to voice the unspoken understanding. The crowd unexpectedly witnessed a hint of bashfulness on the face of one squirrel. Follow me. Squirrel Brother scooped up the bag brimming with delightful fragrance and hopped away. Mingli trailed behind. Before a grand tree stood a person and a squirrel. The squirrel, named Song, ascended the tree with great effort. After 2 or 3 minutes, he descended laboriously, clutching a hefty pouch of nuts. Here you go, Ji. After a brief pause, he added, but this one isn't tainted. Mingli still did not accept it. Song insisted, I assure you, this one is genuinely clean. I wouldn't urinate on something from my own stash. You stole it. So, it would be inappropriate for me to take it. Song grew anxious. This pouch isn't stolen. It was given to me by the bipedal creatures when I charmed them. I saved it bit by bit. The one that was urinated on is the stolen pouch. Mingli responded with a mix of confusion and disbelief. How can you have multiple roles? She took the pouch and kindly cautioned, stop stealing, or you risk being discovered and facing dire consequences. With her paws planted firmly on her hips and tail raised high, Song declared with bravado, "Hey, we Eurasian red squirrels are a nationally protected species. Harming me could lead to imprisonment. Besides, who would suspect a wild squirrel of stealing nuts from bipedal creatures? They would think it was a mouse that did it." Mingli, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, disbelief, and shock, thought, this is no ordinary Eurasian red squirrel. This is a remarkable squirrel. Chapter 23. Delicious enough to stomp. After Mingli and the squirrel departed, the audience in the live stream remained in a state of bewilderment. I arrived late. Could someone elucidate what just transpired? Why did those two squirrels suddenly engage in a brawl, only to cease moments later? And why did one of them suddenly bestow a pouch of nuts upon Mingli? Allow me to summarize. Heiress the situation. Mingli encountered a squirrel, discovered that the nuts it had hidden in the tree hollow were missing, and assisted it in searching for them, leading them to scour the forest for over 10 minutes. They then encountered a woodpecker. When Mingli inquired about the nuts, the woodpecker shook its head and flew away. Suddenly, Mingli pulled the squirrel and followed the woodpecker. After losing track of it, Mingli miraculously found the woodpecker again, only to stumble upon the thieving squirrel, which resulted in a scuffle between the two squirrels. Meanwhile, Mingli translated their heated exchange, mentioning that one pouch had been sullied. Subsequently, the victorious squirrel dropped the pouch, which the cameraman caught and sniffed, confirming the presence of a foul odor, thus corroborating Mingli's earlier claim. The winning squirrel likely intended to present the pouch of nuts to Mingli as a reward, but when she declined, perhaps realizing she was put off by the smell, he led her to a different pouch that was pristine. I understand, but shouldn't the smooth progression of events hinge on Mingli's ability to communicate with the squirrels and woodpecker? Perhaps it relied on instinct and body language? While body language is indeed effective, how could such a series of events unfold solely through it? She is not an ethologist. Furthermore, if the nuts were indeed tainted, how could Mingli possibly know that without having previously encountered them? If there truly was urine, Mingli, being close, would have detected it before the cameraman. If there wasn't tea, the cameraman's reaction seemed scripted, intended to create a sensational segment and bolster Mingli's reputation, much like how celebrities cultivate personas. Regardless of the scenario, both interpretations hold merit. I lean toward the notion that either it was a crafted persona or Mingli's proximity allowed her to notice it. The rest of the interactions could be facilitated through animal body language and deliberate human guidance. Moreover, Eurasian red squirrels possess an intelligence comparable to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Let us not underestimate their capabilities. As Mingli strolled along, she indulged in a bag filled with almonds, pistachios, sunflower seeds, peanuts, cashews, and walnuts. She even offered a handful to the cameraman, who appeared wary. This one has no odor, and its origins are clear. Thank you, but there's no need. You've worked hard following me around. The cameraman, slightly softened, accepted the nuts. Thank you. No need. Just be sure to run slower should we encounter a black bear, she quipped, so this isn't a token of appreciation for your labor, but rather a life insurance policy, is it? Enjoy, they're delicious, and one bite leaves you speechless. These nuts were earned by Song's efforts as he charmingly entertained humans throughout the past half-year. They tasted far sweeter than ordinary nuts, offering a delightful experience that began with a hint of bitterness before culminating in pure sweetness. The cameraman remained silent, clearly at a loss for words. How could he speak when faced with such a predicament? As they continued, the foliage ahead rustled, producing a cacophony of sounds. Mingli asked, "What was that?" The cameraman gasped. Could it be true what she predicted? Surely not. This is still the forest's edge. Black bears typically do not venture this far.
Run.
What are we waiting for?
Ah.
I'm so anxious. So hungry. On the verge of starvation. Who will rescue me, dear? Just a morsel to sustain me. And I would gladly give my life for it. The cameraman, filled with concern, gestured to Mingli, whispering, "Let us make a swift exit before whatever it is emerges." No need. It isn't a bear. What is it then? At that moment, a deeress had suddenly emerged from the thicket. The cameraman exclaimed, "A spotted deer? You startled me. I thought it was a bear." Pat's heart.
Oh.
A bipedal creature? It's been ages since I last saw one. The last time was a while back. Do you have anything to eat? Mingli offered a handful of freshly shelled almonds, and the deer's eyes lit up. trotting over. It extended its tongue to ensnare the almonds. Crunch, crunch. Delicious, I want more. Mingli peeled another handful. Delicious, I want more. A third handful followed. I want more, more. Mingli spread her hands wide. That's all I have. The deer tilted its head, its glistening eyes fixed on her. Oh, bipedal creature. What is your name? I shall repay your kindness. I am Mingli, residing at the foot of the mountain. Please do come bearing many precious gifts, she replied, producing a half-eaten piece of bread from earlier. The deer tentatively tasted it, its eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? Consuming it brings an overwhelming wave of happiness that compels me to stomp my feet in joy. As the deer savored the morsel, it began to prance around in circles, overwhelmed with delight. By the end, tears streamed down its cheeks. So delicious, it brings tears to my eyes. Oh dear. I've embarrassed myself before this female bipedal creature. But surely, seeing such a lovely deer in tears would evoke sympathy, right? After all, I am undeniably adorable. Mingli thought. What an intense flavor. I can hardly bear it. Oh, brother, is life on the mountain truly so harsh that a mere piece of bread brings you to tears? The spotted deer lamented. Since that day, I have scoured the entire forest, but have yet to encounter such a taste again. When the deer finally opened its eyes after finishing the treat, it found itself alone. It pondered. Why did it unfold so differently from what I anticipated? Where did the bipedal creature go? Wouldn't it linger a moment to admire my grace? It refused to believe that the bipedal creature must have felt shy. Due to her early ascent up the mountain, Mingli found herself meandering through the woods, only to discover it was around 10 o'clock. She could no longer afford to linger aimlessly. She must strive. She must exert herself. The heavens have granted her the extraordinary fortune of traversing time, even bestowing upon her an enigmatic golden finger of uncertain utility, which signifies that she is the protagonist of this realm. With her hands firmly on her hips, Mingli stood resolutely, exclaiming to the vastness ahead, I demand a delectable chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch today. I command you, bring a chicken before this young lady at once. Otherwise, I shall be most displeased. Humph. The atmosphere around her was as quiet and awkward as a confession of love to someone cherished. The cameraman suggested, Sister, perhaps you might forego the chicken stew and opt for some fresh chicken skin instead. There's quite a bit available. After all, it is still chicken, is it not? Mingli waited for half a minute, but the forest remained utterly silent. All right, I am not the destined child. I shall recline once more. Laughter ensues. What a quintessentially dramatic girl. Indeed, you are not, for I am the true destined child of this world. When I open my eyes, the sun rises. And when I close them, darkness envelopes me. This world exists solely for my service. Aha! Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from above. Mingli's eyes sparkled with surprise. It appears it was not my fault. They merely required a moment to arrive. I am still the destined child. She scolded the raucous birds. Why aren't you sleeping at noon? If you want to rest, then I must, so quiet down. Why is that turtle running a barbershop? Chapter 24. Whose love do you think you are receiving? Though the birds' calls were inaudible, the tones certainly seemed rather vulgar. Mingli, well then, shall I take my leave? Despite her laziness and nonchalance, Mingli possessed an unyielding determination in certain aspects, often bordering on obstinacy. For instance, when she declared her desire for chicken stew with mushrooms, she would not rest until her craving was satisfied. Be it volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, the collapse of the heavens, or the destruction of the earth, she would leave no stone unturned to procure that chicken stew with mushrooms. Before long, she had secured some mushrooms. However, a chicken was still required. While wild mountain chickens were elusive, the production team had released farm chickens into the woods, significantly reducing the challenge from one of scarcity to mere capture. As she wandered, attuned to the whispers and thoughts of various creatures, Mingli finally stumbled upon a plump chicken after several minutes. Yet, the rocky terrain, littered with stones and vines, made pursuit challenging. The chicken, small and capable of flight, had an advantage in evasion, while her larger form was prone to stumbling. The neighboring group, comprising Ming Chong and Gu Luo, had taken nearly half an hour to chase down a chicken together. If Mingli were to attempt it alone, would she not take over an hour? No worries. Nanju managed to catch one as well. Perhaps she could plead with him for half of his bounty, giggle. As everyone anticipated Mingli to dash towards the chicken, she instead crouched 3 meters away and beckoned gently, cluck, 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 cluck. The audience was taken aback. The chicken thought, my friends, who understands? I have encountered a fool who treats me like a dog. Greetings, dear rooster. Would you be so kind as to become my lunch today? Her eyes sparkled with earnestness and reverence. The rooster turned its head, regarding her with incredulity. Are you truly that foolish?
You see,
I wish to savor chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch, and if I cannot have it, I fear I may perish. Are you really this foolish? The chicken's expression conveyed utter disbelief. Pray tell, are you attempting to coerce me with morality? Might it not be more effective to bind me with a rope? I know not the life you have led as a chicken, but I lost my parents at a young age, subsisting on the remnants of others' meals and worn garments, often without enough to sustain me. It was the first snowfall of 2002, arriving later than usual, when a bus on the second route crushed my legs. My legs were broken. In the dead of night, amidst heavy snowfall, the streets were deserted, and no one came to my aid. In my helplessness, I wept as I gathered the severed fragments of my toes, soles, bones, calves, and ligaments, attempting to piece them back together. Yet no matter how I tried, they would not mend. My legs were drenched in blood, staining the snow with a shocking crimson hue. I clutched the fragments close to my heart, digging my hands into the icy ground, dragging my nearly frozen body inch by inch. As darkness descended, I nestled beside a dumpster outside a restaurant, where the warm light and enticing aromas wafted out. It was the first time in my life I had encountered such a delightful scent. I pondered if what others termed exquisite delicacies could possibly compare. Bring forth the chicken stew with mushrooms, I heard someone say as they prepared to close the restaurant. My dazed consciousness began to coalesce, realizing that this delightful fare was indeed chicken stew with mushrooms. Light streamed through, and I felt as if I could see my great-grandmother beckoning me. Come, come, come. I was momentarily stunned. She embraced me once more. Child, come with me. Yet, I did not know where I found the strength, but I pushed her away with fervor. No, I shall not go. I must eat the chicken stew with mushrooms before I depart. If I cannot have it, I shall not rest in peace, even in death.
yes.
It was the chicken stew with mushrooms that bestowed upon me strength, courage to conquer suffering, and the resolve to survive. You may think you are receiving someone's love, but in truth, it is merely the love of a pitiful creature who clings to life for the sake of chicken stew with mushrooms. This love may seem trivial to you, yet it is my lifeline, the very support that enables me to endure. I wholeheartedly acknowledge and admire Mingli's talent for weaving elaborate tales. Thumbs up. With such a plethora of idioms, are you preparing for a teaching qualification? It is indeed a rare sight to witness someone attempting to catch a chicken solely with words. How absurd. Mingli, filled with fervor, cried out, crystalline tears brimming in her eyes, poised to fall, rendering her most endearing. Naturally, it also tugged at the chicken's heartstrings. You survived for the sake of chicken stew with mushrooms? Mingli smiled down through her tears. Indeed, the near-death version of myself lived on for its sake. Now I find myself in a similar predicament. Should I fail to secure my chicken stew with mushrooms, I may say no more. Since you once survived for the sake of chicken stew with mushrooms, I shall aid you once more. In the next moment, the rooster charged towards a nearby boulder, resolutely colliding with it. Then, with triumphant laughter, it proclaimed, I have finally discovered my purpose in life. To assist every starving soul in their quest for sustenance. Be it chicken stew with mushrooms, yellow braised chicken, dry pot chicken, pan-fried chicken, spicy chicken, white-cut chicken, salt-baked chicken, large plate chicken, peppercorn chicken, hand-pulled chicken, wenchang chicken, beggar-s chicken, Texas roasted chicken, or Chongqing chicken hot pot. So long as I can prevent the hungry from suffering, that is the essence of my existence. It met its end, but in a manner befitting its purpose, departing with a sense of fulfillment that my life, too, had finally found value. Mingli wiped away her tears. Brother Chicken, may your journey be smooth. Your exceptional contributions to humanity are forever etched in my memory. We agreed in the next life. You shall still be a chicken, and I shall continue to feast upon you. Cameraman, in the next life, you won't let them off the hook. Such a forward-thinking mindset. Exceptional contributions refer to the 100 ways to prepare chicken. Without Brother Chicken, without the countless Brother Chickens, there would be no Crazy Thursday. Brother Chicken, may your journey be smooth. Brother Chicken, your journey be smooth. Brother Chicken, may your journey be smooth. After binding Brother Chicken's remains with a vine, Mingli sighed, rest assured, Brother Chicken, I shall handle your affairs with the utmost care. Your blood I shall spill. Your feathers I shall pluck. Your claws I shall gnaw. Your flesh I shall consume. I shall ensure that you are transformed into a fragrant delicacy, so your time in this world is not in vain. Just as Mingli prepared to leave, another hen suddenly darted out from behind a large tree. Like Brother Chicken, it abruptly collided with the boulder. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Wait for me, Brother Chicken. What am I to do now that you've left? Slow down, I will come find you. Another chicken had met its demise. Mingli, a devoted hen, online in her grief. Cameraman, why is it a buy one get one free situation? She corrected him. It's a free gift, 1 for 1. These days, even chickens exhibit deeper affections than humans. These days, chickens are all caught up in love. What a pure love. Where is my dear sister hen? Whether human, chicken, dog, or cat, as long as you love me, that is enough, heart. I still feel I cannot keep up with the bizarre tendencies of netizens. Shock. It is all right if they couldn't be together in life. In death, I shall surely prepare a pot for the two of you. Having said that, she secured both hens, grasped the vine, wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and self-comforted. Shaoli, do not be disheartened. The dead cannot be revived. Since the deceased have passed, the living must inherit their will and live on even better. Thus, she swiftly descended the mountain. Her steps were infused with excitement, fervor, and an aspiration for a beautiful future. Simultaneously, it also contained a craving for chicken stew with mushrooms. Cameraman, are you saddened, with your mouth unable to suppress a grin even with 3 tons of cement? Or are you saddened while moving as if you might leap into the air at any moment? Or perhaps, are you saddened while your ponytail spins like a propeller? This world is still rife with pretentious villains. Chapter 25. Life is dull, cosplaying as humans. Catching chickens is indeed easy. Mingli returned to the camp by 11, and the other guests had yet to return. After more than half an hour, Gu Luo, Chi Linger, and 3 others returned with their haul. She glanced at the 2 chickens, a few palm-sized cushion carp, and a bag of wild fruits and mushrooms. The harvest was quite satisfactory. At least they would have enough to eat for lunch today. However, judging by the dirt-stained clothing and shoes of the group, it seemed they had exerted considerable effort. Gu Luo, who had been holding back, approached Mingli, who had returned empty-handed and early. You're back so soon? We caught 2 chickens. But they were particularly difficult to catch, so we returned a bit late. Indeed, they are hard to catch. I didn't manage to catch a single one. That's all right. Next time, don't venture into the forest alone. Even if there is no danger, those chickens run amok everywhere, making them difficult to catch alone. Just now, if I hadn't reacted quickly and stopped one, it would have escaped. Exactly. If Xiao Luo hadn't stopped it, that hen would have fled. We owe her thanks. Ming Chong chimed in, scrutinizing Mingli, who, despite the muddy soles of her shoes, appeared quite clean. Did you not catch any poultry? Nor did you fish? She shook her head. Neither chickens nor fish. What did you do all morning? Could it be that young master now was planning to treat you to lunch? If that were the case, Ming Chong could accept it. No, he and I are not related. 1 meal is enough. Why would he invite me to 2? I'm not his sister. Feeling deliberately provoked, Ming Chong reacted strongly, reprimanding, even if you were my sister, I wouldn't support you for free. You must understand that this society is quite ruthless. Besides, I told you before you left alone, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. You are responsible for your own affairs. Gu Luo gently patted his arm, speaking softly. Brother Chong, don't be like this. Shaoli is still a child and doesn't understand many things. Being harsh is wrong. You should be a bit gentler as her older brother. Ming Chong's tense expression softened. Who says she is still a child? She is the same age as you. If only she were as sensible and easy to manage as you. Mingli watched the 2 of them interact. Unable to discern whether Gu Luo was genuinely foolish or merely acting out, both seemed rather absurd to her. She also couldn't tell if Ming Chong was genuinely distressed or merely foolish. In any case, they both appeared rather absurd. Life is monotonous, cosplaying as humans. If possible, may there be less deceit in this world, and more genuine connections. Ming Chong need not be mentioned. He acts like a fool. Although Gu Luo's words are quite normal and positive, there is a lingering sense that something is amiss. Am I the only one who feels that Gu Luo is somewhat targeting Mingli? She treats Nan Yen and Chi Linger normally, but there seems to be an oddity when she is in front of Mingli. It feels as if she is suppressing her, as if she does not wish to see her shine. Laughing to death, some fans of Lier should not be so extreme. What background does Gu Luo have? What background does Mingli have? One is the child of two veteran actors, a top-tier star with exceptional resources in the industry. The other comes from an ordinary family with a foolish brother who relies on various hype to gain attention. What does Gu Luo fear from Mingli? She is not worried about the wealthy Nan Yen, nor the famous Qi Linger, but instead concerns herself with a sister who is neither rich nor famous. Is this a case of moon landing to steal the spotlight for her own cooking show? Truly, some fans and influencers are incredibly thick-skinned. Are all those who dislike Gu Luo fans of Mingli? Some individuals should not be so black and white. Those with differing opinions are not necessarily fans, right? Is the world only divided into fans and haters, while bystanders are not worthy of speaking? Sweating. Teacher Mingli, your chicken is nearly stewed. Overcooking makes it tough. A staff member passing by the kitchen reminded her. Mingli hurried back to the kitchen. All right, thank you. I almost forgot. The gentle smile on Gu Luo's face shattered in an instant, as she hastily grasped the staff member's arm. What did you just say? Her what? Teacher Mingli's chicken? She caught chickens? Yes. She found two, one male and one female. The staff member glanced at the two chickens they were plucking and bleeding, which were even larger than the ones they had caught. Teacher Mingli is truly remarkable. She managed to bring back two big chickens all by herself, along with a large bag of mushrooms and fruits. Oh, and she even brought back nuts to share with everyone. The staff members' admiration for Mingli surged as they recalled her kindness in sharing the hard-won bounty during such a time of scarcity. Every word felt like an arrow piercing Gu Luo's heart. At this moment, Gu Luo was fortunate to be woven into the long tapestry of history, colliding with great figures and renowned anecdotes. Like the grass boat borrowing arrows, she was that boat filled with arrows. Teacher Gu, what is wrong with you? Standing on either side of Gu Luo, the staff and Ming Chong simultaneously supported her, instinctively pulling her towards themselves. Gu Luo, feeling the tug from both sides, steadied herself, her mind brimming with irritation as she wished to unleash a torrent of curses upon Ming Li's ancestors. However, in a bid to maintain her delicate persona, she forced a smile and remarked, "It's nothing. I just felt a bit faint for a moment. Perhaps it's heat stroke? Should I take a rest? No, it's fine. Everyone is busy, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to rest alone. I assure you, I'm perfectly capable. Are you truly all right?" "Indeed. I'm completely fine and ready to work." Her self-image as gentle, resilient, and independent was not only her personal ideal but also a stark contrast to Mingli. She simply could not falter. At that moment, having finally overcome her psychological barriers and painstakingly plucked the feathers and bled the chicken, Nan Yuan shouted over, "Gu Luo, could you bring over 30 bricks? We're preparing to roast the chicken." Gu Luo. Is Nan Yuan targeting her? Why mention it just as she claimed she was ready to work? If she refused, wouldn't that be self-sabotage? Furious, she thought, bricks? Having been born with a silver spoon, when has she ever done such labor? Subtly glancing at Ming Chong, who immediately thumped his chest, showcasing his masculinity and boyfriend prowess, he declared, "If you're feeling unwell, just rest. I'll handle the bricks." Just as Gu Luo was about to feign modesty, Nan Yuan interjected, "Oh, and Ming Chong, don't just stand there. Go up the mountain and fetch some bamboo." Ming Chong. Gu Luo. Resigned, Ming Chong replied, "All right, but we don't have an axe." "No worries, I borrowed a fruit knife from Shaoli." She was quite generous, lending it without charge and insisting there was no rush to return it. Ming Chong. A fruit knife for cutting bamboo? What is the difference between that and using a toy water gun to put out a fire? Chapter 26. Thank you. Suddenly relieved, and then I died. Before long, Nanju and Xin Qinggu returned to the camp. Nanju carried a duck and a rabbit, while Xin Qinggu caught a chicken and several fish. Nanju and Xin Qinggu must have had the most bountiful harvest today, right? Mingli as effortlessly acquired 2 chickens have something to say. Who claims she did so effortlessly? Speaking doesn't require saliva, does it? Did you not see Xin Qinggu? However, Nanju must have been the first to catch the chicken and rabbit. He just got lost in the mountains for an hour and a half before finding his way out, causing the live stream to erupt in laughter. The first 2 to spot Nan Yuan and her group, who were busy roasting chicken, grilling fish, and simmering fish soup, glanced toward Ming Li's little cabin in unison upon not seeing her. A table, a chair, a woman, a bowl, chopsticks, a pot of chicken, eating, drinking, and reveling in delight. The 2 exclaimed, "Have they already started eating?" They hadn't had a proper breakfast, and the morning spent catching chickens and fishing had depleted their energy, leaving everyone famished. As they cooked, the aroma wafting from Ming Li's side made them swallow hard. Yet, due to their unfamiliarity and a sense of decorum, they hesitated to approach, forcing themselves to endure. But Nan Yuan was shameless. She leaned over, given our shared past. Could you spare a bowl for us? As Nan Zhu passed by, his steps faltered. Is young Master Nan also eager? With his eyes widened, he retorted, What are you saying? How could I possibly share a bed with you? That's utterly preposterous. You think you're worthy? I was referring to the chicken soup. Nanju's ears, concealed beneath his hair, turned slightly red, his sarcastic tone betraying a hint of embarrassment. You better be. Mingli ignored him, ladling a bowl of fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms and offering it to him. Would you like some? Not interested.
How about you? Mingli raplia.
I would like to have your rabbit. Depends on my mood.
How are you feeling now? Just about okay.
Then, that's good enough. Meanwhile, the Chi siblings were struggling with their urges. This smells so good, I can't hold back. But we're not that close. We must endure. Yet we're truly starving and it smells divine. Is it okay to ask her for a bit? We can always return it later. It's not as if we're freeloading. But what if she refuses? That would be so awkward. She doesn't seem like that type. But how well do we really know her? Alright, let us hold on for a bit longer. It won't be long before it's ready. However, the next moment, Nan Yuan burst in, carrying the delicious chicken stew. The two instantly lost their composure, springing up with an unstoppable momentum. Their backs straight and expressions resolute as they charged towards Mingli. Just as they were about to reach her, one stumbled, leaning forward, their legs giving way. And they found themselves kneeling before Mingli. Mingli? The others. The woman blinked in disbelief, then furrowed her brows seriously, exclaiming, Stand up. In the new China, there are no slaves. Qi Shang and Qi Ling heirs simultaneously covered their faces, leaning against each other, their bodies rigidly aligned, moving in perfect synchrony like a mixed doubles team from the national ping pong squad. The audience paused for a moment before erupting into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard I need a break. Once I'm rested, I'll continue laughing. Qi Shang. I want to die. Qi Ling heir. I've actually been dead for a while now. Qi Shang. Wait for me. I'll catch up. Qi Ling heir. I don't seek to be born in the same year and month, but I do wish to die together. Mingli approached the two, her hands gesturing dramatically as she solemnly declared, Qi Shang, 23 years old. Qi Ling heir, 17 years old. They socially died on July 3rd, 2024. The crowd. I told you Mingli is like the living embodiment of Yama. Could she truly be a genius? Who knows? I thought these two were aloof siblings. Now I feel like my world has crumbled, not really. One can only say, as expected of siblings, haha. After the declaration, she handed them a bowl of chicken stew. I know what you're thinking. This is what we just thought. We're no longer thinking it. Now we wish for death. She comforted them. It's just a minor blunder. It's not like a funeral. Better a funeral. Look on the bright side. You merely slipped, not embarrassed yourself in a more serious manner. That's indeed better. Life spans over 20,000 days. It will pass swiftly. Just let it go. You probably won't sleep tonight, because your brain will forcibly replay that scene on loop. Thank you, suddenly relieved, and then I died. After a moment of silence, the two shy mushrooms that had burrowed into the earth finally emerged. Qi Shang expressionless as he accepted the chicken stew from Mingli. Thank you. Qi Ling heir also maintained her indifferent demeanor. We'll give you ours later. Like robots with missing parts, they were stiff. It's nothing. Their conversation was as dry as their current blank thoughts, both fixated on a singular notion. How embarrassing. They would surely trend on social media. How infuriating, even more so to be humiliated. Yet, a small comfort lingered in the fact that they hadn't heard the laughter of the others around them. As the two siblings turned, their gazes swept across the room, revealing a uniformity in the expressions of everyone present. A smile that was both mocking and respectful lingered at the corners of their mouths. Even AK could not suppress it. The smile served to deride you. The lack of a smile was a mark of reverence. The two of them, engrossed in the trending topic, they had entirely forgotten about the impending doom. Chapter 27. What is the difference between this and publicly disrobing me on the street? After satisfying her appetite to a moderate extent, Mingli borrowed a refrigerator for 10 credits to store the leftover food, embarking on her culinary adventure. It could hardly be considered freeloading, for Mingli generously provided seasonings for others. Without her condiments, even the freshest ingredients and most skilled techniques would yield a diminished flavor. After sampling various dishes, her evaluations were as follows. Nan Yuan's Cushion Carp Soup, 3 points, a bitter taste reminiscent of charred remains, more bitter than her life. Qi Shang and Qi Ling's roasted chicken, 6 points, edible only when on the verge of starvation, with 2 points awarded for pity. Shin Qinggu's boiled fish, 8 points, presentation lacking, but flavor commendable. Nan Zhu's dry pot rabbit, 9 points, a feast for the senses, yet a perfect score withheld to avoid arrogance. As for Gu Luo and Ming Chong, one was busy hauling bricks while the other wielded a knife to slice bamboo. Upon their return, they could only gaze in silence at Nan Yuan's Cushion Carp Soup and the Qi siblings' roasted chicken. Despite their verbal assurances that having food was quite satisfactory and that they should not waste it, they still found themselves seeking Shin Qinggu's assistance after a mere taste. To which he responded with a smile. When everyone was ready to indulge in a post-lunch slumber, the director suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The crowd murmured in confusion. The bald man, his hand pressed against his heart, wore a look of feigned sorrow. Everyone worked hard this morning. I am truly pained to see you all so exhausted and drenched in sweat. Alas. Nan Zhu retorted. A good dog doesn't obstruct the way. Nan Yuan added, I am going to sleep. If you do not let me, I will die before you. Shin Qinggu queried, Are you sure it's pain and not joy? Qi Ling chimed in, A weasel pays a New Year's visit to a chicken. Mingli interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? The director, guests nodded in agreement. She is right. Once again, the same sentiment prevails. Flippant remarks lead to exquisite enjoyment. The director cleared his throat. Let us maintain a modicum of decorum in our discourse. Mingli readily concurred. Funny mud gopi. The director continued. In truth, the production team genuinely cares for everyone. We cannot bear to see you all toil so hard under the scorching summer sun, undertaking tasks in town to earn points, rent lodgings, purchase water, and procure food. Hence, we devised a game to test the siblings' rapport through a quiz. The sibling pair that secures the first place will each receive an additional 15 points. What of the others? The second and third places will face no rewards or penalties, while the last place must publicly disclose their browsing history. Mingli gasped. Publicly disclose my browsing history? How is that any different from disrobing me in public? Are you a pervert? The director. Guests nodded in agreement. She is indeed correct. Mingli, my apologies. You were my mouthpiece before, but this time, I shall stand against you. Just this once. Next time, I shall be on your side. I want to see, love to see, and desire to see more. Ahem. Thus, it is either the public disclosure of browsing history or a deduction of 20 points for each participant, a choice between reward and penalty. For how else could we ignite the spirit of competition among you? That sounds more reasonable. The staff brought forth tables equipped with partitions, on which answer sheets and pens were prepared. The director instructed the 8 individuals to position themselves according to the arrangement of 4 males and 4 females, standing between the barriers. You will find 4 questions on the answer sheets before you, regardless of whether the options or answers are correct. As long as the choices or responses of the siblings align, it will be deemed correct. To prevent arbitrary selections, each multiple-choice question must be accompanied by an explanation. A final reminder. This is merely a test of your rapport. The correctness of the content is irrelevant. If you are prepared, let us begin.
Wait.
Mingli raised her hand. What now? Must it be strictly between siblings? Can we choose our teammates? I lack any rapport with my current partner. If siblings who have grown up together lack rapport, what hope is there for any other pair? She mused. Lovers, best friends, or brothers could suffice. That is not permissible. This is a sibling variety show. Very well. Ming Chong, feeling slighted, remarked, Little Lee brother. Mingli crossed her chest in prayer. May a blind cat stumble upon a dead rat. Ming Chong. All right, let the answering commence. I predict the Qi siblings will triumph. Their personalities are quite similar, and they share a profound understanding. Perhaps the Nan siblings will emerge as dark horses? Although their relationship is characterized by playful bickering, it is still rather intimate and familiar. 5 minutes later, all had completed their answers. The staff affixed the answer sheets to a whiteboard, revealing their responses. The director announced, First question, which of the following is the largest? A. Caspian Sea B. Dead Sea C. Red Sea D. Black Sea. Qi Shang and Qi Ling'o matched their selections. C. Gu Luo and Shin Qinggu also chose. C. Nan Yuan selected. C. While Nanju opted for B. Ming Chong chose C. and Mingli B. Others justified their answers. The Red Sea has the largest area. Nanju and Mingli humorously stated, "The dead are the greatest." The crowd gazed at the two. Huh? In unison. They proclaimed, "Ming Chong and Nan Yuan lack a sense of humor. That is their flaw. Nan Yuan and Ming Chong. Ha ha ha, you two are insane." Second question. Why is homework an uncountable noun? Qi Shang and Qi Linger, Shin Qinggu and Gu Luo, Nan Yuan and Ming Chong answered, "Because homework is uncountable." Mingli Nanju replied, "Because homework is never-ending." The crowd turned their gazes once more toward the two. Mingli attempted to defend herself. Wait, ISNT homework is uncountable synonymous with homework is never-ending? There is no distinction. I see no issue. Nanju, appearing more forthright, stated, "My meaning is quite literal." The director regarded Mingli with a penetrating gaze. "What do you mean?" "Everyone is aware. Do not attempt to argue." Mingli, once again, they lack a sense of humor. This time, I stand with them, smiling. It's never-ending. It simply cannot be completed. I enjoy the thrill of rushing to finish assignments. It gives me the sensation of digging a latrine only when nature calls laughs. Third question. What is the full name of Qi Shang and Qi Linger, complete square form, Shin Qinggu, complete square form, Gu Luo, full name?
Nan Yuan, ABB, Nansu, up.
Ming Chong. What does that mean?
Mingli, up.
Though there were discrepancies in answers, many still directed their attention toward Mingli and Nanju. Wait, how can you both arrive at the same answer? Mingli turned to her. Did you copy me? Nanju frowned. Funny mud go pee. The crowd. She, a clever mimic. He, just a callback. Attempting to steal my humor? Ha, not a chance. You possess no humor, only madness. Seeking to seize my madness? Ha. Not a chance. Traditional version. Where one falls, there one must rise. Unconventional version. Where one falls, there one must lie. Mingli's version. Where one falls, there one must lie down, dragging others down with them. She is utterly unfazed. Fourth question. What is this object? The image displayed a black rectangular iron cage. Qi Shang and Qi Linger, a mouse trap. Shin Qinggu, a black rectangular cage. Gu Luo, a mouse trap. Nan Yao, a black cage. Nanju, Mickey's misfortune house. Ming Chong, a black cage. Mingli, Mickey's misfortune house. Everyone's minds have already formed muscle memory. Two individuals, director at this point. It is unreasonable to suggest that Nanju has plagiarized me. How could it not be you who copied my work? Because of chivalry? The answer is that I wrote it first, thus you are the one who copied. Nanju, are you out of your mind? Mingli, what barbershop? Nanju, playing the fool. Mingli, what are you trying to sell? Are you doing this on purpose? You guessed correctly.
Ha.
As the tension between the two escalated, the director promptly cleared his throat. Ahem. Mingli, perhaps you should take some cough syrup. Nanju, can't you afford loquat syrup? I find syrup to be more effective. I do not share your opinion. Mingli frowned slightly. You simply wish to oppose me. The corner of Nanju's lips curled in a smirk. You guessed right. Mingli, heh. The director, he felt like the cream filling of an Oreo, caught between two cookies, struggling to breathe. Qi Shang and Qi Linger exchanged glances once more. Oh no, they are so in sync. Could it be that Mingli and Nanju are actually siblings? Chapter 28. A good woman aspires to greatness, engage in mischief, but remain discreet. The audience was equally astonished by the 100 identical answers from Mingli and Nanju. Is there really such a level of harmony? Could it be that they are plagiarizing? There were 3 people between them and several barriers. How could they possibly plagiarize? And throughout the answering process, they didn't even turn their heads. I am more inclined to believe that this is a scripted scenario devised by the production team, knowing that everyone loves watching, so they intentionally orchestrated it. But the highlight of this show is that it is entirely unscripted, and previous guests have stated that there is no script. It is all improvised. There must be some script in a variety show. It's impossible for there to be none. Just the extent of the script varies. It's not without precedent. Many reality shows claim to be unscripted, while the guest responses and reactions are actually meticulously arranged. Wait, I recall Mingli mentioning that lovers, close friends, and brothers share a deep understanding. What about her and Nanju? They're close friends. They're siblings. Director, in this game, Qi Shang and Qi Linger achieved the highest level of harmony, scoring a perfect 4 points. Shin Qinggu and Gu Luo followed closely with a harmony score of 2 points. Nanju, Nan Yao, and Mingli, Ming Chong scored the lowest with 0 points. Sharing the last place, The four of them. Nan Yao, usually graceful and restrained from rolling her eyes, could not contain herself this time. I am perfectly normal. It is Nan Zhu who has the problem. Nan Zhu, you lack humor. Ming Chong, equally exasperated, found that his answers were not vastly different from the others. It was Mingli's absurd response that cost him points, leaving him in the negative. All of this is her fault. Mingli could almost feel Ming Chong's palpable resentment. She turned to the director. Must the answers of siblings be identical? What about a mother and child? For example, myself and Nanju. Nanju, what about a father and daughter? For instance, me and Mingli, mother and child are fine. Father and daughter are fine. How about this? Let us each have our own opinions. Mother and child can be one, and father and daughter can as well. Agreed. The two of them turned toward the director. Speaking in unison, Director, it's settled. We are a pair. Director, other participants. Impressive. All right, I support this. Director, I really appreciate what the netizens have said. Nan Yao and Ming Chong, no, are you two out of your minds? Where there are builders, there are also demolishers. Since you are devoid of compassion, do not blame Nan Yao for her perceived injustice. Director, I refuse. Mingli covered her mouth and quickly interjected. If I pair with Nanju, then you and Ming Chong would essentially be a pair as well? You have 3 identical answers, which grants you 3 points, placing you in second to last. The last place would be the others. We all have a bright future ahead. Nan Yao suddenly realized.
Right.
Director, I must say, this is a brilliant suggestion. Director, suddenly, Shun Qinggu and Gu Luo, who went from second to last place. Xingu, so your bright future comes at the expense of our light bulb. Transferring it to you. Speak up. Mingli, are you secretly extinguishing lights? Have you participated in If You Are the One? Gu Luo's complexion darkened in an instant. This seems rather against the rules, doesn't it? Rules are meant to be broken. Moreover, we are at a disadvantage. I became the daughter. Nanju became the son. Nan Yao pretended to be foolish, while Ming Chong played the brother, while Ming Chong lost an excellent sister. Gu Luo. Shin Qinggu's eyes twinkled with amusement as he gazed at Mingli. Hey, do not disregard my presence. Do not overlook the profound bond between the director and the guests. The director leapt onto a stool, his tall figure amplified by his booming voice. I am the director, and I call the shots. All of Mingli's previous suggestions are null and void. Gu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Mingli shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Well, I find it inconsequential. It's just unfortunate that someone cannot be my son. Foolishness. Look, they're so regretful they're resorting to insults. Mingli is foolish. Mingli ignored him and instead patted the director's shoulder. Director, you should thank me.
Huh.
Thank you for what? To be honest, Nanju is just about to berate you, but I, not wanting you to feel sad or distressed, utilized my special ability to promptly change his opening from director to Mingli. I ask for nothing in return, only your happiness, even if it means I bear the brunt of insults. I am willing. For this is the profound bond between the director and the guests. In her final statement, Mingli emulated the director's tone, shouting it out as if it were a mere copy-paste. Director. How embarrassing. Everyone. How impressive. Nanju. How touching. Yet do not forget the bond between the guests and the audience. If you encounter someone as kind-hearted as Mingli, just marry them. I still feel that Mingli's mental state is too advanced. Finally, Qi Shang and Qi Ling each earned 20 points. They wore impassive expressions, but internally rejoiced. Hooray! Today we can continue to stay in the cabin. Now, you 4, will you choose to deduct 20 points or disclose your browser history? If you opt for point deduction, you may note it and repay once you accumulate points. Nanju, Nan Yao, and Ming Chong, deduct 20 points. Mingli, disclose browser history. The others were somewhat taken aback. You are so open and innocent? The way you phrase that, do you imply that I am sneaky? Did you not say that disclosing your browser history is akin to publicly exposing your pants? That refers to outer pants. I am still wearing thermal leggings underneath. You truly are something. Difficult, heavens. Director. Wearing so many? Mingli. ISN Tia to guard against perverts like you? Director. I declare this to be a decisive moment. Director. I should never have asked that question. He glared, pursed his lips, took Mingli's phone, instructed her to unlock it, and then pulled up her browser history. July 2nd. What to do about constipation? Can prolonged squatting cause hemorrhoids? How can one swiftly alleviate constipation? What foods should be consumed to combat this condition? The crowd, Mingli, it's quite alright. Many individuals experience constipation. I do not perceive it as a private or unsavory topic, akin to the common ailments of a cold or gastritis, merely a typical pathological phenomenon. Do you dare to assert that you have never experienced constipation? Let those who have never suffered from it take an oath. The crowd, no. What is there to swear about? Let us not be so dull, shall we? The director continued to flip through the pages. Some raised their eyebrows in understanding, while others appeared perplexed. Mingli, unperturbed, it's perfectly fine. Many people watch, and I do not regard it as a private or unsavory topic. Just like following a series, it is merely a common personal interest. Do you dare to claim that you have never watched one? Let those who have never watched take an oath. Except for Nan Yuan, everyone raised their hands. Nan Yuan, huh? I'm sorry, I was just daydreaming. She then raised her hand slowly, not too high, perhaps burdened by the weight of her own conscience. What post? Never seen it. Raise his hand. Crappy writing, could be poorly crafted? Not sure. Raise his hand. Countless readings. But indeed this is the first I've heard of it. Raise his hand. I don't watch such things. Raise his hand. My hand exists solely for this moment. Go forth. Pure hand. Raise his hand. Surely, this earth must have turned into a sea urchin. Raise his hand. Mingli gazed at her with a mournful expression. Was it the dog seeking her for the title yesterday? Nan Yuan quickly cast a glance her way, and Mingli deciphered a message in her eyes. A good woman aspires far and wide, engaging in risque matters discreetly. Mingli reciprocated with a glance. A good woman aspires far and wide, engaging in risque matters boldly and unabashedly. Nan Yuan, Chapter 29. Why don't you all consider me dead? The historical records prior to this date are merely from the day Mingli was discharged from the hospital, June 27th.
Who is Nanju?
Nanju's physique. Nanju's rumored girlfriend. Nanju engaged to his childhood sweetheart. Nanju extravagantly booked a high-end club, surrounded by beauties, 7 times in one night. The crowd. How can each revelation be more shocking than the last? Especially the final one. Mingli. Oh my gosh, how could I forget this? I don't know whether to say these entries are outrageous, or if it's Nanju or Mingli who is outrageous. Oh my gosh. Nanju actually has a childhood sweetheart and is engaged. Who is she? She must be some rich heiress, he asked the second son. Not burdened with the family business, so an engagement seems reasonable. Even engaged, he splurges at clubs? He must not be a good person. Men. They maintain a red flag at home while flying a rainbow flag outside. Moreover, with looks and wealth, a throng rushes to please him. Who can resist temptation? Not just men, women indulge too, provided they have money and power. If a multitude of handsome men went to great lengths to court me, I would be unable to resist the allure. Ahem, I don't see any issue here. On the day of my discharge, a journalist inquired about Nanju. It's perfectly normal to search online when I can't recall who he is, right? Nan Yuan, excited. What about that picture of Nanju's physique below? Everyone knows that when searching, the webpage automatically suggests other entries, and I inadvertently clicked on that one. Then, as others popped up, driven by curiosity and the desire to know my enemy to win every battle, I searched further. I see no problem with this. When people are curious, they search and click everywhere, right? A man glanced at her askance. Are you sure it was an accident? Mingli lowered her head shyly. I was bewitched. Fine. She admitted that she clicked on Nanju's physique only after seeing photos of him at an event. But is it not human nature? To see a handsome man and be curious about his physique is quite normal, is it not? She is not wrong. The more she thought, the straighter Mingli's back became, her posture instantly transforming from a slumped figure to one of pride. Yet, having been caught in the act, Mingli felt a tinge of embarrassment. She needed to salvage the situation. After 3 seconds of silence, she gave Nanju a thumbs up. 7 times in one night? Quite impressive. The last time she encountered the phrase 7 times in one night, it was in a Mary Sue novel. Thus, when the entry appeared, her love for scandalous literature prompted her to click, eager to discover the details. Enjoying reading and exploring new and unknown things. What is wrong with that? She is not wrong. Nanju. The man fell silent, lowering his gaze. It's fake. Mingli nodded, stroking her chin. I thought so too. How could anyone manage 7 times in one night? I assert that the rumored girlfriend is fake, the childhood sweetheart engagement is fake, and the extravagant spending at clubs is also fake. All those news articles online are false. Oh, I see. I thought you were quite the playboy. My brother enjoys a bit of fun, but he usually returns home before me. Nan Zhu is 23. Nan Yuan is 21. They have not yet reached the age to leave their homes. Thus, although they possess an apartment, they predominantly reside in the Nan family estate and return home daily. The house has a curfew of returning by midnight. Yet Nan Yuan often stays out with friends until 1 or 2. However, Nan Zhu generally returns home by 8 or 9. Please, this is the capital. At this hour, the nightlife has yet to commence. Consequently, Nan Yuan frequently seeks Nan Zhu's assistance in covering for her. He will help if in a good mood, but if not, he leaves her to face the consequences the next day. Nan Yuan, don't you have a nightlife? Nan Zhu, am I dead if I'm at home? Nan Yuan, understood. You have no friends. Nan Zhu, do they even qualify to be my friends? Nan Zhu online clarifying rumors? I recall these gossip columns surfaced over a year ago and even trended. I had indulged in them back then, but he was completely unresponsive. Why is he suddenly addressing this now? Wait, he only clarified the other rumors, but did not deny the 7 times in one night. Does this imply he? Maya, dear sister you. As she scrolled further up, there were no records left, as Mingli had deleted them a few days prior. This was also why she felt comfortable revealing the records, for there was nothing therein that she deemed shameful. I see no problem with these matters. If you do, that is your issue. Constipation, risque affairs, and handsome men are merely 3 experiences that most women encounter. The woman slumped in her chair, her tone languid, appearing on the verge of slumber. I too see no issue. Since you see no issue, then I too see no issue. Neither do I. Originally, the director thought this would be a sensational moment, but with Mingli's unabashed demeanor, if he were to express any concern, it would only seem peculiar. Fine. This time, he would let her off the hook. But next time, he must not allow her to slip through his fingers. The bald man roared. To avoid purchasing the program's bottled water at 5 points each, Mingli cleaned out her previously consumed bottle, boiled some well water, allowed it to cool, and then filled it. Bottled water costs money, but well water is free. The others followed suit. After a brief afternoon nap, a drowsy Mingli emerged to check the kettle. Uncertain of the water's temperature, she scooped up a spoonful and, as soon as it touched her lips, her tongue erupted into a spontaneous dance, lost in a monologue. So hot, so hot, so hot. It's burning, it's burning. Is there anyone with icy abs I could lick to cool down? Hee, ideally 8-pack, that would do the trick. A commotion arose behind her. In the next moment, she turned her head to find a group of individuals staring at her with expressions that were difficult to articulate, yet within that complex gaze, she could discern 2 words, for pervert. Mingli, why don't you just pretend I'm dead? The crowd replied, it's fine, you've already been caught reading steamy literature. So such comments are hardly surprising. Nan Yuan comfortingly patted her shoulder. Mingli's eyes sparkled with realization. Wait, weren't you unaware of what Puen means? How do you know this is steamy literature? And you didn't use your phone at noon, so there's no way you could have checked online. Nan Yuan quickly pivoted her head. I could guess from your reaction. I'm not an idiot. The others, understanding, thought, please, we're not idiots either. Nan Yuan lowered her head, falling silent. I'm not an idiot either. Just look, I'm perfectly aware. I'm not an idiot. Upstairs, did you see? I'm perfectly aware. I'm not an idiot. Both upstairs and the one above you, did you see? I'm perfectly aware. Chapter 30. Ignore it. The essence lies in the double standard. Current points leaderboard. Mingli, Qishang, Chilinger, 20 points. Shen Qinggu, Gu Luo, 0 points. Nanju, Nan Yuan, Mingqiang, 20 points. Among them, Mingli, Shen Qinggu, and Nanju still had food sufficient for dinner. But their accommodations for the night and breakfast for the next morning were yet to be resolved. The remaining 5 had caught little in the morning, just enough for 1 meal, and needed to work to earn points for dinner, lodging, and breakfast. Consequently, everyone had to toil in the afternoon to accumulate points. The group set out once more toward the town. Shortly after arriving, they received their respective tasks and dispersed. Unlike the previous day, Mingli did not meander aimlessly but accepted a job at the dock helping to feed seagulls. Due to the sweltering heat, the employer preferred not to venture out and sought someone to run the errand. This was quite reasonable for a lazy person averse to the heat. However, for the newly liberated primary school students, no amount of heat could stifle their enthusiasm for outdoor play. At the dock, only 4 individuals were present. Mingli, a photographer, and 2 mischievous little boys swinging on the large leaves of coconut trees. Rather than rushing to feed the seagulls, she curiously watched the boys swinging, feeling a twinge of desire to join in. Hey, do you think I could swing if I hold onto this leaf? She asked her photographer companion. He pursed his lips. I don't think that would work out too well. Mingli was almost twice the height of the boys. Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, a woman approached another coconut tree, clutching a leaf and preparing to take flight. The photographer exclaimed, if you're going to play regardless, then why even ask me? Good news. Mingli took to the air. Bad news. The leaf snapped, sending her flying off. The sound of the leaf breaking was quite distinct. I used to love playing like this in elementary school, and now I'm already in kindergarten. She crawled up from the sand, brushing off the dust, while the two little boys laughed uproariously beside her. What's so funny? You're too old for this. Haha, this is for kids. I'm merely of legal age. But my mental age hasn't matured. I'm still a child and can play. So it's not my fault. The tree isn't big enough. And the leaves aren't sturdy enough to support someone of my size. That's its problem. Playing with toys. I'm still a child. Are you filming a video? One of the boys asked, glancing at the camera in the photographer's hands. Sort of. So are we going to be on TV? On phones and computers, but TV is still uncertain. Hee. The two boys had already crowded in front of the camera to greet it. What's your name? Mingli inquired of the boy who had been laughing at her. Village Life. Why that name? Does it have any special meaning? Such names are quite rare nowadays, aren't they? My dad is the village chief. Mingli responded. It all makes perfect sense now. What about you? She turned to the more bashful boy. My dad is the department head. Mingli fell silent for a long moment. She had intended to ask for his name, but it seemed unnecessary to pursue it further. That's nice, very nice. You two keep playing, I'll go feed the seagulls. She approached the edge of the dock, tearing the bread provided by the employer into small pieces and placing them on the railing. The circling seagulls immediately swooped down toward her. Family, someone is bringing food. The government's disaster relief rations have arrived. The bread was laid out in a row, and the seagulls lined up accordingly. A flock of seagulls were engrossed in snatching the bread, while one solitary seagull perched on the railing, gazing into the distance. Mingli curiously leaned closer. Aren't you going to eat the bread? The seagull remained silent, lost in contemplation. A mute seagull? The seagull shot her a sideways glance. I'm merely contemplating avian existence. What's so profound about a lifespan of over 20 years? Forget it. I had hoped she would be a unique bipedal creature, but alas, she is just a shallow. Sigh. The lonely life of a bird is indeed desolate. Shall you say? It's because I applied a whitening sunscreen. The seagull was taken aback. You actually know what I was thinking? She blinked innocently. I guessed from your expression. I see. I must not be subtle enough. Wait, how does a bird even have an expression? Here we go again, Mingli is putting on a show. Though, to be fair, her performance is quite good. I feel a sense of immersion. What are you thinking? Why don't you go eat the bread? Even if I eat the bread, what is the meaning of bird life? Is it merely about eating bread? Should I go get some fries instead? I have no interest in fries, you know? I often ponder what my purpose is. Is it just to fly around with the flock, year after year, until death? What about onion rings and taro pies? I have no interest in those either. Tell me, do you never ponder the meaning of your existence? My purpose in life is to admire beautiful people, enjoy scenic views, indulge in delicious food, and do everything that piques my interest and desire. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Such a simple purpose is indeed too superficial. Then, what do you consider profound? If you truly find life superficial, then take your avian existence, soak it in soy sauce, and let it sunbathe for 180 days until it becomes delicious and rich in flavor. Just imagine, on a sunny day, under a cerulean sky and a crystal-clear sea, with waves crashing against the rocks, the sea breeze caressing your nostrils while you daydream in the shade. Beside you a glass of iced lemonade, in your hand a box of perfectly fried crispy fries. She seems to have a point. But wait. There is also a large packet of perfectly balanced sweet and sour ketchup. She is indeed right. The seagulls suddenly took flight, hurtling towards the small town. The other seagulls exclaimed, Huh? Hey, Jack, where are you off to? To KFC for some fries. But today isn't Crazy Thursday. Why would a dignified seagull need Crazy Thursday for some fries?
Just go for it.
The flock of seagulls gazed at Jack soaring through the sky, their eyes brimming with excitement and even a hint of pride, chattering animatedly among themselves. Oh my, Jack is finally going to eat fries. He has never had fries in his entire life. This biped is truly remarkable. However, in truth, Jack lacked any discerning taste, for I believe McDonald's fries are superior to those of KFC. It seems Jack has grasped the ultimate essence of being a seagull. He has finally matured. From the audience's perspective, Mingli approached a seagull that was not eating, inquiring why it refused to partake, which unexpectedly spiraled into a discussion about the meaning of life. After which the seagull flew away. Is she really conversing with a seagull? Perhaps the seagull simply found her chatter annoying and took flight. Even if seagulls could comprehend simple dialogue, would they understand the profundities of life? I genuinely feel as though I am upside down eating excrement. The chat began to debate whether Mingli was genuine or merely performing, the discussion becoming fervent until, 5 minutes later, Jack returned, clutching several fries and a packet of ketchup. The crowd gasped, "Wait, are you serious?" Chapter 31. Deception and Further Deception. What? The number of question marks I've sent in this live stream exceeds the number I've written during exams. Jack returned with fries. Does this imply Mingli persuaded him to fetch them? Does this indirectly prove that Mingli can truly communicate with animals? Perhaps she simply has a way with animals. I know someone like that who is adored by various pets. Some people overthink things, don't they? It's entirely plausible that this seagull initially desired fries instead of bread, hence its refusal to eat the bread while contemplating where to find fries. Mingli approached, staging a performance to reinforce her persona as someone who can communicate with animals, and the seagull, having decided where to find fries, flew off, only to return with some to explain. Logically, there is nothing amiss. Yet some individuals relish overanalyzing, and I truly wonder if they are fans or trolls. Are you the one who just swore to eat excrement upside down? Unbeknownst to Mingli, her few words had rescued a seagull that had fallen into a mental quagmire, contemplating the essence of avian existence, and thus neglecting to eat for a prolonged period. After completing this task, she took on another, coaxing a cat down from a rooftop. 10 minutes later, she arrived at a residence where a girl was calling out to a cat perched on the roof, "Mimi, come down. It's too sunny up there." "Hello, I'm here for a task." "Hi there." The girl scrutinized Mingli, asking, "How tall are you?" "I need someone taller to retrieve the cat."
183 Zentimeter, 163 Zentimeter.
3 points cute, 3 points humorous, 4 points intelligent, and 10 points confident. I'm laughing so hard. Well, I'm also 183 centimeters, smirking.
No worries.
If you can't climb up, it's alright. I have a natural affinity with animals. They tend to be drawn to me, and I can infer their needs from their behaviors. The girl, half believing yet skeptical, replied, "Really? No, I'm joking. Just kidding, it's true." Confusion clouded her judgment, unable to discern truth from jest. Does this count as Mingli admitting to something? Based on her behavior these past few days, she does seem to connect well with animals and understand their meanings. Yet what she just mentioned was merely having a good rapport with animals and being able to interpret their needs, while previously she had marketed herself as someone who could communicate with animals telepathically. The gap between these two claims is vast. Just keep watching. Even if she can pretend temporarily, she can't maintain the facade indefinitely. I refuse to believe she 1T slip up. The duo ascended to the second-floor balcony, where the cat lay languidly on the edge of the neighboring flat, the sunlight illuminating its orange fur, resembling an oversized chicken leg. It sprawled in a cat-like manner, half hanging off the eaves, as if it might tumble down at any moment. Below was a traditional outdoor latrine, explaining the girl's urgency. She desired the cat, but not the mess that would ensue. How detestable these bipeds are. Why don't they feed the esteemed Mimi? Clearly, it is the cat that rules this household. They deny Mimi sustenance and yet force her to labor, oppressing and exploiting her, making her life so arduous. Mingli turned. "Have you been neglecting its meals? Is that why it's upset and jumped up there?" The seemingly demure girl blurted out. "Wow, how did you know?" "That's amazing. Sister, your persona just collapsed." She glanced at the girl, who had maintained a delicate demeanor on camera. The girl quickly covered her mouth. "I'm sorry. I was just so shocked I couldn't contain myself." "It's alright. Even Lin Dayu can uproot willows and punch Sun Wukong. Don't limit yourself." "Well, it's true that Mimi has become rather plump. When I first found her, she was all skin and bones, and her eyes were so timid. My heart ached. So I brought her home and fed her plenty of cat food and freeze-dried cans, for love is often tied to a sense of indebtedness." It was the first time I had heard someone express a sense of indebtedness to a wild boar. Later, I realized that the cat was too overweight. So, I reduced her food to encourage exercise. Perhaps she is sulking, and that's why she is avoiding us. Could it be that Mingli is genuinely accurate?
Can she truly understand? Just a guess, right?
She jumped to the rooftop because it's small. Her fear of falling into the latrine is quite significant. That is true. The main concern is that she might, in a fit of frustration, leap into the mess. Right now, she feels you're mistreating her. You used to feed her well. And now you're providing so little. She is lamenting about the facade of wealth and grandeur lasting only 15 years. All mere rumors and superstitions concocted by bipeds to deceive her. She is contemplating running away from home, traversing the globe to inform every cat that the sweet nothings of bipeds are lies. As Mingli listened to the cat's grievances, she explained, "Is it that serious? You want to run away? What should we do? We can't let her leave, can we?" The girl, anxious, clenched her hands tightly. "Let me speak with her first. By the way, has she been spayed?" "Not yet. I intended to take her to the vet in a few days, but the town's veterinarian is out at the moment. You check on her while I prepare some fruit. I'll be right back."
Wait.
The girl dashed down the stairs like the wind, leaving Mingli with no choice but to relent. She picked up some freeze-dried food and tossed it towards the cat, hitting it squarely on the head. "Meow. Who's ambushing me? The esteemed Mimi?" "Hello, esteemed Mimi. Foolish biped." Mingli chose to ignore the cat's foul language. She is only reducing your food because she worries you might struggle to find a worthy companion. What companion? Is she not concerned I'll eat her out of house and home? Of course not. Since she brought you home, it means she intends to care for you. How could she worry about you depleting her resources? She had just returned from school, and upon witnessing the robust and lean tomcats outside, surrounded by numerous charming female admirers, she felt a twinge of concern upon seeing your somewhat plump physique. Would you struggle to find a remarkable female companion?
Meow?
The tomcats outside are indeed quite strong? Yes. I've just come from outside, where those tomcats engage in daily workouts, running and catching mice. The gym is filled with their figures, each one remarkably muscular, devoid of any excess fat. Currently, there is a trend for tomcats flaunting 8-pack abs, making them exceedingly popular both in the human realm and the animal kingdom. Everyone who sees them can't help but marvel, and the female cats yearn to court them. Thus, a fitness craze has swept through the feline community. The slogan is, "I would rather perish in the gym than languish beneath layers of fat." The orange cat, rubbing against you, tilted its round head, its eyes sparkling with clarity. "Meow? Is that true?" At this moment, both Mingli and the audience could discern its true form. The cat's head was round, and its body larger and rounder. Indeed, a need for weight loss was evident. If not addressed on Earth now, it would be necessary to shed those pounds on Cat Star in the future. Certainly. Hence, your owner wishes to encourage you to exercise and slim down, all for the sake of facilitating your pursuit of a splendid and beautiful female cat in the future. If you do not engage in fitness, how will you protect the feline you admire? Consider this. You and your beloved cat strolling under the sunset, when suddenly a ferocious dog charges towards you. If you lack the strength to defend yourselves, you may either suffer injury or flee in fear. What would your beloved cat think of you? What would other cats think? How would dogs perceive you? How would all the animals in town regard you? How would every creature in China view you? They would only know you, Sir Meow, as the fat cat who is bullied by others, unable to defend or escape, not only sustaining injuries, but also losing a girlfriend. If this word spreads, how will our Chinese cats establish themselves in the world? How will Earth cats assert their place in the entire interstellar realm?
Meow.
I refuse to believe it. The entire of China, the whole Earth, depends on me? Really? You are the dashing and incomparable Sir Meow. Who does not know of the illustrious Sir Meow of Fishtown? It is precisely because of your presence that even the tigers in the mountains dare not descend. I remember that there are no tigers in the Fish Peninsula. Precisely, that is why they do not dare to come down. There are none at all. A ruse. A mere ruse. The orange cat instantly stood at attention, transforming from round to oval. Meow. All right, considering that you all need Sir Meow, I shall reluctantly engage in some exercise. Is it not just abdominal muscles? For me, it is a mere trifle.
Hey.
I told you I am extraordinary from birth. As the orange cat playfully leaped down, it landed just as the girl emerged from the kitchen, having sliced some fruit. Upon seeing it, she immediately set down her things and embraced it, fondling its body and paws. Meow, I have been so worried about you. Did you not hurt yourself jumping down from such a height? She then presented a generous handful of cat treats. As long as you do not act foolishly, I will allow you to eat as many treats as you desire in the future. To her surprise, the orange cat, with a resolute expression, pushed the treats away with a paw. Meow? Where are my dumbbells? The girl. Mingli, prepare a dumbbell for it. It wishes to begin its training. The girl. Have we exchanged souls with a cat? Chapter 32. You are too inconsistent. The girl gazed at the cat performing sit-ups before her, plunged into a profound contemplation of her existence. Meow. What are you daydreaming about? Ensure you assist Sir Meow with his exercises. She insisted that you apply more pressure. It was too loose, and the movements were not precise. Oh, right. The girl grasped the cat's legs and pressed down a bit more. You shall accompany it for further workouts, and its food should be adjusted to a standard feline diet. If possible, allow it to experience romance before considering sterilization.
Understood.
Mingli recorded a voice message on the girl's phone. Once it has slimmed down, play this recording for it. Remember, it must be played only after its weight loss is complete. Do not reveal it prematurely, or all efforts will be in vain.
Oh, all right.
After Mingli departed, the girl donned her headphones and curiously played the recording. Meow 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 meow, meow meow meow, meow 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 meow. She? I cannot comprehend it. It is utterly incomprehensible. Could this individual genuinely communicate with animals? I can hardly believe my eyes. Did that cat actually commence sit-ups after Mingli's nonsensical chatter? When Mingli spoke, I was merely amused. My mouth was agape. Yet when that cat suddenly leaped down and began to do sit-ups, my expression froze. Wait, can she truly communicate with animals? While seagulls can be explained, how does one explain this cat? If it were not for understanding her words, how could a plump cat inexplicably leap down and perform sit-ups? It is absurd. I am beginning to believe Mingli's claim of being able to communicate with animals. Although she did not observe the bullet comments, Mingli could surmise their content. She smiled. Previously, I claimed to communicate with animals. That was indeed exaggerated. In truth, I merely possess a knack for connecting with them, allowing me to glean their thoughts from their behaviors. Really? I do not believe you. You do not appear to be merely guessing the thoughts of animals. This is hilarious. Previously, Mingli, I can communicate with animals. Netizens. Nonsense, I do not believe it. Now Mingli, I cannot communicate with animals. Netizens. Nonsense, I do not believe it. Mingli. So, what must I say for you to believe me? Is it truly just simple observation and deduction? Why can I not discern the thoughts of cats and dogs despite daily interactions? This is quite normal. It is akin to how some academic prodigies can instantly recognize various solutions to a problem and apply them to similar questions, while I might struggle with the same question after multiple attempts. You all can watch this live stream for now. I am feeling a bit unwell, so I will log off. Mingli rushed to her next task. One individual reported that her cat had been increasingly lethargic and had lost its appetite over the past few days. Previously, it would devour food like a digger, but now it only nibbled delicately, consuming less than a twelfth of its usual amount. Initially, she assumed it was due to the sweltering weather, as cats are averse to heat, and a decline in energy and appetite is understandable. However, after running the air conditioning all day, the cat remained indoors without going out, yet its condition persisted. She realized her cat might be unwell. After failing to find a specific answer online, she had no choice but to visit the veterinary clinic. Unfortunately, the only veterinarian in town was away for an event. Furthermore, the ferry to Fish Peninsula does not permit pets on board and to travel by rail. She would need to obtain a health certificate for transport, while her friend was still en route, taking another 2 or 3 hours to arrive. I happened to be watching the live stream when I saw that you could communicate with animals and decided to take on this task. My friend is still on the way, so I thought perhaps you could uncover the reason behind the cat's malaise. I can only say I will try to see if I can identify the cause of its distress, but I am not a qualified veterinarian and cannot treat illnesses. If it is genuinely unwell, a veterinary visit is a must. Mingli prefaced her words. This task offers 10 points, the highest score among all tasks.
All right.
Regardless, we are left with no choice but to gamble on a dead horse, as if it were alive. Upon encountering the cat, Mingli was astounded by its heartfelt sentiments. Thinking of xiaotsue, huahua, man, bye-bye, nuo, fan, dammy, nyonyo, and juju. Mingli, huh? You miss so many? Wishing to watch television with xiaotsue, take leisurely strolls with huahua, chat by the fields with nyonyo, and sleep in circles with juju. Longing to climb trees and engage in playful antics with man, swing joyfully with bye-bye. Gaze at the sea with nuo, fish together with fan, and ascend mountains with dammy. Mingli.
Huh.
You want to do all that? Upon seeing its owner return, the white cat lay languidly in the cardboard box, half-closed eyes and silent. It had been like this for the past 2 days, utterly listless. I checked its food and water. All appeared to be in order. Its bowel movements were normal. The indoor environment was comfortable. Deworming had been administered. And there were no signs of ascites or ringworm, yet I could not fathom the cause of its malaise. Could it be parvovirus? My cat exhibited similar symptoms initially, becoming lethargic and losing appetite, only to develop a high fever and vomiting 2 days later, leading to a diagnosis of parvovirus. Perhaps, or it might be feline panleukopenia. These ailments often present with lethargy and loss of appetite in their early stages. It might be prudent to consult a veterinarian directly. Seeking Mingli's advice is futile, as she cannot provide medical treatment. Is the cat usually free roaming? Yes, as we reside in the countryside, our cats and dogs are generally allowed to roam freely. Does it enjoy going outside? Not particularly. It often stays indoors, never aggressive or biting, possessing a remarkably gentle and obedient temperament, a truly endearing cat. A smile graced the owner's face as she spoke. Are you certain it doesn't venture out when you're not around? The woman's brow furrowed, after a moment's contemplation. She shook her head. I don't think so. It differs from other cats, lacking any wild instincts. The neighbor's cat loves to roam outside, and often doesn't return home. But mine is different. Whenever I leave for work, it stays home, and upon my return, it is always there. Mingli fell silent. Cat brother, you are quite contradictory, she mused, contemplating how to convey to this woman, who believes her child to be exceptionally well-behaved, that her cat has numerous romantic entanglements outside. Its weakness is likely a consequence of its indulgent escapades, leading to a depletion of vitality.
It cannot continue like this.
Parent, teacher, why does my child Zihan perform so poorly in exams? She is always obedient and well-behaved at home. Is it your failure to teach her properly? Mingli, in truth, your child has been indulging in vices on the side. What else wrong? Nothing. In her silence, certain shadowy figures lurking in the live stream straightened up, assuming dominance. What, really no solution when faced with an issue? I said she was merely acting. I had sensed her performance was an act. It's amusing how some people are so naive as to believe she can genuinely communicate with animals. They've evidently lost their wits after spending time online. It's quite easy to fabricate a story. Merely familiarizing oneself with animals suffices, especially since she is an actress adept at performance. However, when confronted with a genuine issue, she naturally hesitates to fabricate for fear of being exposed. Chapter 33. My reference to she pertains to kidney deficiency. I will attempt to inquire with it first. Perhaps she has misjudged the cat. What if all these names are merely different appellations for a single cat? Perhaps it is not a narrative of multiple partners, but rather a singular tale? She crouched before the white cat. Hello? The cat, lacking vitality, paid her no heed. Do you know Man? The cat, suddenly animated, sat upright. Meow. What happened to Man? Nothing much. It just misses you a bit. I encountered it recently, and it asked me to inquire about what you've been up to. The white cat averted its gaze. Meow, I've been busy. Please tell it I will visit once I am finished. Mingli. Indeed, a scoundrel of a cat. Perhaps it is preoccupied with rendezvous with other kittens? Your caretaker mentioned you've been feeling unwell these past few days, unable to eat. Can you share the reason with me? She asked anxiously. Meow, I am unsure why. Lately, I have felt somewhat drained. I eat daily yet still feel hungry. I sleep yet remain weary, unable to muster any energy. The white cat was perplexed, sensing it might be ill but with no specific ailment or symptoms. Is it a lack of strength? Do you feel emptied? Meow. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. You may be experiencing some form of deficiency.
Meow?
Kidney deficiency?
How could that be?
I have no girlfriend. The white cat looked innocent and bewildered. It must be said, it was exceptionally beautiful, evoking an instinctive affection in anyone who beheld it, leading them to believe it was exceedingly well-behaved. I belong, am vigorous and lively, thriving in my prowess. It is impossible for me to be deficient. I provide Dragon with a well-balanced diet, meticulously curated. I would never offer it anything haphazard. There's no way a well-cared-for cat could be deficient, the woman asserted, equally skeptical. If a cat were to receive inadequate nourishment, a deficiency would be expected. However, I care for mine properly, so how could it be deficient? What I mean by deficient refers to kidney deficiency. The woman's voice rose incredulously. What? Kidney deficiency?
Huh?
Kidney deficiency? Can cats even experience kidney deficiency? I may have forgotten the earlier context. Perhaps it has been overexerted, and I neglected to mention it. Your memory resembles mine when I struggle to memorize texts smiling. Indeed, kidney deficiency. It has been frolicking outdoors excessively, engaging in frivolous pursuits, leading to a deterioration of its health. Fortunately, we discovered it early. With timely intervention and nourishment, it should be fine. That's implausible. It has no girlfriend. How could it possibly have kidney deficiency? Even if it had a girlfriend, it wouldn't reach such a state of deficiency. How many partners could it have for that to happen? The woman shook her head, her expression one of disbelief. Moreover, it is exceedingly obedient. It cannot possibly be so carefree outdoors. She had initially thought Mingli possessed some genuine insight. Now, it seemed either scripted or a fortunate coincidence. She felt foolish for taking a program seriously. Never mind. The woman smiled at Mingli, thanking her for the trouble. My friend is arriving soon. We will head to the city's veterinary hospital shortly. Although her words were innocuous, Mingli could distinctly sense her skepticism, disbelief, and a hint of derision. In an attempt to assert her credibility, she continued, I assure you, your cat is genuinely experiencing kidney deficiency. It has 9 romantic involvements outside, and it has engaged in playful antics with several of them. No sooner had she spoken than the woman's countenance darkened, a cold huff escaping her. I know you are filming a program, attempting to create entertainment value, but there is no need to slander my cat. It is merely a cat. Must it become a pawn in your quest for notoriety? That is utterly heartless. A cat's reputation is still a reputation. How foolish of me to have believed in your abilities after watching the program. It seems it was all fabricated. Finally, someone has spoken the truth. The persona was barely established before it was dismantled. One can only say it serves her right. Indeed, previously, all that talk about squirrels and chickens was essentially unsubstantiated. None knew the circumstances, and with a little manipulation, it was easy to deceive. However, encountering a clever and discerning owner this time has led to an instant debacle. It has been said repeatedly, do not establish such defiant personas, for they shall inevitably lead to backlash. However, I never anticipated that the repercussions would manifest so swiftly. How delightful. Even if this persona collapses, she can always claim to be afflicted by a mental disorder, suffering from hysteria and indulging in fantasies. After all, she would be solidifying her status as the sole individual with such a title in the entertainment industry. How could she not embrace it with fervor? A sister? There's no need to be so agitated. I understand that your Zihan is not like that, and your Long Long is merely a charming cat. Yet, I have observed that it may have been frolicking outside, which could have resulted in a slight depletion of its vitality, leading to a diminished appetite and lethargy. This reasoning does hold water, does it not? Let us wager. If I can uncover evidence of your cat's escapades, you shall grant me an additional 30 points. What do you say? But if it turns out that it has not been misbehaving outside, shall I then take you to court for defaming a cat? That's quite amusing. If it hasn't misbehaved, I shall publicly apologize to it via my Weibo account. Is that agreeable? As an entertainer with millions of fans, your cat would gain fame while I would bear the embarrassment. 30 points in exchange for a public apology from a renowned artist. Does that not seem like a worthwhile bargain? The woman paused for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. All right. I'm curious to see what concoction you will weave to deceive me and everyone else. Is she truly betting on this? Apologizing to a cat. Who would even think of such a thing? I feel as though Mingli's mental health has yet to be restored, dear sister. Perhaps you should return for a thorough examination? How ridiculous. Why should I worry for her? What if this is precisely her intention? An entertainer apologizing to a cat would surely trend online, wouldn't it? Regardless of whether it's good or bad, the attention would inevitably follow. After all, she intends to tread the path of infamy. Her reputation is of little concern. This could indeed turn out to be profitable for her. Earlier that morning, Mingli had already made headlines due to her escapades involving squirrels and chickens, which had drawn a wave of viewers to her live stream, skyrocketing from over 1 million to more than 3 million. Some spectators lingered, while others departed after their fill of entertainment, causing the count to settle at over 2 million by noon. However, once the browser history was made public, the numbers surged past 4 million. After a brief afternoon nap, it dipped back to 3 million, but following Mingli's latest bet, the viewer count had shattered 5 million, surpassing the second place, Shun Chingu, by over 3 million, an impressive lead. The trending topic is here. I'm eager to see what Mingli has in store this time. I didn't follow the live stream, I only watched brief clips. Were her interactions with the squirrel, chicken, and seagulls genuine? Can she truly communicate with animals? That is all fabricated, a mere act. She herself has admitted as much, simply to establish her persona. Mingli strolled into the square, approaching a group of cats lounging beneath a grand tree. Are these not the very cats Mingli petted yesterday? That fierce-looking raccoon cat made quite an impression on me. Good afternoon. Meow. Hello, esteemed lady of the hot dog.
Meow.
Is there any hot dog today?
Meow.
The weather is quite chilly. Come warm up in my embrace. And don't forget to bring along some delicious hot dogs. I have come to seek your assistance.
Meow.
Is there food? If not, let us not discuss it. Let's not discuss it. Let's not discuss it. Let's not discuss it. Mingli interjected. What a superficial bunch of cats. Chapter 34. Not just treading four boats. I have sought you out because your North Dipper 7 Cats group is the most renowned, efficient, and formidable cat collective in this town, and even the entire province. Others proclaim that your information is the most reliable, your actions the swiftest, and your results the finest, earning you the moniker 3 Best Group. This task is exceedingly arduous. One that no one else can accomplish. Only you can. Before she could finish, the 7 languid cats raised their heads. Meow. Do people really say such things about us? It seems rather implausible. Meow. Why is it implausible? I, the tabby, have been entrenched in the feline community for years. Who does not know of me, the illustrious tabby?
Meow.
Since she has said so, why not lend her our assistance? She fed us hot dogs yesterday. The tabby cat swiftly swatted the little black cat. Meow, you fool. It's a tribute, not a meal. We felines are a noble and exalted species. It is the two-legged creatures who must offer us tributes. The little black cat, feeling wronged, covered its head. Meow, the elder brother is right. It is indeed a tribute. Standing tall and proud, the tabby turned to Mingli. Meow. In light of your generous offering of food yesterday, we shall assist you with this endeavor. After all, it is a long-standing tradition that two-legged beings nourish the feline deities, seeking their blessings, and in return, the feline deities fulfill the wishes of their devotees. Having uttered nothing but words and contributed no offerings, Mingli's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Thank you, noble felines. I hope you can help me locate the animals known as xiaotsue, huahua, man-manned, bye-bye, nuo-nuo, fan-fan, dammy, nyo-nyo, and juju around the town, and inform them that Beidalong is nearing his end, so they should hurry to see him one last time. Meow, Beidalong? That name rings a bell. Meow, isn't it that rather flamboyant house cat? Meow, I know xiaotsue and huahua. They're house cats from the next street. The tabby cat stood at the flower bed's edge, howling like a wolf. Meow. Brothers and sisters, it has come to life. Whether our North Dipper 7 Cats group can cement its fame depends on this endeavor. We must act swiftly and accurately, understood? The other 6 cats stood up, rallying behind it. Meow. Understood, boss. The 7 cats scattered, vanishing into various corners of the town in the blink of an eye. Mingli, with her hands clasped behind her back, strolled leisurely towards the woman's home, akin to a dignitary. What's going on? Chancellor, enlighten me. It seems Mingli just mentioned wanting to locate the white cat as partners, so she told this group of stray cats several names, instructing them to search for these cats and then head to the white cat's home. If I'm not mistaken, she just listed 9 names, implying that the white cat has 9 partners? So many? Wait, don't you find it strange that after just a few words exchanged with these strays, they all dashed off? It's as if the cats genuinely understood her. They are cats, not dogs. Even if cats could comprehend human language, they typically wouldn't bother to respond. Therefore, it logically follows that Mingli flattered them a few times, and they felt obliged to assist. This makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Hold on, why are you still analyzing this? This situation is quite peculiar. She deliberately slowed her pace, taking over 10 minutes to reach the woman's home. As she arrived at the gate, a piercing scream echoed from within. Oh my goodness, where did all these cats come from? They are his partners, Mingli explained upon entering the yard. At this moment, in addition to the white cat owned by the woman, 4 other cats, both house and stray, had appeared. The woman turned to her, bewildered. Partners? 4?
So many?
This is impossible. You didn't find those wild cats somewhere, did you? Oh my, there are indeed cats here? Mingli raised her hands innocently. How could that be? I cannot communicate with animals. How would I possess the ability to summon cats to your home? I have nothing on me to entice them. The woman pondered. Then surely, Long Long has made some good friends outside. After all, Long Long has such a good temperament, and it's normal for it to have many acquaintances. Mingli raised an eyebrow. choosing not to speak further, but directing her gaze toward the 5 cats, 4 of which were female and were currently surrounding the white cat, meowing incessantly. Meow Long Long?
Who is that?
Meow. Who is it?
Meow?
Long Long. Bab Bab? Did you not tell me your name is Bye Bye, sharing the same name as mine? Is this fate?
Meow?
Wait, are you all its friends or girlfriends? The other 3 cats exclaimed. Meow. Of course, we are girlfriends. The 4 cats. Just waking up. Ba Long looked at the 4 female cats. It shrank back a bit, but still managed to force a smile. Meow, what brings you here? Oh no. Oh no, oh no, I'm doomed. Meow, why wouldn't we come? If they hadn't said you were dying, I wouldn't have known you were mingling with 3 other cats while talking to me.
Meow.
Scoundrel cat. For some reason, the 4 female cats surrounding the white cat suddenly became agitated, even slapping the white cat, which just took it without retaliating. A woman wanted to step forward, but the other cats hissed at her, forcing her to retreat, maintaining a dynamic balance of advance and retreat. She anxiously thought, what are they doing? Why are they suddenly attacking Long Long? Because your Long Long deceived their affections. While Long Long was courting one of the cats, it was simultaneously engaging with others. And none of them knew about each other. Now that I've called them all over, Long Long has been exposed. So it's time for the female cats to give the scoundrel cat a beating. Is this really Long Long's affair outside? Or is it simultaneous? Initially skeptical, she began to waver upon witnessing this scene. Otherwise, how could they suddenly burst into your home? If it weren't simultaneous, they wouldn't be attacking the cat. If it weren't the case, why do you think Long Long is passively accepting the beating? Though they are cats, animals, much like humans, form their own societies with social order. I can only say your Long Long is too greedy, trying to juggle several relationships at once. But don't worry. They won't cause fatal harm. They know their limits. The woman's face was filled with complexity, yet her love for the feline children clouded her judgment. The 4 cats are manageable. I've heard many cats have multiple partners. Indeed, but your Long Long is not merely juggling 4. The woman's eyes widened. There are more? Almost there, we're at the door. Chapter 35. Could it be that it's a scandal? 2 minutes later, a dog rushed in, crying out loud, woof. Long Long. What's wrong? Don't leave Xiaotsui behind. We promised to watch the sunrise and sunset by the seaside together. The next moment, the 4 cats chimed in. Meow? You are also Long Long's girlfriend? The spotted dog. Woof?
Who are you?
The 4 cats. Meow. We are Long Long's girlfriends, and we're all in a simultaneous relationship. It hasn't broken up with us yet. The spotted dog. Woof.
Huh?
Long Long, with its head buried. Damn it, why is Xiaotsui here too? The 4 cats and 1 dog began to scold the white cat, occasionally giving it a swat. The woman. 5?
Not just that. Muminjwate.
A cat and a dog rushed in, shouting at each other. Meow, I am Long Long's girlfriend. Woof, you're talking nonsense. Long Long said it only loves me for a lifetime. Meow, you're the one talking nonsense. You're a dog and Long Long is a cat. There's no happy ending for you. Woof, what do you know? Long Long has said that love that transcends species is the deepest love. Meow, then let Long Long tell us who its girlfriend is, you pretender.
Woof, say it.
A cat and a dog simultaneously turned to look into the yard. Long Long, please tell us, who is your girlfriend? The call abruptly ceased. 5 cats and 2 dogs locked eyes, their heads adorned with large question marks. Meow, are you Long Long's friends? Meow, no, we're Long Long's girlfriends. Woof.
What?
I am Long Long's girlfriend. It hasn't even broken up with me yet. How did you become its girlfriend? Woof. It hasn't broken up with me either. Last week. It was still watching the sunset with me.
Meow?
What is going on? The first 4 cats explained the situation to the newly arrived cat and dog. The 2 were taken aback. They rushed towards Long Long, bombarding it with questions. Meanwhile, the white cat buried in the cat bed feigned death, enduring the scorn and blows from the other cats and dogs. The woman was left in a state of shock, almost on the verge of a breakdown. Are these 2 also? It's one thing to hang out with cats, but how on earth is it mixing with 2 dogs? Oh heavens, how could this happen? Could Yun be holding its head in despair? Meanwhile, the comment section exploded.
I am utterly speechless.
A cat juggling 7 partners, 2 of whom are dogs? Seriously, dude, are you playing around? I thought my cat juggling 3 partners was outrageous, but there is someone even more skilled?
Indeed.
There are people beyond people, cats beyond cats, scoundrels beyond scoundrels. Isn't this akin to a man dating 7 women, with 2 of them being men? Wait. I remember Mingli mentioned 9 names before.
Ah,
Does that mean there are more? Before long, the half-open door was suddenly pushed open. A yellow cow with a nose ring slowed down as it walked in. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice trembled, her mouth opening and closing. This cow can't possibly be? Mingli nodded. She hadn't expected that the white cat's beloved Nuno would actually be a cow. And the remaining Juzi couldn't be. The woman staggered back several steps, leaning against the wall, her eyes wide open, her entire being radiating the utter absurdity of the situation. Upon seeing the yellow cow, the 5 cats and 2 dogs also froze momentarily. However, in that first instant, they didn't perceive it as the white cat's girlfriend. Perhaps this could be a true friend of the white cat? Yet in the next moment, the yellow cow spoke. Moo, hello, I am Long Long's girlfriend. I heard it was sick, so I came to see Long Long. Are you all its friends? 5 cats and 2 dogs. The white cat buried its head, trembled upon hearing that moo. Oh no, Nuno is here too. I could handle the other cats and dogs hitting me, but Nuno's wrath. I should have never gone to the field, should never have chatted with Nuno, should never have gotten involved with Nuno. Mingli, she didn't know whether to call the white cat fickle or to commend its charm. Managing to attract a cow as a girlfriend just by wandering around the fields. What a scandalous cat. Thankfully, she would steer clear of all such entanglements. The 5 cats and 2 dogs revealed the truth to Nuno. Nuno's bovine face was shocked, furious enough to charge at the white cat with a kick. But just then, a light pink pig rushed in. Ah, where did this scandalous hoof come from, daring to harm our Long Long? The woman. There's even more? Mingli, looks like Juzi has arrived. The pig rushed in front of the cat bed, shouting at the yellow cow. Ah, what are you doing? Why are you hurting our Long Long? Moo, your Long Long? Could it be that you are also its girlfriend? Ah, I'm not its girlfriend. The 5 cats, 2 dogs, and 1 cow breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Long Long said I am its adorable little pig, its soulmate, closer than a girlfriend. The 5 cats, 2 dogs, and 1 cow. Long Long, it wishes it could die. It might as well just let it die. The white cat raised its head slightly, casting a pleading glance towards its caretaker, yet the woman was now so stunned and bewildered that she began to question her very existence. She had always believed her obedient and understanding feline son to be well-behaved, only to discover that he had been engaging in indiscretions outside, indiscretions that included not 1, but a staggering 9 companions. As if that were not enough, he had also entangled himself with 2 dogs, a cow, and a pig. Seriously, was he truly that indiscriminate? She rushed into the throng of animals, seizing the white cat by the scruff of its neck, her face a mask of fury. I thought you were unwell, that you were in distress, and instead, you were out gallivanting to the point of renal deficiency? The cat lowered its head in guilt. Meow. The woman turned to Mingli, struggling to contain her anger. What nonsense is it spewing? Mingli responded. It says it didn't mean to. It just wanted to give each of its sisters a home, as they are all in need of love. It wanted to spend time with them.
ah,
I'm going to lose my mind. Are you out of your mind?
huh.
I ask you, are you out of your mind? If I hadn't discovered this, how long were you planning to keep it from me? To continue frolicking outside? To the point of illness, renal failure, or worse, death? Mingli quietly stepped back. Given that it had been proven the cat had indulged itself to such an extent, there was little left for her to do, right? Wait. Please relay this message. There are 2 choices for it. First, if it wishes to remain in this household, it must immediately apologize to these animals and completely sever ties with them. If any reparations are required, I will bear the full responsibility. However, for the rest of its life, it shall not set foot outside this home. If it continues to misbehave, I'll toss it into the sea to feed the sharks. Second, it must leave this home at once. Whether it lives or dies outside is no longer my concern. The woman holding the cat took deep breaths. Her face flushed with anger. The cat was hers, and the failure to spay, it was also her oversight. This situation was partly her fault. Mingli conveyed the message. The white cat's ears drooped almost to its head.
Meow.
It chose the first option, promising to be obedient, truthful, and to honor her. At that moment, a car pulled up at the gate. When a friend entered the yard and beheld the multitude of animals, they were taken aback. What on earth was going on? An animal assembly? The woman, still holding the white cat, said, "Just in time, let us go get it spayed." The man replied, "Aren't we supposed to take the cat to the vet? Why the sudden need for spaying? Is it afflicted with some sort of promiscuity?" Chapter 36. Greed can lead to overreach. Without strength, do not force it. The woman and the man departed with the cat, while Mingli received a reward of 30 points along with the woman's apology. She glanced at the 5 cats, 2 dogs, a cow, and a pig in the yard, waving her hand. All right, disperse, disperse. It's going to get spayed, and when it returns, it will become your sister. You all return whence you came. When it comes back, we'll settle the score. The 5 cats, 2 dogs, a cow, and a pig exchanged glances and, in unison, bowed to Mingli. Meow, woof, moo. Thank you. If not for you, we might still be in the dark. Mingli casually placed one hand behind her back, waving the other nonchalantly as she stepped away. No need for thanks. It's merely a good deed, a small favor. The scene fell into silence. Yet, the live stream exploded. The trending topics were ablaze, proclaiming it a contemporary literary sensation. Wait, Mingli, are you serious? The most flamboyant and promiscuous cat in the feline world, without exception. In this day and age, even cats have 9 partners, while I have none. Mingli publicly revealed her browser history. Nanju had not engaged in any nocturnal escapades. Mingli assisted squirrels in locating nuts. 8 out of the top 20 trending topics were related to Mingli, along with 5 related to variety shows, effectively dominating the trending charts for the day. Spicy snail noodles with fried eggs. I've watched the video several times, and I still find it astonishing. Is it true? A cat is actually juggling 9 partners. And among them, 4 dogs, a pig, and a cow? Is there no reproductive isolation among animals? I'm not named Zihan replied to spicy snail noodles with fried eggs. Those who watched the live stream will tell you it's indeed true. I was initially mocking the cat for being so fickle, but then a dog showed up and then another cat, a dog, a cow, and a pig. I was left agape. Weo replied to I'm not named Zihan. It's clearly staged. The production team collaborated with the guests and villagers for a stunt. All for the sake of traffic. Not wanting to earn this petty cash replied to Weo. Even if the people were acting, what about those cats, dogs, pigs, and cows? It's not just 1 or 2, but dozens. Is the production team so skilled that they can train so many obedient and expressive animals? Their acting skills surpass many stars in the industry. 5-star replied to not wanting to earn this petty cash. The production team might have trained those animals in advance, and then paired them with Mingli's persona. Not eating cilantro replied to 5-star. I'm from Yuzin, and that cow is my friend S working ox. While the 2 cats, Bye and Man, are raised by my elementary school classmates. They're no way they were pre-trained by the production team. They're just ordinary cats and dogs. My friends and classmates were completely unaware of this, and they were equally astonished. De Wu Sanqi. I saw the video of Mingli and the animals on the trending topics this morning, and I was mocking how today as celebrities are so desperate to get famous that they adopt such personas. Yet, after following the live stream this afternoon and witnessing her calling stray cats to gather those animals, I began to believe it. Because while many things could be scripted or acted, the accumulation of events, her words, and the animals' reactions all matched the situation perfectly, very naturally, without any sense of incongruity. If this were all a script, then I think Mingli and these animals should collectively win an Oscar. Regardless of the trending topics, the netizens ultimately discussed whether Mingli could genuinely communicate with animals. Vote, can Mingli communicate with animals? Yes, 2333, simply impeccable. Or 1666, let us wait and see. No, 5001, the script was good, the acting was decent, the animals worked hard. No matter how fiercely the online debates raged, they did not affect Mingli. The production team's phones were offline. After bidding farewell to the animals, she accepted 2 more animal-related tasks, completing them swiftly. As the saying goes, to attain wealth, one must first build roads, and language serves as the bridge of communication. Hence, understanding language leads to prosperity. Flawless. Simply perfect. At 5 p.m., having earned 60 points, Mingli prepared to call it a day. She moved like an ordinary zombie in the game Plants vs. Zombies, her body slightly hunched, arms drooping, resembling a boneless chicken claw as she moved slowly along the path. So tired, it's like finishing an 800-meter run for a fitness test, feeling utterly exhausted. With my heart nearly giving out, only to suddenly be diagnosed as male and told I have to run another 200 meters. The photographer. Wait, sister, what have you been doing today? You're the most relaxed guest in the entire production team. Other guests, who were exhausted from hard work without even earning 60 points, emitted sharp cries of protest. Walking is tiring, moving my lips is tiring, standing under the sun at over 30 degrees is tiring. How can it not be tiring? Mingli slightly focused her attention on the animals by the roadside and overheard them discussing the recent events. In less than an hour, the news had spread throughout the entire town. She could sense many animals scrutinizing her. How is this biped so remarkable? How did she manage that? Should I ask her to help me find out if my pet has been misbehaving? Can she discern whether I occupy a place in his heart? The two-legged beast is indeed terrifying. It feels as though she can read my thoughts at a glance, invisible to my gaze. Mingli chose to ignore it. Should any creature seek her assistance, they would approach her of their own accord, and if not, she could not be bothered. A lazy fish, minding her own business and indulging in leisure. This small town is indeed a hidden gem. Take, for instance, the spry gentleman in his 60s, effortlessly balancing 2 buckets of water as he strides with an upright posture, side by side with the 20-something Mingli, who ambles along, taking 2 steps before pausing for breath. The contrast between the elder's briskness and the youth's slow pace, one steady and the other panting, is striking. As the gentleman passes her by, his voice booms like a gong. "Young lady, you must exert yourself more. When I was your age, I could carry 2 buckets of manure. You need to push yourself." Mingli, watching the elderly man's vigorous retreat, is suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment. She turns to the photographer, her lips moving. "From this moment forth, I shall diligently train." The photographer silently steps back, fear evident in his eyes. "You can't possibly expect me to fetch you 2 buckets of manure, can you?" They both fall into silence, before Mingli exclaims, "Brother." "Ha ha ha." I'm dying of laughter. To be honest, the photographer and I share the same thought, pointing at each other. "Mingli, am I perceived as a rather petty person in your eyes?" Her eyes flicker with complexity. "I'm beginning to doubt what image I hold in your mind." The photographer, evading her gaze. "In any case, not a good one." "Mingli, I've utterly failed at being myself." No, she must transform her image. In the next moment, she breaks into a quick jog, waving at the photographer with a smile. "Come, let us run together and exercise." Her smile is radiant as a flower, reminiscent of a heroine from a romantic drama beckoning under the warm glow of the setting sun, accompanied by a melodious laugh. "Hurry and catch up with me, huh?" The photographer stands frozen, a glimmer of paternal pride flashing across his face. Young people must be so full of vitality. Just as he prepares to join her, he notices Mingli has stopped a few meters ahead, slightly out of breath, raising her hand to wipe her sweat. "Never mind, I'm just a lazy pig." The photographer, "Your exercise lasted all of 3 minutes? Did you even change species?" Faced with his disappointed gaze, Mingli remains silent for 3 seconds. "It's not that I wanted to stop, but rather that the life lesson I just grasped warned me to halt." What? The insatiable human heart can lead to one's downfall. Without strength, one should not overreach. Chapter 37. Your madness is somewhat frightening. I truly wish to scatter some rice to ward off evil. 3 minutes is still quite long. Intermittently ambitious, persistently idling, I one T name names. Didn't you claim to communicate with animals? Why not find a cow to carry you back? Is it because you don't want to? Sister, with your incredible abilities, can't you accomplish this minor task? Why are there suddenly so many odd comments? It was quite harmonious before. Trending now. Many internet users are here for the gossip, but it's alright. When the hype dies down, the thrill seekers will naturally disperse. Hey, you Haven T returned home yet? Mingli encounters the yellow cow from earlier at the crossroads. Moo, it sighs, seeking solace. It's alright, she reassures, patting the cow. In this world, no one is truly indispensable. Just as fish can be grilled without water, the yellow cow can sell tickets without plowing fields. Moo, do you wish to go home? It nods. Moo, let me carry you home. She shakes her head. No, please, let me carry you as a token of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would still be deceived. From today onward, I, Huang Nuno, will lock my heart and diligently serve my master. Mingli, I wonder if this decision is wise or foolish. At the yellow cow's insistence, she reluctantly mounts its back, enjoying the sensation of freedom as her feet dangle. How did Mingli hop on so quickly, and why is the yellow cow not resisting? I'm laughing so hard. I recall someone sarcastically questioning why Mingli didn't he ride the cow, and now she has. Cattle being ridden is not uncommon in rural areas. Thus passers-by paid little heed. However, the guests had never witnessed such a sight. Exhausted and weary, Guluo gapes at Mingli atop the yellow cow. Where did you get this cow? It came to me, so I rode it. ISNT that someone else's plow cow. Wouldn't it be improper to write it? What if its owner is looking for it? And what if you damage it? Her tone was quite gentle, as if she were concerned for Mingli. Mingli remained silent and merely patted the cow's head, grasping its horns firmly. Guluo, what do you mean? The next moment, she watches in horror as the yellow cow suddenly lowers its head, charging at her with its horns. The woman stumbles back in fright. She runs, it pursues. She feels as though she has no escape. Just when Gu Luo feels cornered, her legs trembling, the yellow cow abruptly halts, turning back onto the main path. Mingli gently taps its head, her tone affectionate. What was that about? You scared me to death. You mustn't do that again. Gu Luo, shouldn't I be the one terrified? It's me. It's really me. With her hands clenched behind her back, knuckles whitening and veins surfacing. She seethes, damn you, Mingli. After Mingli finishes her meal, the other guests, having completed their tasks, return, dragging their weary bodies. I'm exhausted and sunburned. I've never endured such indignities in my life. It seems we have returned the earliest. Let us hurry and exchange for food and rest. As the weary group steps into the camp, they spot Mingli leisurely lounging in a rocking chair, engrossed in her phone. Wait, we are all guests. How come you're the only one so relaxed? Why is the gap between people greater than that between humans and dogs? Ming Chong, glancing at his sweat-drenched self, then at the leisurely Mingli, feels increasingly unbalanced. He strides forward. Shall we? Are you just going to laze around and wait for others to treat you to meals and lodging again? We're all working hard. And you're the only one slacking off, doing nothing. How can you bear to do this? Have you completed today's tasks? Why not prepare for tomorrow in advance? I don't understand how you've become this way. Our family always teaches us to strive for excellence. A paper ball, expertly thrown by Nanju, lands squarely in Ming Chong's mouth. The man's handsome face is marked by irritation. Shut up. Spitting out the paper ball, Ming Chong, feeling too intimidated to confront Nanju, remembers the many eyes upon them and can only frown. Young Master Nan, Mingli is my sister. I'm merely reprimanding her. This has nothing to do with you, right? Are you going to meddle in other people's private affairs? Your family matters are of no concern to me.
But you've offended me.
Your words are reminiscent of a foul stench wafting from a latrine, sharp-tongued and utterly unbearable. As he spoke, Nanju waved his finely knuckled hand before his nose. I have always acknowledged Nanju's assertiveness. Why is he speaking up for Mingli? The two individuals seem to harbor mutual disdain for one another. Do they not? Is it possible that he simply loathes Ming Chong and thus confronts him? If I were in his shoes, I would certainly berate him as well. This Ming Chong behaves like a fool, embodying the absurdity of certain paternalistic, preachy men in a most vivid manner. His very presence is irksome. I even suspect that the production team has concocted such a farcical character for the sake of sensationalism.
No,
perhaps it is genuine, for I have encountered such individuals in my own life. Prior to meeting them, I wondered, can such people truly exist in this world? It seemed too exaggerated to be real. Yet, after witnessing it firsthand, I realized that the variety of human existence is even more astonishing than I had imagined. It is not merely diversity, but an overwhelming array of oddities. With a laugh, I observed Ming Chong's face transforming from red to white, then white to black, and back to red again. I found amusement in his plight. Initially, I did not perceive it as such, but your words have illuminated the fact that it does indeed reek of absurdity. Do not rush to suggest that I strive for excellence. Instead, perhaps you should rinse your mouth first. He is not particularly tall, yet his arrogance is quite pronounced. The latter remark was naturally directed at Ming Chong. From memory, the original self suffered from depression, largely due to Ming Chong and his so-called parents, which is why I have never intended to foster a friendly relationship from the outset. Upon uttering those words, the man, momentarily rendered speechless by anger, found an outlet for his frustration. With a gaze that seemed to say, I may not be able to deal with him, but I can certainly confront you. He glared fiercely, as if he had been imbued with the idiocy of a supporting character in a mindless novel, and blurted out, do you truly believe that by associating with the Nan family, you can live without fear? Let me tell you, Nanju is merely toying with you. You can't even set foot in his family home.
Mingli?
Nanju. The crowd. Wait, what? When did Mingli get involved with Nanju? What did I miss? How did these two end up together? I am certain I didn't blink. I really like what a netizen said. So, we're just a part of your little play? Gu Luo. I wondered why she suddenly became so assertive. It turns out she really is hooked up with the Nan family. Shen Qinggu, what on earth? Qi Shang and Qilinger. Aren't they siblings? Nan Yuan, 3 parts excitement. 3 parts astonishment, 4 parts disbelief. When did you two start a relationship behind my back? Nan Zhu, furrowing his brow. Don't speak recklessly. How could I possibly play with her? She isn't worthy. With that statement, the progression of his tone was marked by a crescendo of conviction, absurdity, ridicule, and disdain. Mingli, rendered speechless, stammered. Strange. Is the Nan family akin to Mount Everest? Why would I aspire to climb it? Moreover, I truly cannot fathom who could be with Nanju, a foul-mouthed groom and a blind bride. It sounds like a horror story. Nanju scoffed. There are 4 types of rulers in the world. Straight rulers, measuring tapes, calipers, and, of course, fools who are ever so close. Mingli raised an eyebrow. There are 4 forms of affection in the world. Friendship, familial love, romantic love, and, of course, pretentious individuals. She turned her gaze to the man sitting beside her. You are encroaching on my space. Nanju chuckled. You are seated in a chair. How can I encroach upon you? Am I to transform into your chair? Everyone possesses 2 rears, one genuine, nestled between the waist and legs, and a spare one carried about. You are sitting on the spare rear I placed beside me. Only the astute can perceive it. It is entirely normal for you not to see it. The others? Your eccentricity is somewhat unsettling. I truly wish to sprinkle some rice to ward off evil. It's quite foolish, yet I find it amusing. I always wondered why I saw others carrying an extra rear. Asked my best friend, and she said she couldn't see it. It turns out I am simply too clever, and she is rather foolish. The spare rear is incredibly useful. Sometimes, after sitting for too long, I switch it out for a break, allowing the real one to rest and rebound, then I exchange it for the spare. It bounces back like new. I assumed everyone had one. Is it true that some do not? In truth, I deliberately sat on your spare rear. I intend to flatten it. I sit.
You see.
With that, Nanju stood and sat down forcefully, then stood again, and sat down with vigor. Mingli, incensed, vigorously slapped at the air beside the man. I hit.
You seek.
I hit.
Seek. Hit.
The others? You two must remain here and not move. We shall procure 2 talismans. Chapter 38. Mingli, you play quite extravagantly. Ming Chong realized he had misspoken and fell silent, refraining from further comment. Of course, the error here does not pertain to his words directed at Mingli, but rather the hasty revelation of the relationship between Nanju and Mingli. Presently, as Nanju and Mingli engage in their quarrel, it appears there is less to their connection than meets the eye. How, then, could he continue to leverage his association with Mingli to ascend to the Nan family? However, upon further reflection, given that Nanju detests Mingli, could he not win Nanju's favor by disparaging Mingli in his presence? As for Nanju's retorts towards him, Ming Chong had already rationalized them as a reaction to him being too close to Nanju, thus provoking his ire, not as an excuse to assist Mingli, but rather as a means of self-justification. After all, Nanju is known for his honesty. As the distinguished heir of the Nan family, it stands to reason that he would not stoop to deceit. Simultaneously, he must not forfeit the opportunity to cultivate goodwill in front of Guluo, although the Shin family may not rival the Nan family's generational wealth and influence. They are still a family of scholars, with generations of luminaries in the arts. Ideally, Mingli would successfully engage with Nanju, while he secures Guluo. What worries would arise from lacking power, wealth, or influence? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ming Chong instinctively chuckled. The surrounding individuals turned to regard him. Finally recalling the source of his frustrations, he admonished Nanju without reservation. Be silent. Is my rumor something you can fabricate? Mingli, unusually, nodded in agreement. Do not spread falsehoods. As the saying goes, while the truth is still putting on its shoes, rumors have already traversed the globe. It's rare to see her so serious. I am in tears. Many individuals relish the unknown and spread rumors as if they have witnessed and heard everything themselves, often embellishing the tale as they go. Furthermore, if rumors are to be spread, it is I who plays him, not the other way around. Such fabrications hold no truth, and those who hear them will only laugh in disbelief. If one claims that Mingli has Nanju in her grasp, perhaps more would believe it. After all, half-truths make the best rumors. Ming Chong, Nanju, I retract my previous statement. Forget I said anything, smiling. Mingli, rumors can be spun, but I must be the one on top. It is evident that this woman is quite formidable. What does it mean that Mingli has Nanju under her control is half true, half false? What part is true? The woman quickly clapped her hands twice. Mingli Nanju. The clapping is indeed real. 12 words, 6 of which are true. How can that not be considered half true? Half false? Nanju. The crowd. Those 6 words bear no relation to the original 12. I envy your wisdom, smiling. Mingli shrugged and spread her hands. That is how rumors come to be, is it not? The crowd fell silent, particularly the Chi siblings and Shin Chingu, who navigated the circles of society. She spoke a profound truth. Excerpts, assemblages, half-truths, and half-lies. Exploiting the information gap and the emotions of the uninformed, the rumors can easily spread like feathers in a winter storm. I suspect there are hidden meanings in her words. Are these unintentional genuine thoughts? Clearly, it is a blatant irony and metaphor. I am in stitches. Is this not a form of whitewashing? First, establish a persona. Then feign innocence to garner the favor of netizens, followed by a subtle attempt to clear one's name. Subsequently, with the operation of trending topics online, it won't be long before one emerges as a pristine artist once more. Perhaps she will even steer the conversation towards her previous tribulations. Just as the audience and others anticipated that Mingli would seize this opportunity to clarify the prior rumors circulating online, she unexpectedly darted to Nanju's side, catching him off guard, and suddenly plopped down. Let me catch your spare behind. I'm sitting, I'm flattening it. Nanju, the crowd, the audience. Did that pot of mushrooms at noon give you hallucinations? Director of AAA Psychiatric Hospital. Are all the people coming out of your psychiatric hospital like this? Chi Linger glanced at the director. That pot of wild mushrooms she had, it wouldn't be poisonous, right? The director scratched his head. It shouldn't be. I had a bowl too, and I feel fine. Shun Qinggu, is it possible that we ate too little? So we didn't have any problems, while she consumed an entire pot, hitting the threshold for toxicity? The director. All eyes turned to Mingli, who was still sitting there, and they hurriedly called for the show's accompanying doctor to examine her, promptly transporting her to the town hospital. The diagnosis indeed confirmed food poisoning. Nanju was the first to rush forward. Is she okay? Nan Yen, will she die? The wild mushrooms here aren't particularly toxic, generally. A normal person can eat a bit without issue. It's just that the patient consumed too much in one day, resulting in mild poisoning. It's nothing serious. With a good night's rest, she should recover on her own. However, in such situations, it's still advisable for everyone to come to the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Nanju's tense body gradually relaxed. Wow, it really is food poisoning. Thank goodness it's not serious. If the mushrooms had been more toxic, and everyone had eaten more, we would have had the first variety show that ended up in the hospital due to food poisoning. How hilarious. The staff even had a bit. They would have been caught in the net too. Thank goodness, that really scared me. Gu Luo's eyes were slightly red. Ming Chong pressed his lips tightly. I told her not to run around and eat recklessly, but she wouldn't listen, insisting on being stubborn. Now look what happened. Gu Luo. Changge, don't say that about Shaoli. It wasn't intentional. Shin Qinggu raised an eyebrow, his voice as gentle as a flowing stream. If I recall correctly, all the mushrooms we collected are the same as those Mingli gathered, right? Hers were poisonous. And so were ours. There isn't any difference. It's just that we collected less, and there were more people, so each of us had a smaller intake, which didn't provoke any response. She gathered more and ate more, leading to her reaction. If she is at fault, aren't we all equally culpable? Gu Luo. Brother. That's not what we mean. Oh. Then what do you mean? The man smiled, urging her to elaborate. She bit her lip. Brother, we are just I understand. You are merely reflecting on the mistakes you've made. After all, you often err and need to self-reflect, don't you, Luo Luo? The more Shin Qinggu smiled, the more anxious Gu Luo became. Clearly, he had treated her very well before, almost cradling her in his palm, indulging her whims with a smile. Yet, in recent years, he often regarded her with a probing gaze, dissecting her, growing distant, until he would only play the role of a good brother in front of their parents. It was also like this, smiling in a doting yet gentle manner. Gu Luo felt a sense of dread. It seemed he knew something or was suspicious of something. She could only tremble slightly and nod. You're right, brother. We don't blame her. We are simply reflecting. Having confirmed that Mingli was fine, after a few moments of contemplation, Nan Yen suddenly remarked, Brother, Shaoli is sitting there with her spare behind due to the hallucinations caused by the poisoning. But you, who haven't been poisoned, are also sitting there with your spare behind. Doesn't that imply that you are even more deranged than she is? The crowd's gaze fell upon the man. There was curiosity, astonishment, but mostly it was, "You've been hiding your true self, Nanju." Fortunately, Mingli emerged just in time after her bout of vomiting, successfully attracting attention and indirectly rescuing Nanju. Everyone gathered around. "Are you all right?" She shook her head and waved her hands. "I want to eat any more Lulu plums." The crowd. "All right, it's clear she is fine." Mingli walked to Nanju's side, her fair little face full of seriousness. "Excuse me, would you play SM with me?" Nanju's temple twitched. The crowd's eyes widened. "Playing such games? Is she not better yet?" "What do you mean by better? I see her quite clear-headed. She is just going a bit crazy due to the poisoning." "Does Mingli need to go crazy due to poisoning? She could just stand there and be crazy." Mingli grinned foolishly. "You sleep, and I'll seize your money. You're sleeping so soundly I'll sneakily take your money. He he he." The man remained expressionless, turning to the doctor. "Could you please take another brain scan? I suspect she has a problem with her head." "Doctor, the toxins from such mushrooms do not penetrate the brain. But she doesn't seem like she is unaffected mentally. Perhaps this isn't mere hallucination-induced babbling. Rather, it reflects her innermost thoughts. It indicates that you hold a certain status in her heart." Upon hearing this, Nanju pressed his lips together and casually swept his hair behind his ear, concealing a hint of blush. "What status do I hold in her heart?" "Doctor, naive and gullible, easy to deceive and steal from." Nanju. Chapter 39. My life feels like walking on thin ice. Nan Yan's lips curled upward. Some questions do not require digging too deeply. The man swiftly swiped down her upturned lips with his hand. Manual smile extinguisher. Nan Yan. Meanwhile, Mingli squatted on the ground, hugging herself, her head buried between her legs like a ball. She looks so small, like a little potato that just crawled out from a crack in the earth. I suggest cutting her into strips, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, like French fries. I suggest mashing her, soft and sticky like mashed potatoes. I suggest slicing her, fragrant and crispy like potato chips. I suggest dicing her, coating her in breadcrumbs, frying until golden and crispy. All the viewers in the live stream are drooling. How cruel. She is a patient right now. And you treat her like this? I think the little potato should be mixed with 28 concrete. Mingli mumbled softly while squatting. Everyone leaned in to listen. I'm a little mushroom, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, becoming a celestial mushroom after attaining enlightenment. Everyone will bow beneath my mushroom skirt, gathering mushrooms like little girls, carrying two big tigers, one 2856, the other 2857. How strange, how strange. After speaking, she stood up again, her entire body beginning to sway, new shoes on the ground, smoothly and successfully, stepping firmly, sprouting mushrooms. Left foot forward, prosperous and bright, right foot forward, health and longevity. The crowd. Indeed, quite strange. With Mingli having consumed the toxic mushrooms, she seems almost divinely aided. Still too advanced, I'm left blushing. The onlookers wore complex expressions, each with rich inner dialogues. Gu Luo, she is insane. Ming Chong, what a shame. Qi Shang, mushrooms are the most unpalatable. Qi Linger, childish. Shin Chingu, it seems the situation is far from resolved. Nan Yuan, how many legs does the mushroom immortal have? Nan Zhu, what's wrong with you? You're an adult yet still wish to be a mushroom? How many people do you expect to bow beneath your mushroom skirt? Have you been watching too much television? And what on earth are you singing? It's utterly horrendous. The act of sprouting mushrooms is amusing. Yet how is it that one becomes more absurd as they grow up? Truly, it's quite endearing. Director, I hope everyone is safe. I hope everyone is safe. I hope everyone is safe. Moments later, the grown mushroom immortal slid down against the wall, sitting on the ground, tightly embracing herself, tears cascading down her cheeks.
Mingli.
Inherently delicate and charming, with bright eyes and a refined nose, her slightly reddened eye sockets accentuated her fair skin, exuding a fragility that made her appear lonely, small, and helpless. Suddenly, a wave of compassion surged forth. In truth, even the strongest and most boisterous individuals may harbor a sensitive and vulnerable side. I once witnessed a vibrant and cheerful person quietly weeping alone, appearing utterly shattered. Mingli gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Deeply melancholic, my life feels like walking on thin ice. The crowd. Well, that is rather light. It stands proven that the doctor was correct. The frenzy Mingli exhibited in the hospital corridor was merely the last gasp of the vanishing toxins. Upon returning to the camp, her gaze gradually cleared. Although she struggled to recall the events that transpired, she sensed an overwhelming feeling of emergence. It was a sensation of striving to break free from all restraints and confinement in the darkness, welcoming rebirth, teeming with tenacious vitality. For further reference, a potato left to sit finally sprouts, possibly toxic edition, having been constipated for ages but finally relieved, pinching the nose edition. Raising a middle finger when scolded by parents, easily beaten edition. She curiously inquired, "What just happened to me? Did I say anything nonsensical?" Shin Chingu, "You didn't say much, just that you considered yourself a mushroom." Mingli, "Well, that's acceptable. It's not overly embarrassing." Nan Yuan, "You still want to engage in some SM with my brother?" Her eyes widened. "Huh? But it was about him sleeping and you stealing money." Those who only speak in half-formed thoughts are likely to end up as half-formed corpses. Darling, do take heed. As soon as Ming Li's gaze fell upon a certain individual, that person's lips curled into a slight smirk, their eyes narrowing, resembling a leopard lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce, revealing sharp fangs glistening with mockery. My life feels like walking on thin ice. Suddenly, memories were stirred within Ming Li. What a lunatic, mimicking the speech of a primary school child. My life feels like walking on thin ice, tears streaming. My life feels like walking on thin ice, tears streaming. I sent this to my best friend, and she told me to get lost, tears streaming. She parted her lips, smiling. You remember my words so vividly. It must mean you harbor a secret affection for me.
Right?
Admit it, your heart flutters, ensnared in my murky swamp. Simultaneously, she made a heart gesture, tilted her head with a smile, and winked in unison. Nanju, admit it, your heart flutters, ensnared in my murky swamp, heart. Admit it, your heart flutters, ensnared in my murky swamp, heart. I sent this to my best friend, and this time she told me to keep my distance, heart. The man swiftly turned away, and in his haste nearly collided with the director, who had just exited the restroom. What's wrong, Teacher Nan? Why the urgency? It's nothing. Just rolled around in a pot of oil. The leaderboard updates in real time. Mingli, 90 points, 30-60. Qishang, 66 points, 2046. Qilinger, 63 points, 2043. Shun Qinggu, 52 points. Nanju, 45 points, 2065. Gu Luo, 40 points. Nan Yuan, 28 points, 2048. Ming Chang, 25 points, 2045. Among them, Qishang, Qilinger, Gu Luo, Ming Chang, and Nan Yuan had no leftover food, thus they had to purchase a basic meal package from the production team for 10 points for dinner. Points reset to 10. Mingli's points are truly leading by a wide margin. Most points, least work, and the most leisurely person, one must say. It's rather enviable. So, can she communicate with animals, having jumped about and consumed an entire day's worth of gossip, yet still no conclusions drawn? She claimed she couldn't. She used to assert she could. Regardless of the truth, whether she is collaborating with the production team or not. Isn't Tia delightful to watch? Nan Yuan had already devised a plan. 10 points for dinner, 8 points to be saved for Ming Li's shared cabin rent, and 10 points for breakfast tomorrow. It was simply perfect. This young lady has survived another day. Ming Chang naturally sought to borrow from Ming Li, but she remained resolute, completely ignoring him. Meanwhile, Gu Luo extended a helping hand to Ming Chang, who was immensely grateful, showering her with compliments. Gu Luo is quite a good person. Warm-hearted and kind. Shuningdi and Guing Ho are the exemplary couple of the entertainment industry, and with Shin Qinggu as a brother. It is said that the older generation comprises influential figures in the arts. How could Gu Luo be anything less? The Nan family is powerful and wealthy in the business sphere, yet the Shin family holds significant prestige in the artistic realm. Individuals from such families typically do not fall short. I recall Guing Ho mentioning in an interview years ago that her sister is very understanding. And her brother dotes on her, though that was 5 or 6 years back. Another day of envying Gu Luo, had I been born into the Shin family. With movie stars as parents and such a handsome brother, I can hardly imagine how cheerful I would have been. After selecting the housing, it was time for the nightly voting session. This time, Mingli received 3 votes. She directly inquired, "Who voted for me?" The crowd fell silent. Mingli, "What? You like me but are too shy to admit it, so you can only support me quietly from behind?" The crowd, "You're rather narcissistic. Yesterday, it was 2 votes. Today it's 3. The additional votes over the past 2 days come from 3 different individuals, or perhaps the same person voted on both days. If it's the same person, then it implies that individual has feelings for Mingli. Otherwise, why vote for her 2 days in a row? But who could it be? Ming Chong is unlikely, and Nan Yuan stated he would only vote for himself, leaving only Nanju, Qi Shang, Qi Linger, Gu Luo, and Shen Qinggu. Nanju also passes, considering his current attitude towards Mingli, that is even less likely. Qi Shang and Qi Linger are rather aloof. Having minimal interaction with Mingli, even if they do not vote for themselves, they would likely vote for one another. And it's improbable that it's Gu Luo and Shen Qinggu. Although Shen Qinggu smiles at everyone, his demeanor is rather indifferent. Yet I often see him looking at Mingli. It seems his interest in her surpasses that for his sister. Could he possibly have feelings for Mingli? This is hilarious. Truly a scheming Mingli fan. Just waiting for that line, right? What status does Shen have, and what status does your family have? To dare to associate with him? Stay far away. Do not come near, sweating. The discussions in the comments gradually faded, replaced by a flurry of arguments and retorts.
Meanwhile,
within the camp, everyone washed up as needed, and those moving prepared to relocate, while the production team tidied up various tools and props. All factions operated in an orderly fashion, methodically. The warm yellow light bathed the surroundings, accompanied by the chirping of summer cicadas, creating a serene atmosphere. However, a rustling sound emanating from the nearby forest, followed by distant howls, shattered the momentary tranquility of the camp. The group, drawn by the noise, wore perplexed expressions. Who could be howling at this hour? Chapter 40. The confidence that radiates from within is my youthful secret. What on earth is that? I don't know. I couldn't see it clearly. It looks like some kind of animal. Within mere breaths of discussion, the creature drew closer. And utilizing the light that extended outward, they finally discerned its true nature. 2 wild boars, presumably a male and a female, standing atop a hillside. Over 30 meters away from the camp. The crowd began to murmur. How did the wild boars come down the mountain? Were they out for an evening stroll after dinner? Surely, they aren't heading our way? Can a group of 20 or 30 of us really be afraid of 2 wild boars? Wild boars are formidable fighters. If we confront them, we might not die, but we would certainly be injured. What should we do? The director called out. Regardless of whether the wild boars are coming toward the camp, everyone, retreat into the houses. Quickly, quickly. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 wild boars, which had initially been hesitant, suddenly charged towards the camp. In the blink of an eye, they reached the center of the campsite. Those who had just stepped inside felt a cold sweat break out on their backs. What a close call. That was terrifying. Thank goodness we got inside in time. Half a minute later, an electric scooter rode into the camp from the opposite road, and a girl dismounted and walked in. Director Luo, I brought back steamed buns. Where is everyone? The girl was positioned just to the left of a wooden cabin, while to her right stood the 2 wild boars, both hidden from each other's view. Oh no, how is there still a straggler? Get inside, quickly. I'm so anxious. I'm so anxious. The group wanted to warn her, but feared that their voices might provoke the wild boars. So they opted to send her a message instead. However, before they had the chance, the girl had already advanced. Where is everyone? Are they asleep? It's only a little past 8. Her voice abruptly halted as she came face to face with the 2 wild boars, a mere 7 or 8 meters apart. Girl. Ah. Everyone. Ah.
run, run.
Don't run. If you run, the wild boars will chase you and attack. Move slowly and find cover. It's all right, they won't harm you. Just step into the nearest wooden cabin for now, Mingli urged. The girl trembled in fear, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Can I move? Yes, you can. They came down looking for help, Mingli assured her. Seeing the unwavering confidence in Mingli, the girl hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to follow her advice.
Indeed.
The 2 wild boars merely glanced at her and did not charge. Instead, they approached Mingli's cabin, letting out a few calls, their hooves pacing back and forth. Visibly agitated. Mingli, it's fine. The wild boars immediately emitted louder calls. Everyone looked on, bewildered. What could it mean that they came down seeking our help? The director spoke up. One of their piglets is trapped under a large rock, and they want us to help move it. I just agreed to assist them. What? Gu Luo furrowed her brow. How do you know they want us to help rescue their young? Wouldn't it be dangerous to just go out? Exactly. We've finally all gotten inside and are safe. All we need to do is wait for the wild boars to leave. Mingli's suggestion, whether true or false, could lead someone to venture out. And what if the wild boars charge? Look, if the wild boars truly intended to harm us, they would have done so by now. Why wait until this moment? Some fans of Mingli are as irrational as she is. How can anyone rely on such a risky premise in a dangerous situation? Those urging everyone to go out are either foolish or malicious. At least Gu Luo has a clear mind. Mingli, what if I go with them to take a look and snap a photo? If it really is a piglet trapped, we can then go help. After all, they are a protected species, and their parents have come seeking assistance. It would be unkind to dismiss them. A stranger pig comes seeking help. We want to listen. Are you really going? Nanju furrowed her brows. Yes, I trust them. Mainly I trust myself. You don't have to come. With that, she stepped out of the wooden cabin, walking toward the wild boars. At the same moment, a man opened the door and strode over to Mingli. If you go, I'll go too. Mingli turned her head. Are you worried about me? Nanju scoffed. I just want to see if the piglet is as thick-skinned as you. Seriously, at a time like this, are you two still bickering? Are you really going? What if something happens? Mingli, it's still the same as this morning. If I get into trouble, the remaining points go to Nan Yen. Nanju, if I get destroyed, no one gets anything. Everyone, if you two really get into trouble. This episode will be impossible to continue. Mom, Dad, and child, what a happy family heart. Get that love-struck brain out of here. Then I'll go take a look too. Shin Qinggu opened the door and stepped out, joining Mingli. I believe in you. The latter was taken aback. Thank you. She had little interaction with Shin Qinggu, and thus no strong impression, yet here he was, willing to trust her, standing with her against the world like a brave grasshopper. How moving! As for Nanju, he was no grasshopper. He was a turtle. Then came Nan Yen. If you're going, I'm going too. Qi Ling raised an eyebrow and stepped out. Qi Shang followed suit. Gu Luo exclaimed, You're all insane. This is moral coercion. Yet, despite her internal outrage, a smile remained plastered on her face. Let us hurry. If we delay, the piglet's condition might worsen. What is going on with Gu Luo? Just a moment ago, she was questioning Mingli's words. And now she is worried about the piglet. It feels a bit strange. Perhaps she is influenced by Shen Qinggu also deciding to go. It's only natural she believes in her brother. With all the guests gone, the director clenched his teeth and called over a few strong male staff members. Let us go. Bring supplies and see what is going on. The rest of you wait here at the camp. If we don't return or have news within 3 hours, we'll call the police. A group of 20 boldly followed the 2 wild boars into the forest. As the beams of a dozen flashlights illuminated the path, an owl in the trees blinked. Is the sun coming up? Well, I'll just sleep then. On the way, the 2 wild boars led the way, with everyone trailing behind. Nanyan leaned towards Mingli. Are you an I person or an E person? You're so bold. It feels like you're an E person. Honestly, whether I can communicate with animals or not isn't for me to decide. It only depends on whether you believe it. If you don't believe something, no matter how many times others say it's true, you still want to believe. That makes sense. Just like if I said I'm 73 this year. Would you believe me? Nan Yao, in a moment of silence, expressed, I may appear somewhat foolish. Yet I am certainly not a fool. Observe, regardless of my claims of being 73 years old, you refuse to believe me. Yet, the truth remains. I have not indulged in any form of maintenance. Rather, my confidence emanating from within is the secret to my youthful appearance. To be perfectly candid, I am actually 120 this year, and that inner confidence is the key to my longevity. And you are younger than I am 280 this year. And that confidence from within is my secret to resurrection. I am over 2,000 years old. My inner confidence is the secret to my preservation. A low chuckle echoed nearby. I suspect the toxins from tonight's mushroom still linger in your brain. Your absurdity is merely a reflection of your folly.
Mingli,
With utmost seriousness, retorted, you may choose not to believe, but do not defame. By virtue of age, you ought to address me as grandmother. Call me Ming grandmother, Li grandmother, or auntie. I am not particular. Nan Zhu chimed in. Listening to Mingli speak is akin to savoring the life of a fool. Mingli replied, be cautious. I am not the aggressor unless provoked. If one offends me, I shall retaliate with fervor. The more you challenge me, the more I relish it. Suddenly, it feels as if 2 bobbing jellyfish are engaged in a duel. As they walked, everyone marked trees and boulders with a marker. Although navigation was available, one could never be too careful should it fail. After all, such primal methods might yet prove essential. Gu Luo exclaimed, "Why is someone drawing cockroaches here?" Mingli speculated. "Perhaps a person from Guangdong is expressing their nostalgia." The crowd responded with confusion. Chapter 41 reveals a certain beauty that disregards the intelligence of those around. After half an hour, a wild boar finally halted, charging towards a boulder taller than a person, squealing as it nudged a smaller boar trapped beneath its hind legs. Could it be true that Mingli was not deceiving us? Does she truly communicate with animals? I remain skeptical. How could a human possibly converse with animals? It's quite plausible. She may have awakened latent abilities, bound to a system, perhaps a reincarnated soul on a quest. Choose any one of the 4 options. We might merely be NPCs in a novel. Then I shall be the butler to the domineering CEO. Just to utter. The young master hasn't smiled like that in ages. And I shall be the doctor friend of the domineering CEO. Hey, you summon me at this late hour for this woman? Surely you cannot be genuinely smitten? Together, they managed to free the stone from the crevice. And Mingli swiftly cradled the piglet, placing it on a stretcher. While filming in the wild, the production team had, of course, prepared a medical team and equipment. After tending to the piglet's wounds, they transported it to a rescue station. Humans followed, as did the pigs. Hey, you should stay here for now. Just wait in the mountains. Mingli called to the 2 wild boars. We will take it for examination and assistance, and once it recovers, we shall return it to the forest. During this time, do not descend the mountain, lest you disturb others. Not everyone can remain calm in the face of an adult wild boar. If something were to happen, it would not bode well for anyone. Thank you. You are truly a remarkable bipedal creature. Good beings shall be rewarded. May you live to 50. Thank you, but 50 may be the limit for boars, not for humans. Then how long can you humans live? 100 years. Goodness. Such a long time? And I, the mushroom immortal, can live even longer.
How long?
100 of your goodness. Although the meaning of the wild boar's words remained elusive, the dialogue and expressions conveyed a sense of humor and absurdity. Wild boar, live on. Who could surpass you? Mingli's nonsensical chatter flowed with a smoothness akin to decadent chocolate, effortlessly engaging, indifferent to whether others believed her. You may trust her words or not. Regardless, she exudes a beauty that is unmoved by the intelligence of others. Remember, when venturing forth, identity, age, and lifespan are self-assigned. Is it possible that she truly is a mushroom immortal and genuinely 73 years old, yet appears youthful because she has the potential to live for 10,000 years? Perhaps her identity as a mushroom immortal grants her the ability to communicate with animals? Logically, it is entirely plausible. My goodness, what a revelation. All mysteries seem to unravel before me. Farewell, everyone. My mother forbids me from watching live broadcasts, claiming my IQ will plummet from 500 to 250. The astonishing revelation that this bipedal creature could live for 100 of those goodness. Comments left the wild boar couple astounded, inadvertently diverting their attention from the piglet and their worries. After descending the mountain, the medical team drove to the rescue station while the others prepared for rest. After such an eventful night, both body and spirit were utterly exhausted. Mingli refreshed herself once more, then collapsed onto the bed. The bed does not question you, does not test you, does not require you to earn a living, nor does it pressure you to marry. It is simply there, soft and gentle, offering solace after each bout of fatigue. Let us express our gratitude to the bed. Indeed, a home may not always be a warm haven, but a bed certainly is. Let me share my experience. I have been married to my bed for several years now. Though we often quarrel, such is the nature of marriage. We argue in the day and reconcile at night. Specifically, we begin our disputes around 6 or 7 in the morning, ignoring each other until after 10 when we make amends and become affectionate. Occasionally, during holidays, we may indulge in affection from dawn till dusk. Moreover, it remains faithful, never strays, and is incredibly considerate, always embracing and comforting me when I am weary. We now have 3 children. One is Winnie the Pooh, another is Stella Lou, and the last is Raina Bell. Though our lives may not be lavish, we are undeniably happy. Heart emoji. How wonderful. It sounds so fulfilling and blissful. I wish for a life eternally intertwined with my bed. Yes, indeed. I thoroughly enjoy watching Mingli's broadcasts. There exists an exhilarating madness that permeates from top to bottom, as if I have discovered my true home. Heart emoji. Before sleeping, Mingli, as per her usual ritual, encouraged herself. Positive affirmations are indeed of great significance. For instance, if you tell yourself in the mirror that you are exceptional, soon enough, that mirror shall reflect an exceptional image back at you. She tucked herself under a thin blanket. Starting tomorrow, I shall strive diligently. I shall embrace life earnestly, treating all beings with sincerity, and I shall revel in the beauty of life and the vibrancy of the world. The little chick, Nan Yao, pecked her head in agreement. Me too, me too. Mingli turned. Are you also speaking nonsense? Nan Yao, bewildered, replied. The segment of the wild boar seeking assistance from the crowd once again soared to the trending topics. It is common for wild animals to seek human help, and for humans to assist wild animals. Yet, one must ponder how Mingli could discern the cause and effect so confidently. Merely from a few squeals before the wild boar even expressed itself, money flowed in from all directions. I am not joking. Previously, I was doubtful. But this time I truly believe. The king of moles is indeed me. I also believe. It feels as though her denials are mere distractions. The more she claims she lacks such abilities, the more I am convinced she possesses them. I still remain skeptical. It seems too fantastical. Perhaps Mingli is simply exceptionally intelligent, knowledgeable, and perceptive, allowing her to deduce the situation swiftly? A response from someone who hasn't had their head caught in a door. I can only imagine Mingli laughing at her comment. As you would rather praise her to the heavens than believe she possesses a superpower. I am in tears. The following morning, at 6:30, the alarm clock rang. Mingli awoke, yet the bed clung to her, refusing to let her rise, hence she drifted back into slumber. At 7, the alarm chimed once more. As you might expect, she continued to sleep. At 7:30, the alarm sounded for the third time. Still, she slept. At 8, the fourth alarm rang. Finally, at 8:30, just before the alarm was about to blare for the fifth time, Mingli reluctantly opened her eyes, heartbroken, and rose from her bed. Enduring the agony of changing clothes and the torment of washing up, stepping out to face a new day filled with absurdity. The moment she encountered the photographer, she tapped him on the shoulder. Do you know, I have just come to a profound realization. Would you like to hear it?
What is it?
In truth, humans can empathize with animals. As one matures, one begins to understand why roosters crow each morning. Such philosophical insight. It's a pity you're not on the Spring Festival Gala. The photographer, too, had his epiphany. Regardless of the wisdom, whatever emerged from Mingli's lips seemed to transform into absurdity. Chapter 42. Middle age has its strengths. Other guests had departed nearly an hour ago. And you're still in bed. Are you not content? Woman, don't be so greedy. You are certainly too diligent. If only I could procure food and points as effortlessly as you do, I would sleep until noon. Others, busy from dawn till dusk, barely scraping by, racing through life. Then there's Mingli, where the atmosphere shifts, life tranquil, and the pace suddenly slows. One can't help but anticipate the day she turns this program into a slumber-themed variety show. If that day indeed comes. I can only imagine the director's expression. Laughs. While Mingli was still enjoying her breakfast, 2 wild boars charged down the hillside, startling the crew members at the campsite. The director quickly urged, Mingli, the wild boars have arrived. Please go negotiate with them. No gain without effort, no money, no work, 50 points. Must everything be about points? Have you lost your mind? 100. Fine, 50 it is. I said 100. Perhaps you should visit Chengdu for a thorough ear cleaning. You just said 50. That was then. This is now. The market changes by the second. In 3 seconds, it'll be 150. Gritting his teeth, the director relented. All right, 100 it is. Go find out why they're here and tell them not to come back unless it's necessary. With over 20 people at the camp, he didn't want the risk of the wild boars wandering about. What if something truly went awry? The wild boars seemed to possess a sense of boundaries. Halting at the outskirts of the camp, as Mingli approached, she noticed that one carried a deceased wild rabbit, a roast chicken, and a roast duck, while the other boar had a large bag of fruits clutched in its mouth. Hooray, it's a gratitude boar. How clever. It even knows to collect human plastic bags on the mountain to carry things. If it weren't clever, would it have thought to seek help from humans? Is this for us? Yes. The boar laden with rabbit, chicken, and duck dropped the offerings before Mingli, while the other trotted a few steps forward and placed the fruits at the campsite's entrance. Surely, the meat is for Mingli and the fruit is for the rest? How can this boar be so double-standard? It's not double-standard. It distinctly knows the difference. If it weren't for Mingli, others would hardly believe them. They might even scare them away or call for help, and the boar's young would perish without assistance. After leaving their tokens of gratitude, the wild boars ambled back into the forest, and Mingli stood at the edge of the campsite, waving goodbye. Farewell. Do come again when you have the chance. Just as the director emerged from the wooden cabin, he stumbled slightly. Such pleasantries should not be shared with wild boars. They are not relatives.
No.
They came merely to express gratitude, not to cause trouble. They won tea return. The director glanced at the rabbit, chicken, and duck before recalling his prior promise of 100 points, instantly feeling a pang in his heart. He scrutinized Mingli with a complex expression, suspicion clouding his eyes. You're not planning to do nothing and just feast on this food, using those points to get through the next few days, are you? Including that 100, Mingli now had 160 points, surpassing the total of several others combined. With 3 rabbits, a chicken, and a duck remaining, even if she did nothing for the next 3 days, she could live comfortably and leisurely. It was precisely her fear of the wild boars that had led Mingli to earn those 100 points. He cursed himself. Previously, he had always been the one exploiting and oppressing guests on variety shows. Never had a guest successfully rebelled. Can you truly communicate with animals? Why didn't you say so sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have invited you. In a variety show that combined human tasks with wild hunting, being able to communicate with animals was akin to possessing a golden touch, making the experience as easy as a seasoned expert navigating a novice village. His initial intention was to observe a group of pampered young ladies and gentlemen toil through life's hardships. But Mingli, it seemed, had leaped from experiencing life to enjoying it. Such a leap was a blow to his pride. Mingli's round, dog-like eyes widened, their corners drooping innocently, yet hiding a hint of cunning. I mentioned it when I was a child. It was even revealed over half a year ago. The director. Who would have believed it back then? The entire internet thought you were just seeking attention. So you really do possess this peculiar ability? No. That is false. How could I possibly have it? But you just said, I merely stated that I claimed as a child to communicate with animals. Yet I never admitted it to be true. As a child, I was naive and enjoyed boasting. It's quite normal, isn't it? I once told other kids that Mingqiang was so strong, he could eat 10 pounds of dung. She boasted her brother could eat 20 pounds. And I declared Mingqiang could eat 100 pounds. She claimed her brother could consume the dung from 100 miles around. I asserted that Mingqiang could encompass all the dung in the world. I believed what I said was true, but do you believe it? At that moment, Mingqiang, who was on the road, suddenly tripped. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, rolling on the ground to narrowly avoid a puddle of chicken droppings. It was no joke. It felt as if some force had pressed down on him, compelling him to consume dung. With enough food and points, there was no need to work. Mingli, the lazy fish, lounged in her chair, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. How boring. The busy staff around her. The guests were moved to tears, while the director's heart shattered. Is this the place? Yes, I smell the presence of that female bipedal creature. Mingli turned at the sound, seeing several spotted deer charging towards the campsite, led by the very one she had encountered in the forest the previous noon. Wait, dude, you really came looking for me? And you brought the whole family? Behind the monitor, the director emitted a sharp cry, rushing to Mingli's side. Mingli, what else with these deer? Are they here for you again? You came on the show to make friends, right? First, the wild boars came to the campsite, and now the deer. What could possibly come next? The director's composure crumbled, and Mingli comforted him. It's all right. Middle age has its own strengths, standing sturdy like mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha. The director's face nearly crumpled into a twisted expression resembling a golden Buddha head. She approached the deer. What brings you here? Oh, how delightful. The charming and beautiful bipedal creature, deer, was irresistibly drawn to your exquisite scent, leading it to search tirelessly for a day and night. All for the mere glimpse of you once more. They are my kin, and upon hearing of my encounter with a lovely bipedal being, they all desired to meet you. Mingli, uninterested in their idle chatter, promptly tossed a piece of bread into their mouths. Subsequently, she fed several other deer as well.
See,
I told you it would be delicious. The other deer suddenly began to prance in circles, exclaiming, Oh, this is so delectable that it feels as if the entire deer is basking in happiness. Mingli inquired, Is prancing part of your family's ritual? Is it truly that tasty? Oh yes, it is. They responded eagerly. Would you like more? Oh, indeed we would. Praise me, and whoever makes me smile shall receive bread. The group of spotted deer immediately started to call out compliments in unison. Their wildness, pride, and vigilance vanished completely. Their eyes fixated solely on the scrumptious bread and the flattery offered by Mingli. The woman reclined in her chair. doing nothing but waving a piece of bread in front of them, and the deer would enthusiastically shower her with praise. Although the audience could not comprehend the language of the spotted deer, they could glean a fair understanding from Mingli's words. How reminiscent of my boss, who only offers empty promises. Yet it's different. Mingli's offerings are genuine, while her boss's are not. Ever since entering this live stream, I've been changing outfits more frequently, sweating profusely every day, smile. After feeding 4 bags of bread, Mingli waved her hand. All right, you've eaten. Now depart. Do not return next time. But we want more. The free tasting has concluded. If you desire more, bring something to exchange, flowers, fruits, anything will do. I am quite accommodating. I have no particular preferences. However, it must be wild. Do not pick from others, understood? For bags of bread cost quite a few points. She is not the less Han giant Buddha, after all, and cannot give them away freely. Although she does not expect this group of freeloading deer to bring anything substantial. A few wild fruits would suffice. With money, food, and now labor at hand, I can simply relax and wait, a stark contrast to the other overworked guests. At that moment, the director stealthily approached. Upon his arrival, several spotted deer immediately turned their heads away. What could this mean? Mingli did not respond, simply covering his face with her hat, prompting the deer to turn back. When the hat was lowered, the deer would again turn away. After several exchanges, the director finally realized that this group of deer was disdainfully judging his appearance. Director: what? She can look, but I cannot? Director: disgraceful. Rude spotted deer, smile. The confidence of the middle-aged, balding man was shattered, and he incredulously touched his face. Am I really that unattractive? Mingli, tell me, am I truly unappealing? You're not ugly. You have a distinctive charm. The director was moved to tears. Mingli, you are truly wonderful. You are an angel. Mingli beamed brightly. It's just that everyone lacks patience. The director responded, are you playing mind games with me? Chapter 43. I am the happy superhero. Whenever I feel joy, I want to be a superhero. After the spotted deer departed, a sufficiently rested Mingli rose and took her tools, making her way into the mountains. Regarding her recent experience of mushroom poisoning, she did not believe it was the mushroom's fault. One reason might be that she did not stew the chicken long enough to maintain its tenderness, leading to the mushrooms possibly being undercooked. Another reason could be that she had consumed too much, which resulted in food poisoning. Had she eaten less like others, she would have been fine. In any case, the mushrooms were safe to eat. What are you doing with a pocket, gloves, and a rake? Are you going back to the mountains to forage for mushrooms again? It's evident that she truly loves that taste. I must say, the ecology of Yua Peninsula is splendid. The mountains are clear, the waters are pristine, and occasionally wild animals venture from the protected areas to the human zones, indirectly indicating the residents' commendable conservation efforts. Mingli hummed a tune as she walked, her mood appearing quite delightful. She encountered a stray dog urinating. She exclaimed, no public urination allowed. Show some civility and move along. The dog retorted, sister, this is a garbage area. If I don't relieve myself here, where else can I go? On your bed. She came across a sunbathing cat. With a playful smile, she cooed, Mimi, how adorable you are, so cute, mom 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 3. The cat scoffed, dream on, you humble bipedal creature. How could you possibly be worthy of my noble presence? She spotted a mouse that had been run over on the road. Mouse brother, please get up. This is not a place for slumber. The nearby mouse's spirit lamented, are you blind? You only see my motionless, flattened body and the blood flowing. But you can't see anything else. She encountered a dung beetle diligently rolling a dung ball. Encouragingly, she cheered, go, dung beetle, you're doing great. The most diligent dung beetle is the smelliest. The dung beetle replied, I'm so touched. Finally, someone acknowledges me as the smelliest dung beetle. They all say I'm not smelly enough and refuse to play with me. Tears of gratitude, wipes tears. The dung ball rolled away, chasing after it excitedly. It's clear that Mingli is genuinely in high spirits today. Now I understand why everything feels so familiar. It's just like me on a Friday after work, heart. On Fridays after work, what adorable cats and handsome dogs. The sparrows sing so beautifully. And the flowers are truly lovely. On Mondays at work, dead cat, so ugly. Dead dog, don't block the way. Dead bird, shut up, you're so annoying. Those flowers are blooming so brightly. Are they trying to attract someone? I am the happy superhero. Whenever I feel joy, I want to be a superhero. Mingli was skipping and humming nonsensically when she collided with Nanju at a turn, abruptly coming to a halt. They instinctively took 2 steps back, speaking in unison. Are you out of your mind? Such a wide road. Why walk so close to the wall? I'll walk wherever I please. It's none of your business. They replied in unison once more. You enjoy playing the role of the smart one, don't you? Should I stand to use the restroom? Just as you do? You relish being the clever one, don't you? So, when I have my period, should you have yours too? They repeated in unison thrice, albeit with differing tones. The two of them, the audience. It's hard to say who is imitating whom, but you two truly have a remarkable synergy, and your banter is quite sharp. Wait, logically speaking, people only harbor unprovoked desires to explode this wretched world, yet would not inexplicably dislike someone. Therefore, Nanju's disdain for Mingli must have a reason, and they must have interacted previously for Nanju to harbor such feelings towards Mingli. Given this level of synergy and my extensive reading experience, they surely must have had a past relationship, right? Oh wow, perhaps they knew each other before, and even dated. However, due to Mingli's family background and various circumstances, their differences were too great for those around them to approve. Nanju's mother might have summoned Mingli privately, offering her a sum of money to distance herself from Nanju. Mingli bowed to the money and left, leading Nanju to turn his love into hatred. Hence his various antagonisms towards Mingli. After all, hatred often lingers longer than love. Vocal. So, did Nanju join this program just for Mingli? Anticipating a poignant reunion. Some individuals have likely indulged in too many novels. Mingli attended middle school, high school, and university in different places from Nanju. Could it be that they had an online romance? Furthermore, Mingli has previously stated on the program that she has never been in a relationship. Moreover, if they had been in a relationship, do you think Nanju would be unfamiliar with Mingli? Moreover, Nanju's mother hails from an ordinary family. Prior to her marriage, she was an esteemed teacher and is now a university professor, known for her gentle demeanor and impeccable reputation within the academic community. Thus, one would not expect any narrative involving monetary humiliation to arise. Even if the two had not previously been acquainted, there exists an undeniable sense of familiarity when they stand together. Their banter, though seemingly disjointed, possesses an underlying harmony. I have already conjured an elaborate scenario of a surface-level love-hate relationship, where beneath it all lies a mutual, unacknowledged affection, each unwilling to concede first. Thus feigning ignorance and indifference, even engaging in pointed jabs like a couple caught in a competitive dynamic. I apologize, I am but a simpleton. Mingli raised her chin slightly, her expression challenging. I can stand while using the restroom. Can you deal with your period? Nanju scoffed.
What is so special about that?
I could call her over right now. Mingli frowned. Doesn't he understand? She suddenly felt a sense of helplessness akin to seeing an aesthetically pleasing man who flirts, but lacks the qualities she possesses. Nanju, perplexed, questioned, why are you looking at me like that? Does no one else have a period? Are you the only one with relatives? I have a mother, an aunt, even a second and third aunt. Bro, when I say Aunt Flo, I am referring to a woman's monthly cycle, not your contacts list. I may lack refinement, but my assertiveness is not to be underestimated. Yet, he showed no sign of defeat. It appeared he had a clear understanding of himself. Not only do I possess self-awareness, but I also have a keen insight into others, like your foolishness, which I discerned the moment I laid eyes on you a few days ago. She initially anticipated that Nanju would retort as usual, but to her surprise, he furrowed his brow and seemed to ponder something instead. Mingli wondered, is he contemplating how his foolishness is exposed? The man, unusually silent, abruptly turned and walked deeper into the mountains. Mingli followed closely behind, not out of concern for Nanju, but because this was the most direct route upward. They traversed in silence for over 10 minutes, neither daring to break the quietude. What has caused the atmosphere to shift so subtly? It appeared that Mingli's remark about Nanju being foolish had rendered him mute, perhaps injuring his pride. How could he possibly feel insulted by being called foolish? He would typically retaliate even more fiercely, and they had exchanged such barbs countless times before. A veritable alliance of foolishness. Chapter 44. Are you blushing like a teapot? Initially, both had intended merely to venture into the mountains for sustenance. But their encounter had ignited an inexplicable yet exhilarating competition reminiscent of childish rivalry. I must lead the way. Determined not to trail behind Nanju, Mingli veered off the path to overtake him. Upon noticing this, he promptly quickened his pace and surged past her once more.
Mingli surpassa Nanju. Nanju overtook Mingli.
The two engaged in a relentless back and forth, racing through the wilderness, unwilling to pause for even a moment. The intensity of their competition was exhilarating, fervent, and utterly consuming as they lost themselves in the thrill, oblivious to the world around them. Have you truly been racing for nearly half an hour without uttering a single word? Is there a need to determine a victor? No, if we continue forward, we shall enter uncharted territory. As it is well known, the earth is round, so there is no need for concern. They will find their way back. Nanju, with broad shoulders and a trim waist, complemented by long, powerful legs and boundless stamina, was fully capable of enduring the arduous mountain path. However, for Mingli, whose resolve was far less robust, it was her fierce determination to surpass Nanju that propelled her forward. Both were equally obstinate, unwilling to yield. Thus, as they raced, they ventured into the depths of the forest, at least what was deemed deep from a human perspective, not the entirety of the woodland. Suddenly, the man halted abruptly.
Mingli,
Seizing the moment, swiftly darted past him, only to be yanked back by an unforeseen force before she could fully pass. Fortunately, she was caught just in time, preventing her from tumbling forward. Instinctively, she glanced at the hand that had grasped her arm, and then at the one resting on her waist. What was that? The man's hands withdrew as if struck by lightning. You can't possibly think you could outrun me while holding on to me to prevent my escape, can you? Is winning all that occupies your thoughts? Did you not see the large footprint ahead? Mingli paused, taken aback. I indeed did not notice. I was too focused on overtaking you. What should have been a simple statement inexplicably transformed into a wave of embarrassment, surging through Nanju like an electric current, igniting a flurry of sensations that spread throughout his body, reaching his long neck and handsome, chiseled features. Ultimately, a rosy hue crept from his earlobes to the tips of his ears, casting a warm glow that shimmered in the sunlight like molten lava or boiling blood. Mingli remarked, "Are you blushing like a teapot? You might be innocent, yet your mind wanders to unsavory thoughts. Conversely, you might not be so innocent, as a mere nonsensical remark can leave you flushed from your cheeks to your collarbone." Clearing his throat, he averted his gaze and crouched down to brush away the half-obscured leaves, revealing the soil beneath. Only then did Mingli discern the truth. A footprint. A bear's footprint. Larger than her hand. This print must belong to either a giant panda or a black bear. However, given that Yuhai Peninsula does not harbor wild giant pandas, it must be a black bear. The man's expression turned serious. But shouldn't black bears remain deeper in the forest? How could one venture this close to the outskirts? Uncertain, but judging by the depth of the print and the dampness of the soil, it appeared to have been made not long ago.
oh my,
Does this imply that a black bear recently passed through here? Should we not make haste? Then let us depart. What are we waiting for? A photo op with the bear? Wait, there are bloodstains here. Nanju picked up a dark green leaf speckled with several drops of red. Mingli took it, wiped it with paper, and upon unfolding it, discovered a faint crimson stain. The blood had not yet fully congealed, indicating it had been shed recently. She looked up at the man. Is this bear injured? Yes, and quite severely. Could it be that two black bears fought over territory or food, with one being driven out, thus sustaining injuries and venturing to the forest's edge? This possibility cannot be dismissed. We should leave this area. They turned to retrace their steps. However, after only a few strides, Nanju came to a halt. Mingli chuckled teasingly. What's the matter? Lost your way? Very well, follow my lead. When it counts, you'll need my guidance. 10 minutes later, Mingli, gazing at the familiar scenery, fell into silence. Perhaps we should rely on technology. They both pulled out their phones. Excellent, the already weak signal fizzled out the moment they opened the map, evoking an abrupt sense of urgency akin to clocking out at the end of the day, unwilling to linger for another second. No wonder the live stream lagged earlier. I thought it was just my poor signal. Well, this is splendid. Now we shall wander in circles within the forest. One can never predict which will occur first, an unexpected turn of events or the arrival of tomorrow, just as one cannot foresee encountering a black bear or escaping the forest. Mingli sought assistance from the cameraman, yet the photographers, burdened with their equipment, were too engrossed in keeping pace with the two to notice the surrounding scenery. If they did not hasten, they would soon find themselves lagging behind. Fear not, black bears typically do not attack humans unprovoked. Moreover, it is summer, and this forest is abundant in resources. The black bears are unlikely to be famished. They would probably ignore humans and move along, she mused. If we were to encounter one, I could perhaps converse with it. The duo navigated their way through the woods relying on their memories. Yet Nanju was notoriously directionally challenged, while Mingli's thoughts were solely occupied with thoughts of her. Their mutual fixation rendered them oblivious to the world around them, leading them in endless circles within the forest. After several minutes of concentrated searching, a sudden voice echoed in Mingli's mind. Ouch! That hurts. How much longer until we encounter those bipedal creatures? Did they not venture into the mountains today? Could it be that this royal one is destined to perish here? Those detestable bipeds, vile and unscrupulous. They set a trap to ensnare this noble king. She halted abruptly.
Wait.
Bears, humans, traps, death here? This is entirely different from our previous conjecture of two bears fighting and sustaining injuries. What is it? Nanju inquired, noticing her unease. I sense that the injured bear may not have been harmed by another animal, but rather by poachers. Nanju's brow furrowed. Poachers? Indeed, considering this possibility, it seems plausible. That bear must have been injured deep within the forest by poachers and fled to the outskirts seeking human aid, Mingli reasoned. Once the element of human interference was introduced, the entire situation took on a different character. Mingli discerned that the voice originated from the right ahead, and since she could hear it, it indicated that the black bear was likely nearby. By piecing together the clues, she surmised that it had escaped to the forest's edge, seeking help from herbalists, but was perhaps too injured to walk and was currently resting. Its awareness of needing human assistance suggested a friendly disposition towards them, while its severe injuries implied a lack of capacity to cause harm. It could be saved. Upon reaching this conclusion, Mingli exclaimed, I believe I can smell blood. The bear must be close. Shall we investigate? If it has indeed been harmed by poachers, then, before she could finish her thought, a bear's head suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Well, no need to fabricate excuses. It has come right to us. Chapter 45, Unloved and Uncared For, appearing quite deranged.
Ah.
What a massive black bear head. Shouldn't we run? Are we just waiting for the bear to eat us?
What are you talking about?
Mingli just mentioned that the black bear has been injured by poachers and is now severely hurt. It came to the forest's edge seeking human assistance. And black bears typically do not attack unless provoked. They usually avoid humans. Instances of them actively approaching humans are rare. Are you all just going to believe whatever Mingli says? Are you her lapdogs? Not that it couldn't be arranged, one replied bashfully.
Huh?
While Mingli acknowledged the bear's injuries, she instinctively took a step back upon seeing its massive head. In contrast, Nanju swiftly stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. At a time like this, are you still in the mood to play games? Mingli questioned. Fool, Nanju retorted. Mingli considered the possibility that Nanju was indeed protecting her but caught between his intentions to win and his desire to shield her. She ultimately chose to believe the former. Such was the influence of ingrained stereotypes. The bear, accustomed to human presence, had often observed those foraging for herbs in the forest. In moments of idleness, it would hide and watch the humans as they gathered or rested, relishing the thrill of startling them with sudden appearances, delighting in their startled screams. It was all in good fun, until it accidentally fell into a pit and was rescued by the very humans it had once frightened. From that day on, it reformed its ways, vowing never to frighten them again. Now, whenever the humans ventured deep into the mountains for herbs, it would drive away nearby creatures, especially those pesky snakes that bore no love for bears. This trusting nature made it vulnerable to poachers, as its guard was lowered. Though the black bear before them was injured, it still instilled a sense of fear in the onlookers. Goodness, it's enormous. I feel like one swipe could send me to Siberia to plant potatoes. Don't assume that an injured black bear lacks fighting capability. It could still easily injure a human. Mingli is too arrogant, thinking that its injuries render it harmless. What if it becomes aggressive? Even if she can communicate with animals, what if the bear remains silent? All her deductions rely on guesswork. How accurate can that be? In the live stream, the chat was buzzing with excitement one moment, only to be abruptly interrupted by poor signal reception. The viewers exclaimed in frustration, at such a critical moment, the signal fails? What has become of the black bear? We need to see. As the emotions of curiosity and fear swirled within the forest, they dissipated entirely when the bear emerged from the thicket. Have you ever seen a black bear struggling to walk on its front paws, with its head down and feet in the air, swaying unsteadily? Has it been in a circus? Mingli wondered aloud. It just needs a barrel to roll on. Nanju added. Help, save this king. Their gazes fell upon the bear's feet, which were affixed with square wooden blocks slightly larger than its paws, each about 4 to 5 centimeters thick, stained with blood. Ouch! This is exhausting. The bear collapsed with a thud, revealing rows of sharp nails embedded in the wooden blocks. piercing its paws. Those wretched poachers. Mingli thought, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought of the pain it must endure. You must find a place with signal and call for rescue. I'll stay here with the bear, she urged Nanju. I'll remain here, he insisted. Your presence here is pointless. Just go. I'll be fine, and besides, if something were to happen to me, it wouldn't concern you.
Hurry.
She waved him off. He fixed his gaze on her. Mingli, I used to think you were foolish. She nodded eagerly. And now you see my kindness, right? At present, I perceive you as a fool, a simpleton, an obstinate mule, and an arrogant individual, bordering on madness and illness. This is neither the time for self-introduction. Hasten.
Go. Make the call.
Nanju has departed, leaving in a flurry, an imposing presence. I cannot fathom the source of his fervor. She cast a glance at his retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. How peculiar, having only met for 2 or 3 days, how could he possess such a precise understanding of my character? It was as though we were old acquaintances. Yet, within the original owner's memories, there are no recollections of interactions with Nanju, only his disdain and mockery directed at her over the past couple of years online. Moreover, the original owner's temperament starkly contrasts with hers. One is reserved, quiet, sensitive, and insecure, while the other is brash, indifferent, and dismissive, constantly spouting various derogatory remarks. Abandoned by both father and mother, she appeared almost deranged. This was the lofty assessment from her university roommate. The depiction provided by Nanju was clearly of her, not the original owner. But how could she possibly not recognize Nanju? Could it be that his gaze functions as a scanner, discerning her true nature within mere days? Enough of this train of thought. Men are only worth contemplating during certain moments. Otherwise, it is an utter waste of time, energy, and life. As she observed Mingli inching closer to the black bear, the photographer contemplated intervening, yet the thought flitted away. As the individual who had spent the most time with Mingli over the past few days, he understood that, despite her apparent recklessness, she was actually quite cautious. Existing in a state of half-life, neither truly alive nor truly gone, resigned to a fate of if I die, so be it, but not really. Thus, her actions indicated confidence. The black bear was unaware of how long it had been injured. Its breath grew increasingly shallow, and its spirit waned. Hold on a little longer. Help is on the way. Roar, thank you. What is your name? Roar, Bear 3. Roar, are you intimidated by my majestic and formidable name? I can sense you have 2 brothers at home. Roar, how do you know? Bear 3's previously dim eyes brightened. I can also deduce you possess but a single life.
Roar.
How do you know this king has only 1 life? Because I am well versed in the heavens and the earth.
Roar.
Impressive. You are the most remarkable biped I have ever encountered. Perhaps driven by curiosity, Bear 3 perked up and engaged in conversation with Mingli. She learned the reason for Bear 3's injury. It had ventured out today, attracted by the pleasant weather, hoping to encounter some creatures for amusement. However, while wandering, it strayed beyond its usual territory and into the domain of another black bear, which quickly discovered and chased it away. Bear 3, disinterested in fighting, had fled rapidly, only to inadvertently step onto a trap laden with nails during its frantic escape. From birth, its mother had warned it of the dangers posed by malicious bipeds who would hunt them down and kill them, advising that it must run far away if it encountered one wielding a long pole. Otherwise, the objects they wielded would inflict excruciating pain and lead to death. Bear 3 evaded those wielding poles, but could not escape the stealthy trap laid before it. Fortunately, the trappers were merely casting a wide net and were not lying in wait nearby, allowing it the chance to seek help from humans on the forest's edge. Learn from adversity. Avoid approaching bipeds in the forest. It is best to flee upon sighting them and refrain from straying too far from your usual range. Remember this?
Oh.
Except for me. I am a good person. The depths of the forest are a protected area, making it difficult for poachers to infiltrate, but the periphery is not. Roar. This king remembers. What have you remembered? Roar, learn from experience, grow wise. Roar, I was jesting. This king is the smartest bear in the world. How could I possibly forget? Heh. You may claim to be knowledgeable, yet you are still outwitted by me. Mingli, sister is concerned for you. Do you regard me as a monkey? Chapter 46 stands as a remarkable episode within the entire wildlife realm. The director, having been engaged in watching the guests' live stream, immediately contacted the rescue station staff upon the appearance of the black bear. Therefore, when Nanju dialed the number and provided the location, they were already en route. Upon informing them of the black bear's condition, The staff were enveloped in concern. They needed to act swiftly. If they delayed, amputation might be necessary. For a wild black bear, losing both hind limbs would be a devastating blow, relegating it to a life of captivity among humans. Screenshots online indicated that it was G45, the most active young black bear in the entire Yu Peninsula region. The question remained whether it could endure. Given the multitude of long nails embedded in its body, how ruthless indeed. Hurry, faster. Its condition is dire. It may even lash out in pain. Though they had rushed up the mountain at top speed, the treacherous path made progress slow, and halfway up, they were forced to disembark and continue on foot. Thus, when they finally arrived, it was over an hour later. As the group approached with tools and a transport cage, the scene that unfolded before them was that of the black bear, mouth agape, looming over the diminutive girl beside it, seemingly poised to swallow her whole. Everyone. Tranquilizer guns. Tranquilizer guns. Anxious and frantic, their hearts raced in their throats. Only to witness the black bear merely bow its head to take the woman's hand gently, then lean back, eyes blissfully closed. The woman stroked the bear's glossy chest fur in a manner akin to petting a dog. This bear had quite the muscular chest. Roar, how sweet. What is this? Caramel corn. Roar, delicious. More, please. Mingli peeled another piece and offered it to the bear, soothing it while stroking its fur. Indulging in the rare experience of touching a bear, how could she resist? Would you like some? She inquired, glancing at Nanju, who stood a short distance away. He cast her a disinterested glance. I detest anything that tastes of corn. You truly lack taste. Corn-flavored delicacies are my favorite. Nearby, the staff exchanged incredulous glances. Is that girl actually feeding the black bear? Why is G45 behaving so docilely? Is this normal, Zhanga? Even captive black bears do not exhibit such intimacy with their caretakers, let alone wild ones with strangers. Several younger staff members turned to old Zhang, who had spent 30 years at the rescue station, the most seasoned and knowledgeable among them. Old Zhang's lips moved. Well, it could be just then the veterinarian, who had just caught up with the group while carrying a medical kit, offered a water cup. Drink if you're thirsty. Old Zhang, you all have finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages. Hurry and take Bear 3 away. It's about to finish all my candy. Mingli waved excitedly at them. The group. So, you were worried about your candy? Zhang Ge, what should we do now? In their previous encounters with wild animals in need of rescue, they had either been weak or in a state of frenzy. They had never encountered one that was astonishingly well-behaved. This was a black bear, not a mere black cat. A creature capable of killing a person with a single swipe now appeared almost like a docile being, akin to a follower of Guanyin, embracing tranquility and compassion. One could almost fear that as they approached, it might join its paws together and say, Amitba, benefactor, you have arrived? First sedated. The black bear is remarkably gentle, allowing humans to stroke its fur and snuggle up without a hint of aggression, making it an extraordinary presence within the realm of wildlife. Zhang Long, with over 30 years of experience, has encountered individuals who share a special affinity with animals, a connection that surpasses that of ordinary people and endears them to creatures. However, the fact that such affection extends to a ferocious beast, resembling that of friends, is indeed a rarity. No, it is unprecedented. As the staff prepared to use a tranquilizer gun, the somewhat weakened bear, San, instinctively shrank back behind Mingli, displaying a hint of the wild creature's fragility. What is that? Perhaps due to the severe injury inflicted by a nail, it now harbors an inexplicable fear of sharp objects. Fearful, it retreats and resists. Mingli gently caressed its large head, offering reassurance. This is something that will help you sleep and alleviate pain. They need to take you down the mountain first to treat you. Once you are down, be good, and it won't be long before you feel better. Then you can return to scare little animals and roll around in the wildflowers. Will I still be able to see you? The black bear shyly plucked a wildflower and offered it to Mingli, lowering its head bashfully. She paused for a moment, then smiled as she accepted the flower. I will come to see you after your surgery. Okay. The bear continued. By the way, there's a big tree nearby with a hollow trunk where I have some honey fruits I took from the neighboring bear. It's for you. Don't worry. That bear won't come here. With that, the tranquilizer took effect, and San collapsed. Good bears are rewarded. You will be all right. Mingli tucked a handful of peeled corn candy into its paw. The rescue team carried the black bear down the mountain. Before leaving, Brother Zhang curiously inquired, Can you tell me why G45 is so docile in your presence? It seems you can comprehend the bear's expressions. Have you studied this area? Generally, those who observe and study these animals over the years can indeed speculate what they wish to convey through their actions. However, this is merely conjecture. Mingli tilted her head, her face innocent. I haven't studied it. Perhaps I simply have a strong affinity for animals? I am quite curious about it myself.
Haha.
Then you are truly a talent for our profession. If you're interested, you could give it a try. It's a government position, after all. Everyone harbors their own secrets. And since Mingli chose not to divulge hers, he wisely refrained from probing further. Isn't this difficult to test? It has indeed become somewhat more challenging over the years. Mingli clasped her hands behind her back and gazed skyward. I miss the old days when it was so much easier to get certified. Zhang Long nodded. Yes. It was indeed easier back then. There were no policies, no essays. You could simply pass and be set. Chapter 47. You have the audacity to meet my gaze. Fiery Pepper. Nanju prepared to descend the mountain with the rescue team. Mingli called out to him, I need to find something. Will you accompany me? What? A large banyan tree with a hollow trunk. I know where it is. I saw it while searching for a signal. Let us go. She curiously caught up to him. Aren't you going to ask what I need the trunk for? The man shot her a sidelong glance. What good words can possibly emerge from your mouth? Oh, you should ask me. How would you know if I can speak well if you don't ask? I can only hint that it's a surprise. He raised an eyebrow. Then what do you need the trunk for? She smiled. For hanging. Nanju. He would no longer believe a single word from her mouth, not even if he reversed his name. Mingli watched as the man angrily walked away. What's wrong? Am I hanging a surprise for him? Upon reaching the vicinity of the banyan tree, the network restored and the live stream resumed. The audience, who had been waiting outside, surged in eagerly. Finally, you know how I spent the last 2 hours? Without you, I felt like a fish without a bicycle. Utterly lost. Where's the bear? Where's the bear? What the heck, it wasn't he eaten by the bear. After 2 hours without a broadcast. Everyone was speculating whether you were injured or devoured, yet you appear unscathed? The black bear is likely severely injured, completely devoid of the will or strength to attack. Otherwise, how could these individuals remain unharmed? Truly audacious. The black bear, having sustained significant injuries, was already taken to a rescue station. Mingli glanced at the camera as she approached the banyan tree, where the hollow trunk stood at half her height. It's good it's been rescued. I was so worried that I only managed to eat 3 bowls of noodles for breakfast. What a massive tree hollow. It's astonishing that it can grow so large while remaining hollow in the center. Such resilience. So why are we here beneath the banyan tree? Quickly. Mingli answered the audience as curiosity. She retrieved 2 parcels wrapped in banana leaves from the tree hollow. Placing them on the ground and opening them. One contained a honeycomb dripping with honey, while the other was filled with fresh berries. Nanju. The audience. What? Is this nature's gift as soon as the live stream starts? Is it possible that the guests secretly placed them there when the stream was off and then retrieved them once it began, deliberately creating a sensation? Did that bear tell you? She shook her head. No. Isn't this common knowledge? It is well known that honeycombs and fruits grow on trees. When honey fruits mature and become edible, the tree secretes a fragrance to attract nearby animals to help it retrieve the ripe honey fruits and place them in the hollow. The tree then draws nutrients from within. What does this behavior signify? It signifies that the tree is sipping honeyberry tea. And what does it mean for the tree to sip honeyberry tea? It implies that the tree has developed self-awareness. The emergence of self-awareness in the tree suggests that it desires to drink honeyberry tea. The crowd. The National Anti-Fraud Center app on their phones stirred restlessly. This situation resembled a business venture where one received counterfeit money, not the kind that closely resembles real currency, but rather someone presenting a piece of heavenly banknote and insisting, this is real money. Go ahead and use it, and it won't make a sound. The moment I saw Mingli, I knew she was extraordinary. But where exactly does her extraordinary nature lie? It lies in her extraordinary self. I support Mingli throughout life. One must occasionally utter nonsense, just as life itself often involves speaking nonsense. She is so gentle, and she even educates us with knowledge we were unaware of. I knew we could learn something in this live stream. New viewers, please do not be alarmed. The host and most of the audience in this live stream are not entirely ordinary heart. Nanju observed everything silently, merely gazing at her. Let us go. Mingli packed the items into her bag. Who even remembers that she had originally come up the mountain to gather mushrooms? That is no longer necessary. Instead of chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch, they would feast on honey-roasted rabbit. The mere thought of roasted rabbit invigorated Mingli as she descended the mountain. It felt as though she had an accelerator installed behind her, her strides soaring, each step propelling her 2 meters high, 2 steps soaring into the clouds, 3 steps floating through space. As she floated along, her momentum began to falter, and she was on the verge of falling. The man, who had been observing her from behind, dashed forward to catch Mingli. The good news, Nanju managed to grab hold of her. The bad news, the two of them tumbled into each other. There exists a delightful piece of news. Nanju is below, and she is above.
No jest.
I find myself a tad enamored with both of you. Feeling the warmth and softness emanating from her body, Nanju's face flushed crimson once more. Her throat constricting slowly as she trembled slightly, her voice wavering with emotion. Could you possibly rise? I wish to rise as well, yet you have pinned my hand down. How can I get up? The two find themselves in this predicament. Mingli's arms encircle Nanju's waist, trapped beneath, while Nanju is, in turn,
Pinagbanayad Mingli.
For either to ascend, the other must also rise. Is this not a variant of the Mobius strip? An elderly man, wielding a hoe, passes by, shaking his head and sighing. The youth of today are indeed so open-minded, shamelessly indulging in such behavior under the midday sun. The two respond, Mingli, rise. Nanju, how can I rise if you have my hand pinned down? Silence reigns supreme. The two are a veritable goldmine of silence. Mingli proposes, how about you push your waist upward, and I shall seize the opportunity to free my hand? Nanju remains silent, her face betraying a most unbecoming blush. Not merely a blush. My friend, what exactly are you blushing for? Do you wish for us to embrace and spend the night in this manner? An outdoor escapade, perhaps? Or shall we roll down the hill in this embrace? I know the cause of his blush, but I shall not divulge it. You refrain from speaking, and I, too, shall remain silent. If you all choose silence, then I shall too. Is it because Nanju is being suffocated and turning red from lack of breath? Fear not, continue your play. After a prolonged silence, the man finally speaks. Let us turn around. I shall be below, and you above, which will free your hand. Mingli pauses, slightly taken aback. Ah, indeed. I did not realize you were quite clever. Huh, I hail from Peking University, and grew up in northeast China? Mingli confesses. To be frank, I am a Zhuang man from the Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region. Nanju retorts. To speak candidly, you are rather peculiar, akin to someone with a deficiency in intelligence. The two roll over, and Mingli's hand is liberated, quickly spreading out as Nanju rises from her. She turns her head away, casting her gaze elsewhere. Simultaneously, with all the grace and charm of a protagonist from a Japanese anime, he extends his hand towards her. You have inserted your finger into my nostril. That is my chest. Am I truly so unsightly? You possess the audacity to meet my gaze, fiery pepper. Chapter 48. Monstrosity. Reveal your true form. Mingli swats his hand away, rising independently and stepping before Nanju. He turns his back to her. She approaches him. He turns again. She walks, he turns. She walks, he turns. She walks, he turns. I understand now. Mingli and Nanju are akin to the Earth and the Moon. The Earth rotates while the Moon orbits the Earth. Inextricably linked. How deeply in love you are. I have repeatedly warned against love-stricken brains on the internet. They continue this whimsical dance until dizziness overtakes them, at which point they cease. I never engaged in such antics in elementary school. You two truly possess a childlike spirit. Confoundedly spinning, they come to a halt, exchanging bemused glances, and descend the hill together, indulging in inexplicable dialogue. By the way, Nanju, did we know each other previously? The man's body tenses slightly. Yet I seem to have no recollection of you.
Ha.
His previously relaxed brows furrow once more. You must be imagining far too much. Who have you ever known? What is your status, and what is mine? What is your height, and what is mine? His hand gestures above Mingli's head, stopping at his own neck. You might as well have your name inscribed on your face. Mingli interjects. What does height have to do with familiarity? What? Do you fail to notice anyone under 7 meters? Come now, is 188 centimeters truly impressive? In Shandong, you would merely be a green onion. Yet I am handsome, wealthy, and educated. And I am mad, ill, and foolish. What have I said? Arrogant Nanju, tend to your foul habits. As the saying goes, truly wise individuals do not flaunt their wealth, nor their wisdom. A person as exceptional as I, Regardless of whether you merely observe my exterior or delve into my inner self, you will find no trace of my wisdom. Is it absent? No, it is merely well hidden. By the time you comprehend this principle, you will barely attain a fraction of my wisdom. She pats the man's shoulder, shaking her head with a sigh, before turning to descend the hill. The man scoffs lightly. Great wisdom often masquerades as folly, yet you are genuinely foolish. He opens his phone to browse Taobao, but due to poor signal, it remains stuck on the initial page. Exiting, he randomly opens another application. A second later, he arrives at the Taobao homepage. There are numerous roads leading to Rome, and each application leads to Taobao. All possess a bright future. Nanju types into the search bar, wholesale cheap brainless pills. During their descent, neither utters a word. After all, Mingli does not converse with the mindless, and Nanju refrains from engaging with the foolish. To those shipping Mingli and Nanju, observe how they have not spoken a word in the last several minutes. Can you still ship them? Perhaps indulge in something more substantial. The two merely happen to be equally strong-willed and sharp-tongued, thus engaging in verbal sparring. How could those truly fond of one another behave in such a manner? Moreover, Nanju has previously expressed her disdain for Mingli, and given his character, he would never stoop to lying. Feel free to ship them casually, but do not invest genuine emotions. When the time comes for a tragic breakup, you will find yourselves in tears. This is my sage advice. Mingli casually glanced at the man, and 3 minutes later, she cast another glance, discovering that he had acquired a chicken. TSK, how efficient. Such a person should be sent to her future chicken farm to catch 1,000 chickens daily. Sleep shall be forbidden until the task is complete. Mingli thought maliciously. Nanju scrutinized Mingli's rounded occiput and her thick, smooth black hair, tied into a well-formed bun that swayed in the air. TSK, a little potato with legs. Such a person ought to have their mouth sealed with tape. Devoid of that mouth, she would be entirely adorable from head to toe. Nanju thought wickedly. The two are not a synchronized duo, unable to connect at heart. Nor do they possess worms as spies to report their innermost thoughts. As they walked, Mingli abruptly halted. Nanju, lost in thought behind her, did not manage to stop in time, bumping into her bun atop her head. Still a simple bun. Mingli queried. Nanju, today you shall purchase my shampoo. I shall buy it. I have more than enough money. I cannot endure your kind of wealthy individuals. Your fortune shall be snatched away eventually. If others are silent, you should keep your feet still. Were it not for your sudden halt, would I have eaten your hair? I have yet to seek compensation for my mental anguish. Come now, I use head shoulders. My hair flows like seaweed. If you have tasted seafood, I have not sought payment. You should consider me magnanimous, yet you seek compensation? Pardon me, I am allergic to seafood. I misspoke. I actually use beef flour. I am allergic to pollen. I use excrement. You truly have a peculiar taste. You've eaten it again, haven't you? Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Abominable creature, why don't you reveal your true form? I declare in this round, Mingli is victorious. My mind is racing to keep up with the banter of these two sweating. No jesting, lend me your mouth, extends hand. After completing a randomly triggered task of playful banter, the two players turned their attention to the peculiar sight that had caused Mingli to halt abruptly. Two turtles, one large and one small. The larger turtle was leisurely dragging the smaller one along. Approaching them were two dogs, one large and one small as well. It was evident that the two pairs were old acquaintances, greeting each other with enthusiasm, stopping just a short distance in front of the two players, exchanging words back and forth. Nanju, what are they saying? Aren't you the clever one? Translate it for me. Mingli, displaying impatience. Translation comes at a price. Rich guy, wager me 500. Once I have your phone, I'll transfer you 1,000. Mingli, sweet-talking. Pray tell. Would you prefer a lowly voice or a mature woman-esque voice? Or perhaps, a bubbly tone. Or, do you fancy a rather brash Taiwanese accent? Enough with that. Speak normally. Very well. Shaoli translates for you online. Large dog. Turtle brother, long time no see. Where have you been? This is my pup. I took him out for a stroll. Turtle. Dog sister. Good to see you again. This is my turtle daughter. Large dog. My goodness, your turtle daughter looks just like your old tortoise. Turtle. Your pup has grown up so much. Large dog. Indeed. We dogs grow in the blink of an eye, unlike you turtles. Sometimes, I truly envy your longevity. Turtle. Envy what? You've had multiple owners pass on. While we've seen off generations of owners, it's heart-wrenching. Large dog. True, every family has its own struggles. Turtle, who could argue with that? Large dog. Enough of this. I shall continue walking my dog. Turtle, very well. We shall chat next time. I'm just taking my turtle daughter out to bask in the sun. She has become quite the recluse, her head stubbornly tucked inside. Nanju? Audience. Chapter 49. Those that cannot kill her shall only drive her further into madness. I feel like Mingli is toying with us. But I have no evidence. I can no longer discern whether she speaks the truth or deceit, as it is rare for Mingli to utter a single honest word. Is the X-head she mentions as I imagine it? The term X-head is an abbreviation. The uppercase refers to a plug, the kind used for charging, most often the Red Bull brand. Red Bull plugs, sweeping away the dead battery, returning to oneself. Madness. Pure madness, yet I adore it, heart. Nanju, with a complex expression, it truly takes effort to craft such a narrative for a mere 1,000.
Stab.
It's not fabricated. I'm not a novelist. How could I possibly fabricate anything? I do not produce animal dialogues. I merely transport them. They indeed said this. If you truly do not believe, then neither do I. I believe. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. Proximity to Mingli breeds madness. Anything that halts before you is hardly normal. Mingli's gaze flitted between the two individuals, a mere half-meter apart. In this silence, more was conveyed than words. He scoffed. I told you, anything that stops before you is not normal. However, I am halting behind you. Understood, so you are a thing. She nodded. Encouragingly. That's quite admirable. The notion of being a thing rather than a person is indeed unique, interesting, and daring. Though this path may encounter many odd glances and obstacles, as long as it is your desire, pursue it relentlessly. Bad thing, foolish thing, brain-damaged thing. There are infinite possibilities for you to choose from. I prophesy that even if you currently dwell in darkness, your future is brilliantly illuminated. Promise me if you wish to be a thing, then persist in it. Is that clear? Dog thing. The smile faded from the man's face, replaced by a frown of irritation. Mingli, I shall devour you.
Devour the thing.
Silence. Let the thing be silenced. She stepped back 2 paces. It's not even evening yet, and I can hear you grinding your teeth. That habit of yours is rather severe. Have you seen a doctor? What did they say? Euthanasia or direct cremation? Mingli, I
Detest.
you
For.
eternity. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word.
Then. I.
Am most grateful
To.
you, she retaliated, tit for tat. No jest if anger were tangible. I feel Nanju could generate enough power to heat the entire north. What about the south? Is their survival of no concern? It matters not. Mingli's verbal prowess could disperse the chill of the entire south, heart. The grand personal documentary, 2 People, Warming a Nation, is set to premiere. Stay tuned. The man stormed away in a huff, his footsteps igniting sparks. Mingli raised an eyebrow and shrugged. You wish to contend with me? Perhaps practice for several hundred more years. In her eyes, Nanju resembled a delicate cactus nurtured in a greenhouse, incomparable to her own upbringing as a forsaken orphan. Isolation, bullying, humiliation, she had endured it all without succumbing. Life attempted to chew her up and reshape her into refuse. Yet she remained resilient, as unyielding as a golden needle mushroom. Those that cannot kill her shall only drive her further into madness. Today's trending search list still features Mingli as a regular guest, with special guests like Nanju and the Black Bear. Mingli and Nanju rescue the Black Bear. No transaction, no slaughter. I can hardly believe how painful this must be. Previously, when the live stream signal was interrupted, viewers flocked online to vent their frustrations, significantly raising the profile of the incident. Among them, the Black Bear's injuries, likely inflicted by poachers, drew considerable attention, with everyone eagerly awaiting updates and the true circumstances. Rescue stations have regulations for recording when assisting animals. Thus, during their descent, they filmed the entire journey from encountering the Black Bear to bringing it down the mountain, confirming that the bear was injured by poachers and discovered by Mingli and Nanju. They also reassured viewers that the bear was currently under treatment and in no mortal danger, encouraging everyone to remain calm. Upon seeing this Weibo post, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, responding as follows: as long as the bear is fine. Well done, Mingli and Nanju. However, upon clicking the video, viewers reacted as follows: Gratitude to Mingli for allowing many who graduated elementary school years ago to revisit their spelling lessons. Simultaneously, it rendered them astonished like children, rejuvenating their spirits. Wishing to feel young? Seek Mingli for health and skincare advice. Transform into a youthful spirit with a single click. You deserve it, thumbs up. Beneath the entry, netizens engaged in fervent discussions. Is that black bear a person in disguise? How could it be so obedient? My cousin has worked as a bear keeper at the zoo for 10 years, and she wouldn't dare to be so close to a bear. This one seems a bit too docile. Get real. How could it possibly be a person in disguise? Clearly, this bear has attained sentience. The world has finally gone mad. Hey, I told you all long ago that Mingli could communicate with animals, but you refused to believe it.
Now,
Look at what's happened. So, she was telling the truth back then, rather than just seeking attention? Those who criticized her were mistaken, weren't they? Shouldn't they come forward to apologize? I am an idiot. So, can she address the questions from netizens? And there are those who express sympathy for the black bear, vehemently condemning the thieves. Adorable baby. My goodness, I can't even fathom how painful all those nails must be. Damn these heartless creatures. How cruel they are. May the thieves meet their comeuppance. Big mouth. I suggest the thieves and human traffickers engage in a mutual slaughter. The survivor should face execution. Heart emoji. Swiftly merging. Typically, bears would become agitated in such situations, but this one is remarkably docile. When the staff brought out the tranquilizer gun, it even cowered behind Mingli, clearly trusting her. Moreover, Mingli consistently reassured the black bear, leading to its calm demeanor, for which she deserves immense credit. Big mouth replies. Indeed, without her intervention, the bear's fate could have been dire. Riding a pig on the highway replies. It isn't just dire. It would be a fight for survival. Without her persistence, no one would have discovered the bear, let alone rescued it. An injured bear, whether rampaging or unconscious, would cause significant chaos. Running ostrich on the main road replies. Rampaging wouldn't be an option, but it could indeed do a handstand. Being too handsome leads to trouble replies. Is this a hellish joke? As the heat continues to rise, even the Animal Protection Association shared related Weibo posts. National Animal Protection Association v. Without demand, there is no slaughter. All thieves will face justice. Grateful to Mingli, Nanju, and others for their assistance. We applaud you. However, when encountering wild animals, please maintain a safe distance and ensure your own safety before contacting the relevant organizations. Lastly, do not emulate Mingli. Do not emulate Mingli. Do not emulate Mingli. I am Peppa. Mingli, you've truly made a name for yourself, being publicly commended by the authorities. Taking a big slap. Laughing my head off. Important matters must be reiterated thrice, right? Mountain climbing or diving, which would you choose? You can't possibly replicate this, can you? When others encounter a black bear, the heavens are against me. When Mingli encounters a black bear, pat, 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 such a good bear, head pats. Shall we all relieve ourselves together? Understood, one cannot imitate, but one can surpass. Off to the African savannah to feed lions. Sour radish, don't eat replies. Wait, are you feeding it, or is it feeding you? In Chapter 50, your posterior strength is quite impressive. After lingering on the mountain for several hours, the two returned to the campsite, where most were occupied with various tasks. Nan Yu and Chi Ling were struggling to separate two intertwined plastic stools, their brows furrowed, expressions strained, with the veins in their arms subtly protruding. Mingli approached. What are you two doing? We're trying to separate these stools. They're stuck too tightly. You can't just force them apart. That won't work. You need to use finesse and leverage. Do you understand tension? Nan Yu glanced sideways. Are you saying we should use tension to open them? No, tension is my college classmate. Haha, though it's silly, it genuinely made me laugh. I find Mingli quite amusing, but anyone who thinks she's funny should perhaps consult a doctor. Eventually, Mingli applied a bit of dish soap between the seams of the stools and pried them apart with a screwdriver. The two stubborn stools, which had resisted separation, finally succumbed to her efforts. Mingli declared, See? That is all it took. I just didn't think of it earlier. There's no need to elaborate on Nanyu's family background, nor Qiling or as affluent lineage. Both possess intelligence and emotional acumen, though they may lack practical life skills. Much like some wealthy individuals who can recite the varieties and vintages of fine wines, but cannot distinguish between cabbage and bok choy. In fact, many people today neither appreciate fine wine nor can differentiate various vegetables. In a game of comparisons, neither can surpass the other. just as she, having grown weary, plopped down onto a chair. With a crack, the plastic stool abruptly split apart. Someone, 5 meters away, suddenly darted in front of her. Laughing heartily, "You've got quite the posterior strength, huh?" Mingli was utterly amazed. "Shall I sit again and let you demonstrate how you just flew over here?" After mocking her, the man swaggered away, his mood evidently buoyant. I still couldn't discern how Nanju managed to teleport in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this is the boundless potential of humanity. He truly exerted himself just to ridicule her. Mingli and Nanyu chatted while preparing ingredients. "Did you and my brother go to gather honey? You returned rather late. You could say that if extracting honey from a tree hollow counts. Alone together? You could say that if the photographer doesn't count as a person." Nanyu became increasingly excited. "What impression do you have of my brother? Every time I think about how he's such a fool, is still a heartthrob for so many, I find it absurdly amusing." She swiftly changed the subject. "What are your standards for a partner? Handsome, wealthy, mature, composed, patient, and understanding. More specifically, a wealthy benefactor. ISNT that my ideal type? Do you share the same preference? Falling for the same man isn't our fault. We can only blame him for being so charming." Initially, Nanyu thought her brother had finally taken an interest in a girl and considered playing matchmaker, only to find that the girl was completely uninterested in him. Well, Nanju, you deserve to be single. And what about you? What kind of guy do you like? Nanyu lifted her head, a hint of longing gracing her delicate face, strong and capable, yet kind and gentle, with broad shoulders to lean on, a man who can hold me in his hands. Do you prefer the Buddha? After dinner, the director once again intercepted those preparing to take an afternoon nap. "Today we have a game segment to earn points. The game is quite simple. The production team will present several questions for everyone to answer, with 10 staff members serving as judges to score the answers. At the end, the first place can earn 20 points, second place 15, and third place 10. Mingli yawned, sidestepping the bald man, her expression indifferent. "First place only gets 20 points. I'm not interested. Director, the 100 points from this morning was the greatest blunder of his career. No exceptions. Everyone. They didn't even know how Mingli amassed so many points in just one morning. Wait, you saved the director's life, right? Yet. Most felt she had merely coerced the director. Because that's more like Mingli." As they watched her depart, the other guests, who had initially been inclined to participate, began to waver. Having already grown weary after a long morning, they simply wanted to take a proper nap after eating, saving their energy for the afternoon tasks, barely managing to get by. Now, they were expected to indulge the director in some game, which might not even earn them points. Thus, several of them followed Mingli toward the wooden cabin. "Director, wait. First place not only earns points, but can also access the clues from the previous 2 nights' votes. You can find out who everyone voted for." Upon hearing this, only 2 individuals reacted. One of them, naturally, was Mingli. She swiftly turned around, her posture erect, leaning forward at an angle of 30 degrees, offering a respectful bow to the director. "As long as the people are in need, we must not hesitate." The corner of the director's mouth twitched slightly. "I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now." She even earnestly persuaded others, 20 points are still points. Do not underestimate the value of minor scores. First of all, let us not forget that 20 points can buy 2 breakfasts. Moreover, it is still a small score. Having left home and entered society to work here, it is disheartening to be overlooked or even discriminated against due to perceived insignificance. Let us consider this from another perspective. How would we feel if we were treated in such a manner? Nanju shoved a small piece of red sugar bun into her mouth. "You talk too much." Yet her feet shifted direction, advancing towards the director. Shun Qinggu also turned, bestowing a gentle smile upon Mingli, his voice as harmonious as the chime of jade, soothing and serene. "Since you've said so, I shall join everyone in the game." The man's brow was relaxed, and as he gazed at Mingli, a soft light flickered in his eyes. Mingli eagerly nodded. "Thank you. So, are we playing or not?" With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, the nonchalant man kicked a stone at his feet, which promptly rolled away, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. The stone just happened to roll to Shin Chingu's feet, raising a subtle haze. Shin Chingu appeared oblivious, his smile unwavering. Observing the scene, Nan Yuan glanced between Mingli and Shin Chingu. Wait, does Shin Chingu not perfectly align with Mingli's criteria for a partner? However, to speak frankly, the self-absorbed peacock and the gentle, mature man, the latter is undoubtedly more captivating. Ultimately, after the director promised not to deduct points, everyone chose to partake in the game. Although Qi Shang and Qi Ling agreed with an air of all right, stop the fuss. I'm most annoyed by noise, but I'll play with you. Only Ming Chang and Gu Luo were exceptionally cooperative, much to the director's approval. Director, folks, who understands? I've invited a bunch of living ancestors. Remember the last season when other guests suffered various setbacks under the director? I still vividly recall the brazen demeanor of the bald-headed one.
Now.
It's a complete reversal. Chapter 51. Am I to do nothing every day, merely indulging in self-sabotage? The game commenced. The first question was to listen to a fragment of a song and summarize your feelings about it. As the words fell, a delicate and ethereal male voice resonated through the speakers. Memories flow in your eyes, forgetting while piecing together, like my devoutly clasped hands, wishing for your salvation. Nan Zhu responded swiftly. Redemption, love and hate, emotional entanglements. The others nodded in silent agreement, having grasped the essence of it. Mingli, unwilling to lag behind, declared, exams, prayers, teachers saving me. The group stared at her in confusion. She elaborated, memories flow in your eyes. During exams, the knowledge I previously learned reappears before me. Forgetting while piecing together. I forget everything I've memorized, yet must rack my brain to concoct answers to score, like my devoutly clasped hands. After the exam, I clasp my hands in earnest prayer, wishing for your salvation. Teacher, save me, I wish to pass. Could she truly be a genius? Suddenly, Wei transitioned from a tragic narrative to an even more tragic one. As someone who just finished an exam, I find this particularly relatable. A minute later, the staff, serving as judges, concluded their scoring. Mingli, 6 votes, Nanju, 4 votes. Although the director found the outcome absurd, he had no choice but to announce, Mingli 1 point. Nanju frowned slightly. The second question was to continue a story, and the prompt was, the CEO tossed out a card. Aren't you supposed to give money to your father for medical treatment? Here is 500,000. The young flower's tears brimmed in her eyes, filled with gratitude. Thank you, although my family is poor. I cannot accept your money for free. The man tilted her chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Then how about you sell yourself to me? The young flower, momentarily taken aback, gazed upon the man's stunningly handsome face and broad shoulders, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she nodded timidly. Then, Nan Yuan interjected. The two of them immediately engaged in passionate encounters, 7 times in one night. Nan Zhu added. The CEO delivered the woman to his rival's bed. Mingli chimed in. The CEO sent the woman to the northeast to sell ginseng. The 3 spoke in rapid succession. The others reacted with disbelief. Shun Qinggu chuckled lightly. Your responses reveal the books you've read, the paths you've traversed, and the people and experiences you've encountered. The 3 exchanged glances. Nan Yuan, having read countless novels, I'm aware that these are mere cliches. Nan Zhu, ruthless in love, devoid of humanity. Mingli, a law-abiding CEO, adhering to the rules. Nan Yuan, you. Forgive me, I answered similarly to Nan Yuan, and I'm sweating profusely. Mingli cast a sidelong glance at Nan Yuan. Oh, a pure 21-year-old, quite the hidden gem, aren't you? The girl's neck flushed crimson as she stammered. I've seen many novels online written this way. It has nothing to do with me.
I'm merely reiterating.
Reiterating. Important matters deserve to be repeated 10 times. Mingli narrowed her eyes slightly. Is there some KPI for blushing among the Nan family? TSK. It feels like playing with a puppy, one being docile, the other barking fiercely. As the voting concluded, Mingli emerged with a commanding lead, securing a remarkable 10 votes. It was evident that everyone here was law-abiding. No drugs, no gambling, and no overtly illicit activities. The director announced, Mingli, 2 points, currently in the lead. Current standings. In the first round, Mingli triumphed due to public support. In the second round, she excelled due to her insight. Let us anticipate the forthcoming performances. Will Mingli maintain her lead and achieve ultimate victory, or will emerging talents gradually close the gap? The third question posed was, what is your evaluation of the following quotes? Not having breakfast is a slow suicide. Using a phone is also a slow suicide. Staying up late is likewise a slow suicide. This time, it was finally the turn of others to speak. Gu Luo quickly seized the opportunity. Skipping breakfast can lead to stomach ailments. Excessive phone use harms our eyes and leads to ocular diseases. Staying up late negatively impacts our health in multiple ways. Any of these habits prolonged can indeed inflict damage on our bodies, qualifying as a form of slow suicide. Thus, I make it a point to have breakfast daily, limit my phone usage, and instead embrace nature, while also maintaining a routine of early to bed and early to rise with exercise. Our bodies belong to ourselves, and I hope everyone cherishes their health, rather than regretting it only when illness strikes. Having spoken, she internally applauded her own self-discipline and foresight. The words flowed seamlessly, and even if Mingli wished to respond, she would surely fall short. Well said. Thumbs up. Our bodies are our own, so I want to enjoy life while I'm young. Otherwise, when I'm old, I want to be able to enjoy or endure. Playfully. Using a phone not only diminishes our lifespans, but also reduces the longevity of our devices. Therefore, I suggest that for the sake of our phone's longevity, everyone should send their devices to me for safekeeping. That way, it benefits you, the phones, and me. With a heart. You wretched phone dealer, you just want to steal my precious little device. Do you know how much hardship I endured to bring it into this world? I scrubbed dishes for 2 whole months. I bought it beautiful outfits and regularly pampered its skin. It's laughable. That person's existence is akin to a slow suicide. Nanju. So, does that mean that my daily idleness amounts to a slow suicide? Mingli remained silent, seizing the opportunity to swiftly collect the 10 judges and Gu Luo's phones from the table while everyone was distracted. The crowd was taken aback. I believe that is correct. Every minute spent on our phones diminishes our lifespan by a minute. Phones are indeed devices that shorten our lives. Furthermore, I will be keeping a close watch on you all at night. You must retire by 10 o'clock. Do not disregard my advice. Accumulating small habits can lead to detrimental consequences, and once you acquire the habit of staying up late, it will be your downfall. Finally, her gaze fell upon the director. If skipping breakfast is akin to slow suicide, then by withholding sufficient points for us to eat breakfast, are you not, in essence, committing manslaughter? The man could only respond with a perplexed expression. Director, I must confess, at this moment, I am quite flustered. In the end, Mingli secured unanimous top scores from the judges and the director through an implied threat. She returned the phones with a smile, appearing innocuous. Playing on your phones is detrimental to your health. During your leisure time, why not assist us guests by cooking or moving things? It would serve as a fine exercise. Staying up late is a slow suicide, and playing on your phones is also a slow suicide. Combining both accelerates the demise. I am quite domineering. I will not allow you to meet an early grave. I wish for each of you to live to 100. Therefore, you must be asleep by 10 o'clock. I shall return to verify. She playfully patted the director's shoulder, grinning. Skipping breakfast is a slow suicide. Director, you surely do not wish to bear the burden of lives lost, do you? Hence, I believe you should generously provide us with breakfast at no charge. What say you? The director instinctively raised a hand to wipe his balding head, the perspiration glistening in the sunlight. Mingli frowned, a grown man weeping like a child. How unbecoming. Chapter 52. Beware, you unwanted sycophant. Joking aside, he was genuinely drenched in sweat. The director took several steps back, his gaze evasive as he cleared his throat. How about this? The production team will grant each guest 5 points daily as breakfast credits. Before Mingli could reply, he took the initiative. 5 times 8 is 40. Do not underestimate these 40 points. Each point represents a struggle for survival away from home. Mingli scoffed. What a pretentious individual. The director retorted. What else can be done? We must combat magic with magic. Mingli nonchalantly waved her hand, addressing the other guests. I've managed to secure this for you. The rest is up to you. Others may pave the way for you, but ultimately, you must walk your own path. After all, we are merely passing ships, and no feast lasts forever. Except for few, the majority of guests were quite moved, as they were indeed beneficiaries. Though it was a modest gain, as Mingli stated, one must take charge of their own affairs. Even with assistance, no gathering lasts indefinitely. However, should you insist on treating me, we can reconvene next time. The game continued. The strong never complain about their circumstances. Mingli, I am not strong. Thus I shall complain as I please. Next, enduring hardship can temper one's temperament. Mingli, suffering does not temper. It only incites further frustration. Next, only 15 of people can pass mathematics. Mingli, indeed, I am among the remaining 95. Next, none of us are wrong. We merely encountered one another at the wrong time. Mingli, when the right person arrives at the wrong moment, it is akin to being caught in a bathroom emergency while they present you with a cake, fried chicken, and milk tea, wishing you a happy birthday and urging you to eat before it gets cold. Next, the director read each question, and Mingli answered in turn. urging the next question to follow. The barrage of comments erupted. Mingli has gone mad. Once all questions were concluded, the director finally emerged from his immersive engagement. He turned to the staff. Let us begin the scoring. The judges were perplexed. How do we score this? Mingli is the only one who answered all the questions. The other guests did not chime in. The director then realized, staring in astonishment at Mingli, you deliberately guided me into this immersion while subtly prompting me.
Mingli.
How cunning and calculating you are. Your enthusiasm has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, others could have answered alongside me, but they did not.
Why?
Some chose not to. Some feigned ignorance and others lacked the quickness of thought, the ability to articulate, and so on. Whoever they may be, I shan't name names. Enough, my prowess is evident. So let us score. Quickly, the next question. I wish to conclude this swiftly, so everyone can return to their afternoon slumber. Your delays have cost us each 15 minutes. With 8 of us, that totals 120 minutes. Time is money. Averaging a minute is 72 minutes, translating to 120 minutes being worth 167 units of currency. 1 unit is 713 grams. Thus, 167 units is 1,191 grams. If we value 1 gram of gold at 500 yuan, then 120 minutes equates to 500 yuan. You now owe us nearly 600,000 yuan. Rounding up, that is 1 million. Do you wish to owe us even more? The director. The guests. The audience. Your math seems quite adept. I declare her a genius. General MacArthur, far away in the U.S., once proclaimed that the realm of mathematics cannot afford to lose Mingli, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. Before Mingli, even I, with an IQ of 250, must bow my head and pay homage to her as my queen. After a 3-second daze, the perspiring director gulped and shouted quickly. Mingli scores 3 points, leading the pack. What us next? Hurry, hurry. In the final segment, we ask each guest to share a life lesson drawn from their personal experiences with the audience. Ming Chong raised his fist in encouragement. Even in adversity, one must strive tenaciously and rise to the occasion. Enduring hardship is the hallmark of greatness. Times have changed. Enduring hardship will yield endless rewards. Gu Luo, everyone should learn to love themselves. To be loved, one must first cultivate self-love, regardless of gender. I hope you all can cherish yourselves. Upon finishing, she gently turned her head, offering a tender smile to the camera. Her left profile was her finest angle.
Ah.
I feel that both Luo and Brother Shen are incredibly gentle souls. Truly siblings. Amazing, I really adore Gu Luo. She resembles a little fairy. Qi Shang maintained a stoic expression. Everything that occurs is ultimately beneficial to me. All shall be well. Qi Ling pondered for a moment. Everything you encounter and experience shapes you. Akin to every breeze that brushes against a stone and every drop of rain that lands upon it. Life has repeatedly hammered me, and I have become resilient and vibrant. Shun Qing smiled gently. Trash is merely a resource misplaced. Therefore, when you encounter failure, do not overly attribute the cause to yourself, nor succumb to self-doubt. It may simply be that you have not found the right path or direction to exert your efforts. Thank you. It was precisely due to my poor exam results that I questioned myself. In hindsight, I might not be suited for graduate studies or civil service. Perhaps I am destined for roasting sweet potatoes. Non-UN. Do not search online for your ailments when nothing's wrong. Once, at the ungodly hour of 3 in the morning, I discovered that I was diagnosed with depression, mania, autism, and paranoid delusions. Indeed, the internet is utterly unreliable. Previously, when I felt discomfort in my ear and looked it up online, it suggested otitis media. I was skeptical, so I went to the hospital for a checkup, only to find out I was deaf. Laughs. Nanju, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. Any inability to surmount it stems from a lack of funds. If one truly cannot overcome it, it is simply because the resources are insufficient. The brother was born with difficulty. A premature exit ensued. The body felt a bit unwell. An early departure was necessary. The coffin lid couldn't hold. An early exit was required. Mingli, there will always be someone to stuff a light bulb in their mouth, and in winter, there will always be someone licking the railings. Yet, you remain perpetually unloved. Recently, dogs are being caught everywhere, so you, the unwanted sycophant, ought to be cautious. Brother, just delete it. I don't mind. Forget it later. What a thrill. The sensation of being exposed is quite exhilarating. Forget it later. I am the clown in the circus. the monkey in the zoo, the two highest cards in a deck. Forget it later. She continued, I was merely jesting. Let us start anew. No one can provide unwavering support, nor can anyone be your constant pillar of reliance, much less furnish you with all the security you crave. Do not shy away from reality, nor weave yourself into a self-spun cocoon of mere survival. The cocoon will only grow thicker, and you will sink deeper within it. The process of shattering the old self and sculpting a new one is arduous and time-consuming, yet if one wishes to break free from the chrysalis and be reborn, self-redemption is undoubtedly the most righteous path. Everyone fell silent. Even the incessant barrage of comments seemed to freeze in that moment. The next second, Mingli wore a cunning grin, as if relishing her triumph. It's just for show. How impressive am I? The crowd, Chapter 53, who says only those standing in the light are heroes. What to say? We were all prepared to weep, and suddenly you emerged from the coffin? Beginning, Mingli, we're merely online acquaintances. You've crossed the line. Middle. Huh? Why did you suddenly change your demeanor? So fragile, so pitiable, so terrifying. Later, I knew it, you're still the same, no good, pointing and whispering. Every person is a myriad of faces. Those who appear strong and carefree may conceal a sensitive, introverted, and insecure soul beneath. Just like I seem to be an ordinary, demure young lady on the surface. But in reality, I am merely an ordinary, demure young lady who writes and reads posts. The game concluded with Mingli leading by a significant margin, securing first place. Congratulations! Nan Yuan and Xin Qinggu clapped normally. Qi Shang and Qi Ling'er clapped gratefully for the breakfast points. Ming Qiang and Gu Luo were compelled to applaud under the watchful gaze of others and the camera.
Nanju had no hands.
Director, may I see the voting data from the past 2 days?
Certainly.
He handed over a chart. Mingli took it, eager to discover who had voted for her on the first night and who the two were who had voted for her the following night. With the mirror of truth in hand, demons and ghosts, should they not reveal themselves swiftly? Although the others had voted for themselves, they too were curious about which two individuals had cast their votes for Mingli. Someone actually voted for Mingli? Bro, where are you going? Nan Yuan suddenly called out to the departing Nanju. Aren't you going to take a look?
What's there to see?
What does it have to do with me?
Wow.
At that moment, Nan Yuan gasped in astonishment. The camera focused on the chart, and the viewers in the live stream also caught sight of it. Wow. 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 Oh dear. How do you pronounce these two characters? Could you please help me? I seem to have forgotten how to read. Mingli handed the A4 paper to Xin Qinggu. The latter chuckled lightly, enunciating the characters Nanju clearly. Only one step away from the little wooden house, though he was turned away from the crowd. The man felt for the first time what it was like to be on pins and needles, as if a thorn were lodged in his back or a fishbone in his throat. He was Ziwei, with a throng of Roan Mama behind him. Yet his tone remained nonchalant as his hand slipped. That can't be right. I remember having to confirm the vote, right? Once is an accident. But could I possibly have slipped twice? Even if I accidentally voted for you on the first day, did I also slip on the second day? Mingli stared at him with a smile. She had come to realize that when the fiery pepper dared not meet her gaze, it was a sign of guilt. Do you want me to speak the truth? I'm all ears. The tall man abruptly turned, striding swiftly toward Mingli. Gazing down at her with a scornful expression, I deliberately voted for you. I wanted you to obtain the clues. I want you to win the $1 million prize. Not only will I vote for you this time, but I will vote for you in every round, ensuring you receive $1 million each time. I want to make you rich. I want you to be ensnared in a life of excess, leading you to ruin. I aim to destroy you. How do you like the truth? Upon hearing this, he noticed a tear gliding down the young woman's reddened cheek. A flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. Yet he maintained his bravado. What's wrong, are you scared? She shook her head, her tears cascading like noodles being tossed from the pot. What is there to cry about? This is all self-inflicted. Who told you to provoke me? If you apologize now, I might forgive you. Ha 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 ha. Mingli laughed through her tears, which soon turned into laughter. Nanju. As she laughed, a bubble of mucus emerged from her nostrils. Nanju, his expression was one of disgust. How filthy. Yet he extended a handkerchief. Mingli, while wiping her nose, spoke in a muffled voice. Nanju, I'm sorry. I wronged you before. I always thought you were a foolish rich kid with a penchant for childish quarrels, possessing a minuscule competitive spirit, easily riled like a sensitive skin type. And your ability to retort was akin to a certain historical figure's wife in a garden pulling weeds. Honestly, I held you in utter disdain. But only now do I understand that you are a good person. I am truly moved by you. The last time I felt this touched was when I received a free ice cream cone on Children's Day as a child. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? You, Nanju, are my hero. Nanju. Huh? No. Seriously, are you unwell? After all I've done for you, you still think I'm a good person? This is not heroism. It's practically divine fortune. Please, I desire such annoyance. Scheming and plotting. Whenever I see others prosper, I feel an overwhelming itch. Please, anyone, hurl money at my face, humiliate me thoroughly. I'm a masochist for money. Can't someone just throw some my way? Bring me someone like Nanju, who uses wealth to lead me astray. Yes, bring it on. Mingli was ecstatic, expressing her gratitude with a brief embrace. It was light, yet fleeting. However, the man's body stiffened as if jolted by electricity. Then, he collapsed. The crowd. Fortunately, Shinshingu and the cameraman were quick-witted, catching him just in time. At that moment, Nanju's body was tense and rigid, yet the redness blooming on his cheeks and neck was strikingly evident. Qi Shang furrowed his brows, puzzled by the sudden flush on his face. Qi Linger exclaimed, "Could it be an allergic reaction?" Nanju quickly interjected, stifling Qi Linger's words. The others shared a frown. Allergic? Allergic to what? Aside from Mingli, Nanju had not interacted with anyone or anything else. How could an allergy manifest so abruptly? Nanju closed his eyes and replied, "I'm allergic to Mingli's snot." "What? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" The tall, fair man covered his cheeks with his slender hands, appearing as though he were already dead. "Don't ask. I'm allergic to Mingli's snot. Do I not know my own body? Are you all more aware than I am?" He seemed to be alive but had in reality been dead for a while, commonly referred to as a living corpse. The group exchanged glances. "So, brother, do you need to see a doctor?" "No need. Just keep Mingli away from me. Remember this. I loathe her. I detest her. I abhor her." The group nodded.
Got it.
"No need to repeat yourself. If you keep this up, we might genuinely start to think you harbor other feelings for her." With that, the iron-willed man strode towards the small wooden cabin with an unwavering determination. Suddenly, a familiar female voice broke through the air. He turned to see Mingli clutching her head, swaying as if about to faint, and she was alone. Nanju rushed to her side, steadying her. "What's wrong?" The others hurried over, concern etched on their faces. Some, however, concealed excitement beneath their worry. Mingli shook her head. "It's nothing, just a bit dizzy from the sun." He looked at her, his expression shifting slightly. "Are you overheating? Perhaps I'm lacking some vitamin R&B. Deficiency in vitamins means."
Ha.
Chapter 54, Mingli. 3 parts drunk, plays until you cry. Mingli was shoved away, mercilessly pushed aside. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "Your attitude is so indifferent. As if we never loved each other." The others gasped. The audience murmured in confusion. Wait, did these two really love each other? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nanju's handsome face. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever love each other? In our past life. I won't hide it from you all. I've been reborn with memories intact. In my previous life, I was a fair-skinned beauty with countless suitors vying for my attention, with admirers lining up all the way to Mars. Nanju was one of my loyal followers, showering me with care and affection daily, begging me to step down from my pedestal and notice him. Seeing his earnestness, I took him as my partner. Though he pursued me initially, I loved him deeply after we began dating, fulfilling all his desires. He had a penchant for bondage, and I adorned his head with countless bows. He also had a foot fetish, so I prepared braised pig trotters, duck feet, and phoenix claws for him. When he suffered a severe car accident and lost a lot of blood, I donated all my blood to him. Do you have any idea how much duck blood vermicelli soup I had to consume afterward to restore my health? We loved each other until our last breaths, promising that if there were a next life, we would be together again. Yet here I am, seeking you out, and you've forgotten our pact. Not only that, but you incessantly claim to despise me and wish to avoid my presence." Mingli furiously pointed at the man. "You heartless cad. Nanju, you are truly no man." The unceremoniously dismissed male. "What a touching love story. I might just wet myself."
Ha.
"What about you, sister?" I typed too fast. It's just my eyes watering. Everyone present, be they guests or crew members, bore expressions of utter shock. "Mingli, are you out of your mind? This is my electronic medical record." Nanju, exasperated, turned to the others. "You can't possibly believe such absurd claims, can you?" Shun Qing Gu smiled gently. I never imagined there could truly be such a profound love story in this world. Nan Yao wiped at the corner of her eyes. Brother, you wouldn't want to be labeled a heartless man, subject to the scorn of thousands, would you? This is madness. Absolute madness. Nanju stormed back into the small cabin, slamming the door behind him. After he left, Mingli took out her phone and rewarded the two who spoke on her behalf with 10 points each. Thank you. Nan Yao was pleasantly surprised. Shen Qinggu chuckled in gratitude. A few others frowned, silently regretting not having spoken up for Mingli earlier. How frustrating. If they had, they could have traded a single word for a meal. Who wouldn't be enticed by that? By the way, thank you for voting for me last night. You don't harbor any of those notions about wanting money to lead me astray, do you? Mingli asked with a smile.
Ha ha ha.
The warm-hearted man laughed. If that were the case, I can hardly fathom how delighted you would be. Indeed. Mingli understood that the fiery pepper didn't truly mean it. He was merely being whimsical. He feigned madness and she played along. Mingli, 3 parts drunk, performs until you weep. It's been ages since I've seen young Master Shen smile so joyfully, the butler remarked, his tone filled with satisfaction. Wait. Am I the only one increasingly convinced that Shen Qinggu is interested in Mingli? As she stirs up chaos, he laughs, no matter how wild Mingli becomes. Shen Qinggu indulgently tolerates her and even joins in her antics. It's not impossible to ship them. Are you sure he won't suffer any repercussions from this? Shen Qinggu inquired. Mingli replied, he won't die. Nan Yao assured, it's fine. My brother has a strong capacity for resilience. And he knows Mingli is just joking. He's merely concerned about his pride. Mingli shot her a sidelong glance, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Then turned towards the small cabin, leaving one final remark that lingered in the air. Light as a feather, I never said I was joking. Nan Yao. She stiffly turned her head, bewildered as she gazed at Shen Qinggu. What does she mean? Could it be that everything she said is true? The man pondered for a few moments, then suddenly his expression blossomed like a flower, perhaps. With that, he too turned to leave. Leaving Nan Yao standing alone in the wind, feeling helpless and disoriented, a shiver running down her spine. Wait, what do you both mean by that? In the afternoon, the others, desperate to earn points, braved the scorching sun to complete their tasks. Particularly affected was Nan Yao, who shared a room with Mingli and felt the impact the most. She could no longer endure this miserable existence. How could it be that she, the daughter of a wealthy family, found herself overshadowed by the seemingly ordinary Mingli, who had now become the belle of the ball among the young masters and ladies? To be honest, she wanted to ask Mingli if she had any interest in female models. If so, perhaps she could take a look at her? Mingli took a nap and slept until she woke up naturally. Upon awakening, she approached the director, moving with the slow, jerky motions of a zombie. Extending her claw-like fingers toward him, her face etched with longing and desire, rasping out, Director. The bald man, engrossed in monitoring the footage, quickly steadied her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Quick, give it to me. I need it. No, I can't hold on any longer. The director flustered, resembling an ant on a hot pan, stammered. Give you what? What? Water? Do you need water? Did you choke on something? Or is it something else? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to burst. I've contracted it. You've contracted what? The director paused mid-sentence, suddenly struck by a realization, freezing in place. In the glitzy realm of the entertainment industry, numerous individuals succumb to various forms of addiction, often due to deteriorating mental states or reckless indulgence. While these substances may not strictly fall under the classification of illicit drugs, their detrimental effects on the user's physical and mental well-being, as well as their future prospects, are undeniable. His eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, she cannot be. What is happening? With her current demeanor, could she have fallen into some sort of addiction? Oh no, could it be true? Did she pick it up in a psychiatric hospital? Or was she already entangled in it before being sent there by her parents for detox? Perhaps she pretended to have overcome it just to be released, only to have never truly quit? And now, after several days of being on the show without any substance, is she experiencing withdrawal? The more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. I wondered why she was so erratic. Did you see that? Is this even real? Her temperament has shifted dramatically. As the director contemplated this possibility, he was drenched in sweat. He fervently hoped this program wouldn't devolve into a legal investigation. Thoughts raced through his mind as, in stark reality, she continued to clutch her throat, her face a mask of desperation. It was as if ants were crawling all over her body. Please, give it to me. What do you need? If all else fails, perhaps he should summon a doctor. Lives are at stake here. Hand, phone. The phone, is it? And the hand? My craving for my phone is overwhelming. I have 3 seconds left, and if I cannot touch it, I dread to imagine the consequences of withdrawal. Suddenly, the woman regained her composure, her face alight with an innocent smile. The director, he had never felt life to be so absurd and unpredictable. Previously, when Nanju was being toyed with by Mingli, he had been an amused spectator, thinking that segment might go viral online. Yet now, the protagonist of this chaotic scene was none other than himself. At that moment, he found himself empathizing with Nanju. It became evident that true empathy was a rare occurrence unless one had also been made a fool by Mingli. After reluctantly tossing the metaphorical hot potato of his phone to her, the director gritted his teeth and pointed toward the door, his hand trembling slightly. The phone is yours. Now, leave immediately. Understood. I shall fulfill the task. Subsequently, Mingli obediently followed the direction of his finger, climbed onto a stool, flung open the window, and leaped outside. The director, he suddenly burst into raucous laughter. It was entirely his fault. Had he not invited Mingli, none of this chaos would have ensued. Ha ha ha. Someone, take him down, ha ha ha. Hearing his laughter, the staff outside felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth is happening with Mingli? Mingli, hands clasped behind her back, gazed skyward, exclaiming, he has lost his composure. The crowd. Chapter 55. Burble, burble, burble. I knew it. One should never trust a man like Mingli, smiling. She is simply too advanced for us. I can hardly keep up with her erratic thought processes. It is a thoroughly exhilarating madness. I was just about to post something outrageous on other platforms, but thankfully I held back. Otherwise, I would have become the laughingstock. Director, get out of here. Mingli, what are you babbling about? The director must be regretting his decision to hire her. He initially sought to leverage her popularity to draw attention to the show, and indeed, it attracted attention, albeit at his own expense. After a brief diversion with her phone, she received a call. The caller ID displayed Mom. That same mother who favored her brother over her? You worthless girl. What on earth is wrong with you? I asked you to bring your brother on the show to give him some exposure, and this is how you handle it? If someone hadn't sent me a video, I wouldn't have known you dared to treat Chong like this. Chong is trying to help you. And you don't appreciate it? How dare you defy him? Do you think you can ignore what your brother and I say just because you think you've grown wings? You owe us everything. Without me, you wouldn't exist. You are forever indebted to us and should be dutiful and obedient. That is what a good daughter is. The call commenced with a barrage of accusations. When she remained silent, her mother continued, I only care about your well-being. You are just a young girl, naive and lacking in ability. And the industry you are in is rife with dangers. Many wish to harm you. Only your parents and brother are truly concerned for your welfare. We are family. How could we hurt you? I understand that young people today have their own ideas, but I have been through it all. Listen to me. You are a piece of flesh that I carried for 10 months. I would never cause you harm. Do you know how much I suffered to bring you into this world? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have these lingering health issues. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have aged so drastically. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my good job. Now that you are grown, you should grasp these truths without me having to spell them out. Can parents truly harm you? By the way, send me the money you earned from this show. I'll keep it safe for you. You can set aside a few thousand for yourself. But with so many scammers out there, having too much money makes you an easy target. In the background, the faint sounds of mahjong echoed. Isn't this classic parental manipulation? Blaming all their hardships on their child, instilling guilt and insecurity, ultimately crafting a sensitive, submissive puppet. I'm astounded that Mingli's parents are of such ilk. We have a girl here who grew up in a family that favored boys. Despite her excellent grades, her parents insisted on limiting her education, believing it unnecessary for girls. After dropping out, she was relegated to household chores and farm work, serving her parents and brother. Upon reaching adulthood, she was pushed into the workforce, earning a meager salary, most of which went to her family, leaving her with barely enough for rent and sustenance, let alone decent clothing. In stark contrast, her parents lavished gifts on her brother, despite his poor academic performance, hiring tutors for him, convinced of his potential for greatness. Others advised her to escape. But she was deeply brainwashed, believing she should sacrifice for her family, even blaming those who encouraged her to leave as threats to their unity. Now, at just 21, she is set to marry a man who has been divorced twice, solely to provide dowry for her brother, hoping to send him abroad for studies, a truly perplexing situation. How can she endure such treatment? Mingli, are you truly able to tolerate this? If you don't scold me, I certainly will. A faint buzzing sound emerged. Luo Tsuefeng, what? She cranked the phone volume to its maximum and activated the speaker. Say that again. I can't hear you. Burble, burble, burble. However, the only response was a cacophony of loud, flatulent sounds. In the card room, many were drawn to the commotion. Those closest to her hastily covered their noses. Rising to distance themselves, their faces contorted in disbelief and disgust. Burble, burble, burble. The noise erupted once more. At her age, how could she still be so careless? Why was she just standing there? Why not take care of it? How revolting. Surely, she can't be that foolish? Realizing the situation, Luo Tsuefeng hastily ended the call and anxiously explained, No, it wasn't he like that. I truly didn't pass gas. I was just on a call. However, the surrounding crowd paid her no heed, their expressions increasingly filled with disgust. Ever since Mingli entered the industry and began earning money for her enjoyment, Luo Tsuefeng had never encountered such disdainful looks. I didn't soil my pants. If you don't believe me, I'm so flustered that I might actually take my pants off. The crowd immediately scattered, shouting, Oh my, there's a madwoman. Mingli switched off the recording. To be honest, she hadn't even clearly heard what that woman had said. Yet, from the memories of the original owner, she knew that this woman was not a decent person. Regarding someone like Nanju, who was easily irritable yet had a kind heart, Mingli found it amusing to engage with her. However, she had no intention of sparring with such a despicable and unworthy individual as the original owner's mother. Speaking to her felt like a waste of breath. Instead, she decided to return the favor with a fart, as a gesture of reciprocity for the long string of flatulence that had just escaped that woman. After all, the Chinese culture values the principle of reciprocity. If one farts, so shall the other. An eye for an eye, a fart for a fart. It was entirely reasonable. It was quite polite. It was quintessentially Mingli. There were discussions online about what it meant to indulge in a crazy and immoral life. Mingli was baffled. She had always been polite, calm, and stable, never losing her composure. She simply couldn't bear to think of herself as such a model of modern morality that she might be moved to tears by her own conduct. Surprised, yet somehow exhilarated. Learn something new. Next time, I'll record a fart to save my breath. But here comes the question. Who has a particularly disgusting one to share for everyone's benefit?
Ida.
Just about to let one rip. 60s, huh? Shocked, I told you. We shouldn't linger in this live stream. Staying too long will drive one mad, pinching nose. Mingli continued to lounge on her bed, enjoying the air conditioning while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a post from an unknown fan or something, featuring a comparison between her leisurely reclining and other guests diligently fulfilling their tasks, angrily criticizing her for not being hardworking or self-disciplined. Mingli was not angered. In fact, she found the individual's remarks to be quite accurate. She even kindly replied, Thank you, self-discipline is a form of enjoyment, but I am not one to seek pleasure. Hence, I am not disciplined. As for your suggestion to strive for progress, I can only say, I'll at least survive. As a human being, she felt remorse that at an age when one should be raising children, she chose to indulge in coconut lattes, at a time when one should be full of vitality. She opted to engage with Genshin Impact. Launch. Just as the game was about to load, her work phone vibrated with a message. Upon checking, it was a voice message from Shen Qinggu. Are you free now? Can you come help me? I seem to be surrounded by a pack of animals. Chapter 56. Oh no. Is it time for the mountain to marry the prince? Although Mingli said nothing, the entire production team, from the director to the guests and down to the staff, had tacitly accepted that she had an indescribable relationship with these animals. However, since she did not speak about it, they felt it inappropriate to inquire. Even if they did ask, they could not ascertain whether what Mingli said was truthful or fabricated. After all, her fabrications were quite convincing. If a liar had to swallow 1,000 needles, Mingli could very well conjure a magical staff. Had she been born a few centuries earlier, it wouldn't have been Sun Wukong who sought the Dragon King of the EC, but rather Mingli beckoning him. You want the magical staff? Here, let me spit it out for you. Thus, when Shun Qinggu sought her assistance, she was not surprised. Yet, parting with her bed for a while made Mingli feel a twinge of sadness. Nevertheless, it was fine. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. If one were to cling to their bed every moment of the day, it could only mean they were close to death. She affectionately patted her bed, darling. Rest well at home and gather your strength. When I return, I'll take a shower and shower you with love. Since Shun Chingu's location was somewhat distant and the situation was urgent, Mingli borrowed a vehicle from the production team. However, she didn't know how to drive. Not even having a driver's license. During her school years, she was either studying or working part-time, leaving no spare time or funds for such pursuits. After entering the workforce, the grind continued. A life of hardship did not change with societal entry, rather, it only intensified. As for the original owner, she hadn't even bothered to get a license. Ultimately, Mingli spent 20 points to hire a staff member as a driver. The staff member had initially been very enthusiastic and eager to help for free, but the director insisted on paid work. Otherwise, he would report Mingli to the Labor Bureau. Mingli was taken aback. Is this threat really that outrageous? Borrowing Manyan's words, she might be a bit foolish, but she was no fool. It's evident that the director has been driven to madness and has begun to speak nonsense. Who wouldn't he go mad? If it were me, I'd also lose my mind. Laughing to death, the director has clearly taken Mingli on as his rival. On the road, Mingli curiously observed the staff member's driving actions, and after a moment of silence, she finally managed to ask, "Brother, what happens if you press the brake and the accelerator at the same time?" The driver paused in surprise. "What? Are you going to screenshot the car?" Mingli replied, "The production team doesn't employ idle hands. Everyone is a talent." Driver, I've never encountered such an absurd question. When they arrived at the end of the dirt road in the mountains, the vehicle halted. The group trekked for several minutes before reaching the location he had sent. At that moment, everyone finally understood what he meant by being surrounded by animals. The man stood in an open area, surrounded by monkeys, dozens of them hovering around him. One particular macaque was gesticulating toward Shin Chingu and chattering incessantly. As he took a step forward, the surrounding monkeys mirrored his movements, seemingly preventing him from leaving. Shin Chingu's handsome face wore an expression of helplessness and confusion. Goodness, so many monkeys? The last time I saw this many monkeys was in Journey to the West. When he spotted Mingli, his dimming eyes suddenly sparkled with light. "You're here? What happened? Why are these monkeys surrounding you?" Mingli approached. The macaque showed no fear and allowed her group to come closer. "I'm not quite sure. I just noticed that these wild kiwi fruits were nearly ripe, so I picked some, but after walking a short distance, I encountered this group of macaques. I saw two of them fighting, and out of curiosity, I went over to watch, and then I was surrounded. Could it be that Shun Chingu picked kiwi fruits that belonged to this group of macaques, hence he was encircled? I thought they were after the kiwi fruits in my hand, so I put them down to give back, but to my surprise, they didn't care about the kiwi fruits at all. They just kept following me and gesturing. But I couldn't understand them, so I called you over." Mingli scratched her head. "Wait here, let me help you ask." Shun Chingu nodded. "All right, sorry to trouble you. Bring out your ability to communicate with animals. Stop hiding it." She scanned the group of monkeys and finally approached a high-ranking female macaque. "Hello. May I ask why you're blocking him? Can I actually understand what this bipedal creature is saying? How strange." The female macaque, seemingly amused by the novelty, answered Mingli's question. "He must stay to be my mate." "Mingli, huh? What's going on?" "The reason they encircled you is that they wish for you to become the companion of this female monkey. Furthermore, she added that this female monkey is likely the offspring of the Monkey King, thus holding a relatively high status within the troupe."
Shen Kingu? Who?
This is too outrageous. Oh no, did I just become a prince consort after climbing the mountain?
Why?
A look of disbelief crossed the man's face. How could this be? Crying? Shin Chingu didn't even question the authenticity of Mingli's words. He believed her outright. If I had doubted Mingli, I wouldn't have called her over in the first place. Why would you allow him to be your partner? You are not of the same species, dear sister. Do you understand what reproductive isolation between species means? You lack a common language and civilization, thus cannot propagate offspring. The female monkey tilted her head. Even if we cannot share a common language and cannot have babies, we can still pursue pure love. Sister, do you know what platonic love is?
Mingli, Huh?
This time she was genuinely astonished. Who claimed that human evolution outpaced that of monkeys? While humans are still preoccupied with trivial matters, monkeys have already embraced platonic love, seeking pure affection of the spirit and soul. What is happening? It's the first time I've seen Mingli's eyes so wide. What did the monkey say? You can't make me beg you, can you? Oh my, this is truly infuriating. It said that although you are not of the same species, you can still engage in a transcendent, interspecies spiritual romance. Shun Chingu. others. It's too avant-garde. A monkey is more progressive than me? If I can't compete with those above, that's one thing. If I can't compete with those below, I can accept that. But now, even monkeys surpass me. I truly cannot endure this, smiling. Could it really be that Mingli is just spouting nonsense? Thoughtful. To be fair, there are indeed people abroad who have fallen in love with gorillas, eventually marrying them. This is insane. The world has truly gone mad. All species are going mad. Shin Chingu had been rendered speechless by the shock, and Mingli naturally became his spokesperson. But he doesn't even know you. The female monkey replied, feelings can be cultivated. A forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet, and besides, he does not like you, nor does he accept interspecies relationships. The female monkey insisted, but he clearly confessed to me. If he hadn't taken the initiative to confess, how would I have noticed him? I once vowed that the first one to confess to me would be my partner. Therefore, even if he is a bipedal creature, I am still willing to be with him. Rest assured, I am not like other monkeys. I am not fickle. And I will not change partners. I prefer a lifelong bond. Mingli, no way. Are you truly pursuing pure love? Chapter 57. Such lewd words. And you can utter them? She turned to stare intently at the man. You confess to her?
Huh?
Shin Chingu was completely bewildered, his mind blank for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. I encountered two monkeys calling to each other while picking kiwis, and out of curiosity, I mimicked their calls. When I left, I noticed this troop of monkeys gathered around in excitement, and I thought it was amusing, so I called out using the sounds I had just learned, wanting to see how they would react. As a result, after I called, this female monkey suddenly jumped down from a nearby tree and called out a few times. Subsequently, this troop of monkeys surrounded me. Mingli understood. If I am not mistaken, the first two monkeys you encountered were in love. They were whispering sweet nothings to each other, and you mimicked them, which led that female monkey to believe you were confessing to her. She had vowed that the first one to confess to her would be her future partner, thus she surrounded you, wanting to keep you. Shin Chingu. Haraha, this is hilarious. In the past, curiosity killed the cat. Now, curiosity makes one a prince consort. Brother Shin, they love you so much. Just stay here in the mountains and be the prince consort. Perhaps when the Monkey King ages and passes away, you might even ascend to become the king of the mountain. Will there be a feast then? If so, can we be invited? I'll bring a couple of boxes of kiwis. The man fluttered his eyelashes slightly. This is a misunderstanding. I had no idea what that monkey's call meant. Mingli explained to the female monkey. The female monkey replied, Is that so? But because of him, my competition for marriage has been disrupted. Although the female monkey mentioned that the first one to confess to her would become her partner, she has never encountered a monkey that took the initiative to confess to her. Now that she has reached the age for mating, she has yet to find a suitable male, so the Monkey King arranged a competition for her. The strongest and most formidable male monkeys would become her partner. The two that were fighting earlier were the strongest competitors. However, Shin Chingu's appearance interrupted this contest. Why not let them continue fighting? We will offer you kiwis and bananas as compensation. The female monkey said, no need, since he does not genuinely love me. It would be futile to force it. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted kiwi is not sweet. Mingli, such a familiar proverb. Then thank you, I truly apologize. Mingli had the female monkey express her apologies and had Shin Chingu mimic her, considering it an apology. Although it was an unforeseen disaster for him, misunderstandings often arise from poor communication. This highlights the importance of learning a foreign language. It also underscores how crucial it is not to mimic others when you do not understand them. For example, if two cats are calling to each other, and out of curiosity, you approach and learn to meow, but due to inaccurate pronunciation and grammar, it leads to ambiguity, transforming "can you play with me?" into "can you play with me?" The shocked cats would exclaim, such lewd words, and you can utter them? Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the two originally intended to leave but were retained by the female monkey, who invited them to watch the competition for marriage and asked them to help her decide which male was more suitable for her. Mingli conveyed this invitation to Shin Chingu, who had initially intended to leave but raised an eyebrow. Not answering directly but countering with a question. Do you want to see? A little. Then I will accompany you. Thank you. The two young and robust male monkeys continued their fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. It appeared that their strengths were nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate. Who understands? It's my first time witnessing a monkey marriage competition. How absurd yet fascinating. The female monkey inquired, Sister, which one do you think is more suitable to be my partner? I'm not sure. Both seem equally matched in strength. You might want to consider what you think of each of them, or which treats you better. The two male monkeys, Ma Lao and Ma Lao Luo, are the youngest and strongest males in the entire troop. They are brothers, comparable in strength, and they both treat me well, often bringing me food and flowers. Thus, my feelings towards them are quite similar. I do not particularly favor one over the other. Mingli, wait, are you really calling them Ma Lao and Ma Lao Luo? What on earth is that? They're just unique names. Her attention was focused on the fighting brothers, and although the two monkeys were verbally sparring, their thoughts were quite different. Brother is so annoying. As long as I am with Ma Jiao Jiao and gain the king's favor and the support of the females, I will become the new monkey king, and would I ever mistreat him? Why must he compete with me? Was it not I who first conceived the notion of pursuing the splendid Ma Jiao Jiao to ascend as the monkey king through a shortcut? Why should I relinquish this ambition to you, foolish one? I am destined to be the next monkey king. Perhaps sensing the ferocity in the other's gaze, the two monkeys engaged in a more intense brawl. One of them even delivered a powerful punch that shattered a rock. Mingli was astonished. Incredible. It's as if Sun Wukong's mother has given birth to a second child. Behind her, the cameraman, Shin Chingue, stared in surprise before chuckling softly. The surrounding troop of monkeys erupted in admiration. Indeed, it is Ma Luo. It seems one punch could send me flying into a banana tree, unable to extricate myself. I would be forced to lie there daily, consuming bananas to recover. Pfft. You simply want to eat bananas. Greedy monkey. I wager Ma Luo will triumph. He is the elder brother. He has consumed a year's worth of bananas and kiwis more than Ma Luo Luo. His strength is greater. Not necessarily. Although Ma Luo Luo is smaller, he is more agile than Ma Luo. I bet. What shall we wager? 3 bunches of bananas. And a kiwi tree bearing all its fruit this year. Also, we must seize bread from the bipedal beasts. Do you dare to wager? I accept the bet. Just wait for the bipedal beasts to launch a slingshot at your rear. You'll be red all over. So red that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. The other monkeys cheered, but Mingli, still listening to the inner thoughts of Ma Luo and Ma Luo Luo, pondered. Why does this differ from what everyone anticipated? It appeared that these two monkeys were not genuinely enamored with Ma Jiao Jiao. Rather, they sought to become her mate simply because the current Monkey King was exceedingly formidable. Having won the Monkey King contest several times, thereby holding an absolute dominion over the group. Unable to compete, the ambitious brothers sought an alternative route to become Ma Jiao Jiao's companion. Ma Jiao Jiao, being the highest-ranking macaque in the tribe aside from the Monkey King, offered assistance to her partner in vying for the position of Monkey King, as well as support from other female monkeys. Hence, the brothers frequently flattered her, even going so far as to care for the tribe's infant macaques, creating an illusion of calm and affability. After all, the females, especially Ma Jiao Jiao, detest aggressive male monkeys. Those who bully the weak are ostracized by the entire group. Simultaneously, Mingli heard another inner voice concerning Ma Jiao Jiao. I really like Jiao Jiao, but I cannot compete with Ma Luo. Will Jiao Jiao, like the neighboring Nyo Nyo, prefer girls? Do I still have a chance? Following this thought, her gaze fell upon a female macaque not far behind Ma Jiao Jiao. The female stared adoringly at Jiao Jiao, her eyes fixated solely on her. Mingli, is it necessary for a partner to be male? Have you considered a female macaque? Ma Jiao Jiao. Chapter 58. Who can still distinguish your face from your rear now? If Mingli recalled correctly, same-sex macaques could indeed form partnerships, with females being even more so. They might imitate male actions and calls during intimacy, and it was not uncommon for one female to engage with another immediately after. After two females became partners and engaged intimately, they would often linger affectionately, whereas two males would depart immediately after, devoid of attachment. Thus, Mingli inquired whether Ma Jiao Jiao desired a genuine romance. After all, you macaques certainly indulge in frivolity. No wonder you are primates alongside humans, akin to the elder brother and second brother, equal in jest. Ma Jiao Jiao paused. What do you mean? Ma family brothers are male. I can select one of them. So, why consider a female? I believe the Ma family brothers do not appear to be good monkeys. Humans tend to assess appearances. I can see their sharp features, indicating their aggressive and ambitious nature, adept at deception, and not trustworthy.
Mingli whispered in Ma Jiao Jiao's ear.
Really? I don't believe you. It was evident that she doubted Mingli's words. Are you familiar with Sun Wukong, the beautiful Monkey King? Of course. It is said that he attained enlightenment and became immortal. He possesses fiery eyes capable of discerning the true essence of many things. I, too, possess fiery eyes. Mingli said mysteriously. You do? Indeed. Look into my eyes. Do they not sparkle brightly, akin to Sun Wukong's fiery gaze? Mingli rapidly blinked several times.
Ma Jiao Jiao. Truly.
They're indeed sparkling. As the camera zoomed in, the audience finally discerned what Mingli meant by sparkling. Her peach-pink eyeshadow was dusted with fine shimmering powder. Under the sunlight, it glimmered like gold. I'm going to die laughing. As expected, she cannot utter a single truthful word. This female monkey is clearly suffering from the lack of experience and culture. You must be astonished, wondering how I possess such prowess and fiery eyes, correct? A rare expression of human-like astonishment flickered across Ma Jiao Jiao's monkey face. How do you know? Because I possess fiery eyes. I can not only discern your thoughts, but also those of your kin. Sun Wukong's fiery eyes were forged in the furnace of the Supreme Lord, while my fiery eyes were meticulously crafted using a cosmetics brush dipped in the colorful stones left by Nuwa during her repairs to the heavens, applied little by little. Nuwa's repairs to the heavens, I know of that story. It's passed down in the tribe. But what is a cosmetics brush? It is a weapon that demands extraordinary skill from the user. If mishandled during use, all prior efforts could be in vain, and the user's appearance would be marred, rendering them too ashamed to face others. What a terrifying weapon. Indeed, thus my fiery eyes took a great deal of time to cultivate. It required a full 3 minutes. So, you mean to say you can tell that the Ma family brothers are not good monkeys? Yes. They are with you solely to gain the support of the females in their quest for the title of Monkey King, their eyes fixed on power and status. They are using you and do not truly care for you. If you seek a pure love, they are not your choice. Moreover, I have discerned that there is a female macaque who genuinely likes you. Who is it? Mingli pointed to the female macaque, due to the sudden turn of both the person and the monkey. The female who had been staring at Ma Jiao Jiao did not have time to withdraw her gaze and unexpectedly locked eyes with Ma Jiao Jiao. Within 3 seconds, the already slightly flushed face of the female macaque turned beet red. Mingli, now, who can still distinguish your face from your rear? Peach Peach? You know her? She likes you very much and desires to be your companion. Since they had come this far, Mingli decided to assist fully in the endeavor. But Peach Peach is my sister. We have grown up together. Mingli, same-sex incest?
Fine.
She fell silent for a moment before regaining her voice. Ultimately, this matter is for you to decide. I can only tell you this much. Aside from those 2 brothers, the other males appear to pose no issues. At least, as she scanned the crowd of onlooking macaques, she did not hear any negative thoughts. Thank you for telling me. With a leap, Ma Jiao Jiao bounded up to a tall tree and called out to the Ma family brothers, who seemed somewhat red-eyed, as if they had not heard her at all. It called out a few more times, its tone laced with the indignation and reprimand of a superior. Only then did the Ma brothers cease their actions, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. The duel for courtship is hereby cancelled. I shall not take any of you as my mate, declared Ma Jiao Jiao. The Ma brothers were astounded, as were the surrounding macaques. Yet, due to Ma Jiao Jiao's esteemed position, despite their confusion and fury, the 2 monkeys dared not resist. As the situation seemed to settle, Mingli exchanged a knowing glance with Xin Qinggu, silently urging him to depart. Upon returning to the vehicle, they heard a series of monkey calls from behind. Turning around, they beheld a troop of macaques, some lifting and others cradling an abundance of bananas, kiwis, peaches, and various other fruits, heaps upon heaps. Before Mingli could voice her inquiry, Ma Jiao Jiao gestured for the macaques to stow the bounty into the bed of the small pickup truck, filling it to the brim. How is it that after a brief conversation between Mingli and the matriarch, she generously bestowed such a plethora of fruits? Each one is fresh and plump. I can hardly fathom how delectable they must be. It feels as though I have aided the matriarch in some way. So, what exactly transpired? It's astounding. While the other guests toil tirelessly to earn points and barter with the production team, Mingli stepped out for a moment and returned with an entire truckload of fruit. Sister, you truly forge your own path, defying convention. It's utterly heart-wrenching. Previously, Mingli and Ma Jiao Jiao had been engaged in hushed conversation, the audience only able to speculate based on the fragments they could barely hear and the ensuing actions. Regardless of their guesses, everyone was keen to uncover the truth. How did Mingli's words lead to the cessation of the courtship duel? Why did Ma Jiao Jiao present her with such a bounty of fruit? Could it be that Ma Jiao Jiao has taken a liking to Mingli? Thus this is a form of betrothal gift, not really? One can entertain wild notions, but it shouldn't be taken so literally. This is a token of gratitude.
Please accept it.
Mingli did not refuse, expressing her thanks before accepting the offering. After all, if it was given sincerely, why should one refuse? Much like my New Year's red envelope, right, Mom? As Mingli entered the vehicle, Ma Jiao Jiao called out to her, "What do you think of me?" "Quite well. You have the demeanor of a monkey," she replied, giving a thumbs up. The vehicle gradually descended the mountain, while the troop of macaques lingered in the treetops, watching until the vehicle turned into the thicket and vanished from sight, before dispersing slowly. They knew nothing of the events that transpired. They only understood that after the arrival of this bipedal creature, Ma Jiao Jiao not only halted the courtship duel but also unexpectedly expelled the Ma brothers from the troop. Given her unusual interest in the bipedal creature, the macaques formed their impression of Mingli. A few words had rendered the princess of the macaques infatuated, madly enamored, and enchanted by the mysterious bipedal being who had brought them bananas. Chapter 59. Oh no. Steamed shrimp head.
Thank you so much for today.
Without Mingli, even if he had ultimately made it down the mountain, he would have surely paid a price, considering the formidable combat prowess of such a large troop of macaques. "It's nothing, we're all friends," she waved dismissively. Mingli also owed her gratitude to Xin Qinggu. Had it not been for him, she would not have acquired such a bounty of fruit. There was no way they could consume it all. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "What's wrong?" The driver replied. Two wild foxes suddenly dashed onto the road. "Let us wait for them to leave before proceeding." No sooner had he spoken than an older fox, slightly larger in size, limped over to the side of the vehicle, weakly calling out to Mingli and her companion. "What on earth is wrong with this fox? It looks as though it is injured. Could it have been harmed by poachers, like the black bear? Quick, call the rescue station." Since Mingli can communicate with animals, why not have her inquire about the fox's condition and offer assistance? It appears so pitiful.
Arg, fine.
Give it something to eat. I haven't had anything in 3 days. The old fox opened its mouth, displaying a mixture of obsequiousness and earnestness. "What seems to be the issue?" Shun Qinggu inquired. "Is it injured? It appears to be hungry, asking us for food. I have some snacks. Let us give it something." He retrieved 2 egg yolk pies from his bag, tearing open the packaging. At this moment, the younger fox glanced at the older one. "Is this really effective?" "I'm not certain. My cousin the wolf said it works this way." He claimed many bipedal creatures are quite benevolent. If you call out to them in a pitiful manner, they will feed you generously, sparing us the effort of hunting. Hunting is exhausting. It's far better to take it easy.
Wait.
Mingli halted the man who was about to feed the egg yolk pies. "What's the matter?" "They're pretending. They're not really injured." "What? Pretending?" Mingli tossed the leftover peach pit into the distance, and the limping fox immediately sprang into action, dashing toward the projectile with surprising agility, completely dispelling any semblance of injury. After running several meters, it realized it had been tricked by a mere peach pit. "Did I miscalculate?"
Arg.
It limped back, calling out to Mingli, while the younger fox mimicked it, adopting a beggar's demeanor, resembling a pampered heiress soliciting 2 egg yolk pies. "You're neither sick nor injured. You can fend for yourselves. Stop relying on others." Mingli raised an eyebrow, waving the foxes away. "Let's move on." Mingli has retracted her offer of the 2 egg yolk pies. Mingli mused. "Is there no one who is willing to gift me $1 million for free?" Mingli to the wild animals. "Can't you be self-sufficient? Who are you putting on a show for? Stand up." "Haha, indeed, wild animals that are neither sick nor injured should not be fed, otherwise they will develop a dependency, making it increasingly difficult for them to survive in the wild." Seeing that the bipedal creatures left without offering food, the obsequious old fox immediately turned hostile, cursing at the receding vehicle. "Arg. These bipedal creatures are so stingy." The young fox lamented. "This contradicts what my cousin the wolf said. Didn't he say he feasted on lavish meals daily thanks to the bipedals and gained dozens of pounds? This is not the case." The old fox fumed. "Arg. That foul wolf must be boasting." The young fox concurred. "I think so too." The old fox, infuriated, exclaimed, "Arg. What a nuisance, steamed shrimp head. These animals are truly clever and cunning. When seeking snacks, you may be proud, but when faced with Mingli, your fate is uncertain." Inside the vehicle, a curious man recalled, "I remember you mentioned to that macaque that you can read faces. Is that true?" She nodded. "Indeed. I can predict your fortune." "Oh?" Xin Qinggu's lips curled in interest. "Then could you possibly read mine?" "Certainly." Mingli fixed her gaze upon him. lightly tapping her finger. I predict you will have good fortune in the latter half of the year. What kind of fortune? Spring travel. The man paused, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Just tell me if it's accurate. Shen Qinggu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, it's accurate. What a coincidence. I too will travel in the spring. Esteemed master, I pay my respects to you. Actually, I too possess this ability, just a single phrase from you. And I can discern what sort of person you are. What kind of person am I? You are from Jiangsu. How did you know? As they interacted, it became apparent that he was somewhat different from the rumors circulating online. Shen Qinggu possesses a peculiar habit. Prior to filming or engaging in events, he diligently conducts background research on his co-stars. He scrutinizes their reputations online and within the industry, seeking to glean a general understanding of the individuals he will collaborate with. Before participating in a variety show, he also reviewed the profiles of several other guests, finding that they largely aligned with their public personas. However, he found the cases of Nanju and Mingli to be quite divergent, particularly that of Mingli, whose real-life character starkly contrasted with the rumors circulating online. Such is the norm. She was once a carefully crafted persona, but now she embraces her true self. Ha ha ha. You and Xiao Luo share a remarkable coincidence. You were born on the same day. What? Born on the same year, month, and day? Indeed, the man nodded. That is quite a fateful connection. Suddenly, Mingli covered her mouth, her innocent eyes blinking. You won't be upset by my remarks about her, will you? Shen Qinggu maintained his cheerful demeanor, his expression unchanged. It seems you both harbor a mutual dislike. I'm uncertain. After all, I've only known her for 2 or 3 days. Perhaps her temperament does not resonate with mine. In any case, she fails to capture my interest. If possible, please relay to her that if her intention is to seek the limelight or establish a persona on the show, she may proceed as she wishes. I will not hinder her endeavors. Engaging in such antics brings me no financial gain, nor am I a masochist compelled to fulfill any role. She should refrain from viewing me as a stepping stone for her ascent. I am a rather prickly individual. If she attempts to tread upon me, I can only forewarn that the outcome will be dire. And you, as her brother, ought to assist her in gaining prominence rather than merely spectating. Do not be deceived by her seemingly erratic behavior. In truth, she is observant of the other guests. For instance, her impressions of everyone have slightly shifted. Mingli's thoughts. Ming Chong, a greasy, foolish man. Gu Luo, a pretentious little flower who inexplicably targets her. Qi Shang, appears aloof and taciturn but is actually a slow-witted fool. Qilinger, slightly more intelligent and extroverted than her brother. Nan Yuan, a 21-year-old, somewhat haughty young lady who pretends to be innocent. Nanju, a childish, volatile individual who is easily flustered and hypocritical. Shen Qinggu, outwardly gentle yet harboring inscrutable machinations. Of course, these are merely fleeting impressions formed in the wake of their brief interactions. Human nature is multifaceted and complex, incapable of being encapsulated by mere labels or phrases. Just as is the case with her own self. Those who truly know her understand that she is an exceedingly reserved, bashful, gentle, and quiet girl. Should you disagree? It indicates a lack of understanding. It is advisable to consult her directly for clarification. How daring of you to assert such things. So forthright, so direct, so audacious. What a sharp tongue. This girl is truly stubborn. She could forego the Shin family name, for with Shen Qinggu's connections in the industry, silencing her would be merely a matter of words. I apologize, for I possess little emotional intelligence and dislike beating around the bush. My speech tends to be rather blunt. Generally, the thoughts in my mind descend like an unimpeded slide directly to my lips, with no filters or checkpoints along the way. It is quite challenging for me. I often instruct my brain to impose additional checkpoints along the path to my mouth, discerning what can and cannot be said. Yet, my mind only responds with a singular directive: either maintain the status quo or replace you entirely. Thus, I realized that I would never master the art of subtlety in my speech. Therefore, my inclination towards candor could be considered a physiological flaw. The man narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. Though you lack the ability to be indirect, your talent for nonsensical rambling is remarkable. Mingli grinned widely. Fearless, that is indeed true, hee. So, Shen Qinggu is not angered. It appears that Shen Qinggu's relationship with Gu Luo is not as amicable as portrayed online. Had he truly doted upon her, he would have been upset by Ming Li's remarks. Is it possible that Shen Qinggu is indeed angry, but we simply fail to perceive it? After all, he is an acclaimed actor. His skills are not to be underestimated. Just as he was about to speak, the vehicle suddenly halted once more.
What is it?
A snake lay coiled in the middle of the road, seemingly injured. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Yet another fox and snake? Is it impossible for us to descend the mountain without incident? Having witnessed the previous incident involving a fox feigning injury to solicit food, Shan Qinggu pursed his lips. Could it be yet another beggar? Chapter 60. My life is akin to walking on thin ice. Mingli leaned out the window to glimpse the scene, hearing the snake's pained cries. It hurts. It hurts. I might perish. Am I to meet my end here today? How infuriating. My life is akin to walking on thin ice. Mingli interjected. Is it still thin ice, brother? With such a wealth of inner thoughts, it seems not too grave. The snake, with its earth-toned body adorned with black patterns and dark markings at the corners of its eyes, appeared to be a black-browed rat snake, likely an adult given its length. Shan Qinggu observed calmly. Fortunately, it is non-venomous. A brief educational moment. The black-browed rat snake is a common sight in rural areas, harmless and fond of feasting on rodents, classified as a protected species. While it poses no venomous threat, its temperament can worsen in high summer temperatures, potentially leading it to strike. So it is advisable to maintain a safe distance if encountered in the wild. After all, while it may be non-venomous, a bite can still be painful. What shall we do now? It is obstructing the road. We cannot simply drive over it, a crew member inquired. Let us first call the rescue station, for it is a protected species. After making the call, she added, I will step out to assess the situation. I will accompany you. The two disembarked from the vehicle, advancing cautiously while maintaining a safe distance. Mingli turned to the camera. By the way, please do not emulate my actions or words. Every individual is unique. If I were to perish, it would be my fate, but you all have family and friends. The audience responded. I thought she might say she could communicate with animals, thus minimizing the danger. Instead, this heartfelt declaration has moved me to tears. It is evident that she harbors no attachment to this world. Perhaps exhausted from its struggles, the snake lay motionless on the ground. Upon disembarking, they noted that the snake bore no conspicuous wounds, nor was it constricted by any slender object. Could it have been bitten by another venomous snake, or perhaps inadvertently ingested pesticide? Hello, thin ice brother. What troubles you? Do you require assistance? The snake remained silent, devoid of any inner voice. Surely hasn't he succumbed? Mingli procured a branch and prodded its tail, prompting a slight movement. At least it is alive. Do not touch the esteemed Lord Outyen's tail. Mingli mused. You are nearly out of strength. Yet you still cling to your dignity. Have you sustained an injury or consumed something? Kindly inform me so that I may assist you more effectively. I have not been injured, nor have I ingested anything. Then why were you rolling about earlier? Were you preparing for this street dance? Nay, I cannot divulge. It pertains to the esteemed Lord Outyen's delicate matters. Then you may wait here for your demise. Mingli cast a sidelong glance at the man, then turned and departed. She returned to her path. Snake Outyen exclaimed, Hiss! How dare you treat the esteemed Lord Outyen in such a manner? You two-legged creature, your rudeness is utterly intolerable. Mingli suddenly realized, I understand now. It is unwell. What ailment does it suffer from? A case of Chinibu. Seeing that Mingli was truly about to leave, the snake hurriedly called out, Hiss, wait. Should I really disclose this to a mere two-legged creature? But it is so shameful. Does this concern the lifelong dignity of Lord Snake Outyen truly necessitate revealing it to a female biped? Damn it. Should I tell or not? Snake Outyen continued to ponder internally, while Mingli, unable to endure it any longer, interjected, Enough. I have no interest in you. You are not some snake demon or celestial being who could repay my kindness. Kindly move aside. You are blocking my way, and I am in haste to return home for dinner. If you wish to perish, that is your choice. Life is governed by one's own volition, and while you cannot choose your birth, you certainly can choose your death. Hiss! I say, must I repeat myself? How dare this insufferable two-legged creature speak so harshly to the noble Lord Outyen? One day, Lord Outyen shall transform into a dragon. At that time, you shall kneel before me in supplication. Mingli remarked, not only does it suffer from Chinibu, but it also appears to have delusions of grandeur. What a curious creature. Hiss! It is merely that my charm is so overwhelming that other female snakes seek to engage in intimate relations with me, and I, in my benevolence, have reluctantly consented. However, my remarkable prowess has resulted in a prolonged duration, leading to an unfortunate predicament where my grandeur cannot be retracted. Mingli observed the subtle shift in the woman's expression and, intrigued, asked, "What seems to be the matter?" In simpler terms, it had been engaged with other female snakes for an excessive duration, causing its organ to remain outside and unable to retract, hence the discomfort. Meanwhile, the cauliflower snake rolled about, revealing patches of its back where scales had worn away, exposing flesh. Due to its writhing, it had accumulated a fair amount of dirt. Shun Chingu remarked, "Everyone. What? I had foretold that I would be astonished countless times in this live stream. Who could understand? My conjecture. It is all an act, attempting to garner food, only to be attacked by other creatures, suffering from poison, perhaps encountering individuals during shedding, and coercing them to witness its newly acquired dance moves. I was rather imaginative, yet ultimately, I missed the mark. Truly, the cauliflower snake is quite the performer, thumbs up. How long do you mean by excessive duration?" At this, Snake Outyen proudly raised its head. Hiss. 2 nights and 1 day. I am truly exceptional.
Mingli pursed her lips.
Very well. One may die beneath the peony, yet even as a snake, one can be dashing. She calculated, conservatively estimating, it must have mated for 32 hours. The assembly of men turned pale. 32 hours? Surely, that cannot be true? For your information, the mating duration for snakes can range from a few minutes to a day, but 30+ hours is indeed extraordinary. No wonder it is in pain. That far exceeds the normal range. Overuse is bound to cause discomfort. Wait, could those 3 snakes not be? Sister. You. Just hold on, it should only be about 10 more minutes until the rescue station arrives. Hiss, how long is 10 minutes? I can hardly endure any longer. The woman simplified her explanation. To put it this way, it refers to the time you were not yet in the mood. Hiss, understood. I have managed to endure thus far. A little more foreplay should not be a problem. Truth be told, before today, Mingli had never considered that this particular character could serve as an adverb of precision. Lord Outyen, how terrifying indeed. Chapter 61. Good fortune eludes you, yet misfortune finds you. After a mere 10 minutes, the rescue personnel arrived. Thanks to Mingli's prior explanation of the snake's true condition, the rescue effort was greatly facilitated. The professionals carefully placed the cauliflower snake into a pocket, and old Zhang scrutinized it, shaking his head. It's the snake again. Mingli's ears perked up. Again? What is it, Brother Zhang? Have you encountered this snake before? Yes. Last year a villager contacted us about a rolling cauliflower snake they encountered at the edge of a field, presumably injured. Upon examination, we discovered its reproductive organ was exposed and could not retract, likely due to prolonged mating. And what happened afterward? Was it treated? No, it could not retract itself. And we were unable to assist it. Ultimately, we had to remove the organ. Fortunately, snakes possess 2, so losing one still leaves another. She raised an eyebrow, so, in this instance, can it be saved? Old Zhang shook his head. Today's condition is even more severe than last year. It seems we will have to remove it once more. They had not anticipated that after losing one last year, this snake would dare to engage again. And with such audacity, it seemed utterly unrestrained. Perhaps this is what is meant by the saying that that which is unattainable remains eternally restless. The presence of an extra organ emboldens it. Old Zhang commented. You have a way with words. It is well known. 2110. As the cauliflower snake was loaded into the vehicle, Mingli cast a tender glance at the now somewhat drowsy Snake Outyen. I inquired on your behalf, and the news is favorable. First, your life is not in jeopardy. Snake Outyen rejoiced. Hiss. Indeed, I am fortunate and blessed. And the second piece of news? Your identity has changed. Hiss. Pray tell. Will I be lavished upon by you 2-legged creatures? No, you are to transition from a male snake to a grandfather snake. Snake Outyen tilted its head in confusion. Grandfather snake? What does that mean? Mingli cast it a meaningful glance. You shall soon find out. What does it mean that good fortune has eluded you, yet misfortune has found you? Once matters were resolved, the arduous journey back to camp commenced anew. Shun Chingu continued the conversation they had left unfinished. Did you know Nanju before? Mingli scratched her head. I'm not quite sure. My memory is rather poor. Aside from being a humorous and captivating beauty, other matters seldom linger in my mind for more than 3 days. Due to her title as the first black fan, she had made a point to browse the internet prior to her appearance on the show, seeking to uncover the love-hate entanglements between the original host and Nanju. However, most of what she found were sensationalized marketing videos filled with untruths, easily recognizable as fabrications. Later, she stumbled upon Nanju's verified Weibo account, which, due to the family's prominence combined with Nanju's striking appearance and demeanor, had amassed millions of followers even before he made a post. His first tweet, over a year ago, was a retweet of a dancing video of the original host, accompanied by a quip, "Not even as graceful as the earthworms in my flower bed." The audience gasped. Nanju actually posted? Who is this woman? What is their connection? Eager curiosity flooded the original host's account, bringing her the first wave of heat and traffic since entering the circle. Subsequently, Nanju would periodically retweet the original host's posts with commentary such as, "What an atrocious dress. What poor taste does this team possess?" The incongruity between people is truly jarring. And the acting is so challenging to appraise that one might as well enroll in a class post-haste. If finances are a concern, I can lend you some. Let us avoid those shoddy brands, shall we? There are a total of 10 Weibo posts, all of which are mere retweets of the original party's endorsement activities, with the final post dating back a year. Since then, Nanju has refrained from posting on Weibo. Each of his posts has been a critique of the original party, prompting a plethora of netizens to speculate on whether the original party has provoked Nanju. Moreover, the original party's detractors seem to have found a revered figure in him, rejoicing and gathering in the comment section of his Weibo. This, however, incited a vehement retort from the man who seldom replies to comments. "Do you even deserve to be compared to me? Your words reek of filth akin to an exploded cesspool. Your intellect scarcely surpasses that of your earwax. Perhaps you should consume some pig brains instead, or better yet, indulge in Lianhua Qingwen, for you seem both lotus and plague. TSK, your desperation is palpable. You're nearly speaking coherently. I, Nan, have devoted my life to virtuous deeds. How could I find myself amid such fools? I might as well donate another 30 million. Following this incident, Nanju garnered animosity from the original party's detractors online. The jesters on the internet declared, Nanju is the original party's foremost critic. Meanwhile, the original party's true detractors insisted, he is not one of us. Upon reviewing the timeline of those 10 Weibo posts, it became evident that each retweet coincided with the original party's waning popularity. Through Nanju's repeated retweets, drawing attention without any connections or resources, the original party eventually gained a modicum of fame within the circle, leading to an influx of resources and invitations, along with a modest fanbase. After all, the original party possesses an exquisite appearance and a gentle, shy demeanor, which appeals to certain admirers. Though she has been criticized by Nanju, what celebrity hasn't he faced scrutiny? Such allegations hardly constitute scandal. Once the original party found her footing in the industry, Nanju vanished from the internet, his Weibo account remaining dormant. After reading this, Mingli pondered, this hardly seems like a critique. It appears more akin to a benevolent deity. Those with a modicum of insight could discern that Nanju's criticisms posed no genuine harm to the original party. Rather, they served to elevate her profile. Capitalism thrives on profit. As long as one is a topic of conversation, they hold value, opportunities, and the potential for wealth in the eyes of others. After all, who wouldn't he want to feast on the juicy gossip of the affluent? Moreover, compared to his aggressive retorts aimed at the original party's detractors, his comments about her were remarkably lenient. While indulging in gossip, Mingli stumbled upon a group discussing the possibility that Nanju did not harbor disdain for the original party. Rather, it was quite the opposite. He might be funneling attention towards her. However, no connections were established between the two, leaving this speculation unresolved. She considered the matter, but could not recall any interaction between the original party and Nanju. Yet, she discovered that the original party had been involved in an accident during her childhood, resulting in amnesia. What a farce. In 2024, are we still resorting to outdated amnesia tropes? Do you not possess any novel strategies? Sweating beans emoji. Fine. Tonight I shall confront Nanju, seeking clarity and understanding. He seems rather invested in you. Naturally, with my charisma, why wouldn't you be interested in me? Ha ha ha. I apologize, I tend to be somewhat narcissistic. Narcissism is not apparent. It merely seems you care little for the opinions of others. Mingli gave the man a thumbs up. Your eyes differ from those of others. Some have eyes that merely blink, serving as mere decoration, but your eyes possess true significance. I suggest you reduce screen time and use eye drops to protect them. Once, Mingli was an orphan, having only herself to rely upon. To her, everyone else was a fleeting presence, a temporary connection, leading her to prioritize her own well-being. Although the original party has relatives, she feels no connection, especially since they are far from virtuous. She remains indifferent to the opinions of others regarding her. Despite her sweet and delicate appearance and her extroverted nature, she is not a warm, healing presence, but rather a source of melancholy. Her affections are solely directed towards herself. As for a partner, she has never contemplated it. Loving a man pales in comparison to loving wealth. If one loves men but not wealth, they should promptly seek medical advice to determine whether it is a hormonal imbalance or a mental issue. Mingli grabbed a banana, peeled it, and began to eat. After all that talking, I'm exhausted. I'll treat myself to a banana. The man chuckled at the several banana peels strewn beside her. You've already been treating yourself along the way. Alas, life is not easy. One must find reasons to indulge oneself. If no one treats me kindly, I must be kind to myself. I do the same. For instance, if I win an award, I reward myself. If I've maintained my fitness regimen, I treat myself. Whenever I achieve a goal, I reward myself to motivate further progress. Hooray! I'm just like Shinge. I set a goal, and upon completion, I reward myself, progressing steadily. It's splendid. Our approaches differ. Mine is, if I've made it through the day without illness or misfortune, I'll reward myself with a cup of milk tea. If I've stayed up late again, I'll treat myself to a lion tomorrow. Since today is the last day of the year, I'll reward myself with a midnight snack. Today is the first day of the new year. I'll reward myself with a lazy morning. Yesterday was the first day of the new year. I'll treat myself to a cup of milk tea. The day before yesterday was the first day of the new year. I'll reward myself with some fried chicken. Shun Chingu stared in disbelief. Mingli lowered her head in embarrassment. As I've mentioned, life is not easy. I recommend indulging oneself more often. Don't earn a meager salary and sacrifice your well-being. Avoid the pattern of suffering first and enjoying later. Some endure a lifetime of hardship without ever tasting sweetness. If you have the means, savor life now. As for everything else, if it leads to demise, so be it. Hooray! I'm just like Mingli. Regardless of whether I set a goal, if I want to reward myself, I always find a reason. It's always wonderful. Chapter 62. How could someone who has lived a life of virtue encounter such a group of perverts? Haha, your perspective is quite intriguing. The individuals you associate with largely share your sphere, hence your views are naturally similar. However, when you encounter ordinary people like me, you will inevitably encounter differing opinions. Do not be deceived by my seemingly melancholic demeanor. I may appear disinterested in many things, but I have a genuine passion for money. I too love wealth. Oh? I assume those who are financially free would regard money as inconsequential. Not at all. In reality, the vast majority of affluent individuals seek to amass even greater wealth. Once they taste the sweetness of riches, they desire an inexhaustible supply. Indeed, Mingli nodded. However, can these wealthy individuals not share the chewed cane with others? They cannot consume it all themselves. That would be detrimental to their health. Overindulgence can lead to ailments. Since Shun Chingu needed to complete tasks for points, he disembarked early in the small town, while Mingli returned directly to the camp. Even outside the camp, she encountered a group of roe deer. Each deer carried a hollow bag made of vines, filled to the brim with wild medicinal herbs. Upon seeing the woman exit the vehicle, they placed the items before her, as if presenting their achievements, and called out to her eagerly. Look, we've brought what you requested. Where's your bread? Who crafted these delightful vine bags for you? They are rather ingenious, perfectly suited for carrying items. Oh, look, a squirrel. I heard it's for you. It directly relinquished our food. Ah, I see. After Mingli accepted the herbal medicine, she produced several bags of bread that she had exchanged beforehand and filled each deer's vine bag. This is your reward. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 or 3 sweet steamed buns, dividing them into portions and placing them in the mouths of the spotted deer. This is a gift. The deer chewed on the soft, sweet buns, their moist eyes lighting up with excitement as they danced around the woman in circles, stomping their feet in glee. Their faces radiated happiness and satisfaction. Oh, this tastes so good. Is there more? It's so sweet, just like you. That's all there is. I only have this much. Be careful on your way home as it's getting late. She patted one deer on the rear, urging them to move along. Unexpectedly, that deer began to stomp excitedly once more. Oh, I love this feeling. Please pat me again, Mingli. The other deer, intrigued, formed a line, presenting their backsides towards Mingli. What's that feeling? Please pat me too, I beg you. I want it, I want it. Can you hit a little harder? I prefer that rough sensation, Mingli. Despite their peculiar requests, she was kind-hearted. Yielding to the deer's pleas, she patted each of their backsides in turn. Why are you suddenly hitting deer? Aren't you afraid they'll panic? Contrary to everyone's expectations, the deer did not react with startled cries or flee. Instead, they twisted their bodies, emitting curious and eager sounds. Oh, I've never been patted there before. It's so hard to scratch the itch. After you patted me, I feel much better. It's not very painful, just a little tingly, so refreshing. Oh, I want more. Mingli. Few things could render her speechless, but this group of deer certainly did. She wished to leave for the campsite, yet these deer surrounded her, persistently pleading. All right, is this how we're playing? Mingli glanced at the camera. Although the new year is still a few months away, I'd like to extend my early greetings to everyone. The crowd? What does that mean? Soon enough, they would understand. Standing amidst the deer, the woman suddenly began to rhythmically pat their perky rears, singing, "The god of wealth comes to my door." The deer sighed in comfort. Oh, joyously celebrating the new year.
Oh.
Here's your lucky money.
Oh.
Wishing you good fortune year after year.
Oh.
Mingli produced a rhythmically engaging accompaniment with her clapping. With her melodious singing and the deer's sounds of excitement, contentment, and comfort harmonizing, everyone seemed to be entranced, as if under a spell. As the song concluded, their expressions mirrored one another. Brows furrowed, gazes vacant, mouths slightly agape. After a brief pause, a flood of comments surged forth, overwhelming the screen. Ha! 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 Wake up! Mingli waved her hand in front of the camera. The crowd regained their senses. Wait, does this count as animal abuse? No, because the deer initiated it, not really. Spotted deer. Who understands us? Ever since the wild men disappeared from the mountains, no one has helped scratch my itches. The deer, having received numerous pats, turned to Mingli, nuzzling her affectionately with their heads. Oh, thank you. You've given me a different sensation. This feeling I will remember for a lifetime.
Oh.
My first time with you was so wonderful, like the first taste of spring grass. Can you scratch me every day? I beg you. My ancestors told me that wild men used to help us scratch our itches, but they've been gone for ages. She silently turned her hands behind her back, her expression impassive. If you don't leave, be careful, or I'll kick you back. A few deer's gazes dropped to her feet, momentarily stunned, their eyes glimmering with a hint of eagerness. Mingli. She believed in a life of good deeds, never stealing from those who transport money, and would politely refer to any borderline male as a bodhisattva. Why then had she encountered such a peculiar group? Was it that she had not accumulated enough merit? I will count to 3, and you'd better return to the mountains. Otherwise, you'll never taste bread or buns again in this lifetime. The deer, disheartened yet reluctant, bid her farewell, glancing back repeatedly. Go. The deer wept as they made their way back to the forest, lamenting that all they wanted was to be scratched by her. What was wrong with that? Unbeknownst to Mingli, upon returning to the forest, these deer spread rumors far and wide. If she knew, she vowed, if given another chance, she would never extend that hand again. She would cut it off. Chapter 63. Today, she would be the less Han giant Buddha. Upon returning to the campsite, Mingli sought assistance from the staff to distribute the fruits to everyone. After all, she could not finish them alone, and in such hot weather, they would spoil if left unattended. Why not let her take the place of the less Han Buddha, shoving aside, sitting down? Upon receiving the fruits, the staff grinned widely, resembling the monkeys on the mountain. Watching the staff shower praises upon Mingli, the director scowled. How infuriating. Why does it feel like my team has been won over? It's just a bit of fruit. Is that so pitiful? He glanced at a passing staff member. Are they tasty? The staff member nodded vigorously. They're different from those sold in stores. Although this wild fruit may not look appealing, it's far fresher and sweeter. After all, it's the monkey's top choice. The quality is guaranteed. Director, don't you want some? You should go ask Mingli for some. No, I'm not interested in fruit. All right then. The balding middle-aged man observed those around him holding bananas and kiwis while his hands remained empty, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. Director, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days. It's truly been hard on you. Here's a small token of appreciation. Mingli approached the man with a bounty of fruit, a quantity several times that of the other staff members. The man. He immediately smiled. How can I accept this? What's there to be embarrassed about? As the director, you are the backbone of this program, the one orchestrating everything. You have to manage so many tasks and people. Such hard work deserves recognition. Please take it. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? It's my duty to take care of you all. It's my responsibility as a director. What do you mean by hard work? Seeing you all happy and the program thriving with viewership and buzz, I'd endure any hardship willingly. As she spoke, she gathered the fruits in her arms. Oh dear. How is there so much? Ha ha ha. The director is right. In fact, our guests and directors are not adversaries but allies, united in a common goal. What is it? To ensure the program garners attention and viewership. This is beneficial for both us guests and the production team. Isn't it? Yes, that is true. The quick-witted director peeled a banana, nodding as he ate. Thus, I intend to sell you these wild herbal medicines I have gathered. Bringing these pristine wild, fresh goods to the market could yield several $1,000s. However, considering the difficulties faced by the production team, I shall not demand much, and will offer them at a reasonable price of merely 1,500 points. Ahem. Director, do take your time eating, do not choke. Mingli kindly offers him a glass of water. What did you say? I mentioned I would sell you these wild, fresh herbal medicines for 1,500 points. Wait a moment. When did I express a desire for these herbal medicines? Points are, for you and the production team, ephemeral and hold no tangible value. They are of little utility to us guests. In contrast, these herbal medicines possess intrinsic worth, whether retained for personal use or sold, amounting to thousands of dollars. Which holds more value, an intangible figure or a substantial sum of money. With that money, you could procure some refreshments for the staff. And they would surely remember your kindness. Consequently, they would strive harder, generating greater value for the program. Moreover, the audience would undoubtedly appreciate witnessing such mutually beneficial arrangements. With guest points secured, your reputation as a director enhanced, staff welfare improved, and the audience thoroughly entertained, the program's popularity would surge. It is a situation advantageous for all parties involved. Director, what do you think? As she spoke, Mingli had already peeled a peach and cheerfully offered it to him. The director, feeling somewhat obliged, accepted it. You do present a valid point, but if you think 1,500 points is excessive, we can negotiate. I am quite amenable to discussion. Then what do you propose? How could I dictate that? You are the director, the one with authority. Thus it falls upon you to decide. The man hesitated for a few seconds. 1,000? Mingli frowned, clearly troubled. To reduce it by 13 is rather harsh. Don't you think? Please consider adjusting it upwards. Negotiation is founded on principles of equitable value, mutual benefit, and sincere goodwill. 1,100? How about this? I will lower my demand by 200, and you can add 200, resulting in 1,003. That is too much. Then I shall concede further, reducing it by 50, making it 1,250. Does that work? The principle of moderation has long been esteemed in our culture, and we cherish the beauty of symmetry, symbolizing auspiciousness and smooth progress. I wish for the program's continued success, and for our lives and futures to flourish. Very well. Let it be this sum. The director nodded vigorously, and I shall promptly arrange for the points to be credited to your account. Excellent. I shall leave the herbal medicines outside, and do remember to sell them in town while they are fresh. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly extol your generosity to everyone. Mingli exited the room, and a minute later, she received a transfer of 1,250 points in her account. Seeing the points securely deposited, a smile crept across her lips. A few $1,000s are of little concern to each guest, as what we truly need now are points. Points cannot be purchased. Rather than laboriously completing tasks for meager points, it is far more efficient to engage in trade directly with the source of points. After all, for the production team, points are merely worthless digital figures. You truly possess a knack for business. I am thoroughly impressed. Why didn't the other guests think of trading with the production team? It's not that the others didn't consider it. They are not foolish. Surely they have entertained such thoughts, but they lack items to barter with the production team. After completing their daily tasks, they can barely manage their basic needs, let alone gather these goods. Moreover, these items are not readily available. The other guests do not have animals assisting them. It's hilarious. While the others are pedaling away on their bicycles, Mingli leisurely glides to the finish line in a Rolls-Royce. I am eagerly anticipating the reactions of others upon seeing Mingli's over 1,000 points. Chapter 64. The pain of dry bowel movements that rupture hemorrhoids. Today seems to differ from the previous days. It is barely past 5, and Nan Yuan has already returned. It is worth noting that in the past few days, everyone only returned around 6 or 7. Mingli, who has just finished her meal and is taking a leisurely stroll, is surprised. Why are you back so early today? Aren't you concerned about tasks? There are hardly any easy tasks left in town. The remaining ones are either difficult or strenuous. In any case, earning points has become considerably more challenging. I toiled all afternoon for merely 20 points, whereas I could earn over 40 just a few days ago. Nan Yuan complains while rubbing her back, feeling both exhausted and sunburned. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. If it weren't for Nan Zhu dragging her here, she wouldn't subject herself to this torment. Mingli offers her a glass of lemon juice. Today's tasks seem particularly scarce. Perhaps it is the production team's doing, intentionally increasing the difficulty as the show progresses. Nan Yuan takes the water and gulps it down eagerly.
So,
With no tasks and no points, what will you do?
Hihi.
Nan Yuan suddenly flashes a sycophantic smile at Mingli, reminiscent of the fox she encountered earlier that afternoon. Mingli rolls her eyes. Are you preparing to beg me? I implore you. Without you, I cannot survive. From this moment on, you shall be my dearest sister. After the show, I will not shortchange you. I can provide you with resource notifications.
Mingli lightly clicks her tongue, considering her mood.
Nan Yuan, could you exhibit a bit of dignity? You are the daughter of a billionaire. Nan Yuan, to be frank, I have never had to curry favor with anyone in my life. This is my first time smiling. As they converse, the Qi siblings return, their expressions revealing fatigue. Nan Yuan, did you earn much this afternoon? Qi Shang nods slightly, while Qi Ling Er replies softly. There are hardly any tasks left. The difficulty has likely increased. I noticed that too. I didn't want to tackle the remaining challenging ones, so I returned early. Have some fruit. Mingli offers the fruit platter. Qi Ling Er blinks in surprise. Did you pick these from the mountains?
Yes.
Thank you. During their break, the remaining few gradually returned, their faces lacking the vibrancy of previous days. It seems they have all realized the production team is up to something. Mingli kindly offers fruits, and the others express their gratitude, except for Nan Zhu.
No.
Just eat. I can see you're craving it. She swiftly peels a banana and shoves it into the man's open mouth. Nan Zhu, he instinctively takes a bite. Can't you hold it yourself? Must I feed you? You didn't even say thank you? Wasn't it you who forcefully stuffed it in my mouth? But you ate it too, having eaten it. Yet you act as if you are eternally loyal and unyielding? What a cultured quarrel. Did you earn many points? Nan Yuan inquires. Everyone nods. I sensed this morning that the tasks were noticeably fewer and more challenging. What is the director up to? Seeing that you all have scant points, I feel relieved. Nan Yuan exhales contentedly. The others, though it is somewhat absurd, it appears that no one has earned many points, and this reassures them. As the saying goes, one's own failures are indeed disheartening, but witnessing a friend's success can be even more distressing. Either we all prosper together, or we all languish in poverty. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, their anxieties gradually dissipating. When I am summoned to stand in the corridor alone, I feel utterly humiliated. Yet when a throng is called out, I can only grin. Indeed, humans are social creatures. It is only in numbers that we find solace, laughs. At this moment, the leaderboard on the large screen updates. Mingli, 1263 points, Nan Zhu, 25 points, Qi Linger, 22 points, Nan Wei, 21 points, Qi Shang, 20 points, Gu Luo, 18 points, Shen Qinggu, 18 points, Ming Chang, 16 points. Upon seeing the staggering number behind the leader, the crowd gasps. And the audience in other live stream rooms. Oh my goodness, I feel like my brain has swollen to the size of a jujube. Wait, did she just acquire 1,000 points? Could it be that Mingli is actually the director's mother, and thus the director, out of filial piety, awarded her 1,000 points? What on earth happened? Is there any explanation for this? To make a long story short, the Cicadier traded herbal medicine for bread, and she sold the herbs to the director, earning over 1,000 points. Other participants could certainly replicate her success, but the outcome may not be as remarkable. After all, it is often the first to reap the rewards, while the rest may only savor the broth. Incredible. 7 heads turned in unison towards Mingli. This felt more painful than death. The woman smiled shyly. Why are you looking at me? I never claimed I hadn't earned any points. Gu Luo was grinding her teeth in frustration. It was akin to the excruciating agony of a hardened stool rupturing a hemorrhoid. She struggled to suppress a whirlwind of shock, anger, and jealousy. Forcing a strained smile, could you kindly elucidate how you amassed such a bounty of over 1,000 points? It seems implausible that even upon completing all tasks, one could attain such a sum. Mingli divulged the origins of her impressive points. In conclusion, she added, you can also approach the director for various trades. It should entirely depend on your personal capabilities. Moreover, we are not in competition, so my points will not detract from yours. The crowd, their first response, fine, fine. We simply lack your extraordinary talent, don't we? But the issue is, we cannot possibly match your astonishing prowess. Their second response, indeed, it is not a competitive relationship. Yet witnessing your ease and enjoyment will undoubtedly incite jealousy. We may crumble. We may go mad. Fine, fine, as a mere pauper. I relish watching the landlord grovel while the serfs rise to sing. It's captivating. More of this, please. I adore it. How about this? I'm in a rather good mood today. If you compliment me and make me happy, I shall grant each of you 50 points. How does that sound? 50 points will cover your accommodation and breakfast for the last 2 days. While you'll still need to venture into the mountains for lunch and dinner, you will no longer have to endure the sweltering sun to complete tasks in town. A morning of labor will allow for a leisurely afternoon, which is quite pleasant. No need to appease the production team or concern yourselves with the dubious dealings of the director. Furthermore, if you desire more points, you are welcome to exchange with me. I am accommodating and reasonable, far preferable to the chaotic tasks. Frankly, I consider myself a benevolent deity, more admirable than the less Han giant Buddha. Behind the monitoring screen, the director muttered, damn it, Mingli, are you betraying me? Sensing something amiss, Mingli flashed a smile at the camera. Director, it's not betrayal. It's a direct confrontation, you see. Saying this, she pretended to thrust forward with her hand. Afterward, she tilted her head adorably, her playful smile innocent as ever. The director. At that moment, Mingli resembled a beguiling serpent from Eden, luring him into thoughts of crime as never before. Thoughts of strangling her. Mingli reclined comfortably in her chair, fruit in one hand and a drink in the other. Consider this, a mere compliment could earn you 50 points. You won't have to exhaust yourselves running to town for the next 2 days, nor worry about the production team's chaotic schemes. After all, my mood may not remain this benevolent forever. The crowd. Although, it truly is quite tempting. My dears, Happy New Year, wishing you health, peace, and all your dreams come true. This year's New Year wish, inexplicable blessings and fortuitous luck. Chapter 65. Character Abundance, Temperament Radiant. After Mingli finished speaking, though a flicker of emotion crossed their faces, none made any move. After all, for these affluent young masters and ladies, they had always been the ones to be pampered, never the ones to uplift others. Moreover, this was all in front of the camera, with a multitude of viewers watching. Mingli remained silent, leisurely playing on her phone and munching on fruit, humming an off-key tune. Her relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the weary, sweat-laden faces of those around her. Guess who will be the first? Most likely Nanwei. I can't imagine what compliments Qi Shang and Qi Linger would conjure. Already looking forward to Nanju, haraha. The first to step forward, free of any psychological burden, was Nanwei. She cheerfully approached Mingli from behind, offering a shoulder massage. I am iron and you are steel. With you, I have no fear. Do you believe in light? Not really. You must believe. All right, I believe. Do you know what light is? Enough, no need to elaborate. Such old-fashioned pick-up lines should rest in peace. Mingli raised her hand to halt her. Let us hear something novel, something elevated. Nanwei. She paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to engage her intellect. It is commonly known that adding water dilutes liquid. If I add water to water, do I obtain concentrated water or diluted water? Mingli raised an eyebrow. My love for you is like the tide. Mingli shook her finger. No, it's my beauty that brings disaster. But my heart is as calm as still water for my sister. Nanwei. It is well known that Mingli cannot serve as a range hood, as she is impervious to oil and salt. Mingli, these are all leftover games from my past. Just as Nanwei was about to strain her brain, Mingli intervened to spare her from such mental cruelty. Enough, you've passed. Giving me a compliment gives me a sense of unearned merit, and with that, she transferred 50 points. Upon receipt of the points, a joyous kiss landed on her cheek. Thank you, Sister Li. Sister, you are my only sister. Mingli wiped her face, raising her gaze to scan the others. A gentle man stepped forward, chuckling softly. Mingli is exquisite and lively, her beauty charming and humorous. Her character is abundant, and her temperament radiant. She looked at Shen Qinggu in mild surprise. Quite impressive? Who would have thought? Shen Qinggu is quite the enigma. I assumed he was perfectly ordinary? How can anyone remain normal after spending time with Mingli? Your words are rather layered, akin to towering mountains, reminiscent of the view that changes with perspective. As Mingli spoke, she transferred another 50 points. Nanwei leaned closer. Is this even acceptable? I've mentioned, I am exceedingly easygoing, never one to make things difficult for others. Jiang Nanyuan and Shun Qinggu both acquired 50 points, leaving Qi Ling'er and Qi Shang to exchange glances. Suddenly, the former stepped forward, her delicate and fair face devoid of its usual aloofness. At first, I didn't harbor any fondness for you, not due to the rumors circulating online, but because I generally disfavor individuals with overly extroverted, boisterous, and restless dispositions. I genuinely thought you were unwell. Yet, through these past few days of interaction, while you may outwardly appear eccentric, it seems you indeed possess a unique condition. Mingli transfers 50 points to you. Indeed, you have captured my admiration, Qi Ling'er remarked. The crowd responded with astonishment. Truly, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Having succeeded, Qi Shang, who had rarely been in the limelight, felt compelled to act as well. With a resolute demeanor, he approached Mingli, his typically aloof expression now marked by a hint of awkwardness. Hello, Mingli, I am Qi Shang. Though we are not well acquainted, would you kindly transfer 50 points to me? Mingli transfers 50 points to you. Not bad. Your honesty is commendable, Qi Shang exclaimed, his typically impassive face finally revealing a look of surprise. The crowd gasped, can this truly be happening? Seeing the ease with which the two had succeeded, without uttering any insincere words, Gu Luo also donned a smile as she approached Mingli. Shaoli, although we may have experienced some friction and misunderstandings the past couple of days due to our unfamiliarity with one another, I have always held a fondness for you. After spending these days together, I genuinely feel you are quite wonderful. She awaited Mingli's 50 points. Unexpectedly, Mingli looked up, a smile gracing her lips. What is it about me that you find commendable? Please write an essay detailing your thoughts based on your previous statements and real-life experiences. Requirements: select an appropriate angle, establish a clear stance, create a unique title, avoid imitation or plagiarism, and ensure it exceeds 800 words. Gu Luo recoiled in shock. Could she truly be a genius? You must be exceedingly unreasonable. Your demands for the earlier individuals were so lenient, yet you impose such a burdensome task on Gu Luo? Is this not blatantly unfair? We are friends, not rivals. Why must you complicate matters? Do you resent her for overshadowing you, so you target her instead? Ming Chong, unable to bear witness any longer, marched directly to Mingli. His tone laced with indignation as he vented the frustrations he had accumulated over the past few days in Gu Luo's defense. Gu Luo remained silent, standing quietly to the side, her head slightly bowed, her hair swaying gently in the breeze, evoking an image of fragile beauty. Indeed, Gu Luo has committed no grave error. She often acts out of kindness, yet Mingli continuously opposes her. It is evident to all. Is it jealousy over her affluent background? Do you harbor animosity toward the wealthy? The closer your relationship with Shun Qinggu becomes, the more you seem to wish you were the daughter of the Shin family yourself. How blatant! Your statement reveals a lack of perception. I assumed you merely had poor vision, but it appears your insight is also deficient. Very well, let me test your knowledge. Do you know how to pronounce the first character of Amei Mountain? Ming Chong, driven by competitive spirit, blurted out the answer, Shan. With a swift action, a belt unexpectedly struck the unprepared man across the face. The woman, as she reinserted the belt into her waistband, muttered in bewilderment, I've never encountered such an unreasonable demand. But since you insist, I suppose I must comply. After all, I am on duty for the Les Han giant Buddha today. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ming Chong, clutching his stinging face, prepared to hurl an insult at Mingli, but just as he opened his mouth, a piece of banana peel flew in, effectively silencing his impending tirade. Ming Chong glared in fury, only to meet the face of an exceptionally handsome man who nonchalantly wiped his hands. I apologize. I intended to discard this after eating. But when your mouth opened, a foul odor wafted forth, leading me to mistakenly think you were a trash can. Chapter 66 abruptly shifted from a clash of words to a spectacle of pants being removed. Ming Chong spat out the banana peel, his repeated humiliations inciting a furious response. His body trembling with rage as he suppressed his fear of Nanju. He resolved to unleash a tirade, determined to assert his dominance, demonstrating that he was not easily intimidated. Although another crumpled piece of paper landed in his mouth. Nanju, with an innocent expression, asked, Do you need me to repeat that? He raised his hand as if to throw another object at Ming Chong, who immediately recoiled, sealing his lips tighter than if they had been glued shut. Truly, he was filled with rage yet rendered speechless. As for his so-called prowess, that would have to wait for another time. At this moment, Nanju's gaze shifted to Gu Luo, his hand poised to act, while she looked to Shin Chingu for assistance. Shin Chingu's gaze fixed upon her intently. Do you understand what it means to be quiet? I apologize, brother, I do not. Do you know what it means to be quiet? She nodded, curling up like a quail. Shin Chingu gently patted Gu Luo's head, offering a comforting smile. This is what makes you my dear sister. It's somewhat odd, uncertain. Perhaps I ought to observe further. This time, I truly perceive a rift between Shin Chingu and Gu Luo. However, I recall him mentioning fondness for his sister a few years ago, expressing joy in bringing back unique gifts from his travels. One instance that stood out was when he purchased a local amulet for her, even after being refused by the vendor for hours. It seems that as the years have passed, both have matured, causing a gradual distancing in their sibling relationship. Such occurrences are common. I once shared a close bond with my younger brother, who would cling to me daily. However, after I went abroad for studies, we lost touch. And upon my return, he hardly acknowledged me. People change, especially during periods of growth. Amidst Nanju's disruptions, Ming Chong scarcely considered Mingli, hastily retreating into the small wooden cabin, vanishing from sight. The loud slam of the door echoed, perhaps his last act of defiance. Gu Luo, feeling fatigued, also sought rest and returned to the cabin. Now, only Nanju remained unacknowledged. Mingli, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Would you like to?" Nanju scoffed. A forced compliment is akin to bland tofu, grating to the teeth and lacking flavor. I love it, so mind your own business. Compliment me, 100 points. Not interested. 200 points. Not interested. 300 points. Not interested. 500 points. Not interested. Mingli fell silent. Why the sudden quiet? Did you not desire my praise? I fear if I call out a higher price, you might suddenly acquiesce, and I would be at a loss. Are you attempting a psychological tactic? Engaging in strategical warfare? At that moment, Mingli's expression resembled that of a visitor at a zoo, observing the monkeys. The man pressed his lips together. Your description is rather abstract. Abstractness is merely my protective veil. Illness is my true lethal weapon. He turned and walked into the room. Mingli suddenly dashed in front of him, arms outstretched to block his path.
Wait.
Huh. Why must I flatter you when you insist on coercing me into doing so? That's not it. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. What on earth is there to discuss between us?
Romancy.
Nanju's mocking expression abruptly shifted to one of bewilderment. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would want to discuss romance with you? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? I absolutely detest individuals like you. Can you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness and refrain from being so pretentious and overestimating your capabilities? I've only uttered 2 words, and you've launched into such a tirade. Do you know what this is called? Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth. The man, his ears tinged with crimson, could hardly be bothered with her, hastening past her toward the small wooden cabin. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep.
Please don't bother me.
Mingli again obstructed him. Research indicates that it's best not to sleep when you're tired. As fatigue can lead to a short circuit in your brain, it's advisable to stay awake instead. Nanju laughed in exasperation. So, according to your logic, one shouldn't eat when hungry, right? Indeed, eating on an empty stomach is detrimental to the stomach, so it is recommended to eat after being satiated. Genius. What else could it be but genius? Who can still distinguish you from Einstein? Mingli is not wrong, is she? Why the exaggerated reactions? Being tired means one can't sleep, being hungry means one can't eat. It's what the experts say. Nanju fell silent, struggling to find words. Are you an absolute fool? Mingli nodded in agreement. I suppose I am a fool. But I firmly believe that those who can recognize their own foolishness are not truly fools, for the truly foolish do not realize their folly. Nanju, her brilliance is something I could spend a lifetime striving to attain, yet achieve but a fraction of it. The woman smiled sweetly.
So,
are you a fool then? How was he to respond? To deny it would affirm her assertion that truly foolish individuals do not recognize their foolishness. To accept it would label him as a genuine fool. Either way, he found himself in a predicament. All right, you've set a trap for me. Haven to you? The man swiftly covered Mingli's mouth, stifling the source of all mischief. You dig the pit, and I shall fill it. However, in the next moment, He felt something soft and moist against his palm. Upon realizing what it was, Nanju's eyes widened. A glimmer igniting within them, his mind felt as though it had been set ablaze by a flashbang. Suddenly, the world exploded into a cacophony, his ears ringing amidst a sea of white. Around them, over 20 guests and crew members were fixated on the pair, with numerous cameras trained on them, while millions of viewers watched from afar. Countless gazes were fixed upon him and her. Yet, amidst the scrutiny, she licked him. As this thought traversed his mind, it felt as though something delicate crawled across his skin, sending shivers down his spine, his heart racing with fervor, the noise in his head roaring like thunder. The man's eyelids fluttered as he beheld the woman, her eyes curving into a sweet smile. He quickly averted his gaze, withdrawing his electrified hand, clenched tightly behind his back. You. Even her voice was smooth, reminiscent of that recent warm touch. Nanju's usually defiant demeanor seemed to have been drenched by a being named Mingli, akin to a peeled lychee glistening with a blush of shame. Shall we talk? I have so much I wish to share with you. The flustered little dog turned abruptly, presenting his back to her, raising his proud head. Since you've begged me so earnestly, I suppose we can converse. Then, he exaggeratedly yawned, covering his blushing face with his hand. He then strode confidently toward a secluded area. What shall we discuss? What is there to discuss? Tell me, what shall we talk about? I don't know why, but I'm just so excited, it's thrilling. No joking around, these two give me the impression that something monumental is about to transpire. Is this something we can witness?
Huh?
How did we suddenly transition from bickering to shedding pants? That escalated quickly. In the next moment, Mingli glanced back at the photographer closely trailing behind her. You're not coming along, are you? The cameramen exchanged glances, but remained still. Although they were uncertain about what the two intended to discuss, it was sure to be explosive. This was undoubtedly a hot topic. No way. Are you two going to relieve yourselves while we film?
Together?
We share a good rapport. Can't we do it together? He prefers the toilet, while I prefer squatting. We can chat while relieving ourselves, it won't disrupt anything. The cameraman. The two turned to Nanju, who was still yawning for what felt like an eternity. Not to be rude, but if you're going to cover something, at least cover your ears and neck as well. Those places are even redder. What does this mean? Are you afraid? Why can't we film? What is it that my esteemed VIP cannot hear? I'm genuinely angry now. Why can't we film? Biting handkerchief, Mingli, you've become so unfamiliar. You weren't always this distant. Crying, she can converse with animals on camera, but not with Nanju? What? Are you two conspiring to blow up the earth? I can assist. Surely you're not going to engage in anything untoward behind our backs, in broad daylight under the open sky? A few steps outside the camp, Mingli suddenly turned around, nearly colliding with the man behind her. What's the matter? Why have you stopped? She did not respond but reached for Nanju's neck. He tensed, stepping back, his eyes wary. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Mingli's eyes sparkled with mischief. She swiftly removed the microphone from his collar, waved it in front of him, then tossed it onto a nearby table. Internally celebrating, the hidden audience erupted in sharp gasps. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I fear that if I do, you might get too emotional. Her eyes glimmered. Glancing at the man's flushed ears, Mingli's mischievous nature bubbled forth like a spring, uncontrollable and uncontainable. There was no helping it. With someone as thorny and rebellious as Nanju, she simply loved to tease, to playfully torment, to see him blush and stammer. To witness the way his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he quietly begged for mercy. Such was Mingli's inherent flaw, after all. She had never claimed to be a good person. Chapter 67. My life is rather monotonous. I am either drowsy or being foolish. The two arrived at the seaside. Mingli found a long bench and sat down. Let us engage in a deep conversation. In the exchange of glances, nothing was said. Yet it felt as though everything was conveyed. Let us speak casually, calmly. This time I am sincere. So you've been toying with me all this while? Half and half. I can't help it. You bring it upon yourself. I simply enjoy playing with a man when I'm bored. You. All right. Let us speak casually. This time I truly mean it. You used to know me, didn't you? I did. Mingli's eyes lit up. How did you come to know me? The man frowned. Don't you have any recollection? I don't. I had a car accident when I was young. And I lost a segment of my memory. Did you lose your memory due to a car accident years ago? The voice suddenly escalated, laced with evident astonishment. Yes. Mingli nodded. It was merely a few months that I cannot recall. My family assured me that those memories were insignificant and did not affect my normal studies and life, so I did not pursue it further. Could this be termed selective amnesia? Nanju pressed his lips together tightly. Selective amnesia refers to forgetting certain people and events that one is unwilling or averse to confront.
Does it not?
It seems so. He mused for a moment. What did you ask me earlier? How did we come to know each other? That was the last question. Did you know me before? I did not. Then what was the difference between the action of releasing gas and subsequently inhaling it back, claiming one has not emitted any? Did we become acquainted during my period of amnesia?
No.
We met during that time, and we were on good terms, possibly even friends? Not at all. Although we lost contact later, you recognized me upon growing up, which led to your heightened attention towards me and your discreet assistance in guiding attention my way. That is mere conjecture. How did we become friends then? What transpired? Why do you remain so invested in my life as an adult? She found it hard to fathom how her original character could forge a friendship with someone like Nanju. The man rose without a word, his long legs striding away with purpose. Mingli fixated on his retreating figure, perceiving a hint of childish sulkiness within. Please do not be upset. We should sit down and discuss this properly. We can unravel any misunderstandings. Amnesia is not something I desired. She could comprehend the source of Nanju's annoyance, as their past relationship seemed quite amicable, even having shared a delightful time together. Not a mere pleasant time, but a splendid one. However, selective amnesia often indicates that the individual subconsciously wishes to forget or evade a certain period in their life. This is akin to eagerly bringing a homemade treat to your best friend only to discover that they failed to show up, having never regarded the occasion with any seriousness. You would inevitably feel a sense of betrayal. You gaze at your oblivious friend, exclaiming in anger, "From now on, you will go to the restroom alone. You will dine alone in the cafeteria. You will return to the dormitory alone. You will watch handsome boys on the playground alone. You will go home alone during the holidays. My social circle will no longer include you, and I shall not respond to your Douyin shares. When I come across attractive individuals, I shall no longer think of you. We are done." Heartbreak. The friendship has been severed. Mingli shook away the chaotic fantasies in her mind and hurried to catch up with the man. What if I am one of the few exceptions? What if that period was incredibly significant to me, and I have been carefully safeguarding those memories? It is not impossible, is it? Perhaps you could hit me with a car once more, and I might just remember.
No.
Nanju abruptly turned, his expression devoid of warmth as he fixed his gaze upon her. What do you mean no? We share an ordinary relationship. We were merely classmates at a summer camp, not the close friends you envision. Then why, upon growing up, did you assist in guiding attention my way? If we were just ordinary classmates, you should have forgotten me long ago. His brows furrowed. So, in your perception, forgetting means the relationship was merely ordinary. Is that correct? Isn't it? Mingli scratched her head, having previously remarked upon her poor memory. Let me clarify, I did not assist you in garnering attention. I simply dislike you, and wanted to express that, but my upbringing prevents me from uttering harsher words. The woman blinked. Yet, when you confront those critics and Ming Chong, the words you use seem quite harsh. I can insult others, but I wouldn't speak to you in such a manner. Even when I claim to dislike you, it comes off as somewhat delicate. Fiery chili. Fiery little darling. Delicate princess? Nanju inhaled deeply, his cheeks flushing a faint pink. Mingli, do you know what is most important in life? Timing? Come on, what do you usually engage in? My life is rather monotonous. I am either drowsy or frivolous. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration, clearly exasperated. That is good enough to know. There is nothing to discuss between us. We did indeed know each other. But not in the chaotic manner you believe, merely 2 months as ordinary classmates, during which we scarcely exchanged a few words. After all, I have never liked your personality. Not in the past, and not now either. I do not believe you, you are stubborn. If you truly despised me, why do you blush whenever you come near me? I am allergic to you. Such an excuse might fool your naive sister. The Nan family possesses a gene for blushing. We tend to blush easily. And blushing can signify not only shyness but also embarrassment, anger, guilt, and a range of emotions. Ah, I see. Your blushing in my presence stems from guilt. Perhaps a secret fondness that makes you shy while fearing discovery, which leads to your embarrassment and subsequent anger. So, in essence, you blush every day after encountering me.
Huh.
How was I unaware of your narcissism before? Now you are aware. The man gazed at the woman with an impassive expression. I detest you. Mingli narrowed her eyes, fixating on his healthily pinkish lips, perfectly shaped and proportioned. Upon noticing her gaze, Nanju immediately pressed his lips together and took half a step back. Why are you staring at my mouth? I am nearsighted and not wearing contact lenses. From a distance, it's a bit hard to hear. She only had a minor degree of nearsightedness, usually opting for contact lenses. But occasionally she would give her eyes a break, allowing them to function independently. Of course, this independence was not the same as being free.
Huh?
How does your nearsightedness relate to your hearing? You are simply enamored with my looks. After all, encountering a handsome fellow like me would naturally agitate you. First, I do not go by ha. Second, you do not understand. We nearsighted individuals are quite peculiar. Poor vision often comes with impaired hearing. If one cannot see, one is also prone to not hear. Third, I am a single dog, not a sycophant. You are unwell. Fourth, I have always been unwell. I have an electronic medical record always on hand. Would you like me to share it? Fifth, you are too juvenile. I am not interested in elementary school children like you. Sixth, you claim to not wish to approach me? Then why are you pouting? Isn't that bringing you closer to me? Seventh, why the silence? Have I guessed your innermost thoughts, leaving you drenched in sweat and unable to speak? Eighth, to be honest, I have seen many handsome men, and you are merely average. Your looks and physique are acceptable, but your personality is truly dreadful. If you were mute, I might consider providing charity to support you. 80 a day would suffice, right? After all, I detest materialistic men. Ninth, to be frank, while your blush carries a sense of youthful innocence, I prefer more seasoned men. As a lazy person, I only enjoy languishing unless you beg me to exert myself. 10th, I am listing these 10 points to sound more formal. As Mingli passed by, she playfully patted the frozen man on his pert backside. Moreover, do not linger too long. It's easy to encounter unsavory types by the beach at night. With that, she patted her backside and departed, leaving the man in a state of bewilderment. Did you just pat my backside? Chapter 68. I truly wish to deliver a resounding slap that would echo into the depths of the water droplet fund, securing a top spot. After the two individuals had walked a mere 20 meters, they glimpsed two hands gripping the wall, accompanied by a half-visible foot below. Mingli raised an eyebrow. Pressing closely against the opposite wall, she stealthily approached, only to exclaim, "Ah!
Ah!
The front row, startled by Mingli's sudden outburst, caused the back row to jump in surprise, creating a ripple of shock akin to seaweed swaying in tumultuous waves. What? Were you trying to eavesdrop on our conversation? Eavesdrop? We were merely taking a stroll, Nan Yuan retorted. Strolling while pressed against a wall? The director asserted with a righteous air. It's perfectly normal to take a break against a wall when one is fatigued, isn't it? Indeed, Mingli replied, casting a meaningful glance over the crowd. Of course, it's normal. With that, she sauntered back to the camp leisurely. Nanju's neck stiffened, and he inquired, You didn't see anything, did you? At a distance of over 20 meters. And with no megaphones in their mouths, it seemed impossible for them to overhear. Yet, the collective gaze of the group inevitably descended, scanning the man's rounded, ample backside. And then in unison, they shook their heads. No, we saw nothing.
Nanju ekkalim. Zuzok, Mingli.
In a fit of anger, he shouted, Mingli, you. A hand was raised from the front. Those who curse me shall find themselves unable to relieve themselves for a week. Someone immediately quieted down, abandoning that line of thought. I curse those who despise me to never relieve themselves for a lifetime. She turned around, addressing the man from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Regardless of the past, I hope we can still be friends. Is that all right, Princess Jiao Jiao? After saying this, she paid no heed to his reaction and dashed back to the camp. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Princess Jiao Jiao? What on earth is happening? Nan Yuan's eyes widened, her face filled with intrigue. Brother, what else with that title? Care to explain? How could it be that just a few minutes apart, the title has transformed into Princess Jiao Jiao? Isn't that somewhat ambiguous? How romantic by the seaside. But who's wetter, the sea or? It's hard to believe that someone as prickly as Nanju has turned into Princess Jiao Jiao. What? Did Mingli make all your spines go soft? I've been out for a while and missed the live broadcast. Why have you two become so estranged? Weren't you just bickering this morning? What can I say? Mingli's updates come too rapidly. If you're not careful, you might miss something. I suggest you hold your phone in your left hand, while wiping with your right. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? sweating. Can't I wipe with my left hand? What title? She was just trying to embarrass me. What is there to explain? If I call you a big fool, does that make you one? Nan Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Nan Zhu, fuming, swept away in a huff. Seeing no intrigue left to uncover, the others dispersed. Only Qi Shang remained, puzzled, murmuring to himself. Princess Jiao Jiao? Is Mingli calling Nanju a pig? And saying he is delicate? A delicate pig? That is quite the insult, isn't it? Qi Ling errated. We all shared the same gossip. How come you're out of the loop? It's fine.
Go on and play.
It's fine. Go play in the mud. It's fine. Go play with your dad. That night, during the voting, Mingli received 5 votes, including her own. It goes without saying, she knew which 3 hadn't he voted. Ming Chang, Gu Luo, and Nanju. 3 individuals whose cunning was less than that of earwax, yet their desire for victory was as vast as the sky. Forget it. I'll just exclude Nanju. Mixing him with the other 2 would be somewhat insulting to him. It's akin to saying I dislike mathematics and language, as if language deserves that. Instead of succumbing to despair, Nanju grew increasingly eager to provoke Mingli. The latter began to suspect that the prickly red sea urchin had transferred some of its spines onto her. For instance, when she imitated a singing style she saw in a video, he remarked, "Are you suffering from kidney deficiency?" When she quickly picked up something that had fallen from the table and consumed it, he mockingly said, "You frugal little glutton." When she consumed an entire jelly in one breath, he retorted, as expected of Mingli, "While others are merely indulging, you've already become a leech." When she chatted with an elderly man returning from farming, he scoffed, "Though the old man's plow is broken, your chin could till 2 acres. Mingli shot him a glare, exasperated as he flitted about as if he were her personal space. Do you know what the neighbors said about Quang Heng? Who carved a hole to steal light. They called him the wall carver. Mingli retorted, "To be honest, I truly wish to slap you into the water droplet fund." Nanju replied, "People are reciprocal. When you wish to slap me, do you not think I'd like to kick you to death?" Mingli countered, "People are reciprocal. When you wish to kick me to death, do you not think I'd like to push you into an incinerator?" Nanju shot back, "People are reciprocal. When you wish to push me into an incinerator, do you not think I'd like to nail you alive in a coffin?" Mingli quipped, "People are reciprocal. When your worth is in the billions, do you not wish to freely share half of it with me?" Nanju responded, a cunning pauper, with an air of righteousness. She declared, "In this world, there are so many impoverished souls. What is there to fear?" He narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. "Poverty is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is that the one who is poor is you. This live stream, you all watch first. I'm feeling a bit unwell in my ashes. So I'll leave." Mingli looked up, fighting back tears. "Please retract that statement. This time I've truly been hurt." The last time she felt this sorrowful was during the times of the Golden Iron Beast exchanging flesh for grain to rescue the people. And when Mao Mao activated the hidden backup energy. Golden Iron Beast, Wei Vi arrived in Chang'an, choking back tears. Su Jun, Wei Vi arrived in Chang'an, choking back tears. Lu Xingxai, Wei Vi arrived in Chang'an, choking back tears. The old ladies, Wei Vi arrived in Mingli's live stream, choking back tears. Chapter 69. As time reveals a person's heart, prolonged interaction unveils true intentions. With sufficient points accumulated, Nan Yuan also rented a small wooden house and moved out. Alas, there's no helping it. The child has grown and seeks to venture out, which is quite normal. Thus, Mingli, this old mother, is left alone at home, forlornly playing on her phone. After a while, Mingli received a barrage of messages from Luo Cuifeng on WeChat. Without even glancing, she directly blocked her. Everyone knew there was a pile of drama on the road ahead. Why would you still lean in to take a look? That's just perverse. Unlike Mingli, who was both a band and E type of person, the original owner's WeChat was sparse, containing only a few family members and acquaintances from the entertainment industry. Her network was pitifully thin. Before Mingli appeared on the show, her contact list was almost barren. After she gained fame, it bloomed with numerous individuals extending their greetings. People. Once someone rises to prominence, goodwill naturally flows in abundance. Mingli casually replied to a few inquiries, eventually scrolling down to find Huohuo, a dedicated fan. They had exchanged a few words just days prior. "Brilliant lady. What's my dear one up to?" Once this message was sent, Mingli saw the page repeatedly displaying that the other party was typing until finally, "Huohuo. Just call me Huohuo." The astute lady. "So, darling Huohuo, what are you up to? Why are you still awake at this late hour? Be cautious, as prolonged late nights can lead to sudden demise, you know." Huhua, insomnia. The astute lady, can I be named as your insurance beneficiary? Huhua. The astute lady, just kidding. Have you watched my live stream? What do you think of my performance? Huhua, it was quite good, though you could tone down the aggression when chatting with Nanju. The astute lady, it's not that I'm overly aggressive, he simply provokes me. Whenever I see him, I can't help but want to tease him. Much like how one might impulsively pluck a leaf while strolling along the roadside, utterly uncontrollable. Huhua, do you dislike him? The astute lady, not at all. Do you know that delightful feeling of teasing a little puppy with a bone? You dangle the bone in front of it, enticing its appetite, yet deny it the pleasure, relishing in its frantic yelps. I find it utterly adorable and amusing. Huhua, you regard him as a dog? Huhua, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if you end up provoking him? The astute lady, that would only be more entertaining. His angry demeanor is quite amusing. Huhua, aren't you concerned he might retaliate against you? With just a word. He could make it difficult for you not only in the entertainment industry, but in other realms as well. The astute lady, I doubt it. While I don't know him well, I trust he isn't that kind of person. No matter how riled up a little puppy gets, as long as you gently soothe it, its anger dissipates. If he were genuinely upset, he wouldn't bother with me. He wouldn't be trailing behind me looking for a chance to get even. What does that indicate? He is competing with me and holding a grudge. And his intense desire to win prevents him from bowing down to me. Yet he remains unable to let go, gradually developing an obsession. Thus, he gets angry with me, targets me, and desires to see me falter, but he doesn't truly dislike me, nor would he harm me. Therefore, under this premise, I can freely tease him and allow him to retaliate, as I am genuinely curious about how he might respond. When women are bored, they often seek out a man to play with. Clearly, you don't understand him at all. Huhua. Huhua. You know him quite well, don't you? Haven't you just met? The astute lady. I don't know him well, but I have had dogs before.
Ahohu.
The astute lady. By the way, I see you as my dear treasure, always supporting me, which is why I feel a connection with you. Please don't share our chat history. While I'm not afraid of Nanju finding out, it would make the game less enjoyable if he were to deliberately ignore me. Huhua. Don't worry, I want to tell a soul smile. The astute lady. You're wonderful, sweetheart. Sending kisses 3. Heart emoji. Huhua. I'm not particularly fond of being addressed so intimately by others. The astute lady. Alright then, Miss Huhua. Huhua. The astute lady. Wow. So many pearls. I just gulped them down, pinching voice, stomping feet. Huhua. Stop with the tired jokes. The astute lady. But I just turned 18. What else should I indulge in besides jokes? Men, perhaps? But at 18, where are the men for me to play with? Though I must say, Shinchingu is quite nice, very handsome and accommodating, charmingly cunning. If we hit it off, it could develop into something more, stroking chin. She felt quite comfortable around Shinchingu. It would be nice if they could eventually become friends. Huhua. Aren't you involved with Nanju? Thinking of switching so soon? The astute lady. I'm merely teasing him. I have no romantic thoughts towards him. It's rather unambitious to think about playing with men before achieving financial independence. And you, my dear, should wait until you're financially stable before dabbling in romance, but never invest too much. Always prioritize yourself. The astute lady. Why are you silent? Do you prefer women over men? That's fine, but don't let women distract you. In any case, you must always place yourself as the primary focus in life. Everything else should take a backseat. Don't fall into the trap of romantic foolishness. Huhua had gone silent, and Mingli was indifferent. Perhaps she had succumbed to the dangers of sleeplessness. Farewell on your journey, hands together in prayer. Mingli continued to play on her phone until 2 or 3 in the morning, and the next day, she slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. The air conditioning had made the room slightly chilly, prompting the occupant to instinctively cover her head with a blanket. The fixed camera in the room had already been activated, and the viewers in the live stream watched as Mingli slept from 8 in the morning until 11. Dear sister, you are my only sister. Are you still not awake? Why aren't you moving at all? Are you not going to suffocate? The director must be sweating profusely by now. Director, I'm sweating buckets whether Mingli is awake or asleep. As long as she is here, my sweat has never ceased. She is moving. Thank goodness. Mingli is alive. The woman, awakening, tossed aside her blanket, her drowsy eyes fixated on the ceiling. Before lazily rising, after living for so many years and getting out of bed over 8,000 times, I still haven't grown accustomed to the action. I've done it over 9,000 times and still haven't gotten used to it. When will it end? I have a good method. Just chop off your waist and you one need to get up, heart emoji. I have a good method too. Just chop off your head and you one need to get up, heart emoji. While having breakfast, Mingli played on her phone. If you're free, you might as well connect with the live stream audience. They have so much to say to you. The director popped out to remind her. Since the show aired, Mingli's Weibo followers had skyrocketed from a few million to over 20 million. Various statistics have also been climbing rapidly, marking her as a current sensation. Thus, her live stream gathered a diverse array of characters, both peculiar and enchanting. Is there any point in answering questions from the audience? Director, are you desperate for points? Just kidding, I have no interest in points. My biggest regret is redeeming that 1,000+ points. Director, how coincidental, that's my biggest regret too, smile. Mingli took the live stream phone handed to her by the staff. I'll randomly select a few audience members to answer questions. There are no other requirements, just one thing. Questions can be outrageous or silly, but please refrain from anything illegal or against public morals. Don't ask me how to smuggle goods from abroad. Or what to do if you fall in love with your own sibling. I'm neither a magician, nor a lawyer, nor a psychologist. I'm merely your spiritual guide. Pick me, pick me, pick me. For some reason, perhaps having spent too long in this live stream, even the most mundane statements appear rather peculiar. Because time reveals true intentions and prolonged association reveals true colors, heart emoji. Chapter 70. Please, I am young, not out of my mind. The first selected audience member, judging by the nickname and avatar, seemed to have lived a bit longer. My child adores your live stream. They've been glued to their phone watching for days, neglecting their holiday homework. I am uncertain about the nature of this program, yet after observing for a while, I noticed that while others were diligently engaged in their tasks, you merely reclined, doing nothing. If everyone were as indolent as you, who would undertake the labor necessary for society? Your demeanor is emblematic of selfishness. Young people ought to endure hardships, should they not? If one wishes to reap substantial rewards without effort, idly waiting for opportunities to fall from the sky, such fortune is exceedingly rare. Mingli furrowed her brows and retorted, why must one suffer to earn a living? If enduring more hardship guaranteed greater wealth, I am convinced that many would willingly embrace toil. Yet the reality is that suffering does not always equate to financial gain. Pray, I am young, not delusional. With that, she abruptly ended the call and selected another audience member. So well versed in lofty ideals, daily espousing fallacies and leading others astray. Since you possess such knowledge, allow me to test you. Mingli was momentarily speechless. Do you take pleasure in quizzing others, as if you were a driving test manual? She swiftly severed the connection. Turning to the camera, she remarked, I hope the next individual drawn does not misbehave, or I shall not merely select them, but rather, I shall evict them. The third participant expressed, with finals approaching, I find myself perpetually fatigued. I cannot concentrate. The moment I attempt to study, I am drawn to my phone. And when I open a book, my mind wanders. Knowledge simply evades my grasp. Do you have any advice, Teacher Zhongji? Please save this child. How did you manage to learn? Mingli replied, what an absurd moniker, Teacher Zhongji. Frankly, I am unaware of how you all refer to me. Kindly refrain from using those nonsensical and juvenile titles. Address me as your wealthy excellency. Wife, what else? Husband, what else? Mother-in-law, what else? Father-in-law, what else? Returning to the topic at hand, she stated, firstly, feeling drowsy at school is entirely normal. There is no need for concern. It is well known that school is where dreams commence. Secondly, indulge in leisure when you desire to play, and immerse yourself in study when you wish to learn. After all, as the saying goes, learning without contemplation leads to confusion, while lack of learning and reflection brings ease. If you do not wish to study, do not force yourself. A day of sleep, play, or idleness is perfectly acceptable, for the consequences of poor performance in finals do not rest upon my shoulders. Thirdly, I shall refrain from fabricating a third point. Let us count this as enough. The other party interjected, silly child, I advise you to study diligently. Silly child, do not study. I have already completed my finals. Silly child, do not pursue education. I have graduated and secured employment. Silly child, do not live. I have already purchased my grave and prepared for burial. In ancient times, parents thwarted lovers. Today, audiences dismantle bridges. There are indeed many good people in this world. The next selected audience member exclaimed with excitement, Sister Lee, how can I pursue Kwasher? I am quite fond of him. yet he seems indifferent to me. When I message him, he ignores me. What should I do? Please offer some advice. You seem adept in this realm. Mingli paused momentarily, processing what Kwasha referred to. Firstly, I have been single since birth and have never experienced romance. I am merely a master of theory, but a complete novice in practice. Thus, my words bear no weight of credibility. Do not place too much faith in them. The girl replied nonchalantly, no worries. The answers in the back of a practice book are still called reference answers, yet they are accurate, are they not? I told you. Those who pursue Mingli are not ordinary individuals. I absolutely adore being here. Everyone is talented and speaks so eloquently. In response, Mingli mused. The longer red beans are boiled, the more bitter they become. The longer a turtle is stewed, the more nourishing it is. Unrequited love is worthless. A turtle fetches 80 per pound. The girl, slightly taken aback, responded, Are you suggesting that I abandon him and instead delve into turtle farming to amass wealth? And then return to support him with my riches? At that point, he would have no choice but to comply. Mingli replied, This is the first instance I have witnessed someone embodying both a business mindset and a romantic one simultaneously. My ultimate suggestion is to prioritize your financial success before considering other matters. Wealth and security are paramount. Thank you, sisterly. It's nothing. I merely spoke. It hardly costs me much breath. Just remember, should you encounter trouble in the future, do not implicate me. She is truly amazing. I am in tears. The next connection began. Sister, I do not have a romantic mindset. I merely wish to inquire how to devise a life plan as I approach high school. Any plan lacking self-discipline and execution is mere folly. To put it plainly, I once had grand aspirations for planning, yet they often collected dust like a saved weight loss video. I made plans, yet scarcely any were executed as intended. For instance, my life plan envisioned me as a well-read and refined young lady. Yet I have only achieved a mere 25 of that goal. What have I accomplished? Merely an abundance of indulgence. It is evident, once well-fed, one tends to become complacent. Thus, first enhance your self-discipline and execution before contemplating plans. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain, and you will only deceive yourself into believing you are making progress. Thank you. I was wondering why this felt so familiar. It turns out I am the one who loves planning, yet never completes any of it, crying. I adore crafting my future plans, yet I detest taking action or exerting effort. This self-deception is indeed captivating, laughs. To be honest, my current predicament, setting aside other factors, is indeed my own responsibility. Teacher Zhongji, what should I do if I am utterly enamored with studying? I cannot fathom why. I simply adore reading, yet I lack any moderation in my learning, feeling as though my body is deteriorating from it. Mingli gasped in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? You have become addicted to studying. Do you realize how terrifying this is? It appears innocuous, yet once you are deeply entrenched, it can become addictive, gradually draining your energy and depleting your vitality. Ultimately, you may become a mere shell, existing solely to study. What should I do? I feel as though I cannot break free. I previously only studied in classrooms and libraries, but now I find myself yearning to learn even in my dormitory, the dining hall, and while walking. Without studying, I feel discomfort, as if insects are crawling upon me. Yet once I see a book and delve into it, I experience a profound sense of relief, as if every pore in my body is opening. What can I do? Save me. Here's my prescription for you. First, download Genshin Impact, Egg Party, Honor of Kings, Peacekeeper Elite, Happy Match, and Light and Night Romance. Engage with these games daily, preferably after lunch, to divert your attention. Then, place textbooks and related literature on mathematics, physics, chemistry, medicine, law, mechanics, computer science, and aerospace at your bedside for thorough reading and research, twice daily. This will serve as a counteracting measure. Simultaneously, consider pursuing romance or enjoying outings with friends to regulate your emotions. Lastly, cultivate other interests, such as consuming beans and engaging in playful antics until you catch up to your own farts. This will help occupy your leisure time. If you diligently follow this regimen, barring a severe addiction to studying, you should be able to break free. Stay strong. You are not alone in this battle. I shall accompany you through these trials. I will join you in this struggle. My addiction is not so intense. One must treat ailments according to their symptoms. So I shall forego the countermeasure and utilize the other methods instead. While passing the time may suffice, I find the concepts of distraction and emotional regulation to be more suitable for me. Let us persevere together. Move to tears. There exists genuine affection in this world. Sobbing. Chapter 71. madwoman. Mingli, she is indeed a madwoman. The next person to join the call.
Hello, Leah.
I have a question that has troubled me for quite some time, and I hope you and the audience can help me find clarity.
Speak.
Why do we marry and have children with people who are neither kin nor acquaintance? The moment the question was posed, the barrage of comments fell silent. Mingli chuckled lightly, because marrying and having children with someone related to you often results in individuals like you. How did you know that my father is actually my mother's husband? No worries, your current situation can still be remedied. I shall introduce you to my previous primary physician. Could you refer me? My best friend desperately needs it. Could you refer me? I am in dire need. The next viewer joining the call. Hello, Teacher Zhongji, my mother is pregnant. Should I expect to be an older brother or an older sister? Mingli paused for a moment. Go to Megwa, there you can be whatever you wish, even a maggot. The other party. Haha, that's rich. At first, I didn't quite grasp it, but I thought that's not entirely incorrect. You all truly know how to entertain, pointing and gesturing. Next, Teacher Zhongji. If drinks turn into urine and food turns into feces, then why not simply drink urine and eat feces to avoid middlemen profiting? Mingli, well, after a person passes away, they become mere dust. Why doesn't your mother just give birth to a handful of ash to spare you the suffering of this world? Body organs and cells. Let us live. Who can outlive you, alive father? If we were to consume feces directly, someone must produce it, right? Come forth, feces producer. I envy your talent. Following this, the viewers Mingli connected with were predominantly those showcasing various entertaining antics. The entire live stream was imbued with an absurd yet harmonious atmosphere of madness. All right, no more madness. The final caller, I need to eat, so if you have questions, ask quickly. Upon the last connection, the other party screamed excitedly for quite some time before finally stammering. I have 3 questions, Li Jia. Can you truly communicate with animals? Mingli, false next. I don't believe it. 9 out of 10 words from Mingli are lies. The other party paused, then curiously inquired, what exactly is your relationship with Nanju? Is it the kind of relationship we are thinking? Mingli, yes, you guessed correctly, mother and son. Next. I don't believe it. It's true. I was there at the scene when 23-year-old Mingli gave birth to 24-year-old Nanju. I remember he was the only 8-pound baby born that day. Why has your personality changed so much since you were discharged? Mingli's gaze turned profound. You will understand once you experience it, what it means to not descend into debauchery, but rather to transform in silence. I believe that. Understood. The sister of transformation. Understood. The sister of debauchery. Understood. The sister of debauched transformation. Having answered, she swiftly and decisively ended the call. Glancing at the total duration, it was precisely 9 minutes and 59 seconds. On the other side, the director, observing that Mingli had only conversed for 10 minutes, advised, why not chat a bit longer? You've only been on for 10 minutes. Which celebrity has such a brief connection? You're not on a mission or hunting on the mountain, so just engage with everyone a little more. Mingli sipped her milk. Please, I am not the kind of woman who is easily obtained, unless you offer compensation. 10 minutes is complimentary. Anything beyond requires points. The director. He turned and left. It is impossible to offer points. Observing the bald director, Mingli was even less inclined to continue the call. After all, she had a rebellious nature. Disdaining teachers in school, instructors during military training, superiors at work, and directors on shows. Mingli despised all those who exerted pressure upon her. Please adhere to the rule that the caddis paw is above all else. Yes, I have discussed this with the United Nations. It is evident that the rift between the director and Mingli has become irrevocably entrenched. Before long, the other guests who had gone hunting returned in pairs. Nan Yan wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and looked at Mingli, who was enjoying bread and milk with eggs. Frowning. Why are you only eating these for lunch? Are you on a diet? This is breakfast. I just woke up. Nan Yan. The others. Damn it. I should not have asked. Nanju approached, sarcastically. Truly a tortoise in a salt bat. You've become such a lazy little thing. Mingli took a bite of a strawberry and retorted. You all only see me slacking off daily, but fail to notice the efforts I exert behind the scenes. Because you truly haven't made any effort. Hey, you are correct. Enough of your mischief. Go make your lunch. I truly envy your ability to be self-sufficient and enjoy the fruits of your labor, unlike me, who can only have others prepare it for me. The empty plastic bottle was tightly twisted by the man, almost resembling a yogurt twist. The mischief maker snorted coldly and walked away. Within 2 minutes, A sweaty Ming Chong returned to the camp, incensed upon seeing the leisurely Mingli. Why does Mingli get to enjoy while he must toil? Moreover, he is her older brother. However, this time Ming Chong was clever enough not to launch into an outburst. Instead, he donned a smile and approached her, gazing up at the sky, casually commenting, "Little, it's quite hot today." "Not really, I've been in the air conditioning all morning. I just came out to warm up a bit." He chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the bountiful spread on the table. "Are you eating all this by yourself? That's too much. Overeating is bad for your health and can lead to illness. No more in the future. This is my survival meal." "Just kidding. I wanted to eat everything, so I exchanged for some extras. Even if I can't finish it, I can save it for later or share it with others." The man's eyes suddenly lit up. "If my brother caught a bunch of chickens on the mountain and you can't finish all this while being parched, hungry, and tired, why not give it to your brother? I can help you finish it. When you were little, I often shared with you. Although I may have misspoken a few days ago, you know I care for you. I just struggle with words and expression, with no ulterior motives. We are family. We should support each other while on this show. Look at how well the other siblings get along." Mingli's gaze drifted to the other camp members.
Cooking. Oh.
"This is Qi Shang and Qi Ling. This is Gu Luo and Shen Qinggu. I found the fishing rod, yet I only received one fish."
Speak.
"Have you lost your voice? Let me hear how you will defend yourself. Simply picking up a branch and doing nothing else, do you truly believe you have contributed significantly? Should I bow down and thank you for gracing us with your presence? That one fish was a reward from me, your kind-hearted brother, fearing you might starve. Human greed is insatiable. If you are discontent, then hurry and climb." "This is Nanju and Nanyan." Mingli turned her head, her slightly curved eyes shimmering, silently smiling at Ming Chong. "Ming Chong. Haha, is there truly a group that appears to have a genuine bond? Perhaps the director should reconsider the groupings. It's possible that the relationships formed post-reassignment could surpass even the current fraternal ties." Laughs. "Though we're siblings when it comes to earning points on the show. 3 parts are decreed by destiny, 7 parts are determined by your efforts, and the remaining 90 points are beyond my control. If it is not meant to be, do not force it. If you cannot earn points, it is your fate, a decree from the heavens. Yet if I insist on providing you with points and food, it would defy divine will and invite retribution. You are my brother. Since you care for me so dearly, you wouldn't want me to incur heavenly wrath, would you?" The man's expression grew cold, but others had also failed to earn points. "Didn't you provide them assistance? Isn't that exempt from divine punishment? Moreover, you struck me yesterday. Will you not compensate me for my emotional distress? Surely, you're not unreasonable?" Mingli, with an air of certainty, replied, "Accidental harm can be compensated, but intentional harm is another matter entirely. If I intended to harm you, why would I offer you recompense? Please clarify your logic. Is your appearance lacking? And your intellect as well? Perhaps it would be best for you to prepare your ashes for scattering."
You.
Ming Chong trembled with rage. "If you truly wish for compensation, I can only offer you a slap, which you relish." The pain from yesterday's beating suddenly throbbed on his face. He covered it instinctively and stepped back to a safe distance, then, in a fit of anger, pointed at her and shouted, "You lunatic!
You are a lunatic."
As he spoke, he rushed toward the other guests and staff, exclaiming, "Lunatic! Mingli is a lunatic." Others displayed a calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of confusion. "You're just realizing this?" Chapter 72. One can squabble within their nest, but do not conceal it from us while doing so. Thanks to Mingli's generous donation of points, everyone's lodging for the night was secure, and Nanwan and the others did not rush to the town to complete tasks. After several hectic days on the show, this afternoon turned out to be the most leisurely for everyone. All of this was due to Mingli. Nanwan now regarded Mingli with utmost reverence, calling her sister and following her around, occasionally partaking in her food and drink, reveling in the experience. Qi Shang and Qi Ling also demonstrated their goodwill by sharing half of the braised fish they prepared with Mingli, observing the overly charred fish. Mingli frowned. "I provide you with points, and yet you wish to harm me? Is this swift retribution for kindness?" With tightly pursed lips and flushed cheeks, the two chimed in unison. My brother had never cooked before the show. Xiaoling is not adept at controlling the heat. After speaking, she glanced at the other, who had deflected responsibility onto herself, furrowing her brow and clearly questioning, "How can you be like this?" Mingli sighed and nodded. "I can understand." The two affirmed, "Siblings are like birds of the same forest. In times of disaster, they push each other away. according to the usual program schedule. The director should have arranged for the guests to play games and earn points at noon, but today the bald man was acting unusually, not obstructing anyone's path. As the saying goes, a good dog does not block the way. Could it be that today the director finally understood and decided to be a good dog? Director, won't there be any games to earn points this afternoon? Nan curiously inquired as she approached. Although they currently had points, it was merely enough for rent and breakfast. If they could extract more points from the director, they wouldn't even need to venture up the mountain. The man regarded her with exasperation. So, it appears you all wish to fleece me? With a cheerful smile, Nan replied, learning from Mingli. Since she has so many points that she cannot possibly spend them all, why not devise a way for her to share some with you? After all, you are all guests and share a good rapport. It would be unreasonable for her not to assist you. The director's remark placed Mingli on a moral pedestal. The director is correct. There is no competition among us. Given that Mingli possesses an abundance of points she cannot utilize alone, why should she simply recline in comfort and not assist others? I see you have a smooth head, which has likely dulled your intellect as well. Mingli emerged from the small cabin after her afternoon nap. Although her presence was yet unseen, her voice was unmistakable. I have yet to mention that the soundproofing in your little cabin is inadequate, and you dare to morally bind me here? It is as if my family has been utterly annihilated. Is there truly a flaw in the soundproofing of this cabin? I've yet to notice. Then explain why I can't hear every knock at the door from outside? The director paused for a moment, his brow furrowing. Exactly. I have that issue too. The soundproofing on this door is terrible, as I can hear every knock clearly from inside. Perhaps your earwax has taken leave of home, thus enhancing your hearing. Congratulations are in order. Nanju also stepped out from the adjacent cabin, snickering. So I just woke up, and you've also awakened? I just exited my cabin, and you followed? Were you eavesdropping on me through the wall? Do you have feelings for me? Nonsense. Enough of the charade. You clearly harbor feelings for me. Your phrase nonsense reveals your affection. Nanju. Mingli, otherwise why not say nonsense about something else like cow nonsense, chicken nonsense, or pig nonsense? You specifically say dog nonsense because dogs are man's best friend, and you are metaphorically likening yourself to a dog, harboring ulterior motives to become my companion. Gradually, you would infiltrate my life, ultimately confessing your feelings. Do you understand the saying, one can discern autumn by a single leaf, and see the entire leopard from a single spot? The moment you lift your rear, I already know what you intend to release. Remember, you cannot hide your feelings for someone, and let me add, if you like two people, you must conceal it well. Mingli, I believe you have truly lost your mind, spinning around like a carousel. You see, you are once again hinting at something. There are countless things that spin. Why must you insist on a carousel? It's simply because amorous couples enjoy riding carousels. It's hard to believe you can hide your thoughts so deeply.
Mingli, I want to fight.
You. The man ground his teeth, as if he could shatter a row of them. Have you been using fin de doigt too much, leading to such a fierce desire to compete? Moreover, the very words you utter reveal your interest in me. Otherwise, why would you seek to battle with me rather than someone else? Is one's life such a precious thing, to be spoken of so lightly? You wish to contend with me, which implies a desire for a fateful entanglement. Heaven above, Nanju. Have I been too lenient with you, giving you too much face, so that even a dog believes itself a lion? I would like to take a picture of you with a mortar to show you what sort of dog you truly are. Enough already, just you? Your appearance is as mature as a 90-year-old buried in the ground, yet your temperament is as juvenile as a placental embryo. Right now, you resemble an Asian wild female cockroach, brazenly overstepping bounds. Falling for Mingli is as simple as breathing. How terrifying. When I encounter these two, I can only stammer, utterly unable to retort. Mingli clasped her hands. May you, in your next life, achieve enlightenment, your body as clear as crystal, pure and unblemished. Nanju swiftly countered. Great sorrow bears no tears, great enlightenment bears no words, great laughter bears no sound. The man raised an eyebrow. Rather than attributing your suffering to others, it would be more accurate to say your own cultivation is lacking. The woman rolled her eyes. If the heart remains unmoved, what can the wind do? If you do not inflict harm, can time remain unscathed? Nanju raised an eyebrow, scoffing. As you sow, so shall you reap. Everything is a creation of the mind. Mingli slowly shook his head and mused. It takes but a single word to obliterate a person, yet to nurture a soul requires 1,000 utterances. Please have mercy with your words. Why has it suddenly become so poetic? I can hardly comprehend. Where is my translator? I am here. Mingli, wishing you an early ascension. Nanju, truly at a loss for words with you. Nanju, it is you who bears the affliction. Mingli, what does my illness concern you? Nanju, you deserve the scorn. By this point, the cultural levels of both individuals have been fully revealed. We may squabble amongst ourselves, but do not conceal from us the battles fought beneath the cover's heart. Chapter 73. The impoverished and lowly, in tattered garments, are preyed upon by dogs. The exchange of words between the two, back and forth, left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Nan Yuan murmured, "It has been long since I have encountered someone capable of trading barbs with my brother." Shen Qinggu nodded in agreement. It is evident that Nanju's tongue is a machine gun, while Ming Li's is a mortar. Qi Linger pursed her lips. So, she showed us mercy a few days ago? Qi Shang frowned. And you still served her the burnt fish? What if she retaliates against us? Qi Linger tilted her head. Can we not pretend to be mute? This way, she will not feel satisfied with her barbs and will cease her attacks. Qi Shang nodded. That makes sense. Next time we encounter a formidable speaker, we shall feign silence. Perhaps the other party will then feel guilt and apologize, leading us to victory without a battle. Sister, you are so clever. Qi Linga lifted her chin slightly. You are not lacking either. The bystanders. Wait, the two of you have a combined fan base of over 30 million. How can you pretend to be mute? In future events, we can introduce you both as the renowned mute singers from our village, presenting a rendition of mountain flowers blooming brightly. Meanwhile, the director squinted his eyes, gazing at Nanju as if he had spotted a lone grasshopper on the battlefield. What is known? He and Mingli. Nanju and Mingli. What can be deduced? He and Nanju. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The bald man, envisioning a future no longer solitary in battle, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Haha. The nearby staff, observing the cunning smile on his wrinkled face, discreetly moved a few steps away. Such a devious laugh. The two continued their verbal sparring for 7 or 8 minutes until they grew parched and paused to sip water. Mingli cast him a sidelong glance. You have some skill. Nanju haughtily raised her head. Just the tip of the iceberg. I will eventually shatter your iceberg into fragments. Beware of injuring yourself in the process. Mingli shook his head in lament. Indeed. The impoverished and lowly are often bullied in their tattered garments. Nanju retorted, I see you are ambitious yet lack competence, groveling in humility. How invigorating. So exhilarating it feels as though I could kick aside the oxen in the fields and plunge into the soil myself. Ahem. Just as the two were about to reignite the battlefield, the director abruptly interrupted with a loudspeaker, considering the increased difficulty of the tasks due to the heat. To accommodate everyone, I have decided to initiate a game. The 8 guests will be divided into 2 teams, pitted against one another. The victorious side shall claim all the points of the defeated. What do you think? Not much. As my points are worth several multiples of the combined total of the other 7, I do not lack points, so why earn a paltry amount? When I remarked that your brain had been worn smooth, it was merely a jest, yet it seems to be true. Perhaps we should set up a consultation for you with a neurologist? Mingli clutched her chest, feigning deep sorrow. She was unaware of the bald man's intentions. He merely sought to make her the target, surrounded by others to undermine her relationships. His cunning schemes were evident to even the deaf. She even suggested a specialist for the director. I am truly in tears. No jokes here. Mingli is the most compassionate person I have ever encountered. Once I am wealthy, I shall commission a stone sculpture beside the less Han giant Buddha in your honor. Mingli, the head of the points, showed no interest and naturally, neither did the others. With only 20 or 30 points, what fun could that bring? Chickens pecking at each other? The director, with a determined grit of his teeth, declared, Then how about this? I will grant each of you 100 points. The losing team will be reduced to 0 points, while the winning team will receive not only the 100 points, but also an additional 100 points, totaling 200 points. Once you win, you can simply relax and enjoy, like that unparalleled sloth. Mingli, what, am I merely bait for your fishing? The crowd exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. After all, losing meant only a loss of 20 or 30 points, but winning could yield over 200. Should they triumph over Mingli, her hundreds of points would be distributed, granting each person over 300 points. Tenfold points, a life of ease. Wealth in one hand and riches in the other. Who wouldn't crave that? Absolutely. All eyes were now fixed on the plump lamb, Mingli. She was the crucial screw. Without her, the machine would struggle to function. All right, the woman nodded readily, turning to the director. Transfer the points first. Seeing her agreement, the director promptly facilitated the transfer. 1 minute later, each account reflected an additional 100 points. The woman with bright eyes and a radiant smile immediately waved at everyone. All right, since the points are in hand, what more is there to play? 100 points is sufficient. Let us disperse, everyone. The crowd. Wait, it can be done this way? The director? What the hell, it can be done this way. A genius. Why did I not think of this? The director, in his last moments of repentance, lamented, the greatest regret of my life was inviting Mingli for the sake of hype and viewership. The guests exchanged glances, deeply tempted by Mingli's proposal.
No.
This is cheating. Mingli, how can you do this? The director's eyes widened, his brows furrowing into 1,000 creases. He had never encountered such an audaciously shameless individual. I'm just joking, don't be angry. It would be unfortunate if you caught a chill. He a man. How could he catch a chill? She grinned mischievously. You previously mentioned your poor memory, so I intended to make a self-sacrifice, hoping you might learn from your losses. My good intentions have been betrayed. What do you call this? From that moment, a third man appeared in the camp, grinding his teeth. Well, I truly thank you. No need. Just give me 300 points for the misunderstanding and the emotional damages inflicted upon my tender heart. Mingli extended her hand. The director. Why not just take my life? I'm not a killer. The man trembled with rage, his eyes nearly rolling back into his head as nearby staff rushed over to restrain him. Director, don't die. Others gathered around with expressions of concern. Director.
Please don't die.
You mustn't die. The man took a deep breath, and upon seeing the crowd's care, felt that life was once again worthwhile. He smiled brightly. I'm fine. You haven't settled my salary for this month. At this moment, the director's face abruptly turned crimson. The crowd. Everyone was genuinely anxious, their expressions tense. Director, don't die. We were just joking. Quickly, call an ambulance? The man, his face flushed with anger, bellowed. Get the hell away from me. Who stepped on my foot? Not only did they step on it, but they stomped on both of them. The staff immediately scattered in a frenzy, fleeing with remarkable speed. As long as they ran fast enough, he couldn't catch them. The bald man raised his hand, pointing at Mingli, his fingertips trembling, his gaze crackling with intensity. Good. 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 Well done. Thank you for the compliment. Mingli humbly accepted, engaging in friendly banter. Your flushed face is truly a sight to behold, reminiscent of a charmingly flamboyant Zhang Fei cosplaying as a snake spirit, such a captivating aura for a man. The director declared, I announce, Mingli is the undisputed victor. Though the director had met his demise, at that moment, his phone unexpectedly erupted with a song. The coffin lay buried deep in the valley. The director exuded a certain revived spirit. I have been reborn. Mingli raised an eyebrow. To be honest, you now possess a somewhat fragile demeanor, akin to someone who would shout for a hospital visit after being kicked by a fly. It's rather pitiable. The director. He pressed the screen of his phone again, the coffin still buried. I have been reborn. The bald man opened his mouth, but the concerned staff, unable to watch any longer, approached to counsel. Director, it's time to quit while you're ahead. Though you may have many lives, for every one you expend, she will take one. For every 2, she will take 2. You are not like Teacher Nanju, who could at least hold his own against Teacher Mingli. Losing would merely result in disgrace. Continuing down this path is rather sordid. The director. Chapter 74, A Woman with a Singular Focus. Akin to a soaring female eagle, is not to be trifled with. Observing the director gasping for breath, Mingli stepped forward to offer comfort. Oh dear. It's not such a big deal. We are all acquaintances, let's not be overly calculative. Life is tough for everyone. As friends, let us let it go. Think from another's perspective, this is for your own good. Let's empathize, there's no malice intended, just a bit of jest. It's a matter of getting used to it. To take it a step further, he speaks plainly. What else can be done? Be more open-minded. Mutual understanding will see us through. The director. Finally, she patted the man on the shoulder. The recording has already been done. The director. One could sense that if he continued to simmer with anger, he might as well be stripped of his nationality. What a masterpiece of consolation literature. Since we're here, we might as well. The bald man took a deep breath. exhaling several times to mentally prepare himself before raising the loudspeaker to his mouth, now announcing the game rules. The 8 guests will be divided equally into the cat team and the mouse team. Within the designated time and area, if the cats catch all the mice, they win. If not, the mice win. However, remember, each participant will only know their own identity as either cat or mouse, remaining unaware of the identities of the other 7, whether they are foes or allies. Thus, everyone must observe the factions of others to avoid mistakenly catching or missing their teammates. If a person mistakenly catches a teammate from their own faction, both will be eliminated. Not knowing the factions of others certainly raises the stakes. It seems the mouse team has the upper hand since the cats must catch all the mice, while the mice only need one to hide until time runs out. Yet the mice face their own challenges, as everyone has location tracking on their phones. If they hide without moving, wouldn't that reveal their status as mice? The 8 participants drew identity slips from a black box. Mingli glanced at the inscription, then tore the slip into pieces and tossed it into the trash, spitting on it for good measure. Others, is that really necessary? No one will rummage through the trash for that slip.
Who are you even guarding against?
Mingli, can you guess why I did that? Because I'm the type who would dig through the trash. Laughs. Her tactic is clearly aimed at thwarting those with similar eccentricities. But she misjudged, for no one here is more eccentric than she is sweating. Mingli turned to the crowd, her smile radiant. I'm a cat, little mice. Be sure to hide well. The crowd, a look of half-belief crossed their faces. To be frank, the credibility of Mingli's words was even less than that of some Otome game players who claim, I only love you. Once the game commenced, everyone dispersed. Mingli called out to the departing Nanyan, Are you a cat? The latter shook her head, her expression wary. I don't know. I can't read. What is there to hide? If I am a cat and you are a cat, then we are teammates. If I am a cat and you are a mouse, you could claim to be a cat to deceive me, while I remain the one in the dark. If I am a mouse and you are a cat, you could catch me. If I am a mouse and you are also a mouse, then we are teammates. Whichever scenario, it benefits you. Nanyan felt somewhat dizzy from Mingli's convoluted reasoning. After pondering for 3 seconds, she replied, I am a cat. Then we are teammates. Are you truly a cat? I told you from the start I am a cat. Why don't you believe me? Who would believe your words? At this, Mingli's round, dog-like eyes drooped instantly, her entire demeanor radiating sadness as she murmured, I thought we were good friends. Nanyan's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly explained, her tone tinged with urgency. Oh. Friends are friends, and games are games. I just don't trust you in the game. I didn't mean in real life. Really? Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. A smile returned to the woman's face. Let us find the mice. We should separate to catch them. If we stick together, we might be guessed by the others. Now that we know there are 2 cats, we just need to confirm the remaining 2 cats, and then catch 4 mice.
All right.
The activity area is limited to a circle around the camp. No one can venture to the mountains or seaside. And everyone can track the locations of the other 7 through their phones. Not long after they separated, Mingli encountered Nanju, who was leisurely strolling about.
Oh.
Is that you, Nanju? Why aren't you hiding? The man raised an eyebrow. ISNT at you, the mouse, who should be hiding from me, the cat? You're a cat? With such a shifty gaze, I find that hard to believe. Shifty? Ha, what a laugh. If you ever managed to be with a quality handsome man like me, your ancestors would be smoking green flames, not just a little fire. You'd need a fire truck to put it out. Indeed, I'm from the countryside. My greatest wish in life is to marry a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, curvaceous, long-legged, big-chested husband like you. With that, a teasing glance swept over the man's pert backside. Nanju's face flushed red, his brows knitting. 18 bathhouse aunties could scrub your mind clean for a year, and it still wouldn't suffice for the nonsense in there. Mingli, it is well known that water at 0 degrees enters the human body but exits at 37 degrees. Thus, the essence of humanity is that of a beaker. From this, one could conclude that Nanju is a beaker fool. Nanju, nonsense. Raving. Babbling. What about raving? Do you want scallion mixed with intestines? Feigning the supernatural. Putting on airs. Acting mad and silly. Mingli pointed to herself. I face all my thoughts and desires honestly, without concealment. Mingli is good. Then she pointed at the man. You are duplicitous, pretending to be upright while hiding your dark side. Nanju is bad. Steamed Great Lord. Spicy Great Lord. Garlic-flavored Great Lord. Raw marinated Great Lord. Braised Dolly Garden. Pizza Heart. I'll let you off this time, but next time, you little mouse better hide well. Be careful not to fall into my grasp. You're the mouse. I'm the cat. The cat. The fiery chili pepper roared.
Goodbye.
Little kitten. Until next time, little kitten. Stop right there. The man was about to step away when the woman called out to him. Mingli clicked her tongue in apparent frustration at Nanjua for wasting her time. This is not the time for games. I must go catch mice. Unlike you, I have aspirations. What ambitions could a lazy dog like you possibly have? What do you mean, I lack ambition? Though I may be a lazy dog, I am still a woman, and as a woman, I possess dreams. Surely either my wallet or my boyfriend's trousers must be full, right? You, a man, may not understand us women, and I do not blame you. However, please do not hinder my pursuit of ideals and a beautiful life. Remember, a woman with a singular focus is akin to a soaring female eagle. You cannot contend with her. Mingli pointed emphatically at the man several times before turning and striding away with determination. Nanjua muttered, "What a tempestuous woman." Chapter 75, a thrilling encounter between two eager parties. The audience began to analyze the situation. Based on the reactions of Nan Yuan and Nanjua, both must be cats. So, is Mingli a cat or a mouse? Did she not claim to be a cat? Do you believe everything she says? What if she is fully aware that others doubt her claims and has boldly declared herself a cat, knowing that others would suspect her to be a mouse? She could be waiting for other mice to come to her, only to ensnare them all. No joke, I think Mingli needs a lie detector. Truth and falsehood intertwine. And we are merely pawns at her game, laughs. Mistakenly capturing the wrong individual would lead to both parties being immediately eliminated, so until everyone clearly understood one another's identities, no one dared to act rashly. Thus, for the first half hour of the game, everyone moved about, testing each other's identities. At the 35-minute mark, an announcement echoed through the air. A cat has captured a mouse. The game continues. What the heck? Who was eliminated, and who caught them? Hearing the announcement, Mingli tilted her head. She identified the nearest red, which turned out to be Ming Chong. With a cheerful smile, Mingli fixed her gaze upon him. Upon witnessing her pure and lively smile, the man instinctively shivered. You're a mouse, aren't you? Ming Chong shook his head, forcing a smile to calm himself. I am a cat, searching for mice. Shally, are you a mouse? If you are, you should leave quickly. Don't worry. Brother won't catch you. Escape?
I'm a cat.
It seems our cat team consists of us, along with Nan Yuan and Nanjua. Yes, I suspected the same. I just encountered Shen Qinggu. I feigned being a mouse to extract information, and he informed me he is also a mouse. Moreover, I just quietly observed Nanjua eliminate a Luo. So Mingli, Ming Chong, Nanjua, and Nan Yuan are cats, while the other four are mice. The one previously eliminated was Gu Luo? Is there no trust between people? Why not reveal identities and engage directly? I see. Farewell. Ming Chong fixed his gaze on the woman's silhouette until she vanished from view, releasing a sigh of relief. Are you a mouse or a cat? Nan Yuan eyed the gentle man before her with suspicion. Shen Qinggu smiled softly. A cat. Relieved, Nan Yuan replied. You scared me. I am also a cat. The game continued as a mouse managed to turn the tables on a cat. The crowd exclaimed. What? A mouse can kill a cat? You didn't mention that at the outset. Minutes later, the announcement rang out again. A cat has captured a mouse. The game continues. In the camp, Mingli, having exchanged for chilled lemonade, dragged a lounge chair into a shady spot and collapsed. I've already caught two. Let them do the catching. Even a salted fish knows to flip over. Mingli rolled over. I've walked over 1,000 steps today. I can get tired too, you know. The photographer remarked. She hasn't even rested for a few minutes when the announcement declared that the third mouse has been caught. Inside the game area, only 4 remained, 3 cats and 1 mouse. As the remaining contestants moved toward the stationary red, in the center, they discovered Mingli, relaxing under the shade, sipping a drink and enjoying fruit. The sweat-soaked runners approached. Joining us? Come sit and have some fruit. The group paused for a moment, but Shen Qinggu was the first to walk over and take a piece of watermelon, sitting elegantly beside her. Then came Nanjua, unceremoniously grabbing a large piece. Ming Chong, with a strange expression, also took a seat. Among the 4, at least one must be a mouse. Ming Chong turned to Mingli, narrowing his eyes. Shally, didn't you go catch any mice? Could it be that you are the mouse? Didn't you just tell me Shen Qinggu is a mouse? Mingli calmly took a sip of her drink. The man whose name was mentioned glanced sideways. Ming Chong quickly added, I was just bluffing. Oh, you were bluffing, first telling me Shen Qinggu is a mouse, then casting suspicion on me as a mouse. What are you plotting? I merely you are the mouse. Do not shift your gaze. Nanjua fixed her stare on Mingli, confidently asserting. The woman exhibited no signs of panic, merely smiling slowly. You are clearly bringing personal grievances into the game. You dislike me. So you disregard the rules and only seek to eliminate me. I even suspect you might be the mouse, a mouse masquerading as a cat, pretending to act impulsively, when in reality, you aim to eliminate me. Then, while others are distracted, you might risk tearing off the shoulder insignia of two individuals directly for a counterattack. Or play it safe by first tearing off one cat's insignia and engaging in a battle with the remaining cat. The so-called capture and counter refer to tearing off the shoulder insignia from the opponent's arm. Such slander. I am merely analyzing seriously, while you are enraged. Clearly, because I have struck a nerve. Haven Ti? Mingli chuckled. Of course, I am just rationally analyzing. I never claimed you are definitely guilty. All four of us present have our suspicions. She turned toward Xinqinggu, tilting her head. What do you think? Who is the mouse? Or are you the mouse? Otherwise, why have you been silent while the three of us converse? The other gazes shifted to Xinqinggu, who smiled. I was contemplating. Contemplating what? How to capture the mouse. Stop guessing. I don't want to overthink or engage in any schemes. Why not play werewolf instead? In werewolf, those eliminated are out of the game. Victory depends on luck, but the cat team has a high probability of winning. The others agreed. The staff would assume the roles of other characters in the game. Mingli observed her drawn werewolf card, a smile curling at her lips. Host, night falls. Please close your eyes. A swift sound of wind raced through everyone's ears. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Who will you choose to eliminate tonight? After the usual proceedings. A few minutes later, it was daytime, and everyone opened their eyes. Nanjua looked at the woman who should have been seated opposite him, only to find her missing. The man quickly scanned the long table. Where is Mingli? Where did she go? I told you she was a mouse. She was just sowing discord amongst us. Ming Chong exclaimed angrily. After a few individuals finally discovered Mingli's whereabouts, 3 minutes had elapsed. Everyone raised their heads, fixated on the woman who had ascended the tree. What on earth are you doing climbing a tree? One questioned incredulously. Of course, I'm merely buying time. What else could it be? Mingli retorted, hastening her ascent. Had she sought refuge in the tree from the beginning, her identity would have been immediately compromised, granting the cat team ample opportunity and methods to capture her. Thus, she was delaying, carefully observing the situation. Upon realizing that the other 3 mice had been caught,
Mingli understood her perilous predicament.
she awaited the emergence of the 3 cats, hoping to deceive them, inciting mutual suspicion among the felines. However, it was evident that both Nanju and Xinqinggu harbored doubts about her, albeit lacking absolute certainty. Engaging in a game of werewolf was merely a stalling tactic for Mingli, a pretext for her escape. It seemed that the two did not genuinely intend to adhere to the agreed-upon game, resorting instead to the ruse of fate to eliminate her and subsequently dispose of the equally suspicious Ming Chong. Each individual harbored their own hidden agendas, yet Mingli was the first to act. I thought she truly intended to play with them. Evidently, I still do not comprehend her fully. Mingli, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. She perched on a tree branch approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Glancing at the time, 8 minutes remained until the game's conclusion. As long as she could ensure that she was not stripped of her shoulder insignia within those fleeting moments, she would emerge victorious. From her elevated vantage point, she scrutinized the others, baring her teeth. You cannot catch me. I am as nimble as a mountain spirit. No sooner had she spoken than Nanju approached, cracking his knuckles, preparing to ascend the tree.
Pa!
She promptly spat downwards. Nanju swiftly dodged. What? You. One of you come, and I'll spit on you. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water, taking a hearty swig. Rest assured, I have plenty in stock. The others exclaimed, could you not exhibit a modicum of decency and refrain from spitting indiscriminately? I did not spit. I merely expelled a drop of Nongfu Spring, slightly sweetened. The only distinction is that it has been processed by my mouth, resulting in a minor stretch, which is harmless to the environment and could even be utilized for irrigation. Those who are not repulsed may partake. If you relish such a treat, step forward, and let me see who is truly more perverse. It was a scene of unrestrained madness. As Ming Chong seethed and Xinqinggu looked on helplessly, the eliminated mouse team exhibited excitement and agitation. Suddenly, they noticed Nanju donning a plastic raincoat, with a plastic bag featuring ventilation holes over his head and sunglasses adorning his face. The man cursed. This tree shall be mine today. If I do not climb, I am no better than a coward. The crowd pondered. What a surreal spectacle. Chapter 76. Sister. I am merely pretending. Do not mistake me for a fool. Observing the man transformed into a plastic bag superhero, Mingli exclaimed, Hold on, buddy, are you serious? You genuinely relish this? No wonder even a woman of her high standards found him irresistible. Nanju, with a blend of intrinsic motivation, execution, and conviction. Alongside his powerful limbs, formidable legs, and lean waist, held a distinct advantage in the pursuit of Mingli, or rather, in the endeavor of climbing the tree. In no time, he had closed the distance. She refrained from spitting. After all, that tactic was effective only against the ordinary, and clearly, Nanju was anything but normal. Realizing he was merely 2 or 3 meters away, Mingli had no choice but to continue her arduous climb. As she ascended, he pursued, and she found herself unable to take flight. Soon, he reached the very spot she had previously occupied, while she had moved slightly higher to another branch. They faced each other, one elevated and the other lower, their gazes locking. Perched on the branch, she clasped the trunk, her legs dangling and swaying below, obstructing his ascent. Do not come up. If you do, I shall kick you down. A sweeping kick. A shadowless kick. I shall pummel that handsome face of yours. Confronted with this hindrance, he swiftly reached for one of her feet. It was a clash of shadowless kicks and iron palm strikes, both feet and palms, leaving ephemeral traces. What childish antics. Could you not act a bit more mature? Pointing and gesturing. However, considering Mingli is merely 23 years old, still in her university years, it is not unusual for a student to engage in foolishly innocent behavior. And what of Nanju? Nanju is a fool. As a fool, it is entirely normal for him to engage in absurdly foolish actions. Nanju, do not be so manic. You fans of Mingli, the onlookers below cheered for either Mingli or Nanju. Nanju, go for it. Capture her. Mingli, give him a kick. Capture her.
Kick him.
A chorus of voices echoed upward, and suddenly, a shadow plummeted from above. The crowd hastily dodged. Thud. One lady's sneaker fell.
Thud.
Here came the other.
Thud.
That was a 5-toed sock.
Thud.
And the other one followed. The bewildered crowd gazed upward, their eyes landing on Mingli's glaringly white feet, her toes slightly curled. Oh. The two were engaged in a tussle, their words equally unrestrained. Nanju, are you a pervert? You do not genuinely wish to catch me. You merely covet my shoes. Nonsense. One pair of my shoes could buy dozens of yours. Now I see. You simply want to touch my feet. I cannot abide this group of foot fetishists. If you truly fancy me, why not come to my room privately? Why must you engage in such antics in public? Or do you relish the thrill of being watched by so many eyes in broad daylight? You truly are a pervert. Oh my heavens. Nanju, this great pervert, is intent on violating my feet with his sordid desires. Help. Save me. The man squinted, smirking with a hint of mischief. Call for help. But let us see who dares come to your aid. With that, he swiftly tore off several leaves and began to tickle the soles of Mingli's feet with the pointed ends.
Pervert.
Ha ha ha, help. Ha ha ha. Nanju, stop. Ha ha ha, it tickles. Help. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding drama. Is it just me, or has this turned into a performance of their own? How peculiar. I cannot quite articulate why, despite their actions being quite absurd, there is something inexplicably strange about it, a feeling that is difficult to express.
Who understands?
These two give me the impression that if they were to become a couple in the future, their private lives would be quite extravagant. He teases, she laughs. What a perfect match. What is it with you fans of CP? You seem to have an uncanny ability to sense the chemistry. Mingli, who is extraordinarily ticklish, battled to shake off the large hand that grasped her ankle, swiftly retracting her foot. Bad news. Her shoes were gone. Good news. It was easier to climb now. She nimbly ascended to another branch. The man followed suit, climbing to another branch as well. At this point, the slightly thinner upper branch began to groan under their combined weight, tilting precariously to the right. The tree seemed to lament. Family, who understands? I think I might be throwing my back out. Upon noticing this, the two instinctively adjusted their positions, moving apart with synchronized grace. In vision, the tree bears weight on both sides, its trunk stabilizing, ceasing to sway. In reality, the tree tilts slightly to the left, then to the right, left, right, left.
Right.
The crowd. Why is it still swaying? Mingli's eyes shimmer with mischief as she threatens with a smile. What is this? Can't hold still? Is that all the endurance you have? The man attempts to climb higher, only for the tree to wobble once more, forcing him to halt and gesture towards Mingli.
Poised to speak.
Pointing at someone is a risky endeavor. Nanju retracts her hand swiftly. If you have the guts, come down. Mingli shakes her head, indicating herself and then him. I lack the ability. I'm rather naive and childish, unable to tolerate your foolishness. She swiftly tosses a boomerang, her aim precise. I'm not sleeping on a bedroll. Miss completely, as elusive as a loach dancing in a disco. Mingli is esteemed, her value lies in her self-awareness. Observing the shifting expressions on Nanju's face, Mingli comforts, it's alright. Weak acid is still acid, weak base is still base. And foolishness is still a form of intelligence. You need not fret over it. I marvel at Mingli's eloquence. I admire Nanju's fortitude. I am in awe of the tree's resilience. I am astonished by the recent surge of absurdity. I am astounded by your peculiarities. As the two banter on, the lengthy 8 minutes finally culminate, and at the moment the director shouts cut through a megaphone. Mingli feels as if she has heard celestial music. Nanju swiftly descends from the tree. Perched at the top, approximately 7 to 8 meters above ground, Mingli peers down. The grass, when she ascended, seemed unremarkable. Now, it appears dauntingly high. The flowers, it's all Nanju's fault. She will find a way to make him pay for this, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. Director, where's the ladder? It was borrowed by the villagers this morning. They claimed their sow had climbed a tree and needed rescuing. Mingli, really? She glares at the bald man. You swear? If you deceive me, may you be reborn as a bald donkey 7 times. The staff can barely contain their laughter. The ladder was indeed borrowed this morning and hasn't even returned. It's merely being used to repair a house.
Mingli scoffs.
The other guests gaze up at her.
Can you come down?
Do you need our assistance? Shen Qinggu inquires. It's so high, it looks perilous.
Keeling at.
Nanyan suggests, why not sleep up there today? It's a natural oxygen bar. Mingli retorts mockingly, it's not even New Year yet. And you're already trying to extract a red envelope from me? A natural oxygen bar? More like a mosquito party. She turns to Nanyan. Don't think I don't know you're a rat pretending to be a cat.
I just chose not to expose you at the time.
Do you think you can fool me? Chapter 77. The king of hell demands her demise at the 3rd crow of the rooster, while Mingli arrives at the 1st crow, blade in hand. Mingli has deduced that the cat team consists of Nanju, Mingchong, Shenqinggu, and Qiling'er, while she, Nanyan, Guluo, and Qishong form the rat team. She possesses intellect. She simply prefers not to exert it. After all, as a person of modest means, one must have some assets. Right? Caught and feeling guilty, Nanyan lowers her head, to the point where her finger is aimed. She merely sought to deceive Mingli. She initially believed she would perish upon the director's announcement, but unexpectedly, she has met her end early. Truly, the king of hell demands her demise at the 3rd crow, while Mingli arrives at the 1st crow, blade in hand. Think about how you're going to get down. Plead with me. If you beg enough to amuse me, I might come up to bring you down, Nanju says, nonchalantly sticking her hands in her pockets, a smirk of amusement on her face. Mingli glances around. Realizing there are no suitable weapons within reach, Nanyan, toss my shoes up here. I need to knock some sense into your delusional brother. Do you dare? Caught in a dilemma, Nanyan furrows her brow and covers her ears. I'm confused and don't understand what you're saying. Shun Qinggu kindly reminds. You look more like a deaf person than a foolish one. Upon hearing this, Nanyan's eyes widen while her lips slightly part. What should I do to appear foolish then? Maintain the status quo. Haha, Shinqinggu, I truly misjudged you. No jest, Shinqinggu's speech mirrors Mingli's in a remarkable way. Nanju, are you capable? If not, don't force yourself. Be cautious. Or you might fall. Everyone, step aside. I'm coming down. If anyone gets hit or falls, I'm not liable, and I want to provide compensation. At most, I'll accompany you to obtain a certificate of foolishness, and you'll receive a stipend of 1,000 each month.
Mingli Bayos.
A certificate of foolishness with a stipend? Is that for real? I'm intrigued. No joking, I truly need it. It's practically tailored for me, heart. The crowd disperses slightly. Is she truly going to jump down? If it were anyone else, leaping from such a height would surely result in severe injury or worse. Yet, when it comes to Mingli, while everyone is still fantasizing that she might be a hidden superhero, she doesn't climb or leap, but simply hugs the trunk and slides down. She descends in a flurry of sparks and electricity. The swiftly descending woman covers her backside. tiptoes, grinning widely, and careens about chaotically. The ground prickles, almost scorching her feet. Her backside feels ablaze. The first to be collided with is the onlooker, Nanju. The second is the director, who barely has time to react. The third is Ming Chong, who tries to escape but fails to outrun her. After colliding with 3 individuals, Mingli finally settles down, crossing her legs, lips tightly pressed and eyes ablaze. The crowd. She shyly lowers her head. Are you familiar with rocket launches? I just was the rocket that ignited my thighs and backside. The crowd. So, is that why you're bursting with such energy? Mingli glances at Nanju, who was struck in the chest, the director who bumped his shoulder, and Ming Chong, who was stepped on. I didn't do it on purpose. Who told you to be within my retreat range? I didn't wish for this. I apologize, but once the energy is unleashed, it inevitably wanes. What does that have to do with your apology? For blind mice. The director announces the results of the competition. The rat team, comprising Mingli, Nan Yen, Qishong, and Gu Luo, emerges victorious. Each member receives over 100 points from the cat team as a reward. For Mingli, the points are merely a bonus, while for the others, they're a lifeline. For instance, Nanju, Ming Chong, Qi Ling Er, and Xin Qinggu, all of whom are left with 0 points. Qi Ling Er is indifferent, Qishong belongs to her, and the two remain unchanged. Gu Luo, however, returns the 100-plus points that belong to Xin Qinggu, a gentle smile concealing a hint of flattery. Nan Yen had no intention of returning them, even considering bestowing a few points upon Nanju as a show of superiority. However, the latter revealed a video from her childhood, where Nan Yen, clad in diapers, almost stuffed dog feces into her mouth as a means of coercion. Lifting her chin with pride, had I not intervened, you would have been the one to eat dog feces. You ought to be grateful. Reluctantly, Nan Yen returned the points in full, vowing to destroy that video someday. Now bereft of funds, Ming Chong extends a hand towards Mingli, who disregards him entirely. Even the birds in the tree ignore him, as Mingli does as well. What I have painstakingly earned is rightfully mine. Why should I part with it? What of the effort I have invested? What of the discomfort I endured? Is it merely a token of my modest contribution to our nation's aerospace endeavors? Is such a straightforward logic truly beyond comprehension? Could it be that the pig's head at the old summer palace is, in fact, a counterfeit, while the genuine article rests upon your neck? Ming Chong, in his frustration, finds himself at a loss for words, even feeling a tinge of trepidation. Ultimately, he turns to Gu Luo. Ah Luo, Brother Chong has no other choice but to seek your assistance. Rest assured, this time it will be considered a loan from you. Once I accumulate enough points, I shall repay you immediately. Despite having triumphed, Gu Luo, under the scrutiny of Ming Chong and others, begrudgingly transfers 50 points. I apologize, Brother Chong, but this is all I possess. No problem. Though the points are few, they shall suffice. I firmly believe that with our combined efforts, we shall earn even greater points in the future, surpassing those of Mingli. Very well, I believe in you. Is it not peculiar how two seemingly inept individuals can come together to lead a life of scarcity while still harboring grandiose ambitions of turning their fortunes around? That evening, the group convenes to cast their votes. In the end, Mingli secures a flawless victory with 8 votes, successfully obtaining the final clue to the $1 million treasure. Naturally, the first 3 clues also belong to her. For safety's sake, the treasure clues will be distributed by the production team the following morning. The prospect of treasure hunting tomorrow fills Ming Chong with excitement. The treasure belonging to Mingli is, in essence, his as well. The majority of the money she has earned over the past year or 2 has ended up in his and his parents' pockets. While $1 million may not be indispensable to the other contestants, who hail from affluent backgrounds, for Mingli, it represents a fortune. Nan Yuan chimes in eagerly. $1 million. Just enough for a nice handbag or a small party. To which Mingli retorts, enough. Your incessant chatter is unbearable. Joey Young covering her ears, JPG. Nan Yuan continues to regale Mingli with tales of how those around her spend their money, suggesting that Mingli should adopt a similar approach in the future. Babbling on. Mingli, exasperated, thinks, teaching someone how to spend money is akin to educating a eunuch on matters of intimacy. Absurd, is it not? She covers Nan Yuan's mouth, her expression a blend of disbelief and frustration. Enough. I reside in the realm of prudent impoverishment, whereas your brother dwells among the foolishly affluent, and you chatter on like a magpie. Nan Yuan, feeling the pressure, quips, what a spine-tingling conversation. What, did you receive an electric shock? Chapter 78. Without moral constraints. My husband is everywhere. That night, having just finished her evening routine, Mingli hears a knock at the door of the wooden cabin. She does not rush to answer. Instead, she records a video and sends it to the director while getting off her bed. 73 years old battling male models until dawn. I mentioned it before. Your soundproofing is truly inadequate. Video. Director. When Mingli opens the door, the sight of the delicate flower, Guluo, greets her. After glancing inside and noticing that Mingli isn't wearing her earpiece, Guluo asks, "Are you busy at the moment? Whether I am busy or not depends largely on what you need from me. May I step in to speak? I do not engage with such matters." The two share a moment of silence for a full 3 seconds before Mingli realizes, "Oh, you wish to discuss something, right? We can talk here. I'm not live streaming." Guluo, observing the crew members passing by, lowers her gaze. Perhaps it's better to enter the room. After a moment's consideration, Mingli steps aside. "Fine. You're not merely here to bask in the air conditioning, are you?" Once inside, Guluo sees Mingli comfortably sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone, completely ignoring her, leaving Guluo awkwardly hovering. Not wishing to linger, Guluo gets straight to the point. "I'd like to purchase tomorrow as treasure clue from you."
Why?
"I wish to obtain the treasure." "How much?" 1 million. "A fair exchange. This way, you won't have to waste time searching for it. You can simply acquire it. Quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree?" Since there was no live stream, Guluo saw no need to feign politeness. In her eyes, despite Mingli's personality transformation, neither the former nor the current Mingli could match her. From the moment they were born, their education, social circles, and resources have been worlds apart. Though Mingli has become more assertive, compared to a wealthy heiress, she remains merely a jester seeking attention. Not a sister, but an equal exchange? Are you foolish? Or am I? The value of a private transaction of 1 million does not equate to the myriad of publicity and fame that comes with obtaining the treasure clue. It's akin to receiving notoriety without contributing financially. Mingli, growing impatient, clicks her tongue. "It's hot and my temper is short. I shall not wear a smile."
So, do not provoke me.
"Then name your price." "You've encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Meeting me is akin to Zhu Beiji encountering Chang'e, Su Xian meeting by Suzhen. Or an elderly lady discovering a supermarket sale. Just 3 million, and the treasure and its glory shall be yours. Have you lost your mind? $1 million treasure. And you demand 3 million? That's a 2 million disparity. Though she is financially secure, the Shun family does not indulge their children, and unlike Xinxing, who has a steady job, she has little savings, having only begun to save after previously spending lavishly. Am I selling a treasure? What I'm selling is the reputation and attention you covet, the chance to overshadow me and step on my head. In a sense, I'm selling my dignity and future. Am I not worth 2 million as a stepping stone for you? You." Guluo steps back, her pupils constricting, her voice trembling. Has she discerned the truth? Mingli quickly reassures her. "Relax, breathe normally, and don't be tense. Keep your gaze soft and unfocused. Don't rush to leave. Such an opportunity comes but once in a lifetime." Guluo remains silent for a long moment before gritting her teeth. "Fine. 3 million it is. Tomorrow, you'll hand over the clue upon receiving the payment, and you must not peek at the clue. Rest assured, I am a person of my word, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of integrity in the nation. I would never sneak a glance at any treasure clue. If I do, all the men I encounter in my life will be small, short, and unattractive." Guluo still harbors doubts. "I'm indifferent to your romantic life. You must swear that if you peek at the clue, you will remain impoverished for life." Mingli. What a malicious oath. Yet considering the 3 million, she nods. "Very well, I swear." They call over a crew member for paper and pen, quickly drafting a simple contract. After signing, both parties feel a sense of relief. Later that evening, while playing on her phone, Mingli receives a WeChat red envelope from Huahua. "Huahua, wishing you happiness every day. Huahua, don't stay up late. Huahua, avoid bickering with Nanju. 73 years old battling male models until dawn has claimed your red envelope. Huahua, why did you only take the first one? 73 years old battling male models until dawn. I strive to do my utmost. I want to claim what I cannot achieve. Huahua. 73 years old battling male models until dawn. What is wrong? Ovulating sister? Huahua. 73 years old battling male models until dawn. What is wrong? Egg-laying sister? Huahua. Why did your nickname change? What is going on? At the age of 73, battling illness, I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. My nickname embodies my heartfelt aspirations for myself. Previously, I wished for unparalleled intelligence, which I have now attained. I have since altered my wishes, and naturally, my nickname has evolved as well. Fire. What if, at 73, your partner is still alive? What if you both have agreed to grow old together, enduring through time? At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. Such a scenario is improbable. I am neither devoted nor deeply sentimental. While I cannot be described as one who loves each individual I encounter, I have certainly loved many. An independent woman does not yearn for eternal companionship. She embraces her solitary existence with a touch of rebellious charm. Fire. Even a stray dog on the street exhibits more affection than you. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. You fail to comprehend, don't you? Flowers bloom in myriad hues. People are not dogs. I believe that simplicity is the essence of truth. Hence, I do not indulge in dreams or harbor extravagant desires for everlasting love, a humble abode. A modest plot of land, a cat, a dog, and 30 billion in savings suffices. Fire. Fire. Why do you always feel the need to clash with Nanju? Fire. I mean, engaging in verbal conflict with him could tarnish your reputation and alienate you from the masses. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. If bitten by a dog, would you not retaliate? If so, you would truly possess a heart of pizza. I am a wild stallion, unfamiliar with the path home. I must eradicate this scoundrel. Fire. Do you despise him that much? At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. I do not harbor hatred. My confrontations stem purely from my manic tendencies. And he simply happened to cross my path. I merely seek an outlet for my emotions. Fire. This is a set of manic disorder testing questions frequently employed by foreign psychological institutions to ascertain the authenticity of your condition. Mingli opened the link, discovered there were 300 questions, and silently retracted her previous statement. Fire. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. No need for testing. I do not suffer from manic disorder. I am simply devoid of decorum.
4. Ha.
At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. I shall cease this conversation. I am off to shower and sleep. Fire. Are you truly going to shower, or are you merely seeking an excuse to avoid chatting with me? At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. That is a pretense. In truth, I am preparing to shower and then engage with some borderline gentleman online, waves hand. Fire. Why are you drawn to such things? At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. Do you not appreciate borderline gentlemen? We are all sisters here. Do not feign ignorance before me. I possess a list, each one a gem. Pay attention to them, and you shall see a spectacle that will make you scream. Mingli sent over an Excel sheet detailing the merits and demerits of various influencers. A. The mature gentleman type, average face but exceptional physique. Adept at photography and understanding of women, neither overly explicit nor clumsy, exuding sexual tension, fond of wearing suits and burgundy leather shoes, occasionally donning casual attire. Resembling a golden retriever. B. The puppy type, delicate and clean with prominent canine teeth, slightly fair-skinned, slender yet well-proportioned. A blush against the snow, youthful and earnest. Possessing a unique charm. C. The little wolf dog type, a younger brother but somewhat fierce, sun-kissed skin, robust muscles, fond of bondage. Fire. Is this what you occupy yourself with daily? Such wares? At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. I care not whether they are genuine or not, as long as they invest effort for my sake. After all, in reality, no one presents me with such delights. They are my saviors, my redemption. I receive male beauty. They receive financial gain. We fulfill each other's needs. A normal transaction that promotes the development of relationships and addresses societal issues. Assistance abounds. There is no problem. Fire. Observing these is less fulfilling than pursuing a relationship of your own. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. How could a single relationship satisfy my myriad and chaotic desires? Frankly, despite my seemingly reckless chatter, I am a person who takes relationships seriously once engaged. However, I do not wish to bear such responsibility, hence I abstain. Without moral constraints, my partners are plentiful. Enough said. This time, I genuinely must indulge in some leisure. Fire. Chapter 79. Society offers no path of return, only the emergence of sisterly to bring order to all. Upon Mingli's emergence from the shower, she skillfully clicked into her favorite male influencer's account, smiling as she savored the latest video. She then ventured into the comments section, eager to glean insights from her aesthetically discerning internet sisters, only to find today's top comment markedly different from the usual. Visitor 27278873. Am I the only one who finds this man rather mediocre? Muscles that look impressive but lack function, a half-baked level, easily deceiving outsiders. His voice is contrived, the images are edited, the proportions are entirely fabricated. True handsome men require no such artifices. Some people need to be more discerning. Responses below. Yes, only you think so, sticking tongue out. Check your magnifying glass. Upon viewing your profile, it's clear you're a man. What? Are you a typical plain guy feeling defensive? Laugh. Mingli also replied below, at 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. Ignore this defensive fellow. That image of him in a suit, pulling a tie while lounging on a sofa is truly captivating. More of that, please, licks lips. Visitor 27278873 replied, you really lack taste. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. In such deep waters and fierce winds, those lacking strength should remain silent. Mingli assumed the other party recognized her prowess and chose not to respond. Minutes later, she received a private message containing a photo of a man's upper body. Devoid of clothing, the man's upper body, bare, revealed a graceful and smooth neck and shoulders, with beautifully defined muscle lines rippling along his arms. The contours of his chest undulated, and his slim, powerful waist showcased distinct abdominal muscles, their definition accentuated by shadows. The sculpted muscle lines flowed seamlessly, firm yet not exaggerated, radiating a vibrant wildness. The lines traced down from his waist, hinting at the fullness of other regions. Regrettably, the rest was obscured. The timestamp in the bottom right corner suggested it was freshly taken. Mingli. There truly are many saviors in this world. At 73, battling illness. I engaged in a showdown with a male model until dawn. Alright, I admit my previous words may have been a bit too loud. Name your price. How much for one session? However, you must be serious. Consider it as though I never spoke, for I am virtuous and impoverished. Visitor 27278873. Not selling. Just letting you see something good. Mingli. How does one discern 3 parts boastfulness, 3 parts aloofness, and 4 parts charity? Is it merely a matter of having a better physique?
What is so remarkable about that?
Having taken such photos, why feign superiority? I detest pretentious individuals. In the next moment, Mingli's list of followed accounts grew by 1. Today marked the final day of the first episode of the program. A day of utmost significance in the quest for 1,000,000 treasures. For the sake of monetary gain, Mingli rose early. After acquiring 4 clues to the treasure, she contorted her body into an S shape, embodying the pose of a coconut tree spokesperson, clutching a sealed document bag as she approached Gu Luo, gleefully displaying it. Behold. The document bag is sealed and has never been opened. With an expression of disbelief, Gu Luo reached out to take it, but found it immovable. As Mingli held it tightly, she lowered her gaze to operate her phone, and once the money was transferred, after counting 7 or 8 times, Gu Luo grew impatient. And only then did Mingli smile radiantly and release her grip. Thank you, and should such a matter arise again, feel free to seek my assistance. I possess a compassionate heart. As long as the payment is in order, all negotiations are open to discussion. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched in acute pain. If it weren't for her poor performance in recent days, which had led to minimal discussion about her online, she would never have squandered such a sum on treasure clues from Mingli. How infuriating. However, as long as she could outshine Mingli, the expenditure of several million would be justifiable. After all, in the grand scheme of things, this amount was relatively trivial. Unlike Mingli, she was not so short-sighted as to focus solely on immediate gains. After completing the transaction, Mingli approached Nan Yuan and her companions, who were enjoying breakfast. Thanks to her, their points were sufficient, and they need not venture into the mountains for hunting or tasks that morning. Nan Yuan, sipping her milk, raised her eyes and inquired, when will you be seeking the treasure? We can assist you. More hands make for easier searching. The gazes of Shin Qinggu and the others at the table also turned towards her. If Mingli required help, they would gladly assist in the treasure hunt. There's no rush. I plan to visit the rescue station to see Bear 3, Mingli replied. Bear 3 was the black bear she had assisted a few days prior. Now recovering from surgery, she intended to pay a visit that afternoon, as they might not have another chance to meet, and it was best to bid a proper farewell. That black bear? I want to go too, Nan Yuan exclaimed, having seen relevant videos online the previous night. She had never encountered a wild black bear before and was quite curious. Shall we go then? Shen Qinggu nodded. Sure, there's nothing else to do. Qi Linger concurred. Qi Shang also nodded in agreement. Gu Luo had left with Ming Chong immediately after acquiring the clues, so Mingli turned to the nearby Nanju and asked, Are you coming? Please beg me. Fool, Nanju retorted. I genuinely suspect you have a masochistic streak. Otherwise, why seek insults so early in the morning? If I don't berate you a bit, do you feel restless? You appear to be speechless, angry, and indignant, yet deep down, you're undoubtedly overjoyed, yearning, and excited. You masochists are truly something else, Mingli scoffed, rolling her eyes. With a victorious grin, she leaned over the table, her piercing gaze imposing. What's the matter? Feeling anxious? Heart racing? Have I pierced through your facade? Nanju, uncharacteristically silent, only shook her head in confusion, prompting Mingli to frown and ask Nan Yuan, Has her brother lost his voice? To which the latter replied, Perhaps he's dead. That was also a valid point. After all, life is incredibly fragile. Nanju interjected. You two seem to be wishing for my demise, don't you? At the rescue station, Qi Linger expressed concern. Will our large group disturb the bear's recovery? Nan Yuan thoughtfully rubbed her chin. True, we should keep our voices down and avoid making too much noise. Don't worry. I believe he's doing quite well. Mingli waved dismissively. Really? I watched a video where he was severely injured and looked quite terrifying. It's only been a day or two. He should still be recovering. Before she could finish, the group rounded a corner to find the black bear energetically boxing behind the iron bars. Upon spotting them, it immediately collapsed onto the ground, weakly groaning. Oh, it hurts. Someone help me. A bit of honey or nuts would suffice to fill my belly. I don't ask for much, just 3 buckets. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. Though we couldn't quite hear what you were saying, how do you go from boxing to collapsing in an instant? Get up. We see you. There's no need to feign weakness. Little white bear. Mingli navigated through the crowd to the front. 3 buckets? Do you plan to bathe in honey? Upon hearing her voice, the bear's eyes lit up. Huh? Corn candy. You finally arrived. It excitedly rolled and crawled to the bars, its head bumping against the railings. Crying out, You have no idea how long I've waited for you, so long that I feel ready to settle down and have 3 cubs. Mingli retorted, 3 cubs? Is the bear responding to national policy? Well, it's only been 2 or 3 days. It's not that long. 2 or 3 days. Do you have any idea what I endured during those days? Mingli smirked. You were under anesthesia for a day. You just woke up this morning. What kind of big bad wolf are you pretending to be? All right, I've brought you honey, Mingli said as she produced a jar of honey exchanged from the production team. She had inquired with the rescue station staff, who confirmed it was safe for him to consume. Upon seeing the honey, Bear 3's eyes reddened with excitement. It snatched the jar and began digging in with its claws. After a taste, it smacked its lips. This honey isn't pure. After trying a bit more, it frowned. It tastes all mixed up and not good. Then, with a dismissive grunt, it set the jar aside, licking its paw while casting a pitying glance at Mingli and the others. You bipeds consume this sort of thing? How unfortunate. The others were curious. Why isn't it eating? It claims the honey isn't pure and has other mixed ingredients, so it won't touch it. The group's gaze fell upon the label on the honey jar that boasted 100 pure wild mountain honey. The director behind the monitor observed, Production, are you selling counterfeit goods? Wait, is this honey fake? This brand has been all the rage online lately, with many influencers endorsing it, claiming it's authentic wild mountain honey. That's hilarious. I just saw an influencer proclaiming it was the purest honey they've ever tasted, and now here we are with a bear that turns its nose up at it. The bear seemed to declare, fellow bears, who understands? I've never tasted such terrible honey in my life. Seriously, I just bought some from the neighboring live stream. Is it too late to return it? To be honest, Mingli felt a twinge of guilt. This situation was akin to visiting a sick friend with gifts, only to present them with 6 walnuts instead of the intended 6 walnut drinks, or mistakenly bringing a bottle of inferior soda instead of a refreshing beverage. Yet, this was not her fault. The blame lay with the merchants. Nan Yuan remarked, How is it that a bear seems smarter than I am? Not really. You just lack confidence, Mingli replied. You are so kind, reassuring me while helping me build my confidence. Be more self-assured. Let go of that feeling. Mingli then turned to the black bear. Fortunately, I also brought corn candy, which you enjoy, and this is guaranteed to be genuine. The bear eagerly approached the bars, its mouth agape in anticipation. After some searching, she finally retrieved a handful of corn candy that had melted slightly, feeling both hard yet soft, reminiscent of a morning where one rises, but feels their soul still nestled in bed. Make do with this. It's sweltering outside, and everyone wishes to lounge about. It's understandable. Even for candy, Mingli struggled to free the sticky candies from their plastic wrapping before mercilessly stuffing them into the bear's mouth. The bear smacked its lips contentedly, eyes squinting in delight, its round ears perking up. The group surprisingly discerned a hint of cuteness and innocence in the bear's demeanor. It was at that moment that Mingli suddenly empathized with the corn candy, forcefully dragging those who wished to accompany the gentle bed to the underworld. They are subsequently dispatched to a bleak and sunless hell. Are humans not akin to candy in some respects?
What?
Nanju cast a sidelong glance at the suddenly despondent woman and feigned casualness as she inquired. It's nothing, merely feeling as though I am not a person, but rather a piece of corn candy. What nonsense is this? Why forsake your humanity to become a mere confection? You shall understand when you reach my age. I am older than you. Precisely, which is why I imply that once you have perished and are reborn, perhaps you will grasp the essence of it. You find me displeasing, do you not? That delights me. Thank you, discontent brother. The others gazed at the black bear, intrigued by the oddity, oblivious to the subtle exchange between the two in the corner. What? Do you wish to partake in this whimsical folly as well? Though the guests remained indifferent, the audience certainly did not. How utterly absurd. In broad daylight, you two are now whispering to one another. Surely this will lead to hand-holding this afternoon, kissing later. And tomorrow, who knows? Tomorrow, after giving birth, and the day after 100 billion children? The following year, an invasion of extraterrestrials to conquer the galaxy? The year after that, a takeover of this universe, and the year after the next, trampling through all other universes? Indeed, one cannot underestimate Mingli. While others have not a single house, she, at the tender age of 30, already possesses several universes, truly a cosmic sister. In that case, can cosmic sister spare me a planet? I desire one filled entirely with delicacies, extends hand. I wish for one populated solely by male models. For I adore playfulness, extends hand. I seek one filled entirely with mathematical problems, for I relish solving them, extends hand. Chapter 81. The whimsical teacher's class commences. After devouring the corn candy, the black bear drew closer, its paws grasping the railing, eyes coveting as it fixated on Mingli. Roar, I want more.
There are none left. Roar.
I do not believe you. I can smell it. Hand it over, and I shall reveal a secret about your bipedal kind. What secret? Roar, I wish to see the candy first. Mingli produced a handful of corn candy and offered it. This is the last of it, all yours. The black bear gleefully accepted the candy. Roar. A few days ago, while foraging for honey in a tree, I spotted several bipedal beings stealthily concealing something, and others nearby were holding the same black objects as you. They must be in cahoots with you. Mingli's eyelids flickered.
Where?
The black bear disclosed the location to Mingli. She promptly turned to beckon the others to depart, tossing her last handful of corn candy before the black bear as a reward. The black bear exclaimed,
Roar. Did you not just say that was the last?
How come there is more? Having reached the corner, with only her heels remaining in sight, Mingli suddenly turned back, leaning against the wall with a toothy grin. Do you truly believe my words? Today, I intend to demonstrate to you the treacherous nature of humanity. The black bear lamented. Ah, how infuriating. The great bear king has been deceived. It gathered all the corn candy on the ground, unwrapped one, and consumed it, tears streaming down its face. Roar. Such delicious candy. I wonder if I shall ever taste it again, in a hoarse voice.
Observing Mingli's estida partura.
The others were perplexed. Why the sudden exit? Where are you off to? Up the mountain, to seek treasure. She had promised Gu Luo not to examine the clues. But she had not promised not to seek treasure. Now that the treasure's location had been delivered to her, it would be a disservice to CCTV to ignore it. Wouldn't it? What is this called? An unintentional stroke of fortune.
Huh?
Did you not say you would not go? The others were unaware of the arrangement between Mingli and Gu Luo, who said that, I never claimed I would not seek treasure. I merely wished to check on the black bear first, as it is, after all, a friend. In my heart, friendship outweighs any material wealth. The entire assembly was moved to tears at her words. Previously, they had deemed her mad, irrational, and full of nonsense. Yet they had not realized she was such a person of deep sentiment and loyalty. How they had misjudged her. Nanju surveyed the others, rolling her eyes in silence. She did not believe a word of it. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, they gradually lost their way. It was not a matter of signals or directions. Primarily, they were utterly unaware of the location, so they could only follow Mingli. By the way, I possess a method for quickly determining direction in the wild. Mingli suddenly turned to the group. What is it? Judging by the position of the sun?
No.
She shook her head, picked up a stone, and held it aloft for all to see. A single stone can swiftly discern direction. The group gazed at her with curious expressions. How does it work? One can ascertain direction based on the moss on the stone. All you need to do is pick up a stone and release it. Regardless of the direction you let it go, the direction it falls is down, while the opposite direction is up. If there are no stones, you can use leaves, fruits, or similar items to determine it. If you find yourself devoid of these, simply drop a large one, and where it lands will also indicate down. Some may ask, Ming teacher, what if I need to relieve myself? I can assure you, whether solid or liquid, it bears no impact. Others might inquire, Ming teacher, what if I cannot go? Not to worry. You can seek assistance from others or animals. It remains unaffected. Rest assured, this method for determining down is highly effective and can be employed by the vast majority. Free from any interference. The group murmured, who is asking such foolish questions? Master, I have attained enlightenment. I have envied her intellect 1,000 times. Thank you. Ming teacher, with this method, I feel I shall never worry about getting lost again. Heart emoji. With this method, I feel I can traverse anywhere. I've uninstalled the map app, as it pales in comparison to Ming teacher's simple and comprehensible guidance. I suggest we recruit Ming teacher as a technical advisor. Not everyone can use it, right? It's only applicable to those like you, the foolish, since normal people don't need it. Mingli did not need to turn around. She could identify the speaker by the tone. Classmate, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Is this not the most basic classroom etiquette? You need not attend class. Go stand at the back and, by the way, copy the National Code of Conduct for elementary and middle school students 30 times and submit it before the end of school. No using multiple pens at once. What nonsense. They call me Master Extinction, nicknamed Tao Laoya. Nanju glanced at the others. Will none of you speak up? Just watch her go mad? The others remained silent. Nanyan raised a hand. Mingli responded with satisfaction. Speak. Nanyan then looked at the man. We prefer not to comment, as we fear this too might be part of your playful banter. After all, teacher-student classroom play is quite popular among young couples with its uniform allure. Those who understand. Understand. Nanju furrowed his brow. You are quite eccentric as well. Nanyan blushed slightly. Those who have slept with Mingli tend to be like this. You wouldn't understand, and I don't blame you. Nanju. Mingli nodded in deep satisfaction, akin to a student who, having seemingly transplanted a pig's brain, suddenly experiences enlightenment and gains admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Beida. Young piglets can indeed be educated. Nanju then turned toward Shinchingu and the others, urging, why don't you speak up? Are you merely going to watch these two in a frenzy? No sooner had he spoken than he observed Shinchingu silently raising his hand. Nanju exclaimed in disbelief, what? He quickly redirected his gaze to Qi Shang and Qi Linger, and you two? I've always considered you to be the sane ones. Subsequently, he watched as the two exchanged a glance before slowly raising their hands. Nanju was flabbergasted. He spun around to face the photographer. What about you? The photographer, despite the challenge of holding the camera with one hand, managed to lift the other hand as well. What these individuals were raising were not mere hands, but rather daggers piercing through Nanju's convictions. It was as if he had believed he was surrounded solely by one madman, only to discover that beneath everyone's exterior lay the same mental illness, leaving him as the sole sane individual in the vicinity. Insanity, absolute insanity. Nanju swiftly distanced himself from the group. Mingli fixed her gaze on him and shouted, for leaving class without permission, you owe a reflection of 500,000 words. You're not allowed to leave until it's done. 500,000 words? How could you even conceive of such a thing? Are you writing a novel here?
Curse again.
And that's another 500,000 words. You no hand raising, another 500,000 words. After 3 seconds of silence, Nanju raised his hand. Nanju had ultimately transformed into the very figure he despised.
Speak.
Mingli is a lunatic. Thank you for the compliment. Insults were utterly ineffective against Mingli. She absorbed them wholeheartedly, even taking pride in them. From the term lunatic, one could discern a hint of affection and attachment. Otherwise, why would Nanju only refer to Mingli as a lunatic? It was evident that he harbored feelings for her. I observe that you CP fans are quite eccentric as well, insistent on declaring stones as sweets in the absence of actual confectionery. That is indeed our nature. Thank you for the compliment, sticking out tongue. Mingli clapped her hands and cleared her throat. All right, everyone, look at the teacher. On the first day of school, the lunatic teacher wishes to impart one lesson. This world is akin to a vast logistics hub, filled with both large and small parcels, some of which lack tracking codes. Yet, regardless of the type of parcel, they must ultimately be dispatched. Reflect on that. Class dismissed. Chapter 82. Let us propagate the lunacy of our fungi. It has become clear that you have chosen health over sanity. Mingli leaped down, her index finger poised before Nanju's lips. Be cautious. I have taken lives. In a game?
Hee.
What are you suddenly giggling about? The man frowned. Mingli, I genuinely question your current mental state. Mingli tilted her head. My mental state is quite stable. I see a building and wish to jump, see a tree and desire to hang, see a vehicle and yearn to crash, see a person and feel compelled to curse. Nanju scoffed lightly morning. Utterly exhausted. Midday. Thoroughly annoyed. Noon. What else for lunch? Afternoon. Exasperated. Evening. What else for dinner? Midnight. Do I still have a future? Is this the kind of stable mental state you're referring to? Hee. What exactly are you chuckling about? It was as if the two were hurling insults at one another, both filled with righteous indignation, only for the other to casually begin cooking a 3D-ish meal right before their eyes, creating an inexplicable atmosphere. Wait, did you just come from New Oriental? Noticing the man's temples throbbing, Mingli decided to relent. Ancient sages once said, laughter harmonizes the 3 vital organs, so when one feels unwell, one can emit laughter to balance the body. Therefore, when you're angry, you can laugh. The more you laugh, the healthier you become. Nanju. The group, really? Qilinger asked, half convinced. When have I ever deceived you? The group fell silent, their gazes conveying a singular message. When have you not misled us? Alas, in this restless era, there exists a lack of basic trust between individuals. Honest individuals speaking the truth are seldom believed. Not just laughter, but also exhalations for the heart, whispers for the liver, breath for the spleen, hums for the lungs, and puffs for the kidneys. Emitting these sounds can nurture your internal organs. Don't say I didn't share this with you. The group exchanged glances. A minute later, amidst a serene forest, only the calls of birds and insects could be heard, punctuated by the sudden emergence of several peculiar sounds. Hee. Hoo. Shush. Hee. The animals in the forest poked their heads out. What madness are these bipedal creatures indulging in now? Please spare us. We're terrified. Thank goodness we didn't evolve into humans. They are truly insane. Really? I don't believe it. I think it's worth a try. After all, what harm could it do? Is there really no harm? Because when I just tried it, people on the subway looked at me like I was a fool. Congratulations, you've discovered your true nature. Heart emoji. Simultaneously, in various locations across the nation, individuals holding smartphones suddenly began emitting nonsensical sounds. Those around them, huh? What is happening? A passing child asked, Mom, why is that sister always making those silly sounds? She looks so happy. The mother glanced over and explained. Perhaps she is playing a game on her phone. I've heard that young people today have poor mental health and easily become fools who stare at their phones and laugh like idiots. The little boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then I want to play with a phone too. I want to become a fool. Becoming a fool means I can be happy. Baby, aren't you happy right now? I am, but I want to be happy when I grow up. So, I want to become a fool while I'm still happy. That way, I can always be happy in the future. The teacher says this is called making provisions for a rainy day. After more than 20 minutes of humming and laughing in the forest, everyone finally turned their attention to Mingli as she came to a halt beneath a large banyan tree. This is it. The treasure lies atop this tree. The group followed Mingli's words, gazing upwards, searching for a long time until their shoulders ached, their eyes grew dry, and their jawlines became pronounced. Only to discover a small green box nestled inconspicuously among the intertwined branches in the right corner. Hidden among the leaves, a cursory glance would reveal nothing at all. The production team certainly hit it high. If one didn't know it was in this tree, who would ever find it? Would someone genuinely wander into such a deep forest for no reason? How dull. The others exchanged comments, while the two individuals who had indeed wandered into such depths, Mingli and Nanju, coincidentally cast sidelong glances at each other before silently averting their gazes. The meaning behind their exchanged looks was unmistakable. You are the very definition of the bored and perplexed person. Did the duo of lunatics just secretly glance at one another? Amidst the crowd, we exchanged glances across the throngs of people. We've hit the jackpot. You two better not have a child inside my phone. You can conceive a child from 3 meters apart? You CP fans are getting ridiculous. Nanju is indeed 3 meters long. I've seen them together myself. The three main highlights of Mingli's livestream: Mingli goes insane. Mingli leads others to madness. Mingli's fans follow suit in lunacy. Madness is good. Madness is good. For Mingli, a wild child, climbing trees was as easy as pie. However, the recent branch of this grand banyan tree is over a meter from the ground, and the sturdy trunk is positioned quite closely, barely allowing a person to pass sideways. Given this height and the structure of the trunk, it poses a slight challenge for Mingli, considering her stature. The other guests possess not the slightest experience in the art of climbing trees. Shall we find some stones to help you ascend? Suggested Shun Qinggu. Or perhaps we could use someone as a ladder for you to step on. Chimed in Nan Yen. What a splendid idea, replied Qi Ling-er. Nan Yen continued. We need a boy, someone strong and stable, with well-developed muscles, particularly in the thighs. Qi Ling-er added, it would be best if you were dressed in casual attire, allowing for ease of movement. Qi Shang interjected, I have a cleanliness obsession. Please do not step on me. Shun Qinggu lamented, what a pity. I am clad in a suit. In the end, everyone turned their gaze towards Nanju, who was dressed in casual athletic wear. The latter exclaimed, what are you all looking at? Each of your utterances seems like a description of me. Do you truly believe I would allow her to step on me? Serving as her human ladder? Am I out of my mind? I am Nan family's second young master, endowed with exceptional intelligence and a fortune in the billions. Handsome and charming, attracting countless admirers. I would serve as a human stepping stone for this eccentric? Have I lost my senses? Mingli gazed at him, uttering but 2 words. I beg you. No, he retorted, I beg you. Mingli, could you not possess a shred of dignity? Such words roll off your tongue so easily? Where has your unwavering spirit gone? Has it been chopped up for soup? I beg you. The man kicked the weeds by his feet in anger. Who are you putting on this charade for? Perhaps you find amusement in thinking you can deceive me into allowing you to step on me. Quite the pleasure. Isn't it? Very amusing, indeed. Very well. I shall boldly tread where tigers roam. If I fall for your trick and agree to this, it would be akin to walking into your trap. But should I see through your deceit yet still comply, it would not be a trap, but rather a testament to my noble character. While Nanju grumbled, he approached the great tree, adopting a standard horse-riding stance and crouching down, his face revealing impatience. My noble character is on limited release. So, do not wait for me to regret it. Nanju, today, I shall let everyone witness what a basic attack followed by a special move looks like. Mingli, 6 words, make a billionaire man my human cushion. Mingli, her eyes sparkling, scampered over. I shall remove my shoes to avoid soiling your clothes. No need. Just step directly. It's merely a set of clothes. They can be discarded, he replied. Mingli's eyes twinkled. Wow. How domineering. I absolutely adore it. You're insane. She, unpretentious, placed a foot on the man's firm thigh and, with his aid, clambered up the tree with a labored effort. Upon successfully reaching the tree, she turned her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes. My hand accidentally brushed your forehead just now. It was so warm. Do you have a fever? Perhaps you should return and see a doctor? He lowered his lashes, averting his gaze, silently pursing his lips. My cells are hosting a bonfire celebration in my head, rejoicing that today is Friday and tomorrow is a day off from work. Is that not acceptable? The others exclaimed, wait, what does it mean for cells to take a holiday? Are you saying you're going to die tomorrow? Yet Mingli nodded seriously, I believe you. I am, in fact, a mushroom fairy, transformed into a human to spread the eccentric teachings of our fungi. Some people, before encountering us mushrooms, find the world to be drab, yet after meeting us, the world bursts into vibrant colors. Do not dismiss this. For the world is vast and full of wonders. Just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist. Remember, this is the second lesson from Teacher Eccentric. The crowd responded, "Thank you, Teacher Eccentric. Hearing your words gives a sense of absurdity akin to consuming poisonous mushrooms, making life feel elevated." Chapter 83. May you all shine and exert your strength. Mingli slowly made her way toward the small box, explaining as she climbed. When climbing trees, there are many considerations. First, go slow. Do not rush, or you might meet the king of hell. Second, be steady. Do not wobble or slip, or you might meet the king of hell. Third, be precise. Learn to test your footing, just as one tests a person's heart. If it feels solid, then step down, otherwise you might meet the king of hell. Fourth, concentrate. Do not look around, or you might meet the king of hell. Fifth, activate your character. The crowd took note. Excluding the oddities mixed in, the other points were rather sensible. King of hell, please, I am not someone you can just summon. I am quite busy, so please make an appointment, alright? As expected of Mingli, her words are imbued with culture. Upon hearing you refer to her as Mingli, I felt a pang in my heart. How do you perceive her? Is she someone you can call by name? She is Li Jie, a celebrity, a variety show star, the cosmic sister, a mental case, a poisonous mushroom, the middle finger teacher, Teacher Eccentric, a mushroom fairy, possessing a golden visage, obsidian eyes, a spherical head, a sugarcane physique, and a wise brain. She occupies the softest spot in the hearts of her devoted fans. And this name carries weight. You cannot bear the burdens that come with it. Please, let us all refer to her respectfully as teacher. Thank you. Very well. Middle finger eccentric poisonous mushroom teacher. Li Ji fan, rational fan. Fortunately, the production team exhibited some conscience, not placing the treasure box in an excessively high or obscure location, thus reducing the difficulty and danger, allowing Mingli to retrieve it with ease. Yet, as she descended, she had to step on Nanju once more, like a cat. She placed her hind paws on the imprints of her front paws, precisely stepping back down on the previous footprints. She is so meticulous, only leaving one footprint on Nanju. After she dismounted from him, the man disdainfully glanced at the muddy prints on him. So dirty. There's no helping it. At my height, this is all I can do. Do you think I desire to grow to 4.5 meters? An unattractive person with a sour tongue, short and broke. Successfully back on the ground, Mingli began to dismantle the bridge behind her. What is so remarkable about being tall? Have you not studied biology? The dominance of apical growth suppresses lateral bud growth. I am quite large indeed. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Perverse. You initiated this topic. What does it have to do with me? You claim to be large. I merely asked you to provide evidence. Where's the fault in that? Yet you turn around and insult me? What a pity. I am more wronged than Do-e. Mingli lowered her head, covering her face, and walked tearfully towards the others. Nanju did not even brush off her footprint. Isn't that an indication of wanting to leave remark on himself? This is mutual pursuit. A spark has ignited. Onlookers express confusion. How do CP fans and solo fans coexist harmoniously? Do you not argue or hurl insults? Do you not let your idols bask in their own glory? Because one side is deluded and hysterical, prone to excessive speculation, while the other is mentally advanced, enjoying cerebral challenges. In a certain sense, both parties have found common ground, a mutual appreciation for their shared eccentricities. Understood. Solo fans and CP fans are also on a mutual quest. Laughs. Hee hee. Mingli scanned the crowd, whose expressions were complex, finally resting her gaze on Nanyan, whose lips curled upwards. My dear, what are you pondering? Nanyan quickly shook her head. Nothing at all. Mingli leaned forward, her index finger hooking under her chin, tilting it slightly upward, her half-squinted eyes imbued with significance. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet I see yours are rather murky. Your heart must not be pure, either. Nanyan's cheeks flushed slightly. How about you leap down from the rock first, then we can converse? That won't do. Jumping down would only diminish my stature and presence. Mingli picked up the treasure box, only to discover it was locked, evidently requiring a key. Did you go fetch the key? She shook her head. I sold all the clues to Guluo. How could I possibly have the key? Shall we venture to find the key now? No need. She approached a nearby boulder and called out to the crowd, Family, it's time to showcase your worth in life. Please, shine and exert yourselves. The crowd murmured, If you need help lifting the rock, just say so. No need to make a grand show. Though their contributions may seem insignificant in the grand tapestry of human history, they amounted to more than just a mere stone. Unity is strength. With the collective effort of all, the boulder, infused with love and admiration, made a determined descent upon the wooden treasure box. What an adorable box! So charming! I could simply sit upon it.
Thud.
The box was crushed beneath the weight of the stone. A card proclaiming a 1 million prize tumbled out. Alas! The wooden treasure box left behind a child. Mingli solemnly picked up the card and caressed the fragments of the box. Rest easy. I will take good care of your little one. From this day forth, my sustenance and shelter shall include your offspring. I shall ensure it lacks for nothing. Rest in peace, travel well, and do convey my regards to Yama. Perhaps he might grant me 500 more years of life, though if he doesn't, it's all right. Such a dignified figure as Yama. How miserly. The crowd. What a whimsical train of thought. Like the streets of Chongqing, shifting from the 1st to the 10th floor, and then descending to the 8th below, all in the blink of an eye. Wooden box. Old Deng. I thank your ancestors for 18 generations. Mingli, wonderful. Then please extend my greetings to them as well. The gift need not be the most extravagant. Just the fallen leaves of the Champalicis heart. Naturally, she did not forget those who were useful yet of limited utility. If anyone is free tonight, I would like to treat you all to dinner as a token of my gratitude for your care and tolerance these past few days. No need. We should be the ones thanking you. Otherwise, we'd have to toil through tasks. If you're treating, I want the best and most expensive. I can no longer endure the program's meals. I've lost 10 pounds in 5 days. Nanyan craved the food outside. Although this was a peninsula, she felt as if she were on a deserted island, imprisoned in transformation. Shen Qinggu smiled. It's all right. We are all friends, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. There's no need for formalities. I am free tonight. Qi Linga remarked. If you all are going, then we shall join. The young girl's hand brushed against Qi Shang's side, and the young man nodded. Yes, I will go. Qi Linga retorted. It is we, not I. Qi Shang reiterated. Yes, we will go. The crowd. Qi Shang seems to have some sort of language barrier. Ah, Shang is like this. He appears aloof but is actually an introverted person, often lost in thought, oblivious to the world outside. Witnessing everyone once strangers, now jovially gathering to share a meal, is truly heartwarming. What about Nanju? Why, isn't he speaking? What does it matter if he speaks? Regardless of what he says, his body will undoubtedly follow, laughs. Mingli lowered her head, biting her lip. In the past, she had always walked alone, maintaining only roommate relationships with her housemates and colleague relationships with her coworkers. She appeared capable of conversing with anyone and blending into groups, laughing and joking. Yet she actually kept everyone at arm's length. Once someone breached her defenses and entered a more intimate phase, she would immediately withdraw. This was because the subsequent stages of relationships required immense time and energy to maintain. She was a lazy dog, lazier than a dog. She did not wish to take responsibility nor become a villain, so she believed the best way to avoid unfavorable outcomes was to avoid beginnings altogether. As long as she did not engage or establish close connections, she could effortlessly discard and distance herself from any relationship, living freely as a solitary wanderer. For an orphan, solitude was the norm, and thus she learned to embrace it early on. Any overly intimate relationship felt like a burden to her. However, now, Mingli could sense the genuine warmth emanating from those around her, whether it was exuberant or restrained. It felt authentically real. She recalled those who once sought her friendship, to whom she had previously responded with indifference and distance. Yet, having been granted a second chance at life, perhaps she might tread a path untraveled before? Shall we? Indeed. The woman with the lively mind found clarity, but when Mingli finally lifted her gaze to the crowd, she discovered everyone staring blankly at her. Or rather, at what lay behind her. Mingli. This expression, have we encountered ghosts in broad daylight? What is happening? Is Yama bringing his spectral soldiers to us? Chapter 84. I thought it was an earthquake. Turns out we are facing a pervert. In broad daylight, have the spirits become this bold? Though they often express a desire for death, they cannot truly wish for it, can they? After enduring hardship for so long, having finally acquired a modicum of wealth, must she now face Yama? As she turned, her heart raced. Good news, no ghosts, no Yama. Bad news. What on earth is this group of animals? Leading the charge was a deer, flanked by wild boars and macaques, followed closely by a motley crew of wild chickens, rabbits, squirrels, and various woodland creatures. Some were predators, others prey, but at this moment they all harmoniously dashed out together. Observing this chaotic stampede of wildlife, despite their confusion, the crowd instinctively retreated. The animals, as they ran, were vocalizing. Although the others could not comprehend, Mingli understood. Hey, dear, you do feel quite comfortable to touch. I want to try. Hello there, nice to meet you. Please pat my belly. Me too. Me too. Oh, you can touch my head, my belly, and my tail as well.
Oh.
The last time you touched me was ages ago. I have been thinking about it day and night, unable to sleep. I want it. I want it. I want it. Mingli. This is madness. Meanwhile, Shun Xinggu pursed his lips. A geological disaster may be imminent, which is why this herd of wildlife is fleeing. We should hasten down the mountain to an open area. We must also inform the townsfolk to prepare in advance. Qi Linga urged. What are you all waiting for?
Run.
Nanyan shouted at Mingli, still frozen in place. Hold on. It may not necessarily be an earthquake, Nanju suddenly interjected, halting the group poised to flee down the mountain. His usual fiery temperament replaced by an unusual calm. He focused intently on a slender figure not far ahead. Yet in the next instant, Mingli turned and fled. Nanju. Everyone. She sprinted ahead, and the others, perplexed, followed suit, with the animals trailing behind. They all raced down the mountain.
Meanwhile,
the villagers cultivating crops on the hillside, upon seeing Mingli and her group fleeing with the animals in tow, hastily abandoned their tools and ran in a panic. The scene was chaotic at the mountain's foot, with people racing ahead and wild animals in pursuit. Who has ever witnessed such a spectacle? The villagers were utterly bewildered. What in the world? I heard there's going to be an earthquake. Even the animals are running out. What on earth is happening? It has come to my attention that a terrifying entity has emerged from the mountains, instilling profound fear among the fauna. What on earth is happening? It seems there are rumors of a zombie lurking in the hills. The animals are too frightened to remain in the mountains, hastily fleeing downwards. The current tale making the rounds is that of a resurrected dinosaur waging war against Godzilla, causing the creatures to scatter in terror, rushing down the slopes until exhaustion overtakes them. Finally, they come to a halt, only to discover a throng of people trailing behind them, a film crew at the forefront, followed closely by a myriad of animals and, trailing last, a group of bewildered villagers swept along by the chaos. One of the animals exclaims, "Why are you all running after us?" She turns to the panting creatures, bent over and gasping for breath. Seriously, are you all out of your minds? Another responds, "We simply wish for you to caress us." Upon hearing tales of your gentle touch, we followed in droves.
Indeed.
We merely yearn for comfort, adds a third. Long ago, when the wild bipeds roamed, they would caress us from dawn until dusk, returning home only when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a sacred bond, passed down through generations. Ever since the wild bipeds disappeared, we have been deprived of such tender affection. My great-great-great-grandmother was the last deer in our lineage to be caressed by a wild biped, and she claimed she could never forget that sensation, yearning for it until her last breath. For years, we have sought that feeling. We do not even know what it truly is, but the moment your hand touched me, I was awakened. My very essence stirred. Such is the sensation. Will you remain with us, become our deity, and restore the bond we once cherished? All we ask is that you touch us from dawn until dusk, and in return, we shall provide for you anything your heart desires. The animals gazed at her with eager anticipation, their posteriors twitching with excitement. Dumbfounded. She retorts, "What do you mean by seeking a deity? Are you not merely in search of a bath attendant, touching you from dawn until dusk? Wouldn't that be utterly exhausting? What sort of agreement is this? It sounds more like a labor contract. Humanity is truly weary. Modern individuals toil endlessly, just as primitive beings did. In summary, it's all about relentless toil. Why must a person only live once? Why can't we live for a few days, die, then return to life again? After all, I do not wish to exist every single day. At times, I truly long for an end." But it was you who first extended your hand. Does that absolve you of responsibility now? One of the animals interjects, "I recognize that my initial slap was a mistake. Yet let us consider, were Pengu, the creator of the heavens, Hou-yi, the archer of the sun, and Nuwa, the creator of humanity, truly at fault? Without them, we would not exist, nor would there be any bonds or agreements. In this modern age, we have long since abandoned the archaic customs of arranged marriages and familial obligations. Such traditions are now considered relics of the past. The animals fell into silence. Times are changing. We must look forward. If no one is willing to touch you, seek solace in the trees or stones, or even amongst one another. Or perhaps find the macaques. They possess hands and can touch you just as I would. Though you are creatures of the wild, you must learn to be self-reliant. Do not depend on others for everything. Promise me, be a self-sufficient deer, chicken, rabbit, rat, or pig, will you? She listed each creature one by one, before exhaling deeply. I have an elderly child in need of medical care, and a 70-year-old mother who requires education. Please, grant me my freedom. The animals remained silent for a long moment, before gradually retracting their eager forms, retreating up the mountain. One deer turned back thrice, tears glistening in its eyes. Oh, esteemed Kamoji, you must visit us often. I shall miss you. Stumbling, she nearly lost her footing. Do not pry into the chaotic affairs of humanity. Hurry along. The herd dashed back up the mountain, slowly disappearing into the thicket. She turned to the gathered crowd, surveying their expressions of bewilderment, confusion, and astonishment. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see here, nothing of interest. A villager inquired, what just happened? Why were those animals following you? I was merely leading them in exercise. I am an animal trainer, after all, and was simply testing my abilities. Nothing serious. Everyone should return to their activities. The villagers remained unconvinced. Is everything truly all right? Is there really nothing amiss? Is it going to rain soon? Have you collected your laundry? Have you prepared lunch? What of the farm work? Have you finished? And what of the children? What if they're causing mischief? The villagers dispersed in haste. Once they had departed, the other guests approached her. Nan Yuan asked, what just transpired? Mingli briefly explained, those deer were previously touched by me and found it delightful. Thus they spread the word that my touch is soothing. Upon discovering that I had ascended the mountain, they all rushed to seek my caress. Nan Yuan sighed with relief. I thought there was an earthquake. Turns out it was merely an encounter with some peculiar animals. The others chimed in. The odds of encountering a peculiar animal are surely lower than that of experiencing an earthquake.